Late-night vigils are ill-advised. Upon awakening after a long night, one finds oneself facing a complete account reset. Goodness, I believed I was merely an unremarkable Dumbledore. Yet it turns out I truly embody the essence of Dumbledore. Although I may appear timid, my sentiments are genuinely heartfelt. Despite my initial resolve to solely pursue strength without involvement, how have I still found myself entangled with the protagonist group? And Ollie, hey, you old bee, release my Severus at once. Dumbledore, you ought to address me as great-grandfather. Aberforth, indeed, you truly are my granddaughter. Severus, and Ollie can do as she pleases. Harry, what on earth is happening? Can friends forcibly elevate their familial status? Nagini, my child. Chapter 1. Am I Dumbledore? London, England, Store District, 12, Sedgwick Road. Wow. Oh wow. Where am I? I merely closed my eyes for a moment, and now I find myself outdoors. A wail of an infant resonates from outside, followed shortly by faint conversations emerging from within the house. Darling, do you hear that? It sounds like a child's cry outside. It does indeed resemble a child's voice. Let us venture out to investigate. It is unsafe in the dark. Creak. As soon as the words left her lips, the sound of the door opening echoed. Good heavens! My dear, there's an infant right at our doorstep. A soft, astonished female voice emanated from above the swaddled infant. Wah wah wah. Wah. What is happening? Why can I not articulate a word? What infant? Darling, let us bring the child inside. The snow has only just begun to melt, and it is far too cold out here. Observing the child's cries, a calm male voice interjected. I concur. I believe we should contact the police to report this. The woman, cautiously cradling the swaddled infant, turned to the man beside her and said, I shall call the police at once. The man strode into the house to make the call, while the woman briefly checked the child's condition, noticing a safety pendant hanging around the infant's neck, inscribed with a name and a date. Before she could examine it closely, the child pouted, on the verge of tears. Drawing from her parenting experience, the woman surmised that the infant might be hungry and hurried to the kitchen to prepare some formula. After the arduous task of feeding the infant, the man approached. Oh, my dear, I have just contacted the police station and there have been no reports of missing children recently. Due to the icy conditions on the roads, they will not be able to come until tomorrow morning at the earliest. It's quite all right. She has just been fed and is now sound asleep. She is remarkably well behaved. I believe we can look after her for the night, the woman said, casting a gentle smile at the man beside her as she glanced at the child in her arms. Look at her. She is truly beautiful, the man remarked, admiring the sleeping infant and expressing his agreement to the woman. Early the next morning, 2 police officers arrived, having driven up in a patrol car. They knocked on the door of 12, Sideland Road, having made arrangements the previous day regarding the infant discovered by the couple. Yes, good morning, officers. I am Matt Cutton. My wife, Selena Cutton, and I found the child yesterday evening at her doorstep. Matt welcomed the officers inside, recounting once more the circumstances of the child's discovery, while Selena held the still sleeping infant for the officers to see. We found a pendant on the child, inscribed with a name and a date. We suspect this might provide information about the child's identity, they explained. Very well, ma'am. We will return to investigate further, the officers said after examining the pendant, making notes before preparing to leave. It may take us several days, and we would appreciate your help in caring for the child during this time. Of course, the Cuttons agreed. Strangely enough, after just one night, Selena felt a profound sense of familiarity with the child, and she was delighted at the prospect of caring for her for a few more days. After several days of investigation, the police returned to inform them that there were no reports of any missing infants with that name, nor could they locate anyone with that surname. Selena immediately grew anxious and asked, what will happen to the child now? If we do not receive any news in the next few days, arrangements will likely be made for her to enter a nearby orphanage, ma'am, the officer replied. The officer regarded the infant with a tinge of pity. Oh, that would be dreadful, Selena exclaimed, turning to her husband. Darling, if you agree, could we adopt this child? Unable to refuse the pleading look in his wife's eyes, Matt nodded in agreement. The officers were pleased that someone was willing to adopt the child and indicated that if no relatives came forward by the deadline, they could proceed with the adoption process at the station. In anxious anticipation, With no responses to the missing person announcement, Selena promptly took her husband to the police station to finalize the adoption. Upon returning home, they found that the child had just awakened. Being an infant, her sleep duration was still quite lengthy. "Oh, my dear, she is awake," Selena exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy at the sight of the freshly awakened, adorable child, unable to resist planting a kiss on her tiny face. "Darling, from this day forth, you are a part of our family." "Ah, how wonderful! At least you would not be in an orphanage." "Sweetheart, you are happy too, aren't you?" Witnessing the child's reaction, Selena felt her heart soften. "Sweetheart, you shall be named Anneli Dumbledore. You will forever be our family." Unbeknownst to her, Anneli was momentarily perplexed by the surname Selena had mentioned. Dumbledore? Is she related to the Dumbledore she knows? Is she a Dumbledore? 10 years later, the Cuttons lovingly raised Anneli alongside their son, Rickler Cutton, who was 8 years her senior and had always showered her with affection. As Anneli grew, the Cuttons did not conceal her background from her, and she was immensely grateful for their selfless love over the years. As the 368th descendant of an Eastern wizarding family, she was eager to repay this couple who had given her a home. By the age of 5, she exhibited remarkable academic aptitude, entering school early and skipping to high school by the age of 10. During holidays, she would accompany the Cuttons to their company, inadvertently assisting them in resolving various issues. With her exceptional learning capabilities, she helped the Cutton Company secure numerous contracts, prompting them to establish a separate bank account for her, into which they deposited a considerable sum, claiming it was her earnings that deserved to be safeguarded. The Cuttons took immense pride in Anneli's academic achievements among their relatives and friends. On the day of her 11th birthday, her brother Rickler, studying at university in America, could only send his gifts ahead due to academic commitments, expressing his sincere apologies. "Dear Anneli, happy 11th birthday." The Cuttons placed a large cake and their gifts before her. As the family gathered around the table to sing the birthday song, a tapping sound resonated from the glass behind them. The trio turned to see an owl with a letter clutched in its beak, tilting its head curiously at them. "Oh my goodness, is that an owl?" Selena exclaimed in astonishment. "An owl?" Anneli instantly sprang to her feet, overwhelmed by the richness of her past decade, nearly forgetting the awe she felt when she first learned her name. On the occasion of her 11th birthday, a messenger owl appeared, compelling her to once again recall a beloved series of novels from her previous life. Tap, tap, tap. Observing that the occupants of the room were too astonished to entertain the idea of opening a window, the owl outside could not help but peck at the glass a few more times. "Oh, it seems to be carrying a letter in its beak." Matt regained his composure and gently opened the window. Upon seeing the window ajar, the owl promptly flew inside, depositing the envelope before Annalise and then perching upon the adjacent table. "Is it truly a letter?" Selena exclaimed as she watched Annalise pick up the missive, the words on the cover inscribed in emerald green ink. Annalise then read aloud the inscription on the envelope: "Stole District, Sedlin Road, number 12, for the attention of Annalise Dumbledore." "And is this addressed to you? Is it from a friend?" The Croutons were utterly astonished by such a method of correspondence. As Annalise turned the envelope over, she responded to Selena's inquiry. "I'm not entirely certain." Upon flipping it over, she beheld the wax seal emblem depicted in the novels, a shield bearing a capital H, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Under the curious gaze of the Croutons, she opened the envelope, revealing 2 sheets of parchment. Extracting the letter, she found it adorned with elegant script. "Dear Annalise Dumbledore, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. Please respond to us by July 31st. Within 3 days of receiving your acceptance letter, we shall dispatch a member of the faculty to assist you in procuring your academic supplies. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Deputy Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. Keeper of Keys, Rubius Hagrid. Academic Year 1. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Term, 1st year. Commencing on September 1st. Equipment. You may bring 1 pet, which may be an owl, a cat, or a toad. Chapter 2. Professor Snape Anneli perused the contents of the letter but refrained from uttering Albus Dumbledore's name, lest the Croutons become overly curious. After all, She herself could scarcely believe that she was related to the same Dumbledore. Magic? Surely this could not be a prank. Wands, cauldrons, flying broomsticks? Did such things truly exist? The Cruttons expressed skepticism regarding the letter's contents, while Anneli maintained a composed exterior, her heart brimming with exhilaration. Father, Mother. The letter states that a teacher will visit in the next few days. We shall soon discover the truth of it. After securing the letter, Anneli dashed to her room to compose a response, pausing only to feed a few treats to her owl before sending it off. The Cruttons observed her flurry of activity in silence, having long appreciated her strong sense of independence. Over the years, her decisions had proven sound, thus reassuring them. Today's birthday brought forth an array of surprises, filling Anneli with joy. Thank you, Father and Mother. The anticipation of entering Hogwarts allowed the typically mature Anneli to finally exhibit some childlike emotion, much to the delight of the Cruttons. On the afternoon of the third day following the letter's dispatch, the family sat together on the sofa after lunch, engaged in conversation when a knock echoed from the door. With her heart racing, Anneli swiftly approached the entrance, inhaling deeply 3 times before opening the door. The Cruttons followed closely behind her. Though she had entertained several conjectures, perhaps Professor McGonagall or Hagrid, or even the possibility that Dumbledore himself might pay a visit due to her surname, nothing could have prepared her for the sight that greeted her, a man cloaked in black robes. With raven hair, dark eyes, and a hawkish nose, her heart surged with both anxiety and excitement. Severus, the infatuation of her heart. Realizing she had lingered in a stupor for a moment too long, she noticed the man's brow beginning to furrow, his thin lips parting to utter a sound. Before he could unleash his venomous words, Anneli quickly offered a polite smile and greeted him. Good day. Noticing the small giant's quick response, Snape suppressed the words that had almost escaped his lips and turned his gaze to the Cruttons. Good afternoon. I am Professor Severus Snape from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and I am here to guide Miss Dumbledore through her enrollment process. He paused slightly at the mention of her name. Following the Cruttons' invitation, he stepped inside, with Anneli closing the door behind her as they moved into the living room. Forgive my impertinence, Professor Snape, but is there truly magic in this world? Matthew inquired politely. And even the often critical Snape could not muster impatience in response to such a gentlemanly question. Indeed, I can offer a small demonstration. Snape retrieved his wand from within his robes and, with a few casual flicks, summoned an empty cup from across the room, while a nearby teapot poured water into it. He then glanced towards the still unorganized bookshelf, effortlessly guiding the books to their rightful places. Wow, that is truly magical. Selenia exclaimed. Due to time constraints, I must take Miss Dumbledore to Diagon Alley to procure her school supplies. The wizarding world exclusively uses our currency, though it can be exchanged for pounds. Treated with courtesy rather than ignorance, Snape found himself in a good mood and offered a few additional reminders. Very well, Professor Snape, please hold on for just a moment. Anneli, having been calming her inner emotions, finally spoke up, quickly retrieving a bundle of pounds she had prepared earlier and returning to the living room. I am ready, Professor. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Snape, and, as they approached the door, she turned back to bid a brief farewell to her parents. Father, Mother. I shall return shortly. At the door, Snape extended an arm. Hold tight. Understanding his mode of travel, Anneli grasped his arm firmly, and in an instant, they vanished from the Cruttons' view. With a pop, they materialized at a street corner, and as they approached, a sign swung to reveal various illustrations. Snape discreetly cast a few confundus charms on the muggles who looked on in astonishment at their sudden appearance, then opened the door before them. Regaining her composure, Anneli followed him inside. That had been apparition. Curiously, she felt an odd familiarity with the sensation, which was far less jarring than the descriptions in books suggested. Oh, Professor Snape, are you personally escorting students this year? A man behind the bar greeted them, familiarity evident in his tone as he cast a brief glance at Anneli. Indeed. Snape nodded in response. They soon arrived at a wall in the backyard, where Snape brandished his wand. I shall demonstrate only once. You must pay close attention. As he moved his wand, Anneli observed intently. After a few taps, the shape of a door emerged, revealing a scene teeming with life beyond it. This is Diagon Alley. I shall take you to Gringotts first. The first door of Gringotts was a bronze one, followed by a silver door adorned with inscriptions, just as described in the books. Enter, stranger, but beware, greed has its consequences. To take without labor will result in the harshest punishment. Thus, should you wish to remove wealth that never belonged to you, thief, take heed of this warning. You may find not treasure, but retribution. Inside was a spacious marble hall, with around 100 goblins busily engaged behind a long counter, none of whom looked up at their entrance. Upon seeing these goblins in reality, Anneli averted her gaze after a mere glance, mindful of the impoliteness of staring. After all, she was a most ladylike young witch. Snape led her to the farthest goblin, and after successfully exchanging her pounds for over 300 galleons, along with a few silver and bronze coins, they proceeded to purchase books, supplies, and a gray owl. However, as the robes were being tailored, they decided to visit Ollivander's wand shop in the meantime. Snape observed the remarkably quiet girl beside him. It seems Miss Dumbledore has adapted quite well. Professor Snape. I am merely a student who listens to her teachers. Anneli understood Snape's temperament well. She had no desire to provoke him or endure his scathing remarks. Oh, it appears that Miss Dumbledore is far more reassuring than those rather boisterous trolls. Anneli smiled faintly at him, choosing not to elaborate further. An inexplicable sense of comfort enveloped Snape's heart. You may enter and select your wand. And I hope the obedient Miss Dumbledore will not keep her poor professor waiting for too long. So it was his character to dispense his customary barbs in just a few words. Anneli inwardly sighed, yet maintained her pleasant demeanor. Very well, Professor. As she entered the room, a gaunt old man emerged from behind a shelf. Ah, I presume you are this year's new student? Yes, sir. I am here to purchase a wand. Ollivander smiled kindly. Ah, indeed, my child. Which hand do you favor? The right, sir. Ollivander measured her hand and then retrieved a small box. Do take a look at this one. A unicorn hair core, made of goose feather wood, measuring 9 3/4 inches. As soon as Anneli grasped the wand, it erupted with a display of fireworks. Oh dear. It seems this one is not quite suitable. After selecting a few others, he suddenly recalled something and ventured to the back of the shelf, pulling out a long box. Ah, yes, this might be the one. Crafted with the hair of an eastern dragon, its shaft made from birch, measuring 11 1/4 inches. Upon taking hold of it, Anneli felt a warm surge coursing through her body, and the tip radiated a soft glow. Yes, indeed. This is the one, a gentle yet powerful wand. I am certain you will wield its magic with great skill. Ollivander smiled at her mysteriously. Simply place it on the table. The total comes to 9 galleons. Noticing her rummaging for coins, Ollivander preemptively stated the price before she could inquire. Wand in hand, she exited, grateful that the second wand was her destined choice. Otherwise, Professor Snape would have surely grown impatient. After she acquired her robes, Snape once again used apparition to whisk her back to the doorstep of her home. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. As she politely bid him farewell, Snape lingered a moment longer. Miss Dumbledore, I believe if your eyes were not obscured by the slime of a slug, you would have noted the name of the headmaster of Hogwarts on your acceptance letter. Yes, Professor. Her response landed like a soft thud, leaving Snape somewhat speechless. However, Professor, if I had any relation to that headmaster Dumbledore, it would be he who should have come today. The headmaster seldom leaves the school. Just as he was about to retort with venom, her response compelled him to alter his statement. Well, you shall certainly meet him upon your enrollment. Furthermore, I am quite content with my current family. Those who live in happiness do not yearn as fervently for their past kin. If my previous family sought me, they would surely find me. For I was precisely placed at the doorstep of the croutons, was I not? Just like Harry Potter, indicating that this was predetermined, and they even left behind my name and date of birth. Then, until we meet at school, Miss Dumbledore. A silence enveloped them as Snape regarded her pale blue eyes and dryly uttered this farewell, handing her a ticket. September 1st, 9 o'clock, King's Cross Station. Do not be late. See you at school, Professor Snape. With that, Snape vanished from her sight. After watching him depart, Anneli hesitantly knocked on her own door, where the croutons assisted in bringing in her books and supplies. Noticing their curiosity, Anneli excitedly introduced them to her purchases from the day, including the owl. Mom, Dad. The professor said the school is a boarding institution. Aside from holidays, I will reside at school, with meals provided. So while I am away, we can communicate through the owl. Oh, what a magnificent owl. Have you named it yet? Selena exclaimed, gently stroking its sleek feathers. Let's call her Xena. Anneli grinned mischievously. Xena, Severus Anneli. That's a splendid name. Anneli, Matt affirmed with a smile. Mom, Dad. I shall return to my room to get a head start on these textbooks. With a cheerful wave to the croutons, she clutched her books and retreated to her chamber. With over 2 months until school, she was determined to study diligently, vowing to surpass the ever-knowledgeable Hermione. Chapter 3. Enrollment. The cat had tirelessly studied at home for 2 months. When Anneli passed through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station and found an empty compartment to sit in, she gradually awakened to the reality that she was truly on her way to Hogwarts. In fact, she had long felt as though she were dreaming. It was only now that the prospect of entering the magical world began to resonate with her. Yet, a twinge of fear crept in. If she were to confront the socket in 7 years, she couldn't help but shiver at the thought. I must grow stronger, yes? Continuously strengthen myself, and furthermore, maintain a distance from the main characters and side characters. While she yearned to ship Hatter, she cherished her own life even more. Unlike her previous life, marked by the loss of her parents and raised by her grandmother, She wished to protect her family. If she attracted the attention of the socket too soon, the croutons would undoubtedly face peril once the Death Eaters broke free. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, anxiety began to seep in, and the only remedy was to take out her book and focus on it to quell her fears. Hi, excuse me, may I sit here? The other compartments seemed to be quite full. Moments later, a girl's voice interrupted her thoughts. Anali looked up to see a girl with brown eyes and a mass of fluffy brown hair. Oh, of course. The girl entered the compartment, deftly using the levitation charm to stow her luggage, and settled across from her. Hello, I am Hermione Granger, a new student this year. Hello, I am Anali Dumbledore. Also a new student. Goodness, Dumbledore? Is it the Dumbledore I know? The girl exclaimed, her large brown eyes widening in surprise. No, I don't think so. I come from a Muggle family, Anali replied with a smile. Oh, but I believe you will surely be remarkable in the future, Hermione remarked, glancing at the slightly dog-eared book in Anali's hands. You are the only person I have encountered in my search for a compartment who is actually reading. I also come from a Muggle family, truly. I think we will have much in common and many shared experiences. I can hardly believe I am actually a witch. Hermione seemed quite exhilarated, her words tumbling over one another, but thankfully Anali understood her enthusiasm. She was indeed a straightforward girl. Although she wished to distance herself from the main characters, meeting a knowledgeable young lady was far preferable to an immediate encounter with the savior, Harry Potter. Oh, hi. I'm sorry to arrive a bit late, can I come in? As the two girls chatted, the train had already set off when another voice, tinged with shyness, interrupted them. A boy stood at the door, clad in a Hogwarts robe, with a round face glistening with sweat, likely from running. He was somewhat plump, with tousled blonde hair, cradling a toad in his hands. Of course, we only have two people here. Hermione, ever the extrovert, gestured enthusiastically for him to enter. Hi, I'm Neville Longbottom, and this is my pet, Trevor. It's a pleasure to meet you both. He introduced himself as he settled into the seat. Hello, I'm Hermione Granger, and this is Anali Dumbledore. We are both new students. Oh yes, Dumbledore? Neville appeared a bit taken aback, still not fully adjusted to their presence. We come from Muggle families, Hermione quickly clarified before Anali could speak. Oh yes. Neville did not pursue the matter further. Subsequently, Hermione revealed her character, earnestly striving to integrate Neville into their conversation. Anali could only smile in agreement occasionally. Goodness, the enthusiastic little elf was quite overwhelming. Ah, my Leafa. Suddenly, halfway through their journey, Neville exclaimed. What is the matter, Neville? Hermione inquired, turning to him. Leafa just ran out. I think I need to go look for it. Neville stood up. I'll accompany you. The train is about to arrive. We should hurry. Hermione also sprang to her feet, then turned to Anali and said, Anna, I'll help Neville search for Leafa. Could you watch our luggage for us? Of course, there are quite a few people outside. Just be careful, Anali replied, slightly closing her book. Indeed, this was the plotline. Soon, the three little ones would come to know each other. While the compartment was empty, she took the opportunity to change into her school uniform. After a while, the express train sounded its whistle, signaling that the students were about to arrive at the school. And Hermione and Neville returned to the compartment. Oh, Anna, you won't believe who we just met, Hermione exclaimed, pulling Neville, who was downcast, to sit down. Her voice infused with excitement. Who did you meet? Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Hermione said, her eyes sparkling with delight. That is fantastic, Annalie echoed. But then she noticed Neville's distressed expression. Oh, Neville, what's wrong? Did you not find Leafa? We searched the entire compartment, and no one saw it, Hermione quickly replied. Don't lose heart, Neville. Pets always find their way back to their owners in various ways, Annalie encouraged, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Oh, thank you. It always seems to want to run away from me, or perhaps I just keep losing it. Neville appeared somewhat more at ease, yet uncertainty lingered in his heart. Hey, but it will return, right at the steps of Hogwarts. Look, we've arrived. Having temporarily abandoned the search for Leafa, the three of them followed the throng outside, faintly hearing a voice call out, First-year students. Oh, Harry, how are you? First-year students, come to me. Oh, he is quite tall. Gazing over, Annalie realized what a giant truly was, especially as Hagrid was a half-giant. She couldn't help but wonder just how tall a full giant must be. Anna, we need to keep up, Hermione called, having noticed that she lagged behind, pulling her robe. Oh, I'm coming. The three of them, along with a stranger, boarded a small boat under Hagrid's guidance. Hi, I'm Hermione Granger. This is Annalie, and this is Neville. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Seamus Finnegan. Hello. Annalie maintained her customary polite smile, while Neville merely nodded. Internally, Annalie was on the brink of losing her mind. Another little lion. Goodness, was she entering a den of lions? Surely, she wouldn't be sorted into Gryffindor. No, she must distance herself from Gryffindor. Ravenclaw, yes, she must enter Ravenclaw. Those in that house were generally far removed from the main storyline. The boat swayed as it reached the shore, and Hagrid escorted them to the steps of the school, where a gracefully dressed witch with a pointed hat awaited their approach. "Hello, everyone. I am Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. Please wait here. I will take you into the Great Hall." Professor McGonagall raised her hand to signal for silence amid the bustling crowd before turning and entering the castle. "Oh, it seems the rumors were true. The savior, Harry Potter, has also come to Hogwarts." A voice suddenly rang out, and the crowd turned to see a platinum-haired boy, heavily gelled, stepping forward, flanked by two figures, one stout and one slender. "Hello, I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." A burst of laughter erupted from the red-haired boy beside Harry. "Oh, what a scene. Just like that, the little lord provokes you, and you must respond with laughter." Annalie felt a surge of frustration. Hermione tugged at her robe. "Oh, how rude. How can he mock someone else's name?" "You're absolutely right." Annalie nodded gravely in agreement. Then, a confrontation ensued, incited by the little lord's indiscretion, leading Harry to defend Ron, and the group dispersed in discord. At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached. "Oh, Leafa." A toad appeared on the steps, having seemingly materialized from nowhere, which Neville spotted and exclaimed as he rushed forward to scoop it up. Professor McGonagall cast him a glance, but said nothing. Once he stood properly, she addressed the group. "All new students, follow me." As Annalie followed the crowd into the Great Hall, she listened to Hermione recounting the scenes she had read in books. Gazing at the 4 long tables and the throng of people filling the hall, Annalie was filled with wonder. This was real. She was seeing it with her own eyes. Once everyone settled in the front row, Professor McGonagall picked up a roll of parchment, beside which sat an old, patched hat. After the hat finished singing, Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment and announced, "Next, I will call the names. When your name is called, come up to sit here and don the sorting hat." McGonagall began the list. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Hermione Granger. "Oh, it's my turn. Goodness, I must stay calm." "Hermione, relax." Annalie reassured her. "You're a clever little lion." Gryffindor. In no time, the sorting hat proclaimed the house name, and Hermione, beaming with joy, winked at Annalie before heading to the Gryffindor table. The sorting continued. Harry Potter. With Harry's name called, the entire hall stirred with excitement. Harry stepped forward to sit. It took quite a while before the sorting hat loudly declared, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted in explosive cheers. "We have Potter." Subsequently, each name was called, and students were sorted into their respective houses. Annalie remained steady. Though her heart was rife with apprehension, she had to persuade the sorting hat to place her in Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall glanced at the last name, somewhat taken aback. Yet she composedly announced, "Annalie Dumbledore." Much like Harry Potter's name, hers sparked whispers among the crowd, though lacking the overwhelming shock that accompanied the savior's name. She walked straight ahead to take her seat, and Professor McGonagall placed the hat atop her head. "Ah, Dumbledore." Before the hat could delve into her thoughts, Annalie preemptively began conversing with it. "Ravenclaw, please, I wish to be in Ravenclaw." "Oh, my dear, of course, you are quite suited for Ravenclaw, but you also possess warmth, bravery, loyalty, and determination." Indeed, this tactic proved effective. The sorting hat refrained from probing her memories and curiously responded, No, I truly want to be in Ravenclaw." "Why are you so insistent on Ravenclaw?" "Knowledge. I love knowledge." "Very well, since you insist." "Ravenclaw." Annalie exhaled a long breath, a smile gracing her lips as she strolled towards the Ravenclaw table. The upperclassmen and first-year students of Ravenclaw greeted her arrival with polite applause. She reciprocated their greetings one by one before taking a seat. Once settled, her gaze wandered to the professors seated on the dais. Unexpectedly, her eyes locked onto a pair of deep, obsidian ones. She beamed at their owner. "It's been quite a while, Professor Snape." Almost immediately, she sensed another gaze upon her, and as she followed the sensation, she was unable to locate its source. At that moment, Professor McGonagall was tapping her glass to signal for silence, while Dumbledore, seated in the center, rose to offer some words of caution and welcome to the newcomers, marking the official commencement of the feast. As a delightful array of sumptuous dishes appeared before her, Annalie's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah, how delectable." She eagerly began to sample her favorite foods, her mouth stuffed to the brim, resembling an adorable little guinea pig. Much to the delight of the upperclasswomen beside her who couldn't help but feel maternal instincts stir within them. The girl closest to her handed her a glass of milk. After swallowing the piece of steak in her mouth, Annalie wiped her lips and gratefully accepted it, her polite demeanor endearing her to the upperclasswomen, who continued to pass her dishes she couldn't quite reach. She expressed her thanks as she accepted their offerings, which included food she was too shy to ask for due to her petite stature. Chapter 4. A member of Ravenclaw after dinner. Dumbledore imparted a few more words of wisdom before instructing the heads of each house to escort the first years back to their respective common rooms. Anneli followed the line of Ravenclaw newcomers, guided by the head of their house, as they made their way towards the dormitories. She was filled with anticipation at the thought of seeing the dormitory. According to the descriptions in her books, Ravenclaw's common room was located in the west wing of Hogwarts, within the Ravenclaw Tower. This location not only facilitated student studies, but also offered breathtaking views from the windows. She believed this perfectly aligned with her preferences. Oh, except for the fact that it was a bit distant from the castle. After traversing numerous flights of stairs, they would have to cross a long outdoor stone bridge. It resembled the bridge that was famously blown up during the final battle, or was it one of several bridges within the castle? Perhaps she could explore them when time permitted. The distance from the Great Hall to the Ravenclaw Tower was indeed considerable, and Anneli chose not to converse with those around her, instead indulging in her own thoughts, for she merely wished to remain inconspicuous. Quietly reading, steadily graduating. How splendid that would be. The serene, obedient eagles followed their way up to the tower, where the head of their house approached an ancient door and signaled for all the first years to pay attention to the bronze door knocker above. Attention. The Ravenclaw house is unlike the other 3 houses. We do not require a hidden entrance to our common room. There is no handle. Only a raven-shaped bronze knocker enchanted with magic. When you knock, the knocker will pose a question, and if you answer correctly, you will be granted entry. For nearly 1,000 years, aside from Ravenclaw, no one has been able to pass through this simple barrier. What if we can't answer correctly? A first year inquired. Oh, a classic question. Every year, new students worry about not being able to answer the question. There have been instances where as many as 20 students stood at the door trying to answer together. The head of house raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. But I believe our clever eagle should have no issues. Otherwise, as your head of house, I suggest you thoroughly check your bags before leaving Ravenclaw Tower to ensure you have all your supplies for the day. Now, let me demonstrate. After speaking, the head of house knocked on the door, and the knocker promptly posed the question, "What do you believe knowledge is?" "Knowledge is the source of our power," Anneli replied. "Oh, that is a profound understanding." Correct answer. As everyone entered the Ravenclaw common room, they couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Before their eyes lay a vast circular chamber, adorned with elegant arched windows draped in blue and bronze silk, allowing Ravenclaw students to gaze upon the beautiful scenery outside. The ceiling was domed, studded with stars, and the deep blue carpet below was also dotted with stars. It was undeniably stunning and tranquil. The room was furnished with tables and chairs, bookshelves, and a niche across from the door that housed a half-length statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in white marble. A door beside the statue led to the dormitories above. On the opposite side was the legendary private library of Ravenclaw, an environment deemed most suitable for reading and studying. Now, this is our common room. Before you all disperse to find your dormitories marked with your names, I, as the head of Ravenclaw, would like to say a few words to this year's newcomers. Congratulations on joining Ravenclaw. Our house emblem is an eagle, and each house has its own colors. Ours are sky blue and bronze. Ravenclaw boasts a glorious history, with many great wizard inventors and innovators hailing from our house. As for our relationship with the other 3 houses, you may have heard of Slytherin. They are not entirely malevolent, but you should exercise caution before getting to know them, as their long-standing tradition is to win at any cost. Therefore, be mindful, especially during Quidditch matches and exams. Gryffindors are not without merit. If I have any critique, it is that they tend to be rather boastful, and they lack our thirst for knowledge. As for Hufflepuff, no one would proclaim them unfriendly. They are arguably the kindest group in the school, loyal, kind-hearted, wholesome, and fond of food. These are their hallmarks. To put it simply, you need not worry too much about competition from them during exams. I believe that covers everything. Oh, and by the way, each house has its own ghost. Our house ghost is the Grey Lady, though not many are familiar with her. We should know that she is a gentle lady with a warm heart beneath her cool exterior. When you find yourselves lost or unable to locate something, she will surely assist you. I am confident that you will have a splendid evening. You may now explore the dormitory at your leisure and find your rooms. Your belongings have already been placed in the corresponding beds. A final note, please check your schedules and books before bedtime to ensure you are not late for tomorrow's classes. Once again, I extend my congratulations to all of you for becoming members of the most intelligent, agile, and intriguing house at Hogwarts. After listening to the head of house's introductory remarks, the first years bustled off to find their dormitories. Anneli, however, lingered at the back of the line, taking her time to explore the common room, showing no urgency to locate her dormitory. After thoroughly surveying the entire common room, she felt as though she had stepped into her dream abode. Even if it was shared with many, what could possibly be wrong with that? When she finally reached the topmost level, she discovered her room adorned with her name. Upon entering, she found 2 beds facing each other. each draped with deep red flannel canopies supported by 4 sturdy posts. Perhaps due to being a shared room, it felt exceptionally spacious. Unlike the bed that had luggage on it, the other was entirely bare. To the left of the occupied bed was a private washroom, and to the right were 2 large arched windows, offering a clear view of the beautiful scenery outside, enhancing the tranquil ambience. It appears that this year, the new students of Ravenclaw are not only few in number, but also odd in count, which means she can enjoy the luxury of having a room to herself. How splendid. With a flourish of her wand, she deftly employed a few household charms to neatly organize the pile of luggage and adorned her bed with the soft, buttery yellow bedding set she had brought from home. The wizard who invented such practical little spells truly is a delightful genius. After completing her tasks, Annalise sighed with contentment and then retreated to the washroom with her sleepwear for her nightly routine. Initially, she thought she might struggle to sleep on her first night at Hogwarts, but as she nestled into the soft, comfortable bed, it felt just like her own at home, and she quickly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in an office at Hogwarts, someone paced back and forth, their brow furrowed in deep contemplation, showing no signs of intending to sleep. The following morning, Annalise, driven by her internal clock, awoke and gazed at the unfamiliar bed canopy before casting a time-related charm. 6:55. After a brief struggle, she promptly got out of bed, washed up, and changed her clothes in one fluid motion. Glancing at her schedule for the day, she gathered her books for Transfiguration and Defense Against the Dark Arts and left the common room, successfully navigating her way to the Great Hall based on her recollections from the previous night. There were still about 50 minutes left until breakfast concluded, yet the hall was already sparsely populated. Annalise scanned the room for familiar faces, but found none, not even Professor Snape at the staff table. She settled into a seat at the end of Ravenclaw's table, casually picking at her breakfast. After about 20 minutes of eating, the hall was nearly empty when 2 boys stumbled in, panting. "Oh, if it weren't for those stairs, we would have been here ages ago. All right, there's still some time. Let's eat quickly and find our classroom, or we might be late." Feeling sufficiently satisfied, Annalise wiped her mouth and glanced at the 2 boys devouring their food at the Gryffindor table before departing. As a modest and diligent student, she believed it wise to arrive early and claim a corner in the classroom. Following the friendly guidance of the portrait, Annalise located the Transfiguration classroom and checked her time charm, 8:10, perfectly on time. Upon entering the classroom, she spotted Professor McGonagall in her animagus form as a cat, perched on the podium. The classroom was sparsely populated, with a few scattered students, and one girl in the front row with notably fluffy hair stood out. "Hi, Anna. Over here." Hearing the commotion, Hermione turned and spotted Annalise standing at the door. Before Annalise could find a corner seat, she was promptly beckoned over. Oh no, the front row. However, unable to refuse Hermione's warm invitation, Annalise slowly made her way over, offering a smile. "Good morning, Hermione." "Morning. I thought you were going to be late. Have you had breakfast?" Hermione asked with lively energy. "I just finished. Before I left, I think I saw Harry Potter and his friends entering the Great Hall. Oh, I hope they're not late. I really don't want our house to lose points. That would be dreadful." Hermione's excitement immediately waned at this remark. "Relax, lost points can be regained," Annalise reassured, recalling the ongoing jokes about Gryffindor's frequent point deductions. After this exchange, they quietly opened their textbooks and began to prepare for class. Gradually, the classroom filled with students. "Oh, that was close. Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet. It seems we're not late." Chapter 5, A Twist of Fate. 2 boys burst into the classroom, breathless. The red-haired boy glanced around the room and turned to his companion, relieved. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, I believe you are late. Should I turn one of you into a watch to remind you of the time?" Professor McGonagall, now in her human form, approached the boys with an amused expression. "Oh, Professor, we got lost. Then perhaps I should turn you into a map?" McGonagall chuckled before turning back to the podium, adding, "I trust you can find your seats without a map. Given it's the first day, I want to deduct points for tardiness, but do pay attention in the future." Annalise noticed Hermione let out a long sigh of relief at this announcement. "Today, we will learn how to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. Please watch my actions and spell carefully." Professor McGonagall outlined the lesson and demonstrated the transfiguration before instructing the students to pair up for practice. Annalise, already adept at transforming various objects at home, chose to remain modest, observing McGonagall while idly practicing, as she watched Hermione diligently attempt the spell. Before long, Hermione successfully transformed her matchstick into a needle. "Well done, Gryffindor, 5 points." McGonagall then glanced at Annalise, who had yet to make any progress with her matchstick. Under the sudden scrutiny, Annalise felt a rush of anxiety and, instinctively, with a flick of her wand, transformed the matchstick into a silver needle, intricately engraved with beautiful patterns. "Oh, Miss Dumbledore has succeeded as well, and even her needle bears exquisite detailing." Ravenclaw earns 5 points. McGonagall praised as she admired the needle. Hermione shot Anneli an impressed look. Oh no. Anneli wished she could cast a forgetting charm on herself. How had she let her cover slip so quickly under the watchful gaze of Professor McGonagall? As the professor turned her attention to other students, Anneli hurriedly reverted the silver needle back into a matchstick. She did not wish to stand out. However, as McGonagall passed her seat on her way back to the podium, she once again noticed Anneli as matchstick and commented, "It appears Miss Dumbledore has mastered this transfiguration skill well enough to revert the silver needle back into a matchstick. Ravenclaw earns an additional 2 points." Oh my goodness. Anneli was left speechless. It could happen like that. While she was internally panicking, Hermione wore an expression of envy at Anneli's additional points. Class dismissed. Except for Miss Granger and Miss Dumbledore, the rest of you will need to submit a 10-inch essay on your understanding and application of transfiguration for the next class. Upon hearing 10 inches, all the students wore glum expressions. Hermione, though relieved not to have to write, was not overly pleased. She felt she had much to contribute on the topic of transfiguration. After class, Anneli quickly exchanged a few words with Hermione before making her way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. This was Professor Quirrell, a Death Eater, and she intended to minimize her presence entirely. Taking a deep breath, she entered the classroom, where the lesson was shared with Hufflepuff. And she anticipated a rather uneventful experience as long as she could simply blend into a corner. Annalise trembled through the entire lesson, her gaze fixated on the book before her. Fortunately, Quirrell's class lacked practical exercises, as he spent the entirety of the session reading. Had it not been for the overwhelming stench of garlic permeating the air, which stung her eyes, she might have succumbed to slumber. With no further classes for the day after this one, she planned to have lunch and then send a potion list to the apothecary in Diagon Alley via Sheena. Many potions had been exhausted during her summer practice at home, and it was time to replenish her supplies. Moreover, she had self-studied potion theory up to 3rd-year level and needed to conduct practical experiments, while also improving the flavors of her potions. The challenge was daunting. Each potion had an extraordinarily difficult-to-describe taste. The first year had been the safest of her 7 years, and she aimed to prepare a stock of useful potions during this year to ensure she was well-equipped for the unpredictable demands of the next 6. However, the strong odors of potions limited her to experimenting only with those that posed no danger in the dormitory. A careless mistake that corroded the floor would surely reveal her secret. Eureka! She suddenly recalled the room of requirement on the 8th floor, a splendid sanctuary. Lost in her thoughts, she swiftly finished her meal in the Great Hall, then headed to the Ollery with the potion ingredient list she had prepared in advance. Completely oblivious to the professor's gaze upon her from the staff table. After spending some time with Sheena and offering her a few treats, Sheena departed with the envelope. Watching Sheena fly away eased Annalise's tension slightly. She intended to spend some time in the common room reading, for the Ravenclaw library was truly deserving of its reputation. Reading had become her primary means of relaxation, a sanctuary where she felt particularly at ease. The following day, Annalise rose early to avoid any rush. With no classes scheduled, she planned to enjoy her breakfast before immersing herself in the room of requirement for the entire day. After packing her belongings into a small satchel, which she had enchanted several times with an extension charm, she filled it with potion tools, completed potions, and various books and snacks. Upon entering the Great Hall, a few owls soon swooped in, and Sheena landed gracefully beside her, delivering the package. Annalise smiled as she fed the owl a bit of food and water before sending it back to rest, then hastened her meal, discreetly packing some extra food before exiting the hall. Upon reaching the 8th floor, she casually strolled the corridor to avoid being seen, especially since Gryffindor's common room was also on this level. After confirming that the coast was clear, she approached a tapestry depicting a troll bashing a hapless man, pacing back and forth thrice while silently repeating, "I require a room where I can brew potions safely and without detection." Soon, a door materialized on the wall opposite the tapestry. Annalise, filled with delight, pushed it open and stepped inside. The space was quite expansive, roughly the size of 2 dormitories, featuring an entire wall of blackboard, a massive table, a wall of empty cupboards, and some armchairs for relaxation. It was truly marvelous. Glancing around, she realized that no written account could convey the sheer awe of experiencing it firsthand. Annalise organized her potion materials into the empty cupboards for easy access, setting her cauldron and tools on the table. She retrieved a potion book she had purchased during a solo trip to Diagon Alley. Following the instructions, she meticulously wrote out the potion recipe for the day on the blackboard before methodically preparing the ingredients. In the days that followed, apart from attending meals and classes, she spent nearly all her time in the room of requirement. The lengthy processes of advanced potion making necessitated her constant supervision. Completely oblivious to the gossip circulating outside, she missed the iconic moments from Harry Potter's first potions class. Time flew by, and one day, as Annalise set out. She felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness wash over her, though she could not pinpoint the source. She decided to head to the Great Hall for dinner. With Christmas approaching, she was still undecided about returning home, as the completion of her potion was scheduled for Christmas Eve. While lost in thought, a figure stumbled in, breathless. "There's a troll in the basement." It was Quirrell, his face a mask of terror as he rushed into the hall, shouting at the staff table. "I thought it best to inform you," he added weakly, before suddenly collapsing to the floor. A chorus of screams erupted from the students as they bolted toward the exit. "Silence!" Dumbledore's authoritative voice boomed, amplified by magic, cutting through the panic. Heads of houses guided students back to their common rooms, while professors rushed to investigate the basement. Under Dumbledore's direction, order was eventually restored in the hall. Annalise recalled that Snape would likely be heading toward the three-headed dog and might be in danger. She had maintained a low profile in the past few months, ensuring she produced only passable potions in class, thus minimizing her interactions with Snape. However, that did not mean she wished for him to come to harm. Stealing a glance at Snape's position, she noticed that the other professors had already departed for the basement. And just then, she caught a glimpse of Snape's silhouette as he passed through a concealed door. Slowing her pace to remain at the back of the Ravenclaw group, she seized the moment when everyone else was too panicked to notice. With a flick of her wand, she silently cast a Patronus charm. A small bat emerged from the tip of her wand and flitted through the wall, evading the crowd as it soared upward. If she could delay Snape for half a minute to a minute, he might avoid the three-headed dog's jaws. After completing her task, she followed the group. Just as she exited the Great Hall, it suddenly struck her what she had forgotten. Hermione. She hesitated, unsure of what to do, when she spotted two figures stealthily making their way toward the staircase. It was Harry and Ron. According to the story, Hermione should be safe, while the trio of protagonists was finally coming together. With this thought, Annalise obediently returned to the dormitory with the crowd. Once she collapsed onto her bed, she noticed her little bat emerging through the wall, affectionately nuzzling her cheek before vanishing. At that moment, Annalise truly exhaled in relief. The return of her Patronus signified that her intervention had succeeded. Otherwise, it would have disappeared right before Snape. The recent events had left Annalise, who had been preoccupied with potions, feeling a bit blindsided. She mused that perhaps she was not meant to interfere with the main storyline and resolved to stick to her original plan of simply surviving. After tidying up a little, Annalise drifted into slumber. In the castle tower's headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall and Snape had just finished explaining the incident involving the first-year students subduing the troll when McGonagall departed, leaving Snape with a solemn expression as he regarded Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, how could you?" Snape seethed, his mind racing over the fact that the door lacked any protective enchantments. He felt an overwhelming urge to dissect the man before him to ascertain whether his brain was filled with naught but weeds. "How could you merely place a basic locking charm on that door?" Dumbledore evaded Snape's brooding gaze as he popped a lemon drop into his mouth, feeling somewhat guilty as he replied, "Muggles have an interesting saying. The simplest things are often the most difficult." They possess this intriguing contraption known as a safe. Ah yes, a safe. Often, when one sets a password like 12345, it becomes exceedingly challenging for others to access it. But that is of little consequence. Let us return to our previous discussion. You mentioned encountering a Patronus that obstructed you at the door on the third floor? Indeed, I swear, among the individuals I know, not one has a Patronus in the shape of a bat, Snape retorted, his words almost clenched between his teeth. During that moment of contemplation, the three-headed dog nearly shattered the door. Chapter 6, Encounters. When Snape spoke of the three-headed dog, his teeth were nearly gritted. Had he not paused, he would have been bitten by the very creature that threatened to burst through the door. "Oh, a bat-shaped Patronus. Are you certain it is not your own?" Dumbledore extended a hand, signaling Snape to calm his emotions, pouring him a cup of red tea laden with honey. "My Patronus is a doe." "A doe?" Snape glared fiercely at Dumbledore, not sparing a glance at the cup of tea. Yes, Severus, my dear boy, remain calm. At least from our current analysis, the emergence of this Patronus is a fortuitous event, regardless of who is responsible for it." Dumbledore spoke as he seated himself, gesturing for Snape to do the same in the chair opposite him. Snape, however, remained standing, one hand resting on the back of the chair as he regarded Dumbledore with a sardonic expression. "Well, it appears even great wizards of white magic can be unaware of certain matters. Furthermore, according to your observations, I have been monitoring Annalise Dumbledore for some time, and she has shown no extraordinary traits. Aside from her performance in Transfiguration, her results in nearly all subjects are rather mediocre." Truly hard to believe, Dumbledore murmured upon hearing this. "What? Unable to accept a mundane Dumbledore?" Snape's lips curved slightly. "Very well, Severus, it is quite late. Let us converse another time. Surely, you do not wish to forego a cup of milk or red tea before bed." Dumbledore's pale blue eyes, obscured by his glasses, twinkled gently as he gracefully concluded the topic. Not necessary, Snape replied, staring at him for a moment before sweeping out of the office with a flick of his robes. Mediocre? After Snape had departed, Dumbledore gazed blankly at a spot, muttering to himself, I believe you must have been deceived, truly a clever Ravenclaw. At that moment, the Sorting Hat, perched on a shelf behind Dumbledore, suddenly spoke. Oh, what do you say? Dumbledore, drawn back to reality, approached the shelf with curiosity. She is an exemplary Ravenclaw. Although I was quite tempted to place her in Slytherin, she could have chosen any of the 4 houses. So, she opted for Ravenclaw. Indeed. Headmaster, from the very beginning, her intentions were quite clear. She solely desired to join Ravenclaw. What did you glean from her mind? Dumbledore inquired, his brow furrowed. Oh, Headmaster, I must remind you that even a headmaster cannot pry into a student's thoughts. It is akin to performing legilimency on her directly. The Sorting Hat grinned, refusing to divulge further. However, seeing your troubled expression, I feel compelled to inform you that I saw nothing at all. Nothing at all. Dumbledore's frown deepened. Or rather, I did not have the opportunity. As I mentioned, she is a perfect Ravenclaw, the Sorting Hat added. Thus, she had planned from the outset to join Ravenclaw, even disrupting your inquiry into her thoughts at the sorting. Dumbledore relaxed his furrowed brow, unable to resist praising, indeed, a remarkably astute young eagle. Therefore, the notion that she lacks talent is surely a misconception you have all fallen prey to. After proclaiming this, the Sorting Hat seemed to lapse into slumber, falling silent. Dumbledore returned to his desk, lost in contemplation. It had been some time since the incident involving the troll entering Hogwarts, and the first-year students were soon to experience their first Christmas at the school. Due to her brother Rickle's inability to return to England, the Cruttons wrote to inquire if Annalise would like to join them in the United States for the holiday. Annalise replied that she would love to return, but felt the Christmas break would not allow her to travel between 2 countries. She also mentioned her academic commitments and chose not to accompany them, sending along Christmas gifts she had prepared for them. Knowing that Matt had always been curious about the magical world, she gifted him a set of wizard's chess, complete with instructions, and reminded him it could only be played at home. For Serena, she crafted a beauty potion, modifying some ingredients to give it Serena's favorite rose flavor. To her brother, she sent several astronomy books and a few bags of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, selecting those that would not be too conspicuous in the Muggle world. Ever since her brother learned of her being a witch, he had been curious about the differences between ordinary society and the magical realm, frequently writing to ask her about it. Yet, being abroad, she felt hesitant to send him anything too overtly magical. After completing these tasks, she continued brewing potions in the room of requirement during her free periods. Even during Christmas, she kept herself busy preparing antidotes for snake venom and the elixir of life. With the events of the Chamber of Secrets approaching, she feared encountering the basilisk on her way, hoping to have the antidote or elixir on hand to avoid being petrified should the need arise. Both potions required 1 to 2 months to prepare, and she dedicated most of her time to them, while other auxiliary potions filled her small containers to the brim. Once she organized all her finished products and materials, Annalise, weary, cast a time-altering spell, realizing it was nearly curfew. She needed to return promptly. After tidying up and erasing any traces left behind, she cautiously stepped out of the room, relieved that at this hour, combined with the Christmas season, the castle was nearly deserted. I must hurry, Annalise thought to herself, quickening her pace as she navigated the considerable distance from the castle to Ravenclaw Tower. Suddenly, while descending a few floors, she heard a cat's meow, causing her to scramble into the nearest room in a panic. Oh, Madame Lorelei, have you discovered a student out after hours? Leaning against the doorframe, she heard Filch mumbling something as his footsteps gradually faded away. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she turned to find Harry Potter standing before her, wand in hand, with a massive mirror behind him. Goodness, she had inadvertently stumbled into a subplot. Annalise pressed her lips together. I am Annalise Dumbledore, and I know Hermione. Oh, Miss Dumbledore, I have heard Hermione mention you. Upon hearing her name, Harry lowered his wand, glancing at her with a hint of embarrassment. You know me? You may call me Annalise, the boy who lived. I believe everyone should know you. Being addressed as Dumbledore was quite an adjustment for her. Annalise took a couple of steps closer. I just encountered Mr. Filch, so I ducked in here. I hope I have not disturbed you. No, not at all. Harry scratched his head, turning to gaze at the mirror before him. Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oidon wosi, the mirror of Erist. Although she recognized its significance, she read aloud the inscription etched at the top of the mirror once more. If her memory served her correctly, Dumbledore would make an appearance today, though she was uncertain of the exact moment. Ah, yes, I too have just realized that this is a rather enchanting mirror, revealing different visions to each observer. Harry explained, then turned to Annalise and inquired, would you like to give it a try? Certainly. She was curious to discover what she might behold. Annalise approached the mirror, and gradually, an image began to materialize. It was her own reflection. What do you see? Harry asked, noticing her silence as she stared at the mirror, filled with curiosity. Just as she was about to respond, a tall, shadowy figure emerged behind her. Severus. Myself. Annalise chose not to divulge the truth. Harry, at a loss for words, slowly resumed his seat before the mirror, saying, I see my deceased parents. I miss them terribly. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry, in a trance-like state, heard Annalise gently remind him, glancing up at the engraved words. The mirror of Erist reveals one's innermost, most fervent longing. I believe you should not remain entranced by this mirror. Miss Annalise speaks wisely. Harry, at your age, I believe you ought to spend more time with friends rather than languish before this mirror day after day. Dumbledore's voice resonated from behind them, having approached unnoticed. Startled, Annalise gasped at the unexpected presence of the headmaster, and upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Harry swiftly turned to stand at attention. Dumbledore regarded the two children with a smile, lingering momentarily on Annalise, who had bowed her head in silence since his arrival. Before continuing to address Harry, the influence of the mirror of Erist upon you is too profound, Harry. Today should be your final encounter with it. I have other plans for it, and it shall be removed tomorrow. I hope you won't seek it out afterward, all right? Understood, Professor Dumbledore, Harry replied with difficulty. Dumbledore smiled at him, saying, I believe the Christmas holiday is indeed a splendid time for nocturnal wanderings, but do keep track of time. Harry, it's getting late. You should return to rest. Yes, Professor. Harry cast one last glance at the mirror of Erist, then donned his invisibility cloak. As he approached the door, he paused once more. Professor Dumbledore, may I ask one final question? Of course, please do, Dumbledore responded gently. Annalise just mentioned that the mirror of Erist reveals one's deepest desires, but why could she only see herself? Ah, that is an excellent question, Harry, Dumbledore said, casting a glance at the still silent Annalise. Only the happiest individuals in the world can see their true selves reflected in the mirror, indicating that Miss Annalise lives a rather blissful life. Oh, how delightful. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Harry envied Annalise as he left the classroom, draping the cloak over his shoulders. Miss Annalise, would you care to join me in the headmaster's office for a glass of milk to aid your slumber? Dumbledore inquired, having turned to her only after Harry had departed. Oh, certainly. It would be my honor, Professor Dumbledore, Annalise replied with an air of composure, though internally she was beginning to feel frantic. This double standard is absurd. He tells Harry it's too late and he should rest, yet I am not to sleep? Help. I do not wish to drink any milk. She followed Dumbledore into his office, taking a seat across from him. Do not be anxious, Miss Annalise. Our conversation will not be lengthy. Let us start with a glass of milk, Dumbledore said as he sat at the table, using his wand to levitate several teapots and cups, pouring her a glass of milk while serving himself a cup of honey lemonade, with 10 times the honey. Sweet things truly lift the spirits, allowing for a peaceful night's rest, he remarked as he took a large sip of his honey lemonade. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Did you summon me for a particular reason? Annalise had no intention of drinking the milk before her. While truth serum may be colorless and tasteless, her acquaintance with potion making over the past 6 months had heightened her sensitivity to odors. She could easily detect its presence. A sudden sound drew her attention, a fiery red bird with a shimmering golden tail, long beak, and talons. Fox. It was gazing at her. Oh, I merely wish to discuss the bond we share through Dumbledore, he said, noticing her reluctance to touch the glass of milk. A fleeting glimmer ignited in his eyes as he sought to redirect her thoughts. I am not entirely certain about that, Professor. According to my adoptive parents, I was abandoned at their doorstep, adorned with a pendant inscribed with my name and date of birth, to increase the chances of reuniting with my family in the future. Thus, they retained my name in full. In this instance, she had no qualms about speaking the truth. It must be a special connection. Might I take a look at your pendant? Dumbledore's wise eyes scrutinized her through his spectacles, and she was already wary of his potential use of legitimacy against her. Though their gazes met, she deliberately avoided direct eye contact. As he expressed a desire to see the pendant, she retrieved it from beneath her collar, unfastening the clasp and handing it to him. Dumbledore examined the pendant for a moment, finding the engraving somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall where he had seen it before, and ultimately returned it to her. I apologize for taking up so much of your time, Miss Annalise. I trust you need not worry about Mr. Filch's patrol while returning safely to the Ravenclaw common room. Indeed, Professor, Annalise said, her heart finally easing a bit, grateful for the chance to depart. However, wandering the castle at night is not advisable. Annalise, may I address you so directly? It is best not to exceed curfew within the castle. Of course, sir. Today was merely an exception. Annalise nodded in agreement. Then I shall take my leave. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. Good night, Annalise, Dumbledore replied, watching her as she exited. Well. It seems even the great Professor Dumbledore cannot coax his poor first-year student into drinking a beverage laced with truth serum. Severus, this child will require your extra guidance. Dumbledore's words fell flat against Severus's indifference. He received no acknowledgement in return. He exited without further comment. Recently, Severus had felt somewhat disheartened. He had observed the girl for quite some time, yet found it nearly impossible to track her whereabouts. She appeared to be devoid of any truly familiar companions. Especially as Christmas approached, aside from class hours, she seldom appeared in the castle even during mealtimes. He scoured various locations, but could not find her. Only recently did he discover that the girl frequently slipped into the castle. Today, he personally witnessed her entering the castle, yet she did not reappear until curfew, prompting him to seek out Dumbledore to discuss the matter. To his astonishment, he found Dumbledore engaged in dubious practices, employing potions and attempting to extract thoughts. What kind of well-meaning headmaster resorts to such measures against a student? Fortunately, the girl did not fall for it. However, he resolved to capture this cunning little eagle. He sprinted back to the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, where Anneli was slightly out of breath, staring at the door knocker. Phoenix or fire, which came first? This was an infinite cycle. Without a moment's thought, Anneli blurted out the classic question. A clever answer. The door opened with a sound, and she slowed her pace as she stepped inside. Not far around the corner, a shadow clad in black turned and left the moment she entered the common room. On the last day of the Christmas holiday, Anneli was evidently in much higher spirits. Today marked the completion of her antidote to snake venom. Her small bag was already filled with nearly 1,000 vials of potions, a stockpile she found quite satisfactory. Once she finished bottling the last batch of antidotes, she could consider transforming the room of requirement into a space for practicing spells. After enjoying breakfast, Anneli made a trip to the library to borrow 2 books on spells and headed towards the room of requirement. Upon entering the room filled with the familiar scent of potions, she set the books down and walked directly to the cauldron, observing the color of the potion as it stirred itself. 10 minutes later, she bottled the finished antidote into several small vials. Just as she was about to place the potions into her satchel, a sardonic voice from a nearby sofa interrupted her. The clever Ravenclaw dares to concoct advanced potions in secret from her unfortunate potions professor in her first year. Anneli was taken aback and looked up at the source of the voice, only to see a man in a black robe rising from the sofa, his face filled with fury. Professor Snape? So you do remember that I am your professor? Snape strode closer, initially having dismissed Dumbledore's instructions to keep an eye on this Miss Dumbledore in front of him. It wasn't until he had encountered her during his free time for an extended period that he found it peculiar. Following last week's nocturnal escapade, he began to observe Anneli's movements more closely. He ultimately discovered that this Miss Dumbledore had an unmistakable scent of potion lingering about her and frequently visited the 8th floor of the castle, disappearing behind a tapestry at the end of the corridor. His nerves immediately became taut, convinced that the girl must be up to something clandestine. Thus, he rose early to study the entrance behind the tapestry. After several attempts, he found the entrance to the room of requirement. Upon entering, he was met with the strong aroma of potions. At the table, he spotted the nearly completed antidote and several potion recipes written on a nearby blackboard. At that moment, he resolved to capture this audacious girl. Dumbledore, truly a Dumbledore, conducting affairs with the grace of a bumbling lion. After a brief moment of calm, he nestled himself into a corner of the sofa, blending in due to the similarity of colors, so that Anneli, in her joyful state, failed to notice his presence. Understanding the effort and time required to brew antidotes, he waited until she had completely organized her potions before finally speaking. Have you devised a way to explain to your unfortunate professor, whom you have kept in the dark, Miss Dumbledore? Snape's eyes blazed with anger as he regarded Anneli, who appeared to be in a meditative state. Professor Snape, you may simply call me Anneli. Her mind was racing with thoughts of, help me, help me. She smiled nervously at Snape. I was merely practicing potions. Well, is it plausible for a student who barely manages to achieve an A in first-year potions class to privately concoct flawless advanced potions? Snape regarded her with a look that suggested, do you think I am foolish, or is it you? Perhaps, the more difficult, the more challenging? Snape cast a sidelong glance at her, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I believe it is imperative that we pay a visit to the headmaster's office, Miss Dumbledore. Very well. Professor. Anneli's heart plummeted. She was utterly unprepared with an excuse for being discovered, her expression one of desperate resignation as she followed Snape's lead to the headmaster's office. Lemon sherbet. Snape uttered this command, which he found utterly distasteful, as he strode up the spiral staircase. Oh, Severus, what brings you here at this hour? Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe you ought to be made aware of this matter. Snape stood defiantly before the portraits of past headmasters, his gaze fixed upon the staircase. Dumbledore, perplexed, followed his line of sight and saw Annalise standing at the doorway, her expression one of impending doom. "Ah, long time no see, dear Annalise. Do not be afraid. Come and sit down." Dumbledore smiled kindly, gesturing towards the chair in front of his desk. "Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore. Heh, not at all eager to see you." Annalise shuffled over to sit down, her hands clenched tightly beneath her robe. "Do you know where I discovered the exceptionally bright Miss Dumbledore, Headmaster?" Snape emphasized the two instances of her name. Now, calm down, Severus. Do not frighten the child," Dumbledore remarked, his blue eyes fixed upon him. "If you were aware that this child was secretly brewing an antidote to snake venom." Snape turned his head away after finishing his sentence. "Antidote to snake venom? Annalise? Headmaster Dumbledore, I was merely practicing." Annalise attempted to defend herself. "Practicing?" Snape's voice rose in incredulity. "Oh, do not be like that, Severus." Dumbledore, surprised by the mention of the antidote to snake venom, chose to first calm Snape down, lest their discussion falter. "I apologize, Professor Snape." Annalise cast an apologetic glance at Snape, then turned to Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, but I truly was just practicing. Child, as far as I know, there have been no occurrences of venomous snakes at Hogwarts. Just to be on the safe side, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Oh, of course, child. It is always wise to be prepared." Dumbledore reassured her. "Then, Miss Dumbledore, kindly explain how you managed to produce a potion of perfect quality while your potions professor was left in the dark with a mere A for each class." At that moment, Snape fixed his gaze upon her once more, demanding an answer. Annalise found herself momentarily speechless. "Well, if Miss Dumbledore finds it amusing to toy with her unsuspecting old professor, it is not like that, Professor Snape," she interjected, looking earnestly and sincerely into his eyes. "I simply did not wish to appear so conspicuous." Snape, observing the girl before him with a look of piety, found himself at a loss for words. "There is no rule mandating students to showcase all their talents. You have done nothing wrong, child." Dumbledore's gaze flitted between them as he interjected. I hold you in high regard, Professor Snape, and if possible, I certainly do not wish to deceive you." Annalise was acutely aware of her professor's tendencies. In such a scenario, it was perhaps wisest to refrain from allowing him to speak. As the adage goes, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Since Miss Dumbledore exhibits such courage, I dare say, before the conclusion of this academic year, you have managed to secure for yourself the opportunity to visit your foolish professor's dungeon after dinner each evening until curfew. This begins today. Without awaiting the reactions of the other two, Snape swept away, his robes billowing behind him. "Annalise, it appears you hold a certain fondness for Professor Snape." "Oh, indeed. Headmaster Dumbledore. To be precise, I hold affection for every professor at Hogwarts, including yourself, with the exception of the foul-smelling, garlic-scented Quirrell, who has a socket for a head." "Oh, I am truly honored, Annalise," Dumbledore replied with a beaming smile. "Child, you always evoke a sense of familiarity in me. I wonder if you would be willing to indulge me in an experiment?" "An experiment?" Annalise was somewhat puzzled by his implication. "Fear not, it is nothing perilous. If you are amenable, would you accompany me to a certain place?" Dumbledore smiled warmly at her. "Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore." Chapter 8, Her Heritage. Since their brief exchange during the nocturnal escapade with Annalise, Dumbledore had been formulating a hypothesis. To that end, he had made a series of preparations. He beckoned, and Fawkes soared to perch upon his shoulder, extending an arm toward Annalise. "Take hold of my arm." Annalise stepped forward and grasped his arm, only to hear Fawkes let out a long cry as the surrounding scenery began to distort and shift. Once stability returned, they stood before a grimy door, with a pig's head adorning the entrance, a sign remarkably reminiscent of the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. Upon regaining her footing, she released Dumbledore's arm. Dumbledore pushed open the inn's heavy door. Perhaps due to it being the last day of the holiday, the establishment was sparsely populated. An elderly man behind the bar, polishing glassware, glanced up at the entrance and immediately hurled a glass to the ground. "Damn it! Everyone out! We're closed! Get out!" As he spoke, he began to usher patrons away, heedless of their protests. One unfortunate soul was startled by the shattered glass, spilling an entire mug of butterbeer upon himself. Before long, the inn was entirely vacated, with Dumbledore ensuring Annalise remained safely by his side throughout the ordeal. The old man slammed the door shut and turned to Dumbledore with a fierce glare. "What brings you here?" "I have brought Annalise Dumbledore to see you." Ignoring the man's gruff demeanor, Dumbledore found a seat. Upon hearing Annalise's name, the old man's body stiffened, and he turned abruptly to her, taking in her youthful visage, dark hair, and striking blue eyes. I am an orphan, sir, abandoned in the Muggle world since childhood. This is the pendant that has always accompanied me." Suddenly, Annalise comprehended Dumbledore's intent in bringing her here. He suspected she was a descendant of Aberforth, after all. He had remained unmarried. She candidly revealed her lineage and presented the pendant to him. Aberforth accepted the pendant, his hands trembling as he examined the engraved markings. "I fear this may not signify much, Headmaster Dumbledore." Noticing Aberforth's silence regarding the pendant, Annalise looked toward the ever-composed Dumbledore. "Oh, indeed. This is merely a small piece of the puzzle. We shall employ other methods of verification," Dumbledore stated. Aberforth, gripping the pendant tightly, turned to Dumbledore with curiosity. "What methods?" "I have contacted several old friends in recent days and acquired a means for a genetic test. It merely requires a drop of blood from each of you." As he spoke, Dumbledore produced a small, dark box, opening it to reveal a crystal-clear, irregularly shaped stone. Without hesitation, Aberforth used his wand to prick his finger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall upon the stone. Annalise followed suit, mirroring his actions. As their blood merged within the stone, it ejected from its confines, forming a line in the air, with each end drifting toward Aberforth and Annalise, connecting at the position of their hearts. From the center of this line, a tree sprouted. "What does this signify?" Aberforth inquired, looking to Dumbledore. "Annalise is the daughter of Aurelius, your granddaughter." "Aurelius?" Annalise was momentarily taken aback by the name, but then recalled that Aberforth had only one son, Credence. Her father is Credence. Annalise's eyes widened as she regarded the two men before her, realizing that Aberforth was her grandfather and Dumbledore was her great-uncle. But what of her mother? "Wait, something seems amiss. I was born in 1990, while Credence has been quiet. How long did he live? When did he have me? How is this possible?" Aberforth exclaimed in shock. "Oh, child, do not despair. Aberforth is not denying the connection between you." Dumbledore, observing Aberforth's reaction, maintained a warm smile as he explained to Annalise. "Ah, yes, child." Aberforth realized his earlier reaction might have distressed Annalise and appeared somewhat flustered. "I have a question. It seems there is quite a significant age gap between us." She disregarded Aberforth's reaction, finding herself equally perplexed by the fact that Dumbledore must be nearing a century old. In the realm of magic, occurrences defying logic are commonplace. "Of course, I do not possess all the answers, but I trust that one day we shall uncover the truth." Dumbledore smiled. "At the very least, we can be certain of one thing. We are bound by blood as family." "And my mother?" Annalise inquired, her brow furrowed. "Oh, she departed from us after your father's passing. Currently, her whereabouts remain unknown. Her name is Nagini, a blood curse bearer. Child, you may not fully grasp, but the blood curse is a hereditary affliction passed down matrilineally. Those afflicted are referred to as blood curse beasts. While initially able to shift between human and animal forms, they ultimately succumb to a complete transformation into an animal, erasing all prior memories. Thus, we believe she chose to depart to avoid causing us harm, unaware that she had you at the time." Nagini, her mother. Annalise quickly searched her mind for details regarding Nagini and the blood curse. "No, the blood curse. Aberforth. What about Annalise?" Aberforth suddenly realized the implications. "I have never felt the ability to transform into a serpent. Perhaps my mother did something for me?" Annalise stood there, feeling somewhat lost. Despite learning about her heritage, joy eluded her. The enigma surrounding her seemed to have grown even larger. Furthermore, following the expected trajectory, Nagini was about to fully transform into a serpent, subsequently becoming a Horcrux. "We will love you dearly, Annalise." Aberforth trembled as he approached her, extending a hand in a tentative gesture to embrace her, yet uncertain of her feelings. Annalise gazed at Aberforth, taking a couple of steps forward to embrace the emotionally stirred elder. In his narrative, he had finally reunited with his grown son, only to have the joy of their reunion cut short by the cruel hand of fate. "Grandfather Aberforth," she murmured. "Oh, dear Annalise," Aberforth exclaimed with fervor, for she was destined to become the second most significant Annalise in his life. Dumbledore, standing nearby, was equally moved, gently dabbing at the corners of his eyes. "Annalise, after all these years, would you care to live with me?" Aberforth, regaining his composure, released her from his embrace and inquired with a cautious tone. "Grandfather Aberforth, my adoptive family has treated me exceptionally well. I have not endured any hardships as I grew up. I shall inform them of my discovery of kin. Yet I must return home during holidays. However, I will make time to visit you," she replied, her voice tender. "Very well, that is agreeable," Aberforth said, feeling reassured by the knowledge that she had thrived over the years. He gently placed the pendant back around her neck. "Aberforth, you must take good care of little Annalise at Hogwarts." Aberforth turned to Dumbledore with an expression that was neither quite sorrowful nor joyful. "Oh, of course. Dumbledore responded, slightly bemused by his brother's rapid change in demeanor, yet readily acquiescing. "The matter is resolved. I shall take little Annalise back with me." As Dumbledore prepared to leave with Annalise, she called out, "Grandfather Aberforth, we can correspond at any time." Yes, Aberforth said, escorting them to the door, watching as Fawkes carried them away. Upon returning to the headmaster's office, Annalise remembered that she still had several books borrowed from the library in the room of requirement. Headmaster Dumbledore, I need to retrieve a few books. Little Annalise, you may call me Grandfather Albus, or simply Grandfather if you prefer, Dumbledore said cheerfully, unwrapping a candy and pushing a box filled with sweets towards her. It is more appropriate to address you as headmaster while at school. Additionally, too much candy is detrimental to one's teeth, Annalise remarked, wrinkling her nose at the overflowing box of sweets. Perhaps you should limit your indulgence. Let's not have Snape concocting 2 strengthening potions for you every day. Indeed, that is true, but a little sweetness now and then is beneficial for the spirit and body, Dumbledore said, pausing momentarily with a sheepish smile as he held out the candy. Very well, I shall take my leave now. As Annalise turned to depart, she pondered how she might persuade Dumbledore to limit his sugar intake. Perhaps she could also learn the 2 strengthening potion herself to prevent Snape from solely bearing the brunt of Dumbledore's sweet tooth. Alternatively, another plan began to form in her mind. Lost in thought, she happily entered the room of requirement, gathered her books, and stowed them in her bag before leaving. After the day's events, Annalise realized that lunch had long passed. She decided to explore a new location, the kitchen, where she could procure some food. Descending the stairs, she found the Hufflepuff basement, illuminated by a bright corridor adorned with a painting of a bowl of fruit. Reaching out, she gently scratched one of the pears depicted in the artwork, prompting it to emit a delightful giggle before transforming into a green door handle that revealed the entrance to the kitchen. Upon entering, she was greeted by a kitchen reminiscent of the Great Hall, bustling with house elves engaged in various tasks. One particularly small house elf approached her, eyes wide with eagerness. Esteemed witch, what may I assist you with? It asked, bowing slightly. Hello, my name is Annalise. I missed lunch. Would it be possible to prepare me a steak and a glass of milk? Annalise requested, her tone warm and gentle. Oh, esteemed Miss Annalise, how kind you are to Elle. Certainly, please wait a moment, and I shall have it ready shortly. The house elf's eyes glistened with joy as it hurried to the stove to prepare her meal. Seated at the Ravenclaw long table, Annalise rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought as she awaited her belated lunch. She contemplated numerous possibilities. Yet the realization that she was the daughter of Credence and that her mother was Nagini struck her with profound significance. Although she had never known them, the dormant blood curse subtly stirred within her, echoing her mother's love, so different from the affection Seraphina had shown her. Moreover, she had long suspected that her arrival at the Credence residence was orchestrated. All the clues converged, igniting within her a fervent desire to save her mother. Had Nagini not been ensnared by Voldemort, Severus would not have. But how could she save them? She began to sift through memories from her past life, recalling the teachings from her Eastern witch lineage, which encompassed aspects of chi and blood, spirit wisdom, foresight, soul capturing, and mediumship. Chapter 9, Reevaluating Plans. Upon reaching adulthood, she realized that nearly all of her predecessors had passed, rendering her the last of the Eastern witches, with certain abilities yet to be fully mastered. She had practiced these skills prior to her enrollment at Hogwarts, and the fluctuations of her magical energy had always mirrored those of the wizarding world. Thus, she had never contemplated that she was in Harry Potter's universe. In Eastern witchcraft, chi and blood were categorized as white magic, capable of hastening the recovery of the injured for a limited time. Spirit wisdom, in ancient times, was the amalgamation of power and intellect, allowing one to dominate the fates of others. A great wizard possessed unparalleled wisdom, able to summon the winds and rain, compelling the populace to sacrifice their lives to appease their deities while holding a principal leadership role within the tribe. Foresight granted the ability to foresee omens, adeptly navigating geography and human relations. Soul capturing bore resemblance to Eastern Taoist practices, especially in its proficiency with the art of resurrection, granting life to the deceased, an immortal sorcery. The only caution was to avoid direct eye contact. Mediums were revered for their capacity to communicate with objects and souls, a skill coveted since time immemorial. For who would not long to reunite with a lost loved one? Before her acceptance of the inheritance, not all forms of witchcraft were accessible. Talent was assessed through rigorous testing within her clan, directing individuals to concentrate on a singular craft. However, as the lineage dwindled, so too did the gifted. By the age of 15, her parents had imparted all methods of witchcraft to her. In her 2 lifetimes combined, she excelled primarily in chi and blood. Perhaps due to her fear of mortality, for when one has lost all kin, the greatest dread is illness and injury. Yet, the blood curse could not be lifted, even at the pinnacle of her chi and blood mastery. Initially, she had no intention of immersing herself in the main storyline. Her desire was merely to observe. If she could discreetly save a few individuals without attracting attention, she would willingly do so. However, with her lineage unveiled, she found herself unable to remain a bystander. In her 5th year, Dumbledore would fall victim to a curse, and by his 6th year, he would depart from this world. She had to save him. Yet, she was unprepared. She required more leverage, someone whose magical prowess could rival Dumbledore's, someone who could lend him a timely hand. It appeared she needed to strengthen herself further before her 3rd year while diligently studying soul capturing for any unforeseen circumstances. Lost in thought, Elle placed her requested meal before her, watching expectantly. Regaining her focus, Annalise sliced into the steak, savoring its flavor. Delicious, thank you, Elle. Miss Annalise expressed her gratitude to Elle, who felt honored and fondly regarded her. Elle spun around in delight before bowing and gracefully departing, allowing Annalise to enjoy her meal in solitude. Suddenly, the kitchen door creaked open once more, and a figure hurried in, greeted by a small elf. They exchanged a few familiar words before the elf busied itself, while the newcomer, upon noticing Annalise at the table, paused momentarily before approaching and seating himself across from her. Hello, I am Bailschmidt, a 2nd-year student from Ravenclaw. Hello, my name is Annalise. She replied with a smile after swallowing the last bite of her steak and wiping her mouth. I know you, Bailschmidt said with a mysterious grin. You know me? Annalise was taken aback. She had spent the entire semester preoccupied with her own affairs, with not a single familiar face in the school besides Hermione. Don't get me wrong. Every time I see you, you're always alone, hastily finishing your meals and leaving, which piqued my curiosity. I was just reading, Annalise deflected, not wanting to elaborate. I've finished eating, so I will take my leave. All right, see you next time, Bailschmidt politely nodded. Just as his meal was served by the elf. Once outside the kitchen, she returned to the entrance of the room of requirement, silently wishing for a space to practice spells alone. Upon entering, she discovered an empty classroom with a dummy placed inside. With more than 2 hours until dinner, she decided to practice the spells from her book, mindful not to exhaust her magic and draw the attention of Professor Snape that evening. She had grown increasingly wary of him. He was indeed a formidable presence. After dinner in the Great Hall, she noticed Snape glance in her direction before leaving, prompting her to follow him. Snape moved swiftly ahead, his long black robes billowing behind him, while Annalise trailed behind at a leisurely pace. Refusing to force herself to keep up, having just finished her meal, she dared not risk any discomfort in his presence, lest she find herself tossed into the Black Lake by Professor Snape. Upon reaching the door to the dungeons, she found Snape already seated at his desk, grading assignments. The door wide open, she entered and closed the door behind her. Prepare the most advanced potion you can brew so far. This is your detention for the semester. The materials are in the cupboard. Help yourself, Snape said without looking up from his papers. Understood, Professor Snape. The prospect of brewing potions under the tutelage of the master potion maker filled her with delight. She could practice potions while in the company of Snape. Contemplating the potions she had learned thus far, she resolved to attempt the Felix Felicis, selectively ignoring Snape's instruction regarding her current capabilities. She treated the dungeon as a superior version of the room of requirement, where she would not even need to gather her own materials and might receive guidance. After reviewing the recipe and methodology for Felix Felicis, she began rummaging through the materials cupboard, gathering the necessary components and placing them on a designated empty table. Habitually, she retrieved her cauldron and a series of tools from her small satchel. Well, it seems our clever Miss Dumbledore has not only concealed her potion-making talents, but has also secretly mastered the undetectable extension charm. Snape's gaze had already settled on her satchel as she took out her cauldron. Once she had gathered all her tools, he resumed his work with an air of irritation. Professor, good heavens, she had truly treated this place as if it were the room of requirement, losing her composure entirely. Snape ignored her, continuing to grade papers. His turbulent emotions beyond mere astonishment, he felt compelled to inform Dumbledore. The undetectable extension charm. She had dared to use a spell forbidden by the Ministry of Magic without facing any consequences. There could only be one explanation. She had evaded the Ministry's scrutiny by employing wandless magic. A child capable of wandless magic in her first year. Could she truly be just a child? At that moment, Snape's suspicions regarding Annalise reached their zenith. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Annalise merrily placed the materials into her cauldron according to the recipe, stirring and waiting patiently. When curfew arrived, Snape finally lifted his gaze to her. To prevent our resourceful Miss Dumbledore from wandering into any empty classrooms again, I believe it necessary to escort you back to the Ravenclaw common room. Thank you, Professor Snape. Annalise set down her tools, casting a sustaining charm around the cauldron, and looked up at Snape, whose expression remained indifferent. Without another word, Snape opened the door and stepped outside, with Annalise following closely behind. The journey back to the Ravenclaw common room was uneventful, devoid of any mishaps, such as encountering Filch. Thank you for escorting me back, Professor Snape. After answering the riddle at the door, she expressed her gratitude once more. Snape turned and departed. He was eager, immediately, to see Dumbledore, Upon entering the headmaster's office, he found Dumbledore seated in his plum-colored robe, leisurely engrossed in a book. As the great white wizard busily directed his unfortunate subordinate, he managed to maintain an air of calm amidst the chaos. "Ah, you've arrived, Severus." Dumbledore set his book aside and was about to pour him some overly sweet tea when Snape halted him. "If you experience another toothache within a month, I will no longer provide you with the tooth-strengthening potion." "Oh, what dreadful news." Dumbledore abandoned the notion. "Dreadful? You must not have heard of something even worse." Snape replied with irritation as he took a seat. "Miss Dumbledore possesses a satchel that utilizes the undetectable extension charm, based on its volume. It has clearly been cast at least 3 times. Merlin S. Beard, my dear Anneli possesses such formidable power. Is that truly a cause for celebration? What did you just call her?" Snape found himself amused by Dumbledore's reaction, and just as he prepared to deliver a scathing retort, he realized what he had said. "Oh, I haven't had the chance to tell you, Severus." Dumbledore smiled at him, revealing through lineage that little Anneli was Albus' granddaughter, my niece. Upon hearing this revelation, Snape sprang to his feet. "This is illogical." "Yes, Severus, it is somewhat illogical. However, the verification results are indisputable, and I shall investigate the inconsistencies gradually." Dumbledore toyed with the pen in his hand. "Severus, do not remain so tense. Do not excessively doubt an 11-year-old child." "Huh. If I recall correctly, it was not I who was concerned with an 11-year-old child." Snape replied coldly. "Do not be like that, Severus. The child is kind and eager to learn. I believe that being under your guidance, she will undoubtedly gain much knowledge. You are truly the essence of Dumbledore." Snape felt utterly at a loss for words and decided to leave like a gust of wind. Chapter 10, Miss Anneli. Under Snape's supervision, brewing potions was far more comfortable than sneaking into the room of requirement. From the following evening, when she ventured into the dungeon, Anneli discerned a subtle shift in Snape's demeanor towards her, leading her to speculate that perhaps Dumbledore had disclosed their relationship to him. During her potion brewing sessions, he occasionally offered reminders, albeit with a countenance that left much to be desired. In the fleeting moments between her concoctions, Anneli stole glances at Snape, who was engrossed in brewing at another table. Noticing his long, greasy black hair, a result of prolonged intellectual exertion and potion making, she hastily redirected her gaze back to her cauldron, pondering whether it might be inappropriate to gift him shampoo, considering it was neither a holiday nor his birthday. Her recent obsession with potion making had consumed her attention. If not for her connections with the Crudens, she might have even forgotten to procure gifts for her family. Even Hermione's gift was only considered after she received presents on Christmas Day. Nonetheless, Miss Know-It-All had simple tastes, prompting Anneli to gift her a compilation of her notes on spells and potions, inadvertently including a chocolate frog card featuring Dumbledore. Hermione later sent her a note of gratitude in return. Anneli sighed inwardly, finding it increasingly challenging to lead a simple life, with Snape scrutinizing her every move. She dared not submit an assignment graded merely with a 9 potion class. Should she attempt such folly, Snape would ensure she produced 10 more that evening as punishment. Do not inquire how she came to know this. Thus, amid her somewhat isolated existence, news of a potion prodigy was quietly circulating within Hogwarts. Days passed in a fulfilling routine of attending classes, frequenting the library, or practicing spells outside of lessons, culminating in evenings spent brewing potions in Snape's dungeon. As the term drew to a close, she still lacked the courage to present him with a bottle of shampoo. However, the upcoming holiday presented her with a splendid excuse. After all, Snape had devoted an entire semester to her education, and she ought to offer him a token of gratitude. Just as she prepared to advance the brewing of Felix Felicis in the dungeon, Dumbledore's voice echoed from the fireplace. "Severus, Harry has sustained some injuries. I need you to come to the infirmary. If you have any potions to spare, please bring them along. Madame Pomfrey's supplies are running low." That mischievous Weasley. Snape ceased his work, rummaging through his potion shelves, but found nothing suitable. "Professor, I have practiced some healing potions. Perhaps they could be of use." Noting his lack of success, Anneli retrieved some wound cleansers, restorative drafts, and blood-replenishing potions from her satchel. Snape examined her concoctions, noting their excellent quality. "Take these with you. Accompany me to the infirmary." "Oh, all right, Professor," Anneli replied, surprised that Snape would have her come along. Upon their arrival at the infirmary, they found Harry lying unconscious on a bed, while Ron lay on another, equally unconscious, and Hermione was slightly injured but awake. Dumbledore stood by Harry's bedside, his back turned to them. "Hello, Anna. Long time no see," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Anneli follow Snape in. "Hi, Hermione. How are you?" "I'm fine, just a minor scrape. Madame Pomfrey has already treated the wound." "Oh, Anna, are you here to see me?" Hermione asked happily. Professor Dumbledore needs some potions, so I came to assist Professor Snape." Anneli felt a twinge of guilt, grateful that Hermione was unharmed. Professor Dumbledore, I have already depleted my potions when Madame Pomfrey needed them last time. Coincidentally, Miss Dumbledore has some potions she was practicing with, and they are of decent quality. Snape, observing the two girls engaging in warm conversation, wasted no time in explaining to Dumbledore why Anali was present. Dumbledore remained silent. Merlin's wand, Anna. You can brew healing potions now? Hermione gazed at her in admiration. Ah, yes, Anali replied, feeling somewhat bashful under such scrutiny. Quickly handing her potions to Madame Pomfrey before retrieving a vial of white healing ointment to approach Hermione. Hermione, this is white ointment. It can aid in the healing of superficial wounds. Allow me to apply it for you. Oh, thank you, Anna, Hermione said, a bit taken aback by her kindness. Anali carefully applied the ointment to the wounds on Hermione's face and hands, and under its effects, the injuries swiftly healed as if they had never existed. By Merlin's eyes, Professor Dumbledore, Miss Dumbledore has brought a potion of awakening. Just a dose for these two children, and they will awaken soon, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. Oh, splendid. I believe the power of friendship among these children is always admirable. As Hermione's wounds healed completely, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Anali once more. Then, Anali overheard a conversation between Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey. While Hermione remained oblivious, Anali felt a tightening in her chest. She had initially brought these potions primarily to prevent Snape from exhausting himself with potion making, with a minor intention of alleviating the trio's suffering. Little did she anticipate that Dumbledore's words would forcibly align her with Harry and his friends. This meant that the trio would harbor feelings of gratitude towards her for the potions she provided today, fostering a deeper connection that shattered her desire to remain aloof. Was this Dumbledore's cunning plan to draw her into their fold? To bind her with the ties of friendship, her abilities would become their support. Snape, too, seemed to grasp the implications, instinctively glancing at Anali, noting her somewhat gaunt frame due to her busy lifestyle, and for the first time, he felt a pang of guilt. Even though it was not his intention, he merely wished to avoid taking credit, unaware that Dumbledore's reckless antics had ensnared his own niece in this web. Throughout their time together, he had come to appreciate Anali's intelligence and her sensitivity to the world around her, even developing a fondness for her talents. If she discerned Dumbledore's ulterior motives, being manipulated by the very family she had just reconnected with would surely weigh heavily on her heart. Snape cast a discreet glare at Dumbledore, contemplating how to alter the ingredients in the dental potion he was brewing for him. However, Anali feigned ignorance of the conversation. Showing no reaction, Dumbledore addressed them. Severus, we shall converse later. The children require some rest. You may return now. Snape understood Dumbledore's desire to curtail the discussion and nodded, gesturing to Anali with a slight lift of his chin, indicating that she should accompany him. Old B. In a matter of moments, Anali had devised a plan to ensure Dumbledore faced some consequences for his actions. She had initially intended to wait until her 4th year to pursue that leverage, but Dumbledore's behavior had provoked her. She resolved to act during the upcoming summer. As for why not this summer? She had promised Alfie to stay at the Crudens for a month, and she would spend the remaining month with him. She was furious, and the repercussions would be severe. After Severus Snape escorted her out of the infirmary, he led her back to the Ravenclaw Tower in silence. Upon reaching the door to the common room, Snape hesitated, contemplating whether to depart immediately. However, upon noticing the somewhat despondent expression on Annalise's face, he felt compelled to speak. Miss Dumbledore is surely clever enough to evade her professor while pursuing her studies. I trust she can manage more challenging tasks as well. What was intended as a consolation came out as dry sarcasm. After uttering these words, Snape immediately fell silent and turned to leave, missing the look of astonishment on Annalise's face. Professor Snape's contradictory nature was something she understood all too well. Annalise instantly perceived the guilt and comfort he was attempting to convey. Unable to resist, she took a few quick steps and embraced Snape from behind, though her small stature meant she could only reach around his waist. Thank you, Professor Snape. Snape's steps halted abruptly, his ears partially concealed by his greasy black hair. Flushing slightly, Miss Annalise, you ought to return to rest. Your poor professor must brew potions for the esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore. Good night, Professor Snape. Annalise withdrew her arms, watching as Snape walked away without looking back. My, how slender his waist is. She had just hugged Professor Snape. After bidding farewell to him, Annalise dazedly returned to her dormitory, her cheeks flushed as she recalled the sensation of embracing Snape. Goodness, did he just call her Miss Annalise? Did that signify his growing acknowledgement of her existence, no longer addressing her sarcastically as Miss Dumbledore? Annalise tossed and turned in her bed, feeling as if she might faint from excitement. The finest Professor Snape in the entire world. Meanwhile, Snape did not return to the dungeons, but instead proceeded directly to the headmaster's office. Severus, I knew you would come. Please, take a seat, Dumbledore said. sipping from a cup of freshly brewed tea. She is your great niece. Indeed, she is. She is but a child. How could you involve her in your plans? Oh, Severus. You did not express such concerns during Christmas. Were you not always suspicious of young Annalise's hidden motives? Dumbledore was somewhat taken aback by Snape's reaction. Are you not fearful that Aberforth will discover you have entangled his only descendant in such perilous affairs? No, Severus, I do not believe Aberforth will know. Young Annalise has always been astute. Her silence in the infirmary was a tacit agreement to join the plan. You did not even explain it to her directly, Dumbledore. Your presumptions have always been self-serving. Merlin, Severus, I am pleased to see your concern for your student, but I will not allow Dumbledore's family to come to harm. Dumbledore nonchalantly met Snape's penetrating gaze with his own cerulean eyes. I hope you will not come to regret this. Snape was acutely aware that Dumbledore would not alter his plans and could only coldly remind him, no, certainly not. This time, Snape did not exit through the door, but rather returned to the dungeons via the fireplace in the headmaster's office. At the moment his figure vanished, Dumbledore slumped into his seat. Young Annalise's influence on those around her seems to exceed my expectations. From the first encounter when she was with Harry, he exhibited a concern for her, despite having exchanged only a few words. He had initially thought he would ask what she saw in the mirror of Ariste. Yet he inquired why Annalise could see only him. Coupled with Snape's protective remarks regarding Annalise, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself, it was evident. Hermione Granger displayed a similar admiration in the infirmary, almost as if yearning to follow her. She resembled someone from decades past, yet unlike that individual, Annalise was his family. A Dumbledore. This time, he would ensure her safety, without fail. Chapter 11. The end of the first academic year when Harry was granted permission to leave the infirmary. It coincided perfectly with the end of the academic year. Unsurprisingly, the three of them sought her out to express their heartfelt gratitude for the healing potions she had provided. She could only smile in acceptance of their thanks, graciously accepting some treats they offered. However, when Ron and Hermione invited her to their homes for the summer, she regretfully informed them that her schedule was already filled but suggested they make plans for another holiday. After a brief conversation, the four of them soon arrived at the entrance to the Great Hall, where the trio bid her farewell and returned to their respective house tables. Today was the day the House Cup results would be announced, and she could hardly muster the energy to listen. After all, the biased Dumbledore would undoubtedly place Gryffindor first. Fourth place, Gryffindor, 302 points. Third place, Hufflepuff, 352 points. Second place, Ravenclaw, 426 points. And first place, Slytherin, 471 points. As expected, after announcing the scores, as Slytherin erupted in cheers, Dumbledore interrupted their revelry. However, several recent events must be taken into account. First, Ron Weasley. For winning the most thrilling game of chess Hogwarts has seen this year, I award Gryffindor 50 points. That's my brother. He's my youngest brother, Percy exclaimed excitedly. Even from across the Hufflepuff table, Annalise could hear a voice cutting through the cheers, resonating loudly. Second, Hermione Granger. For her calm demeanor in the face of danger and her adept problem-solving using her extensive knowledge, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Third, Harry Potter. For demonstrating unwavering integrity, courage, and kindness, I award Gryffindor 60 points. The uproar at the Gryffindor table was deafening. The Weasley twins had already leaped onto the table in celebration. Their scores now tied with Slytherin. Fourth, Neville Longbottom. For bravely intervening to prevent his friends from acting recklessly, I award him 10 points. The cheers from Gryffindor nearly lifted the roof off the Great Hall, and Annalise rolled her eyes internally, knowing it would unfold this way. Yet, finally, we must also express our gratitude for the exceptionally talented potion maker, Miss Annalise Dumbledore, who generously contributed her potions during a time of scarcity in the infirmary, alleviating the suffering of Gryffindor students. For this, I award Ravenclaw 50 points. Initially, she thought that falling to second to last place in the house standings would not affect her. But she found joy in Gryffindor surpassing Slytherin. To her surprise, a dramatic turnaround occurred. Thanks to Annalise's contribution, they remained comfortably in second place. Almost all the Ravenclaw students cast admiring and appreciative glances her way, with one senior even gently patting her shoulder. Even the students at the Gryffindor table applauded her fervently, grateful for her timely potions that had saved their classmates, celebrating her accomplishments with more enthusiasm than they had for their own victory in the House Cup. This meant that Dumbledore had no choice but to employ a sonorous charm to announce, "We need to make a slight alteration to our decorations here." He clapped his hands, and the green streamers in the hall transformed into vibrant red, while the silver turned to gold. The enormous Slytherin serpent banner was eclipsed, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Slytherin remained as silent as a frostbitten eggplant, while Severus Snape, devoid of any discernible expression, methodically sliced his meal, though one could hardly overlook the way he had torn the steak into disarray. In stark contrast to the excitement enveloping others, Anali's heart remained remarkably unperturbed. She knew it. That old bee had nothing good in store. So, what had been the purpose of her efforts to maintain a low profile throughout the academic year? All in vain. The number of people expressing gratitude and congratulations during the feast was overwhelming, to the point that her smile threatened to freeze upon her face. Very well, old bee. Just you wait. She mentally noted another point against Dumbledore with a fierce resolve. Seated at the head table, he took a bite of the overly sweet cake uniquely prepared for him by the kitchen, suddenly feeling a chill creep down his spine. A sensation that vanished as swiftly as it had come, leaving him to continue relishing his dessert. With the conclusion of the first academic year, the children collected their report cards and tidied their belongings in preparation to depart from Hogwarts. Upon reaching Hogsmeade to transfer to the Hogwarts Express, Aberforth greeted Anali at the village entrance. "Oh, Aberforth, I shall return to keep you company soon." Anali embraced him warmly. "Ah, very well, Anna, I shall await your return." Aberforth appeared somewhat shy in her presence. "Goodbye, Aberforth." She waved at him before boarding the train, her suitcase in hand. On the return journey, Hermione engaged her, along with Harry and Ron, in recounting the events that had transpired in the basement that fateful day, with Ron and Harry chiming in intermittently. It felt rather pleasant to have friends. After all, one could not go through life entirely devoid of companionship. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, the four friends bid each other a reluctant farewell, promising to keep in touch frequently before being whisked away by their waiting parents. Anali had previously informed them in a letter that she had found her relatives, omitting the complexities of the blood curse and nogany that they might not fully comprehend. Thus, after spending a month at home with them, the Croutons and her brother reluctantly saw her off, as she reassured them that she would return every summer holiday. Once out of sight of the Croutons, she made her way to a roadside, intending to take the wizarding bus to Hogsmeade. She raised her wand, and with a thunderous bang, a 3-story, vividly purple bus materialized before her. "Oh, Miss Witch, welcome aboard the night bus. An emergency transport service for witches and wizards in distress. Just extend your wand and step aboard, and we shall take you wherever you wish to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, the conductor." She boarded the bus with her suitcase, securing her belongings before Stan approached. "What is your destination?" "Hogsmeade, thank you." "Oh. The fare is 11 sickles, but if you pay 14, you can receive chocolate, and for 15, a thermos and a toothbrush, colors of your choosing." "No need for the extras, thank you." Anali produced 11 sickles and handed them to Stan, who then provided her with a ticket. "Did you hear that? Hogsmeade." Stan shouted towards the driver. "Ah, right, Hogsmeade, we'll be there shortly," came the voice from the front, and as the bus lurched into motion, Anali quickly grasped the nearby pole. In an instant, the vehicle soared away, and before long, it came to a steady halt at the entrance of Hogsmeade. After retrieving her luggage, Anali spotted Aberforth's figure and noticed Stan immediately board the bus again to call for the next destination. "No way. The owner of the Hog's Head is notoriously fierce. I wouldn't dare to look at him." Aberforth approached her to assist with her luggage. "Oh, Aberforth, my suitcase is quite light. You needn't trouble yourself." Anali refused, determined not to allow an elder to carry her belongings. Upon re-entering the Hog's Head, she found it had been revitalized, no longer resembling the dim and somewhat grimy establishment she had first encountered. The old man had evidently tidied up. Following Aberforth to an upstairs room in the back, she found it adorned in a charmingly pink decor, clearly appealing to a girl's taste. Anali smiled and embraced Aberforth. "Thank you, Aberforth, I truly love it." She discerned his shyness and his desire to connect with her, and she cherished this elder who could offer selfless affection. How unlike that cunning old bee. "As long as you are pleased, Anna." Aberforth's cheeks flushed slightly. It had been a long time since he had been so close to anyone, especially his own granddaughter, a tender young girl. Throughout the ensuing month, Anali felt Aberforth striving to compensate for the 11 years they had spent apart. To ease his guilt, she graciously accepted his kindness and sought to warm his heart in return. Anali felt a pang of sympathy for Aberforth, who had only reclaimed his son in middle age, desperately attempting to make up for lost familial bonds, only to be forced to face the sorrow of losing him again. Then, after more than 30 years, he learned of his bloodline scattered beyond reach. It seemed he had been perpetually compensating, even though the reasons for their separation were not his doing. And he had forgotten that he too required the love of family. The two enjoyed a month filled with warmth and joy together. A week before the new term commenced, Anali received the second year's textbook list from Sheena. Upon seeing the lengthy array of Lockhart's name, she felt an urge to bang her head against the wall. She certainly needed to inquire about Dumbledore's criteria for selecting the defense against the dark arts professor. Aberforth took the list from Anali, glanced at it, and began to voice his grievances against Dumbledore, though he refrained from cursing, fearing it might frighten Anali. Dumbledore's judgment in selecting candidates has evidently declined, a mere peacock. What can he possibly teach? Aberforth, do you know this Lockhart? Oh, certainly. I encountered him during his student days, flamboyant and manipulative, charming the female students. I never imagined he would achieve such fame after graduation. Aberforth clearly held a low opinion of Lockhart, and after a few remarks, he cautioned Anali. Just keep your distance from him at school. I will, Aberforth. To be honest, she too had no desire to engage with Lockhart. Perhaps she should consider locking herself in the dungeons this semester? Crafting some bone-replenishing potions? She vividly remembered the scene where Lockhart had caused Harry to lose the bones in his entire arm. Last semester, she had avoided everyone, thus never attending Quidditch matches. But now that she was friends with Harry, she certainly intended to cheer him on. Alternatively, it might be wise to prepare some restorative potions in advance. As the thought of regrowing bones sounded quite painful, lost in her thoughts, a familiar white owl perched on the open windowsill, gazing at her. Oh, hi, Hedwig. Chapter 12, Collaboration. Though she was aware that the letters she sent to Harry during the summer would be intercepted, she still managed to send a few. It now seemed that Harry had likely been rescued back to the Dursleys. Anali removed the letter and fed Hedwig some treats, watching as it took flight. Indeed, Harry expressed profound apologies within the missive, explaining that he had not received any correspondence due to an unforeseen circumstance. He was currently at Ron's home, and they had arranged to meet Hermione on Wednesday to visit Diagon Alley for book shopping, extending an invitation for her to join them at the same time. Oh, I plan to visit Diagon Alley the day after tomorrow to procure some books, she called out to Aberforth, who was tidying up at the bar. Well then, I shall accompany you, Aberforth replied, peering out from behind the counter. No need. I have made plans with Harry and the others. The Weasley family will be there as well. Oh, the Weasleys. They are quite amiable, Aberforth mumbled in agreement. Realizing he had not ventured out in quite some time and did not particularly enjoy bustling places. Come Wednesday, Aberforth guided her to the fireplace, which he had meticulously cleaned, instructing her on its use. Before she departed, he discreetly slipped a large bag of galleons into her hands. Be careful on your journey, Annal. Goodbye, Aberforth. Annali waved and sprinkled the flue powder, calling out, Diagon Alley. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the bustling Diagon Alley. Glancing around, she did not spot Harry and his companions. However, upon seeing the crowded flourish and blots, she decided to explore the apothecary first. Last year, she had utilized many ingredients from Snape's storeroom without replenishing them, so today was an opportune moment to restock and see if there were any materials she required. As she stepped into the apothecary, a familiar figure caught her eye. Good day, Professor Snape. Long time no see. Good day, Miss Annali, Snape replied coolly, accepting a bag of galleons from a shopkeeper. You see, Annali began, noticing Snape's expression darkening. I used a considerable amount of your materials last semester, and I am here specifically to replenish them. That will not be necessary, Snape replied, his demeanor returning to normal, as he could easily seek reimbursement from Dumbledore. Oh, this is also to express my gratitude for your guidance, Professor Snape. I have already received your token of appreciation, Snape remarked with a hint of irritation as he unwrapped the parcel, first revealing a bottle of shampoo and a bottle of conditioner. Had it not been for his keen eye-catching sight of the letter and a perfectly concocted snake venom antidote at the bottom, he might have immediately confronted Annali. Absently, he placed the 2 bottles of shampoo in his washroom. Annali, choosing to ignore the annoyance in his tone, shifted her gaze to his unexpectedly fresh and flowing hair. Oh, Professor Snape, if you have matters to attend to. In order to prevent Miss Annali from secretly concocting hazardous potions, I shall wait here until you have completed your shopping, Snape declared, his expression a clear indication of his intent to keep a watchful eye on her. Ah, very well. Professor. Annali smiled and handed her list to the shop assistant for assistance. Glancing at the list, Snape noted it comprised potion recipes she had previously brewed and materials required for various healing potions, prompting him to remain silent. Well, I believe with Miss Annali's talent, there should be no further need for her to attend these rudimentary potion courses. No, I believe I still require your guidance, Professor Snape. Are you suggesting that even if the courses are simple, you wish to see me? She retorted, unwilling to concede. My suggestion is that you may exempt yourself from the foundational courses and directly enroll in my advanced potions class. I shall discuss this with Dumbledore once the term commences. Of course, if you do not mind. Upon hearing his proposal, Snape's mood surprisingly lifted, and he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. I do not mind. I mean, it would be my honor, Professor Snape. Goodness, that means small class sizes. How fortunate she is. Then, you should purchase additional ingredients for the polyjuice potion, as we will be studying that this semester, Snape reminded her. All right, thank you, Professor. Annali was nearly overwhelmed by this unexpected stroke of fortune, summoning the shop assistant to add 3 more sets of polyjuice potion ingredients to her order. Professor, may I still visit the dungeon after classes commence? Even without permission, she would go, as her Felix Felicis remained there. Snape regarded her eager expression. I doubt any professor would refuse a diligent student. Thank you, Professor. Snape couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Once all her materials were gathered, she settled the bill and stuffed the items meant for him into Snape's arms, fearing he might refuse again. She called out as she hurried away. I'll go meet Hermione and the others. See you at school, Professor Snape. With a large bundle of materials in his grasp, Snape pursed his lips in silence as he pushed open the door to the apothecary and strolled toward Knockturn Alley. Upon reaching Flourish and Blots, he coincidentally witnessed Mr. Weasley and Lucius engaged in a heated altercation, with Lucius tossing a pile of books into a cauldron belonging to a red-haired girl. Harry stood nearby. Oh, hi, Harry. Why do you look so dusty? Once the Malfoys had walked away, Mr. Weasley and Ginny departed, allowing her to approach and greet them. Oh, hey, Anneli. I mistakenly ended up in the wrong place with the flu powder for the first time, Harry chuckled, wiping his face with his hand, which only made it dirtier. Anneli produced a pack of wet wipes for him. Although magic was useful, they were still merely underage wizards, and it was of little help. Oh, thank you. Harry accepted the wipes and cleaned his face. Have you bought any books yet? Not yet. Ron and Hermione? They're in line to purchase books? I think Mrs. Weasley is quite fond of Lockhart, hence the wait for autographs. Oh, then I shall avoid the crowd and look around, she replied, lacking interest in Lockhart's autograph. And she certainly did not wish to purchase any of his books. She was confident that if she returned with a stack of autographed books, Aberforth would use them for kindling. All right, we shall meet at the Leaky Cauldron later. Okay, see you soon. Anneli wandered to a corner, effortlessly locating a witch eager to sell a stack of second-hand Lockhart books in exchange for a chance to rejoin the line for autographed new editions. She purchased the used books at half the price of the new ones, and then found other textbooks before leaving Flourish and Blots. After perusing Diagon Alley and acquiring her necessities, she finally made her way to the Leaky Cauldron. At that moment, Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family were seated at a table, sipping water. Hi, Harry, Hermione, Ron, she greeted them. Hey, Anneli. The three of them rushed over to help carry her books, given that Lockhart's volumes comprised half the load. Hermione appeared somewhat excited. Oh, why did you buy so many old books? Are they all by Lockhart? Ah, well, his books haven't been updated in years. New or old, they are essentially the same. Anneli shrugged nonchalantly, and after transporting her books, Harry and Ron went to assist Mrs. Weasley with the belongings of the other children. Oh, it seems there are still those who are not enamored by the beauty of the peacock, George. Indeed, wise little witch, Fred chimed in. Before Hermione could interject, two voices suddenly echoed from behind Anneli. Without needing to turn around, she recognized them as the mischievous twins. Hey, you shouldn't speak that way about a professor. Hermione admonished them with righteous fervor. Oh, the naive little witch, so easily dazzled by such flamboyant peacocks. Fred and George jested in unison, eliciting a visible blush upon Hermione's cheeks. Unable to contend with their teasing, she hastily sought out Harry and the others. George, it seems our clever little witch is rather disinclined to engage with us. Fred, you must have startled her just now. With Hermione thus distracted, Fred's gaze returned to Annalise. Good afternoon, Messrs. Weasley. She greeted them with a hint of exasperation. Oh, Messrs. Weasley, Fred and George chimed in harmony, slinging their arms around each other and sharing a knowing glance before laughing heartily. A clever little eagle. This way we can evade identification. Indeed, quite astute. I've heard you possess a plethora of intriguing ideas, Annalise interjected, as she had the means to invest in their ventures. Oh, absolutely. Would you care to sample our treats? Or perhaps you have novel concepts to propose. I believe I could invest in you. You produce and sell, and we shall share the profits. How does that sound? During her time in London, Annalise had often assisted the Croutons with market evaluations, and this was second nature to her. After all, her most formidable asset was the entire script. Merlin's beard. Fred, did you hear that? She wishes to invest in our pranks. George, you truly have an eye for talent, astute Miss Annalise. Indeed, you possess remarkable insight. We shall excel. Precisely. You shall reap bountiful rewards. The twins embraced in jubilant surprise before eagerly grasping Annalise's hands, shaking them enthusiastically. Of course, gentlemen, here are 200 galleons. If that is insufficient, feel free to find me in the Ravenclaw common room, or send an owl. Annalise produced a bag and handed it to them. 200 galleons. By Merlin's vault. This is the most money I've ever seen, Fred exclaimed, his hands trembling as he exaggeratedly accepted the bag. I think we should draft a contract to ensure absolute trust between us. Annalise retrieved a piece of parchment and quickly inscribed some terms, although it was perhaps unnecessary, given the twins' commendable reputation. Once completed, she presented the document to them, and all three signed without objection. I shall provide you with a copy upon our return to school. Being a minor is quite the nuisance. Oh, George, I feel as though I am dreaming. It must be a splendid dream, Fred. Just after signing, Fred suddenly slumped against George's shoulder, who played along with the act. Oh heavens! You two rascals, do not play pranks on Annalise. At that moment, Molly Weasley approached, delivering a gentle smack to each of Fred and George's heads to shoo them away. Her tone softened considerably upon addressing Annalise. Oh, dear child, I am Molly, Ron's mother. Over the summer, I heard them speak of you. Thank you immensely for your potion. It helped them recover so swiftly. You are too kind, Mrs. Weasley. We are all friends here, Annalise replied, smiling at the endearing woman, who clearly adored her family. Child, you may call me Aunt Molly. We would love to have you visit us at the Burrow. Of course, Aunt Molly. I shall certainly come by when I have the chance. Molly's affection for Annalise grew as they all gathered their purchased materials, exchanging farewells before departing through the fireplace of the leaky cauldron. Epilogue. First year Severus's perspective. I am Severus Snape. I once possessed a happy family. However, everything changed when my father lost his job. My childhood became rife with suffering. As my father drank incessantly and returned home to inflict physical harm upon us, my mother was one who would plead and beg, willing to disregard her own child for the man she loved. Yet, I was fortunate to encounter the lily of my heart, Lily Evans. I observed her from afar for quite some time. She possessed magical powers akin to mine, powers that my father deemed to be of a dark nature. It was only one fateful day, while confined to the basement, that I discovered my mother was a witch. Lily and I were both wizards. She never regarded me with disdain and could engage in discussions of magic. At 11, I was elated that we were both accepted to Hogwarts. I thought we could converse freely as we did in that little garden, sharing our studies. I believed nothing would change. However, an insufferable cad, James Potter, was infuriatingly in the same house as Lily, and every time we were together, Potter would arrive with his entourage to instigate trouble. They delighted in humiliating me before Lily. Under the repeated torment, I resolved to find their weakness, but unexpectedly, I nearly lost my life. Remus Lupin, a werewolf. How could Hogwarts admit a werewolf as a student? This was a trap. It turned out that Potter and Sirius saved me, altering Lily's perception of them, and she even encouraged me to befriend them. The very ones who had lured me into peril became heroes. Absurd, and Dumbledore turned a blind eye to it. How exasperating the Gryffindors are. No, I did not intend to utter that word, Lily. Without Lily, I could only bury myself in books, and to my astonishment, Lucius Malfoy, the heir of a pure-blood family, extended an olive branch to me. After all, I was alone. What harm could it do? I must survive and thrive. I heard they married, and I learned of a prophecy, an ill-fated one concerning the Dark Lord. I related to him, and he was elated. Why did Dumbledore not trust me? I did not know that the prophecy referred to Lily's child. It was all my fault. I hurt her once more. He had promised me. Why could he not protect her? Her child survived, and Dumbledore sought me out again. Yes, I understood. He wanted me to protect him. This child, possessing the same eyes as Lily. Redemption. Who can tell me why a Dumbledore like this exists? I am protecting Potter for Lily's sake. Not as a babysitter he summoned. Besides the chosen one, I must also keep an eye on a little Dumbledore giant. Wait, how did she discover such a classroom existed at the school? Truly, Dumbledore is a source of trouble. She dares to secretly brew advanced potions. A mere misstep could lead to catastrophe. She could be killed. Dumbledore, that old meddler, even utilizes his own granddaughter for the sake of a prophesied savior. Have I erred in some way? She is still but a child. Chapter 13, Parseltongue. Upon returning to the Hogshead Inn, Annalise packed her books into her suitcase. Having already self-studied most of her courses during her first year, with only a few days left before the school year commenced, she no longer needed to board the Hogwarts Express. Instead, she could simply wait at the edge of Hogsmeade Village to transfer with her friends. This afforded her a brief respite. After exchanging pleasantries with Aberforth, she strolled through Hogsmeade, inadvertently wandering near the Shrieking Shack. The rustling of grass nearby piqued her curiosity, and as she cautiously approached, she discovered a small black snake, injured and in distress. Although she had always harbored a slight apprehension towards such limbless reptiles, finding them somewhat eerie, the revelation that Nagini was her mother had alleviated her fears. Thus, she resolved to tend to the wounded serpent. The injury was located on its belly, yet she was uncertain whether the creature might lash out in pain. Murmuring soothing words, she rummaged through her small satchel for some potions. Please remain still. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to assist you. After her gentle utterance, the little black snake, which had been writhing in agony, seemed to relax, even allowing her to apply the salve without attempting to flee. Thank you. She suddenly heard a somewhat hoarse voice say, she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Who spoke? She gazed incredulously at the small black snake. Was that you? Yes. I too am experiencing this marvel of encountering someone who speaks our serpent tongue. Oh, I too have never conversed with a snake before. I've never encountered any others. To her astonishment, she realized she had become a Parselmouth. Could this be a consequence of the blood curse? Thank you for your assistance. I must return home now. If the opportunity arises, I shall repay your kindness. With that, the little black snake prepared to depart. But Annalise suddenly felt this was an opportune moment. Oh wait, might you assist me in locating another snake? Of course, Mississippi. The black snake paused and flicked its tongue. If it pleases you, could you keep an eye out for a serpent approximately 12 feet in length? I am uncertain of her whereabouts. Perhaps in a valley or a forest. Annalise could only describe the possible locations, having little knowledge of where Nagini might be. Oh, a 12-foot-long serpent. My companion seems to have mentioned something similar. The black snake pondered for a moment. Is it a green-patterned python? Indeed. Yes. Her eyes lit up with hope. My companion once spotted her in the woods near Godric's Hollow, though it was quite some time ago, perhaps 3 or 4 years. Thank you. That information is immensely valuable to me. If possible, might I trouble you to keep an eye out for her in the future? Annalise expressed her gratitude. Though I may not always be in the village, we could establish a signal. If you have news of her, simply leave a mark like this behind that stone, and I shall come to meet you. Annalise drew a communication symbol used among Eastern witches in the ground. Certainly, I would be pleased to assist you. The black snake nodded after memorizing the symbol and then slithered away. Elated by this encounter, Annalise resolved to prepare further and decided to venture to Godric's Hollow during the Christmas holidays. As she became increasingly immersed in this world, some of her memories regarding the original plot began to shift, possibly influenced by her interventions. In truth, she had not experienced such feelings while avoiding the main storyline last year, suggesting that the unfolding of events might indeed be altered. It's all that old BS fault, she mused, turning to make her way back to the Hogwarts Head Inn. 3 days later, she made her way to the village entrance without Aberforth's accompaniment. At that moment, Hagrid was standing by the tracks of the express, awaiting the arrival of this year's new students. Rather than approach him impulsively, she chose to stand quietly in place, awaiting the train's arrival. Hey, over here, Hermione, she called, spotting Hermione speaking with Neville as the passengers disembarked. Upon hearing her voice, Hermione waved and rushed over. Oh, Anna, I couldn't find you on the train. I didn't take the train, I arrived here early. Were they not on board? Don't even mention it. Neville and I saw Ron and Harry flying in Mr. Weasley's car. They must have missed the train. Hi, Hagrid, this is our friend Annalise. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hermione introduced Annalise to Hagrid. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hagrid. Oh, Merlin's beard. Just call me Hagrid. It's delightful to meet you. If you have time, feel free to visit me with Harry and the others. Hagrid always had a special fondness for polite young witches. Oh, ladies, we must part ways for now. I still need to greet the new students. Of course, see you later, Hagrid. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, they boarded the waiting carriages. Harry nearly fell out of the carriage. Hermione exclaimed. It was quite thrilling. I was genuinely worried they might fall. Annalise listened to Hermione's recounting, finding her to be quite parental towards the two mischievous boys, filled with affection. I just hope they arrive at Hogwarts on time and don't lose too many points for the house. Well, there's love, but not in abundance. Let us return to the castle and wait for them. At least it sounds like Ron can drive this thing. Annalise reassured her. However, until the sorting ceremony concluded, they did not catch sight of Harry and Ron. Then, Annalise noticed Dumbledore passing a note to Snape, who silently slipped out through a hidden door behind him. Alas, poor children, they cannot escape this fate. After dinner, Annalise headed to the cellar, but the door remained closed, indicating they were likely in the headmaster's office. She paused to contemplate her next move, but ultimately decided against it, feeling that this punishment might serve as guidance for them. She opted to return to the dormitory to rest. The next day, as everyone gathered in the great hall for breakfast, a rather unsteady owl flew in, landing in front of Ron's plate. Look, Ron received a howler. Almost the entire hall turned their attention towards him, and soon Mrs. Weasley's voice echoed throughout the chamber. After the letter self-destructed, a brief silence enveloped the hall before it erupted into chatter once more. Annalise paid little heed to the commotion. After all, it was trivial, and nothing could deter her from enjoying her meal. Hey, Annalise. Harry and the others have Quidditch practice today. Would you like to join us to watch? Just after finishing a rather dreadful defense against the dark arts class, Annalise had just tidied herself up when she spotted Hermione and Ron. Oh, but I'm a Ravenclaw. Won't they kick me out? Don't worry. As long as you're not a Slytherin, what is generally quite accommodating, Ron added with a hearty laugh. In no mood to study, Annalise agreed to accompany them. However, before they could reach the Quidditch pitch, they spotted a group of individuals clad in Slytherin and Gryffindor uniforms engaged in a heated discussion. Oh dear, this looks like trouble. They hurriedly ran over, just in time to overhear the Slytherin team discussing how Malfoy's father had provided each of them with a Nimbus 2000. Of course, my father isn't like some red-haired people. He has purchased the finest, Malfoy mockingly remarked upon spotting Ron approaching. However, No one from Gryffindor would ever stoop to such a level. Ah, it seems young Mr. Malfoy can only rely on his father. Anneli interjected just in time to interrupt Hermione. Although she did not appreciate Draco's current arrogance, she also could not too hastily conclude that his place on the team was solely due to financial means. Miss Dumbledore, if you were sufficiently astute, you would not befriend blood traitors or even mudbloods. Feeling lonely, she thought she ought to cast a sleeping spell directly on Draco. You have gone too far. You ought to learn a lesson. Ron angrily brandished his wand at Draco. As expected, the spell backfired, hitting Ron instead, causing him to collapse on the ground. Expelling a slug. Oh, quickly take him to Hagrid. He might have a remedy. Harry swiftly assisted Ron to his feet, running ahead with Hermione, entirely ignoring the Slytherin players who were reveling in their misfortune. There ought to be consequences. My apologies, young Mr. Malfoy, but you've walked right into my line of fire. Anneli, already irritated by Lockhart's ineptitude, was further incensed by this incident. She drew her wand and pointed it at Draco, proclaiming, Colloportus. Best of luck, young Mr. Malfoy. With that, she dashed off to catch up with Harry and the others. In truth, she could have merely cast a stopping spell, but they were running too swiftly. By the time she caught up with them, they had already reached Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid was handing Ron a bucket. Oh, Merlin's shoes. You lot are running far too fast. Anneli stood with her hands on her hips, breathing heavily. Sorry, Anneli. Harry finally remembered that she had been with them. No need to apologize. I merely wished to say that I could assist him with this issue. But you all vanished in an instant. Anneli steadied her breath and then used a stopping spell on Ron. Once Ron expelled the last slug lodged in his throat, he realized he seemed to be fine. Oh, thank you so much, Anneli. I feel much better now. Ron excitedly embraced Anneli. Oh, impressive. Hagrid genuinely praised her. Thank you. After the group settled down, Hagrid finally inquired about what had transpired. It's all Draco's fault. Ron began to rant, scolding Hermione in the process. He used a highly insulting term that no polite person would ever utter. Anneli chimed in. But don't be too angry. He can only talk. He will never compare to even a fraction of Hermione's worth. Besides, I've already taught him a lesson. What did you do? The trio looked at her in astonishment, having been too preoccupied with their sprint to notice what she had done behind them. Oh, just a minor lesson. Probably had the ever-proud Malfoy doing a jig for an hour or two, Anneli replied nonchalantly. So cool, Anneli. Hagrid chuckled. And the other three voiced varying degrees of agreement. They lingered in Hagrid's hut for a while longer, chatting until they noticed the encroaching darkness before departing. That evening, due to Snape supervising the Polyjuice potion during the summer, she had little to do and was soon expelled from the dungeon by Snape. Had she not inadvertently inquired about shampoo scents, she likely would not have been dismissed so swiftly. Sigh. Next time, avoid ruffling Snape's feathers. It's not that he is unclean. It's simply that brewing potions makes one greasy, especially when he stays up late. Noticing it was still early, Anneli planned to seek out Dumbledore for a proper discussion regarding his choice of professors. As she ascended through the floors, she suddenly heard several pairs of footsteps approaching her rapidly before halting. Oh, I detest spiders. That was Ron's voice. Anneli quickly realized the situation and hastened her steps toward them. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. Beware of the air. By the time she arrived, Harry was reciting the blood-written words on the wall. Very close to her, Moaning Myrtle was petrified and hanging upside down on the wall. Anneli promptly used the levitation charm to lower her and administered the Mandrake restorative potion she had prepared earlier. Before more people could arrive, Myrtle regained her mobility, gazing at the group in fright. Several students hurrying back to their dormitories, upon seeing the water-drenched floor and the four standing in it, ceased their advance, and gradually, others began to notice the writing on the wall. What happened? Why is everyone gathered here? Filch's voice called out, parting the crowd to reveal the writing on the wall and the water on the ground. Potter? You again? Is this your doing? Before they could respond, Filch spotted his beloved cat. Oh, Moaning Myrtle. Dear, you're here too. What happened? Come here. It wasn't us. We found it like this. Harry explained. What a coincidence. I must inform the headmaster. This is too atrocious. Argus. At that moment, Dumbledore appeared, calmly addressing the agitated Filch. Allow me to handle this from here. Students may return to their dormitories. Argus, I shall require your assistance. Filch glared at Harry as he dispersed the students. You four, come with me. Oh, Anneli, you too. She had hoped to slip away since she was standing at a distance, but Dumbledore called her over. She had no choice but to follow the others, encountering Snape, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing her there, Snape's expression darkened, and Anneli could only feign innocence, shrugging her shoulders. Snape huffed and stepped beside Dumbledore. Once in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore conjured a few chairs for them to sit. Sir, we didn't do it. It was like this when we arrived. Chapter 14, Discussion. I can vouch for that, Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry finished explaining, and Anneli added, I had just finished my detention in Professor Snape's dungeon and ran into Harry and the others. We arrived almost simultaneously. Dumbledore paused. I recall that this is not the route back to Ravenclaw Tower, is it? Of course not. I intended to come find you. Headmaster Dumbledore. Indeed, in such matters, you are implicated too. Dumbledore rubbed his nose. Very well, since this incident does not involve you, we shall set it aside for now. Harry, you may return to your dormitory. I have matters to discuss with Anneli. Harry looked at Dumbledore, hesitating to speak, while Anneli gestured for him to leave quickly. This scene was observed by Snape, who had been watching her closely. Once the three had departed, Anneli clapped her hands on the table, startling Dumbledore, while Snape, with his ever-stoic demeanor, remained inscrutable. Albus Dumbledore, I genuinely question your judgment. By Merlin's beard, what has transpired, young Anneli? Dumbledore unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth, attempting to soothe his startled heart. Today in defense against the dark arts, Lockhart completely mismanaged the entire class. He released a horde of Cornish pixies into the room, but he lacked the ability to control them. He even hid away, leaving us to recapture them. Anneli was beside herself with frustration at the day's events. Snape raised an eyebrow at her rare display of agitation. Remaining silent, as it was Dumbledore who was currently facing the brunt of the situation, and he was enjoying the spectacle. Oh, my apologies, young Anneli. I was merely recalling his previous exploits. Dumbledore was equally taken aback that Lockhart could not even handle Cornish pixies. I shall report this to Professor McGonagall. I will have him receive a howler at breakfast. Anneli pouted and struck the table again. Goodness, this table is so hard, my hand aches. Yet her expression remained one of fury. Dumbledore, feeling somewhat guilty, turned his head away, oblivious, while Snape stifled a laugh. Having caught sight of Anneli massaging her hands behind her back, fear not, young Anneli. I assure you, I will investigate this matter. Once I gather evidence, I shall have him dismissed. Dumbledore quickly formulated a plan. Very well. Anneli barely concealed her satisfaction. It is getting late, Snape. I must trouble you to escort young Anneli back. Dumbledore was eager to see this little whirlwind off. Thank you, Professor Snape. Anneli transformed into a different person in front of him as they exited the headmaster's office, one after the other. Ah, youth, Dumbledore mused. Miss Anneli, I believe you should elucidate to your professor why you reek of the potion of resurrection. As Snape approached, he detected a faint scent of mandrake. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, Anneli exclaimed, feigning sudden recollection, while Snape regarded her skeptically, awaiting her elaboration. When we arrived there, Mrs. Norris was petrified, hanging upside down on the wall, so I administered the potion of resurrection to her. Well, Miss Anneli's reflexes are indeed swift. I shall inform Dumbledore of this development. Snape's tone remained flat, and despite the logic being sound, he still sensed something amiss. Professor Snape, I recently read a book that claimed one would die if they met the basilisk's gaze. Is this true? Snape halted in his tracks, turning to her. What are you plotting? I am not plotting anything. I am merely curious. Anneli shook her head. She would not confess her intention to sneak into the Chamber of Secrets to investigate the basilisk, nor her desire to collect a basilisk skin to present to Snape as a Christmas gift. It would be best not to test the endurance of your poor old headmaster's heart. Snape scrutinized her for a moment. In reality, he did not wholly believe her words. Her ability to brew potions undetected in a chamber known to few suggested that the basilisk she had just mentioned was far from ordinary. He would keep a close watch on her. After escorting her back to the common room, Snape returned to the headmaster's office and recounted Anneli's mention of the petrification incident, then traveled through the fireplace back to the dungeons, indifferent to Dumbledore's thoughts on the matter. For several consecutive days, Anneli encountered no sign of the trio, unaware of their activities, as the opportunities for the two houses to share classes were limited. Oh my, finally found you, Anneli. Just as Anneli was preparing to practice some spells in the room of requirement during her free time, Hermione dashed toward her from the other end of the 8th floor. Hermione, do not rush. Is there something you need? Anneli helped her catch her breath. Oh, follow me. Hermione, not wishing to converse in the hallway, took her hand and led her downstairs. They arrived at a dilapidated washroom on the 3rd floor, where Harry and Ron were hiding inside. Anneli observed the scene and seemed to grasp the situation. Annie, we need your help. Harry spoke up as he noticed Hermione was somewhat fatigued from running. What sort of help? We need to brew 3 potions of polyjuice. This potion is only taught in the higher years and takes considerable time. We know you excel in potions, so we would like to ask you to join us. All right, while it is not particularly difficult, I suggest you find another location. She had no desire to be overheard or unexpectedly splashed by toilet water. Fear not, Anneli. This place is quite safe. Hardly anyone ever comes here. Hermione finally managed to calm her breathing. Of course, but I know of an even safer location. Anneli led them back to the 8th floor, pacing in front of the tapestry 3 times, contemplating a room suitable for 4 individuals to brew potions, with a limit on the number of occupants. Snape would surely not suspect anything. As a door suddenly materialized on the wall, The trio gasped in astonishment. All right, come in. Once they all entered the room and closed the door, Annalai explained, this is the room of requirement. If you walk back and forth 3 times in front of the tapestry, while silently wishing for the room you desire, it will manifest accordingly. I was just thinking about needing a room for 4 people to brew potions. In the future, you can simply think that thought before you enter. Wow, how marvelous. I had no idea Hogwarts possessed such an extraordinary place. Ron and Harry exclaimed as they explored the room. Oh, I didn't see anything like that in a history of Hogwarts. So this is a secret base. I stumbled upon it by chance, so it is unlikely anyone will discover it. And it is quite close to your common room. This way, we need not worry about being found out on the 3rd floor. How cool. Ron and Harry chimed in unison, displaying a hint of the Weasley twins' flair. Now, why do you need the polyjuice potion? Annalai seated herself on the couch, while the other 3 settled in around her. There was little to conceal, so Hermione recounted Harry's recent experiences of hearing strange noises, Professor McGonagall's tales about the Chamber of Secrets, and their speculations regarding the matter. So you are certain you wish to enter the Slytherin common room? Annalai shook her head. I believe you should consider this. If the Chamber's master is a descendant of Slytherin, they would certainly be blood-related to Salazar. However, to my knowledge, while the Malfoy family is one of the 28 pure-blood families with a long lineage, they have no connection to Salazar. Secondly, what if you were to find the individual who opened the chamber all those years ago? Would you be able to contact them? Or would they be willing to share what transpired in the chamber with a Gryffindor? I think you should deliberate carefully. However, if you still wish to explore the Slytherin common room, I would not mind providing you with the polyjuice potion. Annalai articulated her thoughts with a deliberate calmness. The trio exchanged glances, sensing that her perspective held a semblance of truth. The desire to experiment with her idea seemed preferable to inaction. In the end, Harry resolved to proceed. All right, fortuitously I've been studying polyjuice potion lately, and I can prepare some for you before Christmas. Studying? Hermione gazed at her in disbelief. Oh, I neglected to mention that I spent half of last year under Professor Snape's detention, which allowed me to master the basic potion-making curriculum. Consequently, Professor Snape granted me an exemption from the lower-level potions class, enabling me to attend his advanced potions course, where we are currently learning about polyjuice potion. By Merlin's little angels, Annal, you are simply marvelous, Hermione proclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Indeed, Snape's most favored pupil, Ron remarked incredulously, unable to fathom why Snape would show such benevolence toward any student. He recalled how Fred and George had endured detention, forced to handle 2 entire barrels of bogey flies. That would be Professor Snape, Ron. Annalai corrected, tapping the table with her wand. Oh, a supporter of Professor Snape, are we? Ron muttered. Annalai dismissed his comment. Biases are not easily overturned, especially considering Snape's penchant for deducting points from Gryffindor. They had begun to jestingly refer to themselves as the House of Fewer Points. After deliberating their plans, Annalai approached potions class with an unusual seriousness. Although Snape seemed a touch perplexed, unable to discern any particular signs, he remained silent. The weekend heralded the most exhilarating event at Hogwarts, the Quidditch Cup match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Hermione eagerly dragged Annalai into the throng of Gryffindors to witness the match. Annalai had never realized Hermione possessed such immense strength, nor had she voiced any objection to being whisked away from the Great Hall. Truth be told, her interest in Quidditch was rather tepid. However, as Harry was a seeker, she felt compelled to cheer for her friend. Upon their arrival, the match had just commenced. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, seized the quaffle and charged toward the Gryffindor goalposts, maneuvering with his teammates to find an opportunity to score. The bludgers were careening about, adding to the thrill of the spectacle. This was Annalie's first experience of Quidditch, and as she observed the players soaring through the air, she struggled to distinguish one from another. A sudden uproar erupted from the stands when Angelina Johnson, having received the quaffle from Keeper Wood, was deliberately knocked aside by a Slytherin player, allowing another Slytherin to snatch the quaffle away. They swiftly coordinated and scored, bringing the score to 30-10 in favor of Slytherin. At that moment, a bludger hurtled toward Harry. He ducked just in time, and Wood, drawing nearer, cautioned, "Harry, be careful," just as Harry prepared to respond. The bludger veered sharply, colliding violently with Wood's broomstick and shattering the handle. As Wood's broom spiraled out of control toward the ground, Harry noticed the bludger barreling toward him and quickly maneuvered his broom to evade it. However, the bludger seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him across the pitch. Oh, Harry's encountered a rogue bludger. It must have been tampered with. Hagrid exclaimed angrily from behind Hermione and Annalai, who were watching Harry's every move through binoculars. Annalai surmised that Dobby must be involved, yet the elf's invisibility made him difficult to locate. She decided that Harry would have to endure some minor tribulations before she intervened ahead of Lockhart. Noticing that Harry and Draco had vanished from the field, she calculated it was time to act and pulled Hermione down from the stands. Hermione, let us get closer to the pitch. If Harry gets hit by the bludger, we can assist him in time. You're absolutely right. And, due to Annalie's remarkable aptitude for academics, Hermione found herself nearly incapable of refusing any of her suggestions, evolving into Annalie's devoted admirer. As they reached the edge of the Quidditch pitch, Harry and Draco were still below, in pursuit of the golden snitch. They patiently waited when suddenly, Draco appeared to be hurled aside, crashing to the ground, while Harry drew nearer to the snitch. Just as he reached out his arm to grasp it, the bludger appeared out of nowhere, striking his outstretched right hand. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Harry. Yet fixated on the snitch within reach, he gritted his teeth and leapt, using his other hand to seize it, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Lee Jordan's voice echoed from the professor's box. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins. Upon hearing this, Hermione excitedly embraced Annalie and bounced in place. From Annalie's vantage point, she also witnessed the erratic bludger descending upon Harry once more. Impedimenta. Annalie directed her wand at the bludger, and the spell collided with it mid-air, causing it to explode. Hermione, let us hurry to check on Harry. In a panic, she noticed Lockhart, that pompous peacock, descending from the stands. Ignoring Hermione, she rushed to Harry's side. Here, Harry, take this, it's bone regrowth potion. Drink it first, I'll tend to your external injuries. She produced a vial of potion and handed it to him, watching as he drank it, then carefully removed the protective gear from his injured hand. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor players and several professors, led by Lockhart, had gathered around them. Seeing Annalie preparing to cast a spell on Harry's arm, Lockhart interjected, Miss Dumbledore, I believe such matters should be handled by a professor. Annalie had no time for his boastful prattle. She simply tapped Harry's arm and uttered, healing as before. Instantly, Harry's wound began to heal, as if he had never been hurt at all. Oh, I feel completely healed. Thank you. And Harry marveled at the miraculous scene before him, expressing his gratitude. Ah, yes, Miss Dumbledore possesses remarkable healing talents, but in the future, I believe it would be more prudent to leave such matters to the professors. Lockhart awkwardly added, observing the scene. Perhaps next time, Professor, I believe the Slytherin players could certainly benefit from your assistance. She nodded politely at Lockhart. Yes, of course. I shall attend to them immediately. The bludger that had relentlessly pursued Harry had inadvertently injured several others in the process. After dismissing Lockhart, Hagrid lifted Harry, believing it best for Harry to be examined at the infirmary. Despite Harry's insistence that he was fine, the group escorted him to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey conducted a thorough examination and praised Annalie, saying, Miss Dumbledore's potions and healing skills are remarkably effective. Mr. Potter merely needs to rest, and he will be fit to resume normal activities by tomorrow. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. The group breathed a sigh of relief, expressing their gratitude before departing. Chapter 16. The Search for Nagini. Just before the successful concoction of the potion, she had already completed the previous year's luck elixir, and after bottling it, a sense of solace washed over her. It was imperative to utilize it at the most opportune moment. After all, the interval for using the luck elixir for each individual was 30 years, and she had no desire to squander it. Once she had secured the elixir and expressed her gratitude to Snape, she slipped away, casting a glance back at him as he squinted after her. On the eve of Christmas Eve, Annalise entrusted 3 vials of the compound potion to Hermione, reminding her that the potion's effects would last only 2 hours, and they needed to be mindful of the time. When they invited her to join them at the Gryffindor long table, she politely declined, citing she had other matters to attend to. Her previous insistence on keeping them from brewing potions in the third-floor restroom stemmed from her own ulterior motives. She was anxious that her desire to access the Chamber of Secrets prematurely would prove challenging, especially with the impending holiday festivities. She had already informed Dumbledore of her plans to spend Christmas in Hogsmeade with Aberforth, and then return home to celebrate with her family. Thus, tonight was the perfect opportunity. She retreated to a secluded corner and cast a disillusionment charm upon herself before proceeding to the abandoned lavatory on the 3rd floor. Finding the myrtle was absent, she turned on one of the taps adorned with a small serpent and spoke in parcel tongue. Open. Moments later, after a series of twists and turns, a hidden passage revealed itself. She retrieved a prepared raincoat and wrapped herself within it. Closing her eyes, she leaped into the opening. With a charm to dampen her fall, she called out a spell just before reaching the ground, not wishing to endure a jarring landing. Once she landed steadily, she surveyed her surroundings, cautiously advancing further into the chamber. The ground was littered with chicken bones, and the area was sticky and unkempt, but fortunately, she was enveloped in her raincoat. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a pile of rubble and was delighted to find a collection of translucent snake skins. With a spark of inspiration, she cast a shrinking charm, reducing the skins to fit into her prepared vial, which she then stowed away in her satchel. To be honest, she was hesitant to delve too deeply into the chamber, She was merely there to collect snake skins. With her task complete, she levitated herself back to the lavatory, sealed the entrance, and discarded her raincoat in a corner before returning to her dormitory. Upon arrival, her taut nerves began to relax slightly. She had previously sent out Christmas gifts for her friends via owl, and Dumbledore received a dozen woolen socks, which she hoped he would fondly reminisce about. Annalise personally wrapped the vial containing the snake skins in dark green paper, securing it with a golden ribbon. After a moment's contemplation, she produced a card, inscribing a simple note that read Christmas gift, which she tucked into an envelope. She could hardly envision Snape's reaction upon receiving the vial of snake skins. Yet she was about to leave Hogwarts, and regardless of his response, they would not meet again until 2 weeks later. What was the worst that could happen? Another term of detention? She certainly had no objections. The following day, Dumbledore escorted her to the Hog's Head Inn before departing. She spent her first Christmas with Aberforth, who gifted her a small treasure chest. Annalise was aware that Aberforth struggled with expressing himself, yet his protective nature towards her was evident. And she accepted the gift with grace, knowing she would continue to be by Aberforth's side. After 2 days with him, she was set to leave. Although she told everyone she was heading to the Cruden home, her true destination was Godric's Hollow. During these 2 days, she had taken the opportunity to visit the location she had agreed upon with the small black snake, but since no symbols had appeared, it indicated that Nagini had only manifested in Godric's Hollow thus far. Aberforth reluctantly saw her off at the wizarding bus stop. Aberforth, I'll be back during the summer. All right, I'll be waiting for your return, Annalise. Once aboard the bus, she initially instructed the driver to take her to the Sedgwick Road junction, but after the bus had departed, she changed her destination to Godric's Hollow. When the bus finally came to a complete stop, Annalise disembarked, her small satchel slung over her shoulder. The bus had halted near the edge of the forest, and in the distance, she could still faintly make out the village. Watching the bus disappear from her sight, she slowly ventured into the woods. Previously, while rummaging through the clutter in the room of requirement for a diadem, she had stumbled upon an abandoned wand, likely hidden there as a prank by someone. Thinking it might come in handy, she had kept it, thus ensuring that even if she performed magic here, it was unlikely the Ministry of Magic would trace it back to her. She realized that her decision might have been somewhat impulsive, but as the days passed, the time until she recalled Nagini's complete loss of human memory drew ever closer, along with Voldemort's resurrection. She feared becoming a Horcrux once more, destined to perish in the impending battle. Even if she were merely a snake, she yearned to find her. She scoured the forest for any signs of the snake's presence, remaining vigilant for any approaching individuals. Although it was unlikely anyone would venture into the woods during Christmas, she pressed deeper into the forest, discovering only traces left by small animals, devoid of any evidence of serpentine creatures. This place felt like an immense web, and she steeled herself, meticulously examining every possible nook and cranny. Uncertain of how long she had been searching, she leaned against a tree, taking a moment to eat a sandwich before resuming her quest. As the sun began to set, she had yet to uncover any clues, and with nightfall approaching, she quickened her pace, hoping to find a cave or some shelter for the night. When darkness enveloped the forest, she spotted a small cave. Upon entering, she cast several protective charms at the entrance, including a silencing charm and a confounding charm, to deter any wandering creatures. Then she kindled a fire within the cave. At Hogwarts, Snape was preoccupied brewing a dentifrice potion for Dumbledore. Once he had delivered it, he finally found time to begin unwrapping his Christmas gifts. After discarding several mundane and extravagant items sent by families with whom he collaborated on potions, he finally uncovered a bottle-shaped object wrapped in dark green paper at the bottom. Removing the attached envelope, he noted the signature, Annalise Dumbledore. A faint smile involuntarily crept across his lips, and as he opened the package, the dim light of the cellar revealed a pile of white materials. As he began to pour them out, he was completely unprepared for the sudden influx of snake skins, which returned to their normal size upon leaving the confines of the bottle. Well, Annalise had intended this. She had said nothing. Yet she had cast a spell on the bottle, ensuring that the shrinking charm would be undone the moment the skins were released. The cellar was now filled with snake skins, and Snape's brows furrowed as he scrutinized the nearest piece. Upon recognizing that this skin belonged to a serpent with a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, his fury reached its zenith. He hastily returned the skins to the bottle and stormed out of the cellar, heading back to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore? Oh, Merlin's trousers, Severus, you startled me. What brings you back? Dumbledore, caught off guard while indulging in a recently discovered snack, the cockroach cluster, nearly dropped the crawling confection he held in his hand. Is Annalise at Hogwarts? Severus Snape, in a fit of rage, slammed the bottle in his hand onto the table, his dark, penetrating gaze seemingly ablaze with fury. Do you know what Christmas gift she sent me? Ah, Severus, regarding such personal matters as Christmas gifts, I believe there is no need for you to come here and boast about anything, Albus Dumbledore replied. This reminded him of the woolen socks he had received, accompanied by a note that read, "Those who are alive are more worthy of cherishing." Who is boasting, Dumbledore? You must reign in your grandniece. She sent me a snake's shed, a millennium-old serpent's shed. She is nothing but a foolish lion clad in eagle's skin. Arrogant, presumptuous. This colossal creature with a head full of nonsense. You must ascertain where she found that ancient serpent. It is highly likely that it is still alive. She is endangering herself. Snape vented his frustrations at Dumbledore. Oh, Severus, I fear we shall not see young Anna until the Christmas holiday concludes. She has been with Aberforth these past few days and will return to the Muggle world afterward, Dumbledore said, feeling a headache coming on. It was evident that Snape's agitation stemmed from a concern for Annalise. I suggest you bring her back immediately. The existence of that serpent is exceedingly perilous, Dumbledore declared. Suddenly, he recalled the question Annalise had posed to him the day he returned her. Professor Snape, I recently read a book stating that if one meets the gaze of a basilisk, one will die. Is that true? He had not yet managed to keep a close watch on her, and before he knew it, she had already acted. Given the recent incident with Mrs. Alice being petrified, a bold suspicion began to form in his mind, which Snape articulated. This is serious. I shall write to the Croutons at once. Explaining the situation and requesting Annalise's immediate return to school. Dumbledore's expression grew grave as he cleared his desk, preparing to pen a letter to the Crouton couple. He then entrusted the letter to Fawkes, instructing him to bring Annalise back once the Croutons had read it. Dumbledore and Snape then sat in the headmaster's office, awaiting Fawkes and Annalise's arrival. After about an hour, Fawkes had yet to return, and Dumbledore began to sense something amiss. Just as he was about to summon another owl to send a letter, Fawkes appeared in the office, but Annalise was conspicuously absent, holding a letter in its beak. Dumbledore took the letter and opened it, his expression growing increasingly grave as he read its contents. Snape, observing his demeanor, felt a sense of foreboding. Dumbledore, what has happened? Annalise has not returned to the Crouton household. Mr. Crouton has responded, stating that Annalise has sent them a letter indicating she intends to remain with Aberforth for this Christmas and will return during the summer holidays. Mrs. Crouton is now aware of Annalise's situation and is rather distraught. Go and inquire with Aberforth. Snape gritted his teeth as he spoke. Dumbledore hastily opened a drawer to retrieve a two-way mirror, calling out to Aberforth. Initially reluctant to communicate, Aberforth begrudgingly accepted the mirror to gain insight into Annalise's current whereabouts. Aberforth, if you have no pressing matters, it's quite late. Before long, the mirror connected, and Aberforth's irritable voice echoed from the other side. Snape did not wait for him to finish his tirade and directly inquired, Aberforth, is Annalise still with you? What? Snape, I think you are overstepping your boundaries as a professor regarding Anna. Aberforth responded, sensing something was amiss. Albus, it's not like that. We have a matter concerning young Anna, so we are merely checking if she is with you. Dumbledore interjected quickly, noticing Snape's growing agitation. Aberforth, have you forgotten? Anna departed early this morning on the wizarding bus to the Crouton home. I saw her off. Aberforth replied curtly. Oh, yes, I must have been preoccupied and forgotten. My apologies for disturbing you, Aberforth. Do take care and rest well. Dumbledore ended the call, disregarding Aberforth's reaction as an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. Dumbledore, I will step out of the school. Since she took the wizarding bus, there must be a trail to follow. Snape rose to leave. Thank you, Severus. I hope that you can effectively manage her behavior upon her return. Additionally, you must soothe her Muggle parents. Snape paused for a moment, then, without looking back, exited through the door. In Godric's Hollow, after a day of intense concentration, Annalise was utterly exhausted, resting against a mountainside, drifting into a light slumber. In the latter half of the night, she was stirred awake by the sound of rustling, immediately gripping her wand in alarm as she peered toward the cave entrance. With dawn yet to break, she could only vaguely discern a shadow, unable to ascertain its form. She fixed her gaze on the shadow for an extended period, and unexpectedly, her eyes met a pair of crimson pupils. Red. Her breath hitched for a moment. She recalled that Nagini's eyes were indeed red. Summoning her courage, she cast 2 disillusionment charms upon herself and cautiously dispelled the protective enchantment at the entrance, only to see a serpent slither inside. The serpent was a vibrant green, adorned with intricate patterns, its considerable size reminiscent of Nagini's form. Upon entering, the serpent did not rest immediately, but instead gazed at the dying embers of the fire, surveying its surroundings before retreating to the deepest recesses of the cave. Annalise watched the serpent with closed eyes, refraining from making any sudden movements. Before long, the serpent reopened its eyes, glancing toward the cave entrance and briefly scanning Annalise's position. She felt compelled to reinforce her disillusionment charm in response. Hiss, familiar scent. After a considerable time, the serpent emitted a sound. Annalise, trembling, covered her mouth with her hand, fully aware of her predicament. She stood up, slightly stretching her stiff limbs. And at that moment, her disillusionment charm dissipated. Hiss, intruder. Are you Nagini? Annalise asked in Parseltongue, observing the serpent's aggressive posture. Hiss, Nagini? Such a familiar name. The serpent regarded her, puzzled by her words that it could comprehend. I am Annalise Dumbledore. Chapter 17, The Great Maternal Love. Annalise's voice quivered with emotion. Upon hearing her name, the serpent's pupils dilated, a flicker of complexity and conflict flashing within its red gaze. Just as Annalise awaited a response, the serpent suddenly darted away. Momentarily stunned, Annalise quickly pursued it. The serpent moved with great speed, yet its bulk allowed her to catch glimpses of its shadow as she hurried after it. They ran for quite some time, and the sky began to lighten, leading them to a precipice. Hiss, leave. I am here to find you. Annalise stubbornly faced the serpent. You are Nagini, aren't you? Hiss, I am not. You are lying. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Annalise's cheeks as she shouted at it. You are Nagini. Mother. As the serpent pondered its next escape, a heart-wrenching cry echoed through the air. Mama. From Annalise. Nagini turned her head, gazing at the girl with a complex expression. Mama, I have found Afu. I wish to take you home. Hiss, they do not treat you well. Annalise momentarily failed to grasp the meaning of this statement, then suddenly realized that they must refer to the Credence family. If her life had been satisfactory, she would not have sought out Afu. No, my adoptive family treats me well. Last year, it was Professor Dumbledore who helped Afu and me prove our lineage. Hiss, you should not come. Mama, I want to take you home. Hiss, I cannot return. There will be a way. There must be. Hiss, you should leave. Mama, I can speak Parseltongue. I can communicate with you even if you completely transform into a snake. Annalise understood that Nagini feared the possibility of harming her in the future, which is why she hesitated to leave. Hiss, follow me. After a moment's contemplation, Nagini gestured for her to follow. Before long, they arrived at another cave. Hiss, dig it out. Nagini struck the ground with her tail, prompting Annalise to pick up a nearby stone and begin to excavate, digging to the depth of about a palm. She unearthed a notebook. Hiss, this is for you. Mama, if you won't come home with me, at least come to Hogwarts. I want to be with you. Annalise did not rush to read the notebook's contents, but instead tucked it into her satchel. Hiss, I am dangerous. The blood curse, I know. But you are lucid now. Mama, I know you must have done something for me. Otherwise, I would surely be oscillating between snake and human. This signifies that there must be a way, right? Even as a snake, I will find a means to preserve your memories. Hiss, I am already of age. What is useful to you holds no significance for me. No, Mama, the magical world is vast. We can find a solution. If you truly fear that you might harm me in the future, we can forge a contract. Suddenly, Annalise recalled that her inheritance included a provision regarding wizarding contract partners, which typically involved animals. They would establish a special pact akin to a blood oath in the magical world, precluding any possibility of mutual harm. His contract. A flicker of confusion crossed Nagini's eyes. I read about it in ancient texts. It is a special way to forge a connection between wizards and animals, compelling both parties not to harm one another. Mama, do you not wish to accompany me as I grow? Annalise gazed at her with tear-filled eyes. Hiss. Very well, I shall enter into a contract with you. Looking upon the visage reminiscent of Credence, Nagini's heart softened at last. Wiping her tears, Annalise approached Nagini, bit her own fingertip to draw blood, and placed her hand upon Nagini's head, reciting the incantation for the contract. A shimmering white light radiated between them, forming a luminous circle which coalesced after several breaths. In the depths of their souls, they sensed each other's presence, imbued with a powerful restriction, just as Annalise had articulated. It was an absolute prohibition against any mutual harm. Hiss, remarkable. Mama, can you shrink? You could coil around my arm. That way, you wouldn't be discovered. Annalise smiled as she embraced Nagini, who gently nuzzled her neck. Hiss, I can. Annabelle Dumbledore. Just as Nagini prepared to diminish in size, a voice filled with anger and fear erupted from behind Annalise. Upon hearing the familiar voice, her heart skipped a beat, and she swiftly turned around. Hiss. Nagini assumed a defensive posture, ready to strike at the sudden intruder. No, he is my professor. Annalise positioned herself in front of Nagini. After calming Nagini, she awkwardly faced Severus Snape. Professor Snape. Ah, Miss Dumbledore, if your mind were not so muddled by the slime of a slug, you would not have repeatedly kept your poor old headmaster and foolish professor in the dark. Snape's keen eye detected that Annalise seemed to be in control of the giant serpent, and he vented his venomous words toward her. I am truly sorry, Professor Snape. I have my reasons. It was not my intention to conceal the truth. If something were to happen, You would perish in the wilderness without anyone knowing. Snape himself was uncertain about the source of his ire, yet the accumulated frustration he felt along the way was indescribable upon finally finding Annalise. As he used the summoning charm to track her whereabouts, he recalled the filthy thoughts he had when he first encountered her. In that moment, he had wished to cast a curse upon her. With this thought, his gaze turned hollow, and his emotions dissipated. Observing his demeanor, Annalise realized he had employed the mind-blocking spell. Why? Why had he suddenly resorted to such a spell? Dumbledore sent me to bring you back to explain the matter of the snake shed. Before Annalise could ponder further, she was taken aback by the mention of snake shed. You informed Dumbledore. Ah, if the astute Miss Dumbledore had not attempted to drown her unfortunate potions professor in the shed of a millennia-old serpent, perhaps this would not have occurred. Oh, he was calling her Miss Dumbledore again. It seemed this time he was genuinely infuriated. Annalise felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Snape grasped her arm, preparing to apparate. Wait, Professor. Annalise extended her other arm toward Nagini, who immediately shrank and coiled around her several times. Once Snape saw she was ready, he took her hand, and they apparatted away. After a brief moment of compression, they found themselves in a dimly lit, small room. Upon arriving, Snape released Annalise, conjured several candles with his wand, and began rummaging through the fireplace. Professor Snape, where are we? Annalise inquired, gazing around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Spinner's End. Snape offered little explanation as he opened the fireplace and handed her a small iron box filled with flue powder. Hogwarts prohibits apparition. Take a handful of flue powder and say, Hogwarts headmaster's office. Very well, Professor. Annalise took a handful of flue powder, stepped into the fireplace, and skillfully scattered the powder, quickly vanishing from Snape's view. Shortly thereafter, Snape extinguished the candles and two disappeared into the fireplace, leaving the room in silence, as if nothing had transpired. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat unmoving through the night, gazing at the fireplace as flames suddenly ignited. He quickly turned to see Annalise and Snape emerge, one after the other. Merlin's beard, Severus. Thank you immensely for bringing little Annalise back safely. Dumbledore rose and approached Annalise, casting a spell to examine her condition. Apart from a hint of fatigue in her spirit, she appeared to be in fine shape. He then led both of them to sit at his desk. Annalise sat in her chair with her head bowed, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, refraining from uttering a word. Annalise, I am deeply sorry. We assumed you were at the Cruden residence. Hence we wrote to them in hopes of facilitating your early return to school. To our dismay, Mrs. Seraphina believed you were missing, which understandably affected her mood. Dumbledore explained gently. I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore. Is my mother well? Annalise lifted her gaze, her face etched with remorse as she looked at Dumbledore. Rest assured, dear child, I informed your guardians that you departed via the wizarding bus, and that you were at Aberforth's. Oh, Aberforth is unaware of your absence from the Cruden home, so you need not worry, Dumbledore reassured her, casting a comforting glance in her direction. Now, you may elucidate for us why you chose to leave on your own, and the matter concerning the bottle of basilisk skin you gifted to Severus. I suppose I ought to have been forthright with you sooner, Headmaster Dumbledore. At that moment, Annalise truly felt her overconfidence in her own abilities. She believed her plans were flawless, even toying with Snape, without considering the emotions of those who cared for her. Thus, she resolved to selectively disclose certain matters to Dumbledore. I once inadvertently discovered moaning Myrtle weeping in the third-floor lavatory. She recounted the sight of a pair of yellow slitted eyes at the time of her death. I speculated it could be a basilisk. Yet I could not fathom why a basilisk would be present at Hogwarts. Then came the incident of the Chamber of Secrets being opened that very night, where I found Mrs. Loris petrified. According to Myrtle, direct eye contact with a basilisk would result in death. However, Mrs. Loris was merely petrified, likely because she had not looked it in the eye. Astute deduction, young Annalise, Dumbledore praised, his admiration evident as he listened to her reasoning. Yet Annalise, aware of the truth, nervously fidgeted with her hands, unable to continue. Subsequently, I learned that Myrtle's final moments transpired in the lavatory, prompting me to investigate the vicinity, where I discovered a tap adorned with a serpent's likeness. At this juncture, Annalise cast a furtive glance at Dumbledore, her courage faltering at the prospect of meeting his gaze. Headmaster Dumbledore, I am a Parselmouth. What? Severus, who had remained silent throughout, exclaimed in astonishment. I would prefer to address this matter later, Annalise murmured, her head lowered even further. Of course, dear Annalise, I am pleased that you chose to share this with us, Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes peering through half-moon spectacles, revealing little of his thoughts. I attempted to converse with the serpent-like tap, uttering the word open, which revealed a passageway. Upon entering, I discovered the basilisk skin, yet I did not dare venture deeper, so I cannot ascertain whether the basilisk was present or not. That is all. Annalise exhaled in one breath, and Dumbledore and Snape exchanged glances, remaining silent. As for my being a parcel mouth, I was unaware of it until recently, having had no prior encounters with snakes before the summer. After a brief pause, noticing that neither man had further inquiries, she began to clarify her ability. While wandering in Hogsmeade, I came across an injured snake. I endeavored to save it, and it spoke to me, revealing my ability to communicate with serpents. It seems Miss Dumbledore is entirely persuaded by the words of a grateful snake, Snape interjected with a derisive chuckle. It claimed its friend had encountered Nagini in Godric's Hollow, and I thought to seek her out. Annalise felt a surge of defiance, but refrained from retorting. Well then, since the brave Miss Dumbledore has found her, let us summon Nagini, Snape remarked sarcastically. Little Annalise? Dumbledore inquired, astonished. Grandfather Albus, I truly have found my mother. Annalise's eyes glistened with tears. She has not fully transformed into a serpent. She remembers me. Dumbledore's heart ached for her, rendering it difficult to chastise her for deceiving those around her and leaving alone. Little Annalise, you must understand that we have all been quite worried about you. I am sorry, Grandfather Albus. Annalise wept, her fear palpable. Yet, she was determined to strive. If she could locate Nagini, she might avert Snape's fate and reunite with her mother. Although this could potentially lead to the uncontrollable emergence of the final Horcrux, it was truly the best solution she could conceive. Perhaps sensing her sorrow, Nagini, who had been concealed within Annalise's robes, emerged, gently using her tail to wipe away her tears. Hiss, 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 good child, do not cry, you are not at fault. This is, Dumbledore observed the somewhat anthropomorphized Nagini, his mind racing with thoughts, yet he sought to ascertain the truth from Annalise. She is Nagini, she has shrunk to accompany me. Annalise felt the warmth of her mother's comfort, which quelled her tears. Nagini, it has been far too long. Aberforth and I have searched for you endlessly. Dumbledore addressed the serpent. Hiss. What did he say? Upon transforming into a serpent, Nagini could no longer comprehend human speech, yet perhaps due to their bond, she could understand Annalise in any tongue. Grandfather Albus says they have sought you for a long time. Annalise translated with a smile. Hiss, hiss, hiss. That diary was recorded after I departed. Annalise recalled the notebook she had unearthed, but hesitated to relinquish it. However, observing the expressions on Dumbledore and Snape's faces, she reluctantly produced the unopened journal. Mother said this was her record after she left. I have yet to peruse it. Implicitly, she hoped to be allowed to examine it first. Dumbledore regarded her with a smile. Then let us examine it together. We must ascertain what she did to suppress the blood curse, and whether there are any pertinent warnings. Very well. Truly, she thought, what a relentless old bee he was. With a reluctant sigh, she opened the notebook in their presence, revealing her mother's tumultuous emotions following Credence's death, which led to an uncontrollable transformation into a serpent. To avoid harming Credence's family, she had chosen to leave, unaware at the time that she was pregnant, until she visited a Muggle clinic. She had never envisioned having offspring, as she feared birthing a child cursed with the family's blood magic, uncertain of when she might fully become a creature, burdening her child with such a fate. Yet, she could not bear the thought of terminating the pregnancy, for it was Credence's only legacy. Thus, she gave birth to Annalise at a Muggle clinic. And prior to her delivery, she had prepared an alchemical medium in accordance with the ancestral methods passed down through her family, coupled with a familial secret technique, which temporarily stunted Annalise's growth and contained the blood curse within her. Chapter 15, The Dueling Club. In the Quidditch Stadium, due to Annalise's intervention, Lockhart failed to harm Harry, despite his eagerness to treat some of the Slytherins. However, the contemptuous Slytherins would not allow him to approach them. Thus his incompetence remained undiscovered. Unexpectedly, various houses soon received notice from the school that Lockhart, in a bid to enhance his reputation, had persuaded Professor Dumbledore to revive the long-abandoned dueling club. Upon learning this news, Annalise could hardly conceal her disdain, while Hermione still clung to some fanatical admiration for Lockhart, leaving her puzzled. Annalise, it seems you have never liked Professor Lockhart, Hermione remarked. Oh, of course. Who would appreciate a professor who cannot even cast a single spell and turns the classroom into utter chaos? Annalise candidly expressed her thoughts, instantly garnering unanimous agreement from Ron and Harry. After a tumultuous defense against the dark arts lesson with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, Annalise expected Lockhart would finally recognize his shortcomings. Yet, he audaciously continued to summon Cornish pixies during the Gryffindor and Slytherin class, successfully replicating a scene of absurd chaos, which left Neville startled and slightly injured. As they conversed, they arrived at a classroom specially prepared for the dueling club, where students from various houses were animatedly discussing around the dueling platform. Oh, how I long to practice spells in solitude, Annalise lamented, overwhelmed by the cacophony that contradicted her preference for tranquility. Can we not study in peace? Such a display of chaos. As more students flooded the classroom, Lockhart finally made his entrance, adorned in a robe he believed would showcase his charming and dashing persona. "Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear my voice?" Lockhart posed dramatically, strutting along the lengthy dueling platform as if on a catwalk. "Due to the recent series of unfortunate events, I have received special permission from Professor Dumbledore to revive the dueling club, so that one day you may learn to protect yourselves. Rest assured, I possess an abundance of combat experience, and for specific incidents, you may refer to my published works." With that, he flung off his robe into the audience, where several Hufflepuff girls eagerly scrambled for it. Annalise smirked inwardly at Hermione's envious exclamations, thinking, the admiration they hold now will yield much regret in the future. "Now, allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape," Lockhart continued. "He has graciously agreed to assist me, but fear not. I shall ensure that you retain a professor who remains unharmed." As Snape ascended the platform, clad in a casual black ensemble, a gaggle of enamored girls gazed at Lockhart with delight, while Annalise shook her head in exasperation. After their formalities, Lockhart and Snape faced each other, executing a wizarding duel salute. Annalise watched intently, her eyes transfixed on Snape's elegant movements. The grace of Professor Snape is simply captivating, a sight for sore eyes. Once the ceremonial gestures concluded, Snape and Lockhart distanced themselves, assuming dueling stances. 1, 2, 3. Disarm. As Lockhart completed his count, Snape swiftly cast the disarming spell, sending Lockhart careening backward, crashing violently to the ground. The audience of enamored girls gasped in sympathy, while the boys chuckled or smirked at Lockhart's disheveled state. In a corner, Annalise gazed adoringly at Snape, marveling at his poise and strength. Indeed, let Lockhart scream and expose his true self. Sensing something, Snape glanced towards Annalise, only to find her gaze filled with admiration, her respect nearly palpable. He instinctively averted his gaze, concealing the faint flush that crept to his ears, hidden beneath his dark locks. "I suppose there's no harm in letting them witness this, though your intentions are exceedingly transparent, Professor Snape. I could easily intervene, but I believe it would be best for the students to experience it firsthand." Lockhart regained his footing, approaching Snape with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had occurred. No one noticed Annalise rolling her eyes in exasperation from below. Naturally, Snape had no desire to engage in dialogue with this blundering fool and turned to exit the platform. "Malfoy, Harry, why don't you give it a try?" Lockhart called out with a grin. Harry and Draco ascended the dueling platform, mimicking the formalities exhibited by the professors. Once prepared, Lockhart reminded them, "Remember, just cast the disarming spell. 1, 2. Before he could reach 3, Draco unleashed a spell. Levi Corpus. Harry was abruptly sent spinning through the air. Seeing this, Annalise swiftly cast a cushioning charm to catch Harry. "What? You can disregard the rules. But I can't offer assistance? No one can prove I saved him." To her surprise, Snape immediately recognized her intervention, yet he remained silent. Harry, regaining his composure, retaliated against Draco with Colloportus. This was a spell Annalise had casually taught them during their studies, a non-lethal charm designed to ensnare and humiliate. Draco, now seated on the floor, felt embarrassed as he anxiously glanced at Snape, fearing his head of house would inform his father, knowing the repercussions he would face at home. "I said to use only the disarming spell," Lockhart interjected, attempting to mediate and reset the duel. Yet, the ever-proud Malfoy was determined to reclaim his dignity. Quickly regaining his composure, he cast a spell at Harry. Serpensortia. A snake materialized in the center of the dueling platform, falling directly before Justin Finch-Fletchley. "Let me handle this. Vanish." Lockhart, eager for the opportunity to showcase his prowess, rushed forward. However, he failed to dispel the snake and instead provoked its wrath. "Stay away from me." In Parseltongue, Harry, witnessing the serpent slithering towards Justin, called out in desperation. For a moment, the entire classroom fell silent, but Harry remained intensely focused. "Leave." In Parseltongue, Snape, perceiving the situation escalating, cast a spell that reduced the snake to ashes. "What are you doing?" Justin shouted angrily at Harry. "Do you want it to kill me?" "I didn't. I was just trying to keep it away from you," Harry protested, feeling unjustly accused. "You were trying to kill me." Justin ignored his defense and fled the classroom, followed by his friends. At this moment, class time had elapsed, and Lockhart dismissed the session. "You never mentioned you were a Parselmouth." They stepped out of the classroom, and Ron exclaimed in astonishment to Harry. "What?" Harry was in a rather foul mood. He had been attempting to rescue someone, yet found himself inexplicably scolded. "You spoke Parseltongue, Harry. Only snakes, and those who can communicate in Parseltongue comprehend it. Others are completely oblivious to what you were saying." Annalise interjected, explaining that Voldemort had also been a Parselmouth, and evidently, based on the earlier hints regarding Slytherin's heir, Justin regarded Harry as a dark wizard. "I don't know. The last time I spoke to a snake was before I turned 11. I thought all wizards could do that." Harry's emotions were tumultuous. Indeed, During the founding days of Hogwarts, many wizards possessed the ability to speak Parseltongue. It is not a rarity, but rather a language, Harry. Anneli earnestly educated them. In addition to conversing with snakes, one can also communicate with other magical creatures. Each species possesses its own unique language. However, as time passed, wizards deemed it unnecessary, and fewer chose to learn it, leaving only those who were naturally able to converse with snakes, like Salazar Slytherin. I don't think you should view this as a negative thing. It's merely acquiring an additional language, she concluded. You speak the truth, Anneli. Your explanation is quite clear. A voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Oh, it's you again, lurking in the shadows. Must you always appear out of nowhere? Anneli felt far from surprised. Dumbledore had almost conditioned her to expect his sudden appearances. She would not even be taken aback if he were to materialize while she was battling a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry, Anneli, do you have time to visit my office? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. If you can't beat them, join them. What else can one do? After bidding farewell to Hermione and the others, Anneli and Harry followed Dumbledore. Oh, Anneli knows far too much. She can even trace back to the era of the four founders. Hermione marveled as she watched their retreating figures, pondering that she needed to frequent the library more often to catch up with Anneli. Meanwhile, Ron remained oblivious, simply feeling the need to sharpen his intellect. In the headmaster's office, as they entered, a screech pierced the air, followed by flames erupting from a nearby perch, leaving behind nothing but a pile of ashes. Ah, Fawkes, we arrived just in time. It is indeed that moment for him. He is a phoenix, capable of being reborn from the flames. Dumbledore spoke to them nonchalantly, watching as a chick, resembling a freshly hatched bird, emerged from the ashes. Oh, a featherless chick, Anneli murmured. Dumbledore glanced at her. Hearing you say that will surely sadden Fawkes. I didn't say anything. She averted her gaze, as if nothing had transpired. Dumbledore smiled indulgently, choosing not to tease her further. Professor Dumbledore, I didn't do anything. Harry eagerly began to explain. Silly boy, Anneli scoffed internally. I certainly believe you are innocent, Harry. As Anneli mentioned, it is merely a language. Dumbledore gently guided him. But I have never learned any animal languages, Professor. The killing curse is a profoundly dark and sophisticated piece of dark magic, Harry. I suspect that when Voldemort harmed you, he inadvertently transferred that aspect of his abilities to you. Oh, I really do not wish to hear this, Headmaster Dumbledore. I feel I should leave for a while. Goodness, why must these matters be discussed in her presence? I absolutely do not wish to know too much. You can listen, Anneli. After all, you are his best friend. And I believe that even without calling you, Harry would share this with you, along with Ron and Hermione, Dumbledore kindly remarked. Harry, slightly embarrassed, lowered his gaze. Harry, do not burden yourself too heavily. The truth will eventually come to light. But Professor, the Sorting Hat wanted to place me in Slytherin. Yet it ultimately sorted you into Gryffindor, did it not? But there will always be an answer. Harry, do not rush. Ah, the old riddle master, Headmaster Dumbledore. Anneli silently thought, unable to interject. Well then, Professor Dumbledore, he reassured him. May I have a moment alone with Anneli? Of course, goodbye, Professor. Harry left, filled with a myriad of questions. Headmaster Dumbledore, please refrain from discussing such matters in my presence again. I am still but a child. Once Harry departed, Anneli pouted, expressing her discontent. Little Anneli, aside from Harry needing to know, you too need to be informed. Knowing more will better equip you to protect yourself. I believe knowing less is preferable. I called you here to discuss what you mentioned earlier regarding Lockhart. I have some leads now. I also heard about the recent events at the dueling club from Severus. Dumbledore disregarded her comment, continuing with his own discourse. That is good to hear, Grandfather Albus. I believe in the future, you should ensure the teachers are more thoroughly vetted. If not, I am confident Professor Snape would willingly teach both subjects. Upon voicing that thought, she felt a twinge of unease. That position seemed cursed by Voldemort. It was best not to let Snape take it, yet she assumed Dumbledore would not appoint him anyway. Little Anneli, you seem quite fond of Severus. Of course, a calm and composed master of potions, endowed with formidable magic, should surely be admired, should he not? She never hesitated to lavish praise upon Snape. Those who are alive ought to be cherished, Grandfather Albus. Ah, a profound statement, little Anneli. Dumbledore paused, then spoke slowly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave then, Headmaster Dumbledore. If there's an issue, Grandfather Albus. If not, then Headmaster Dumbledore, he mused, bemused, waving her off. Little Anneli is a good child, is she not, Severus? Dumbledore suddenly inquired. If she had any difficulties, you would have been alerted long ago. Snape emerged from the fireplace, brushing off non-existent dust. Do not be disheartened, Severus. I did not intentionally prevent you from becoming the defense against the dark arts professor. Rather, you have more significant responsibilities. Dumbledore explained, attempting to assuage him. I presume that a great white wizard must have considerations unknown to others. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Snape dismissed his excuses, exiting through the fireplace once more. Upon returning to the dungeons, he finally relaxed his demeanor, Annalie's words echoing in his mind. It suddenly dawned upon him what he was doing, and he instinctively employed the mental occlusion spell. Chapter 18, The Hogwarts Crisis. The essence of this secret technique lies in the fact that as long as the caster remains alive, the blood curse will remain suppressed, binding their lifespans together. As long as she does not voluntarily lift the spell, or Annalie does not learn to become an animagus, she will be able to grow up safely. However, once Annalie learns to become an animagus, the energy generated during the transformation will break the suppression, and the blood curse will inevitably take effect. In the family's secret archives, there lies a method for breaking the curse, which necessitates the assistance of their direct descendants. However, each generation of those afflicted by the blood curse has met an untimely demise, either through uncontrolled means or by unfortunate circumstance, before their offspring could reach maturity. Thus, the means of lifting the curse has been interred within the family graveyard, beneath the tombstone of the last clan leader. Due to Nagini's intermittent awakenings and lapses into chaos, she is unable to freely shift between her human and serpent forms. Consequently, she must relinquish her hopes of returning to her family in the beautiful land of America to seek a solution. Instead, she opts to suppress Annalie's growth, attempting to discover a means to lift the blood curse within the confines of England, inadvertently embarking on this quest for over a decade. To ensure that she does not harm Annalie during her moments of instability, and fearing that bringing Annalie into the wizarding world may expose her to animagus transformations that could render the secret arts ineffective, Nagini dedicates considerable time to observing Muggle families. Ultimately, she selects the Crutton family. Her meticulous notes document a decade of observations concerning the Cruttons. Initially, she had not intended to observe for such an extended period. However, the unexpected arrival of a child within the Crutton household prompted her to linger longer, anxious that Annalie might not receive the attention she deserves. Once she felt assured, she placed a nameplate inscribed with Annalie's birth date and name at the Cruttons' doorstep, only to lose her ability to revert to human form thereafter. Devoid of magical support, Annalie became imbued with life and was subsequently discovered by the Crutton couple. However, Annalie, being from America, was entirely ignorant of the wizarding school admissions process in England. Regardless of whether she grew up in the wizarding world, she would eventually receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Following this point, there are no further records, as she completely lost the ability to transform back into a human. Fortunately, she occasionally maintained a state of memory, leading her to bury her diary. She left behind a series of letters set to be delivered, intended to reach Aberforth once Annalie came of age. Unexpectedly, Annalie found her first. Upon reviewing all the records, Annalie calculated her age and realized that she was, in fact, born in the same year as Severus Snape. Albeit her growth had been stunted for 20 years due to alchemical reasons. The diary elucidated that the alchemical substance, which worked in conjunction with the secret arts, required the user to continuously channel magic, thereby perpetually stifling Annalie's growth. However, after Nagini left Annalie at the Cruttons' doorstep, she could no longer transform into a human, rendering the alchemical substance entirely ineffective. At that moment, she fortuitously traversed into this world, becoming Annalie Dumbledore. So, I must now be 32 years old. No, dear Annalie. Only the age reflecting normal physical growth is genuine. Fortunately, this notebook exists. You must promise me, before discovering a means to lift the curse, to never attempt an animagus transformation. Understood? Dumbledore gazed intently at her. I understand. I cherish my life, Headmaster Dumbledore. She is not a fool. Snape, seemingly perceiving her thoughts, curled the corners of his lips. Very well, dear Annalie. You should return to your dormitory and get some rest. I imagine you Haven T slept well during this day and night. Dumbledore gently stroked her hair. It was just past 7 in the morning. The young witches and wizards on holiday should still be lost in their dreams. All right. Nagini once more climbed onto Annalie's arm, allowing herself to be led back to the dormitory. Upon returning, she reverted to her normal size, for being small was rather uncomfortable. Though fortunately, Annalie had the dormitory to herself. Before sleeping, Annalie remembered to prepare a letter to Seraphina, assuring her of her well-being, intending to send it first thing the following morning. Thus, both girl and serpent peacefully drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, after her departure, Dumbledore engaged Snape in a discussion regarding the basilisk. I will prepare some potions to combat the basilisk. I shall venture in during the holiday to investigate. Snape pondered over potions capable of resisting the creature. No, Severus, I do not wish for you to take that risk. You are invaluable to me. However, the presence of the basilisk renders Hogwarts perilous, especially considering someone has opened the Chamber of Secrets, allowing the beast to roam freely within the castle. Snape furrowed his brow. Or do you intend to leave this basilisk as a trial for your Potter boy? I must remind you, Dumbledore, that it may well be Salazar's basilisk, which has lived for over 1,000 years. I will devise a better plan, Severus. I believe young Anali would not approve of your involvement either. Dumbledore's demeanor remained unruffled. I truly question whether sorting her into Gryffindor was a correct decision. Oh, the sorting hat never errs. You might exercise a modicum of leniency. Not just towards young Anali, but also towards yourself. Dumbledore regarded Snape with an enigmatic expression, leaving him with the impression that the old wizard was once again weaving some riddle. The situation surrounding the chamber has already stirred unease. You would do well to devise a flawless plan before that rascal Malfoy creates further trouble. Snape, uninterested in deciphering the thoughts of the centenarian, returned to his own subterranean chambers. He retrieved the bottle filled with serpent skins, scrutinizing it for a prolonged moment before securing it within his cabinet designated for rare ingredients. The scant information gathered over the past 2 days left his mind reeling. He could only hope that Dumbledore's plans would not encounter too many unforeseen variables. Otherwise, he would find himself burdened. Originally, he only needed to be vigilant regarding Potter's safety, but now it appeared he had to concern himself with Anali as well. The following day, Anali arose early, tearing into a pile of Christmas gifts stacked beside her bed. This year, she received a hand-knitted sapphire blue sweater from Aunt Molly, adorned with a prominent embroidered on the front. She immediately donned it, and, after unwrapping and tidying the remaining gifts, made her way to the Ollery to find Hina, instructing it to deliver her letter home. Then, she took Nagini with her to the Great Hall for breakfast. Good morning, Anali. Oh, clever little eagle. You certainly are up early. Just as she settled into her seat, the Weasley twins plopped down beside her, one on each side. Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Anali greeted them with a smile, continuing to slice her fried eggs with her knife and fork. We're here to deliver your share of this semester's profits. Indeed. As the first return on our collaboration, Fred thrust a bag filled with coins into her hands. Our products have been immensely popular, all thanks to your keen eye, Mississippi. They bantered back and forth, unable to contain their winks and nudges. Ha ha, thank you so much. I always believed in your success. What stage are you currently at? Anali inquired, wiping her mouth. Oh, we have 4 products at present. Sour lollipops, constipation beans, dung bombs, and stink bombs, all of which are quite well received. Yes. We have new ideas brewing, they continued, all inspired by Malfoy. Sometimes, we truly wish to make his tongue swell so he can't speak, or just glue his mouth shut. Anali listened with keen interest, pondering if they were considering a toffee that would make one tongue-tied. Well, I wish you the best of luck, should you succeed. I wouldn't mind helping you test it on Malfoy. She mischievously winked at them. Oh, you truly are. The perfect prank executors. Indeed. Anticipate our masterpiece. Little Eagle. With that, the two of them excitedly dashed out of the auditorium, eagerly yearning to bring their creation to fruition. After breakfast, Anali intended to practice her sorcery at the Room of Requirement when she spotted Hermione rushing toward her. Anna, I believe it is imperative for you to accompany me. She urged. What has transpired? Anali inquired, hastening to keep pace with her. Harry found a diary in the lavatory. He claims he saw the one who initially opened the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione whispered conspiratorially. It was Hagrid. How could it be? He is a Gryffindor. Anali feigned surprise appropriately. We thought it was implausible as well. Moreover, during Christmas, Harry and the others used Polyjuice Potion, but failed to extract any useful information from Malfoy, only discovering that someone had indeed opened the chamber before. Fortunately, your earlier warning helped me. The hair I found appeared to be animal fur, which is why I did not venture into Slytherin. However, I have been diligently researching in the library, seeking useful clues. As they conversed, they ventured outdoors, where Harry and Ron stood in a corner, embroiled in a heated debate. Hi, Harry, Ron. Anna, Hermione must have just told you. What do you think? Harry inquired. Memories can be altered. You cannot simply trust an obscure diary, Anali suggested, carefully guiding them without directly providing answers. Hagrid is our friend. We must extend him ample trust. Hermione chimed in. I do not comprehend why you do not simply ask Hagrid directly. Suspicion only amplifies negativity. Anali frowned at Harry. Oh, we. Harry and Ron appeared somewhat embarrassed, preparing to speak when Neville rushed out from the castle, quickly approaching them. Harry, I do not know what has transpired, but you should probably return to check. The group exchanged glances and sprinted towards Gryffindor's common room, with Anali trailing behind. Upon arriving at Harry's dormitory, they discovered the room in disarray, with even the stuffing from pillows strewn about. Harry, I just returned to the dormitory and found it like this, Neville explained. Harry quickly rummaged through his belongings, frowning as he spoke. The diary is missing. It appears someone has indeed been using it prior to you. Now it has been reclaimed. Anali deduced. This must be a Gryffindor student, but the suspect pool is too vast. Hermione's response was swift, though equally perplexed. unable to determine who was the most suspicious. Annalai employed a few cleaning spells to restore order to Harry's possessions. "Thank you, Anna," Harry said, his demeanor somewhat despondent. "Why don't we split into two groups? Harry, you and Ron go find Hagrid to ascertain the situation. Hermione and I will search the library for clues regarding petrification." Oh, the agony of having knowledge yet being unable to speak. Annalai swiftly assigned the tasks, and the three had no objections, promptly setting off in their respective directions. In the library, Annalai and Hermione diligently perused books, hoping to uncover the cause of petrification. "Oh, Hermione, earlier Harry mentioned he could always hear strange noises. But you all did not hear them?" They concealed themselves in a corner, using books to shield themselves from Mrs. Norris's gaze, conversing in hushed tones. "Indeed. So when we followed Harry, we encountered Moaning Myrtle and the writing on the wall," Hermione casually replied as she flipped through a book, suddenly struck by a thought, her voice involuntarily rising. "Are you suggesting?" Annalai quickly cast a silencing charm and a confusion spell around them. Upon noticing her actions, Hermione adjusted her tone. "Could it be that within the chamber there resides a serpent? I believe it is highly plausible. This narrows our search considerably. We shall only seek books pertaining to snakes." Annalai relished collaborating with such a brilliant witch as Hermione. Their synergy was impeccable. "You truly are a clever little eagle, Anna." "Oh, your tone is quite reminiscent of the Weasley twins." Annalai rolled her eyes. Narrowing the search made it significantly easier. Before long, Hermione discovered a tome detailing the basilisk, which detailed that it possessed large yellow eyes and could not be looked at directly, lest one meet their demise. Indirect eye contact would result in petrification, much like Medusa's serpentine locks. "Goodness, I now believe there is at least a 90% chance that the creature within the chamber is indeed a basilisk," Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Fortunate that they had previously cast a silencing charm. Otherwise, Mrs. Norris would have surely appeared before them. "Let us hasten to find Harry and relay this news." Hermione copied the relevant page, folded it neatly, replaced the book, and tugged Annalai along as they rushed out of the library. Luckily, they moved swiftly enough. Had they delayed, Mrs. Norris, alerted by the sound of their hurried footsteps, would have pursued them with a warning. "Let us head to Hagrid's. Perhaps they have not yet departed, or we may encounter them en route." "Oh, just over the hill. We shall reach Hagrid's hut," they observed as the door swung open, revealing an elderly man with white hair stepping outside. "No, quickly hide." Annalai deftly pulled Hermione aside into the nearby woods, using the trees to conceal their figures. "Cornelius, given the sudden nature of events, you must afford our keeper some time to arrange matters, especially as you lack conclusive evidence." Dumbledore spoke from the doorway, the distance allowing them to catch the gist of the conversation. "Cornelius Fudge? What on earth is a Ministry of Magic official doing here? Is he here to take Hagrid away?" Hermione whispered incredulously to Annalai. "Perhaps it pertains to the Chamber of Secrets." Chapter 19, The Abduction of Ginny. Annalai furrowed her brow, astonished by the haste of their actions. She had long harbored a dislike for Fudge. Honestly, could they not replace him? Whenever there was a crisis, he would indiscriminately drag someone into the fray. What purpose does that serve? Just a foolish man who buries his head in the sand. See, it's once again the fault of that old fool. Has he truly become so blind with age, fostering such a dolt to power only to create a stumbling block for himself? Annalai thought, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "We must rescue him." "Hagrid did not open the chamber. It is a basilisk," Hermione exclaimed, attempting to rush out. "Do not go. We will devise a plan to rescue him. However, Fudge will undoubtedly dismiss our words. We require more evidence. Let us first regroup with Harry and then seek out Dumbledore." Annalai restrained Hermione. Though Hermione recognized the validity of her words, her concern for Hagrid's safety remained palpable. "I hope the Ministry does not torment Hagrid. If they possessed an ounce of decency," Annalai added. Once Dumbledore had led Fudge and Hagrid away, they were able to proceed towards the hut. They entered without knocking, discovering Harry and Ron standing by the window. "Hey, you startled us. We thought Fudge had returned." Startled by the sound of the door opening, Ron instinctively pointed his broken wand at the newcomers, only to slowly lower it once he recognized them. "What are you looking at?" he inquired. "Well, Hagrid just left and mentioned that following the spiders would lead us to the answers we seek." He explained the recent events to them. "Forget about the spiders. We've already uncovered the truth about the Chamber of Secrets. Hagrid could not possibly be the one who opened it." Hermione dismissed the spider issue entirely, for it was now evident that Hagrid was innocent. All they needed to do was prove that the serpent was not connected to him. After all, Hagrid had a fondness for creatures with fur. "What did you discover?" Harry and Ron leaned in closer as Hermione unfolded the copied parchment before them. "Do you remember? During Christmas, we asked Moaning Myrtle in the bathroom, and she said the last thing she saw was a pair of yellow slitted eyes. The features we found regarding the basilisk include this detail. You must understand, Not every snake possesses yellow pupils. This indicates that the creature has been alive for centuries, if not longer. Hermione shared her findings with urgency. We must hurry to inform Dumbledore about this. The professors might have insights that could help clear Hagrid's name. I still think we should take a look at the spiders, Harry remarked, glancing at the spider still scuttling on the windowsill. Harry, you know that 50 years ago, Hagrid raised a spider. A spider that large today would be nearly the size of a house, and it wouldn't recognize us. Approaching it recklessly would be perilous. Anneli remarked in disbelief. Is this what Gryffindor is known for? A spirit of reckless adventure? Regardless, we need to head to the castle and find Dumbledore. Anneli decisively outlined their plan, and Hermione readily agreed, while Ron enthusiastically concurred, his fear of spiders making him reluctant to seek out any creature, especially one as large as a house. All right, let us head to the headmaster's office. Harry reluctantly agreed after a moment of contemplation. Thus, the quartet made their way back to the castle. As they ascended the staircase to a certain level, they were greeted by a cacophony of noise, causing them to exchange alarmed glances. They moved toward the source of the commotion, and upon arrival, they beheld Professor Flitwick levitating a small figure in midair. Colin Creevey? Harry's eyes widened at the sight of the familiar camera. Potter? Is this your doing? After all, you are the heir of Slytherin, capable of speaking Parseltongue. Draco, who had been observing the scene, taunted as Harry and his friends approached. Silence, Malfoy. Have your legs healed? Anneli retorted, refusing to indulge his aristocratic airs. The mere thought of having danced for 2 hours made Draco's legs feel weak again, and though he bit his lip in defiance, he held his tongue. We should investigate. A matter of this magnitude might have attracted Dumbledore as well, Hermione suggested quickly, pulling them toward the hospital wing. Upon reaching the entrance, they cautiously peered inside. Oh my, that child has been petrified. Oh no, he must have captured something. Professor McGonagall, who had arrived earlier, gasped at Colin's condition. Let us take a look, Dumbledore concurred. Using his wand to pry open the camera's lid. With a resounding bang, it sounded akin to an exploding firework, and sparks and smoke erupted from where the film was stored. Once the chaos subsided, they found only charred remains within, nothing else. Nothing left? Several professors voiced their helplessness. Poppy, do you possess an antidote for petrification? Dumbledore inquired, his brow furrowed. Albus, I have an abundance of healing potions, but I lack the antidote. The Mandrake's Haven team matured yet, she replied. I believe there is someone who can assist us, Severus Snape interjected unexpectedly. Anneli felt a sense of foreboding at his words. Oh, I thought of someone too, Anna. Dumbledore glanced at Snape before calling out toward the entrance, startling the group. Anneli rolled her eyes dramatically, signaling to her companions as she strode into the hospital wing with calm composure. Headmaster Dumbledore? She greeted, to which he responded, Ah, Anna, your timing is impeccable. I wonder if you might have an extra vial of the antidote. Dumbledore smiled at her, deliberately ignoring the presence of others. Certainly, Headmaster. I have 3 vials here. I hope to be reimbursed for them, ideally along with last year's expenses, Anneli replied succinctly, producing 3 small bottles from her satchel to hand to Madame Pomfrey. After all, she couldn't expect to continually receive her services for free, could she? Ah, yes, I will reimburse you, Anna, Dumbledore acknowledged, stroking his nose, while Snape crossed his arms, smirking at Dumbledore's discomfort. It served him right, having previously exploited Snape's time for brewing potions without payment. It was amusing to see him owe a debt to his own niece. Ah, typical Ravenclaw. I remember you well, dear. Thank you for your assistance once again, Madame Pomfrey said, inspecting the potion with admiration, clearly impressed by the first-year student's ability to brew a perfect healing potion. After confirming the antidote, she administered it to Colin, and shortly thereafter, he began to regain movement, startlingly sitting up. Ah, fear not, child, you are safe now. Please tell the professors what you encountered, Dumbledore soothed. Eyes. A pair of enormous yellow eyes, as big as tires. Colin exclaimed, staring into the void. I thought I was going to die. You will be fine, child. Just rest for a while, and you shall recover, Dumbledore reassured him kindly, then discreetly signaled Madame Pomfrey, who prepared a juice containing the elixir of life. Here, drink this juice to help you recover. Colin trembled as he drank the juice, then fell asleep. Well, Headmaster Dumbledore, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Don't forget my reimbursement, Anneli stated, feeling that the situation had sufficiently calmed her 3 anxious friends outside, and she was eager to depart. Oh, Anna, you must stay a moment longer. We still need to discuss matters, Dumbledore insisted, unwilling to let her leave so easily. Very well, Headmaster, Anneli sighed, feeling overwhelmed and wishing only to rest without any further obligations. She glanced toward the door and spotted her 3 friends peering in curiously. She truly felt like a brick, always being moved where needed. The professors briefly discussed how to reassure the students of the school before departing the hospital wing one by one. The trio at the entrance hastily cloaked themselves with an invisibility cloak. As Anneli followed Dumbledore out, she noticed a robe corner and smirked. Really, guys? Hiding in plain sight. Fortunately, the professors were in a hurry. Otherwise, none of you would have escaped undetected. Professor Flitwick would have been the first to uncover your presence. Anna, I hope we can have a private conversation shortly. Dumbledore seemed to remember something suddenly, glancing discreetly at the corner where Harry and his companions were hiding. Of course. Headmaster Dumbledore, Anna replied, nodding and gesturing for them to leave. Once they had vanished from sight, Harry and the others emerged from their invisibility cloak. Dumbledore must have caught on to us, Hermione remarked, furrowing her brow. Now that the professors are aware of the basilisk, what shall we do next? Harry felt a lingering unease, convinced that he needed to take action to find peace of mind. Should we venture into the Forbidden Forest? Ron immediately shook his head in dismay. No, Harry, I believe Anna is correct. Whether it be the basilisk or the spiders, they have existed for far too long and cannot be confronted by conventional means. At least, we are ill-equipped for such a task. We should wait by the entrance of the headmaster's office for Anna to return. Hermione swiftly dismissed Harry's suggestion, and he reluctantly followed her to Dumbledore's office, where they concealed themselves in an unobtrusive corner. In the headmaster's office, Anna inquired, Headmaster Dumbledore, you summoned me for a specific purpose? Little Anna, it has become widely known that a serpent resides in the Chamber of Secrets. I wish for your assistance in accessing it to eliminate the basilisk, as its eyes can be exchanged for Hagrid's return. Dumbledore opened a drawer and placed a pile of sweets before her, tossing a few into his mouth. I believe this matter aligns with the issue you sought to resolve. You intend to confront the basilisk yourself? Anna questioned, alarmed. Oh, I have grown old. As you mentioned earlier, Severus has been preparing for this, he replied. I cannot agree to this. Do you not realize that merely gazing into its eyes can be fatal? How can one fight a basilisk with their eyes closed? Professor Snape is merely a mortal man. Anna stood abruptly, interrupting Dumbledore. Little Anna, Severus has made ample preparations. We must trust him. I have stated my opposition. You shall not access the chamber without me. Anna declared angrily, preparing to leave. Hiss, hiss. A voice emerged unexpectedly from her robes. Do not fear the basilisk's gaze, Anna. It was unclear which of Nagini's words she understood, but it caused her to pause. What? Anna blinked in surprise, stopping in her tracks as Dumbledore turned to her. If you insist on having Professor Snape handle this, I have 3 requests. Speak, child, Dumbledore replied, perplexed by her sudden calm demeanor. Firstly, I require the Sorting Hat and Gryffindor's sword. Secondly, I want Fawkes. Thirdly, I wish to accompany you. Dumbledore pondered her words and shook his head. Little Anna, I can grant you the first 2, but you must leave the chamber immediately upon its complete opening. Nagini said that the basilisk will not harm a Parselmouth. I will be safe. Very well, child. Do you have enough potions? If not, we can prepare for a few more days and set a date. No, let it be today, Headmaster Dumbledore. I have prepared sufficiently over the past year. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's anxious voice echoed from the doorway. Albus, during the head count, someone discovered writing in blood on the 3rd floor wall stating, the one who opens the chamber shall summon the air with their life. It is now confirmed that 1 child has been missing since last night. Who? Ginny Weasley. No, Headmaster Dumbledore. My sister. Ron burst into the room, having merely sought to eavesdrop on the commotion, only to learn that his sister Ginny might have been dragged into the chamber by the basilisk. Do not panic, child. We shall rescue Ginny. For now, you can accompany Professor McGonagall and ensure this letter reaches Minister Cornelius Fudge, then comfort your brothers. Dumbledore recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly penned a letter, sealing it before handing it to Ron. Ron and Professor McGonagall departed immediately. Dumbledore then summoned a Patronus, a white phoenix, which soared forth as he instructed, Severus, gather your belongings, meet us on the 3rd floor. With a wave of his hand, the phoenix took flight. Anna, come with me. Dumbledore commanded as he strode toward the door, with Anna hastily following. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, then trailed behind, Harry feeling a sense of helplessness. Despite being of the same age, Dumbledore led Anna forward while he remained under their protection. Upon reaching the 3rd floor restroom, Snape awaited them at the entrance. Just as Dumbledore was about to lead them inside, he caught sight of Harry and Hermione from the corner of his eye. Oh, Harry, Miss Granger, you cannot enter. No. Sir, Ginny is our friend. We wish to aid in her rescue, Harry protested. Harry, it is perilous within. Well, what? The great savior wishes to showcase his bravery again? If your mind were not filled with nonsense, you would understand that it is not a place for you to enter. Snape was unwilling to endure Dumbledore's gentle persuasion at such a moment. But Anna can go inside, Harry shouted in frustration. Headmaster Dumbledore, please allow Harry to join us. Do not forget my second request. Understanding Harry's sentiments, Anna stepped in to advocate for him, while Snape chose to disregard the arrogant Potter. who bore a striking resemblance to his father. Dumbledore regarded her thoughtfully and nodded. I anticipate that the ministry will send someone shortly. I must attend to that matter. Therefore, Miss Granger, I entrust you to remain outside. Should any issues arise, communicate with me at once. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore, Hermione agreed. Recognizing her presence below might be of little assistance, and that someone needed to watch the entrance. With arrangements made, Dumbledore returned to his office. The three of them entered the restroom, and Anna immediately spotted the serpent statue. Harry, try speaking open to this statue in Parseltongue, she instructed, believing that since the outcome was inevitable, she would let Harry undertake the task while ensuring he sustained no serious injuries. Hiss, hiss, Harry complied, visualizing the words in his mind as he uttered them in Parseltongue. Soon, a passageway appeared before them. I believe we should take some precautions, she suggested, producing raincoats from her bag, though they were tailored to her size. The three donned the garments, and Anna leaped into the passage first, with Snape unable to intervene in time, his brow furrowed as he followed closely behind. Observing the disregard from both, Harry said nothing and jumped in after them. Oh, it stinks, he exclaimed as he landed at the bottom, nearly overwhelmed by the foul odor. Keep your voice down, Harry. We need to move cautiously, Anna whispered. Annalise had already discarded her raincoat to the side, while Snape surveyed their surroundings. Chapter 20, Tom Riddle. Uncertain of what lay ahead, the three moved with caution. Annalise gently caressed Nagini, coiled around her left arm. The serpent appeared rather large, and she wondered if it could consume other snakes, hoping it wouldn't be discovered by Nagini. Arriving at a stone door, several snakes intertwined before it, prompting Annalise to raise an eyebrow at Harry. Should it be like before? Harry nodded in understanding and successfully opened the stone door. As the three entered, they beheld a long stone pathway flanked by serpentine statues, which looked rather menacing. At the end of the path stood the statue of an elderly man. Their eyes quickly fell upon a girl lying not far from the statue. Ginny. Harry rushed forward, setting down his wand. Annalise felt a surge of frustration. She wanted to voice her discontent about this scene. As a wizard, a wand was the most crucial weapon, and he dared to abandon it in such a perilous situation? She wholeheartedly agreed with the term foolish lion. Subsequently, she cast 2 layers of disillusionment charm on herself and Snape. Seeing that Ginny did not respond to his calls, Harry sought Annalise's assistance, knowing she carried a plethora of potions, any one of which might save her. However, when he turned around, Annalise was nowhere to be found. Nor was Snape. Harry Potter? A tall, handsome youth emerged from seemingly nowhere, tentatively calling out to him. Who are you? Harry scrutinized the boy's Slytherin attire, frowning as he pondered where he had seen him before. Tom. Indeed, it is I. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, Harry Potter. Awaited me? Wait. Can you help? Ginny is in a troubling state. Harry's mind was in disarray, yet his instinct was to prioritize Ginny's rescue. She is beyond saving. She has been conversing with me since before the term began. You must understand, I can easily persuade you to believe me with the charm of language. As Tom spoke, he picked up Harry's wand. What? That is my wand. Tom, please return it to me. Harry sensed something was amiss. Ginny and I have shared an extensive dialogue, granting me immense soul power. Oh, and it was she who wrote in blood previously. Tom glanced at him, continuing his monologue, entirely indifferent to Harry's words. However, perhaps this frightened her, causing her to discard my diary, and fortuitously, Harry Potter, you picked it up, leading you to suspect that Hagrid had opened the Chamber of Secrets under my guidance. Quite amusing, is it not? The illustrious Harry Potter, reduced to this. Tom cast a sidelong glance at him, exuding disdain. I truly wonder how someone like you could withstand the killing curse from the great Voldemort. Voldemort? How do you know that? Harry supported Ginny, momentarily at a loss for how to process this deluge of information. Voldemort is my past, present, and future. As he spoke, Tom used Harry's wand to etch his name in the air, waving it to switch the order of the letters. So it is you, the weapon of your own demise. Harry's gaze ignited with fury, and at that moment, Annalise tugged at Snape's robes, directing a disarming spell at Tom Riddle. Her form materialized in the chamber. Catching Riddle off guard, the wand flew from his grasp and landed in Annalise's hand. Who are you? Riddle exclaimed, clearly unprepared for this turn of events, and then bellowed at Annalise. I am your father. Annalise rolled her eyes and hurled a silencing charm at him, forcing him into a corner, away from Harry. Harry, quickly take Ginny and flee. There is a basilisk in this chamber, surely under his control. Even if you can speak Parseltongue, it won't help. No, I cannot leave. Place Ginny in safety first. As she spoke, she noticed Riddle beginning to summon the basilisk, and she thrust his wand back into his hand. With a shrill cry, Fawkes, resplendent in fiery red plumage, swooped in from the entrance, clutching something in his beak, which he dropped into Annalise's arms. Simultaneously, the statue began to stir. The basilisk was about to emerge. Harry, hurry, follow Fawkes. Harry gritted his teeth, hoisting Ginny onto his back and sprinting toward the exit. "Stop him!" in Parseltongue. Seeing Harry attempting to escape, Riddle immediately commanded the basilisk. "Riddle, your opponent is me." Annali was unperturbed by the prospect of the basilisk pursuing Harry, for Snape stood resolute, knowing that as long as Harry did not meet the basilisk's gaze, he could manage to obstruct it. She stepped forward, wand pointed at Riddle. A madman fantasizing about eternal life, disrupting the order of existence, shall be met with retribution. Such audacity, you little fool. Merely a Ravenclaw lost in her books. Though he now possessed the body of a 16-year-old, his incomplete soul rendered him less powerful, yet he could not resist mocking Annalise. Is that so? Then let me show you the might of Ravenclaw's knowledge. Annalise cast several offensive spells, but lacking her wand. Her unstable magic rendered her unable to utilize wandless spells effectively. Riddle was left defenseless, compelled to evade her attacks. "Come back, kill her." In Parseltongue. Riddle, completely incensed, could not allow this child to inflict further harm now that he had been resurrected. He promptly ordered the basilisk to abandon its pursuit of Harry and come to protect him. Upon receiving the command, the basilisk turned away from Harry, charging towards Annalise. In that moment, Harry made his escape. Seizing the opportunity as the basilisk turned, Snape unleashed his own original spell, Serpensortia. As he spoke, Snape's disillusionment charm simultaneously dissipated, the spell striking the basilisk. Yet, the creature's formidable body withstood even such a sharp magical attack, leaving only superficial wounds. Upon witnessing another figure's sudden appearance, Riddle paid no heed, confident that the basilisk would heed only his commands. With it present, no one could harm him. "Professor, use potions. The basilisk's body is too strong." Annalise remained fixated on Riddle, disregarding his earlier command to have the basilisk turn on her. "There is nothing that can harm it." Riddle laughed as if hearing a joke, continuing to issue commands. "Kill her." In Parseltongue. "You are truly insane. If you have any courage, face me yourself. What meaning lies in commanding a basilisk to kill me?" Annalise derided his weakness as the basilisk swiftly approached. Behind it, Snape continuously hurled poisonous potions, which he had prepared ever since he suspected the chamber housed a 1,000-year-old basilisk, knowing they would possess a degree of lethality against serpents. However, his frequent attacks only produced superficial wounds. He was reminded of the basilisk's resilience. Yet as it rapidly neared Annalise, he could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. He had been overly confident. His presumed preparations were nearly futile. He could only conjure various spells to impede the basilisk's advance. "Annalise, leave this place at once." "No, Professor. It cannot harm me." She had some tricks up her sleeve. Casting a furtive glance at the diary just a couple of steps away, she swiftly switched her wand to her left hand, while her right hand rummaged through the sorting hat she had just caught. "Annalise, quickly, take cover." The force with which Snape was holding back was rapidly diminishing. The basilisk was almost upon her, and her pupils dilated in alarm. "I've got it." At last, Annalise grasped the hilt of a sword, drawing it out with haste, completely disregarding Riddle. Her earlier tests had revealed that without a wand, he was nothing but a weakling. After extracting the sword of Gryffindor, she executed a backflip to evade the basilisk's attack from behind and successfully retrieved the diary from the ground. No, Riddle, who had been watching her intently, suddenly realized what she was doing and lunged forward. Annalise gave him no chance. One hand clutched the diary while the other wielded the sword, piercing the diary straight through. "No, Ark." Riddle's body instantly manifested cracks, and he fell to his knees in agony, still desperate to snatch back the diary. She sidestepped a few paces, brandishing the sword and stabbing the diary repeatedly, which oozed forth more blood. Riddle's form became nearly translucent, and in the next moment, he dissipated into nothingness. Without Riddle's command, the basilisk seemed to enter a feral state, preparing to attack the two before it indiscriminately, especially Snape, who had been its target. "Return to your lair." In Parseltongue. This situation seemed rather precarious. Annalise was uncertain if she could control it using Parseltongue. If not, they would have to find a way to slay the basilisk. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the creature hesitated momentarily before resuming its assault on Snape. She glanced at the sword of Gryffindor in her hand and circled to the rear of the basilisk, striking with all her might, yet achieving little effect. Could it be that only its mouth is its weakness? Contemplating this, Annalise began to climb up the basilisk's tail. "What are you doing?" Snape, observing her actions, nearly ground his teeth in frustration. The exterior could not harm it. They needed to thrust the sword from within its mouth, but it was far too tall. Annalise shouted back as she ascended, but the basilisk was not inclined to oblige, violently shaking its body and throwing her off. "Hiss, climb up. I can take you higher." Nagini, sensing the shift in weight, slithered from her robes, returning to her original size, and pointed her head towards a nearby serpent statue. While Nagini may not have been as tall as the basilisk, She could certainly leverage the height of the serpent statue beside them. Professor Snape, we need to lure it to the serpent statue, Annalise declared as she scrambled up the statue, with Nagini scuttling ahead. Together, Snape and Annalise maneuvered to guide the basilisk towards the statue where Annalise stood. Annalise, if danger arises, I will catch you. As a professor, he could not allow her to face the basilisk alone, yet he could not meet the creature's gaze and could only assist her from the periphery. All right, Annalise replied then. Using Nagini's strength, leaped towards the basilisk's head, raising the sword to plunge it into the beast. Instantly, the basilisk writhed in agony, and Annalise, unable to relinquish her grip, was tossed about violently. Annalise. At that moment, Harry returned, startled to see Annalise dangling in midair. Don't come near. Feeling the creature's movements lessen, she pushed off its back with her legs, propelling herself onto its head, yanking the sword towards her. Finally, the basilisk fell silent and collapsed. In almost the same instant, Snape cast a levitation charm, gently lowering her to the ground. Phew, it's finally over. I'm utterly exhausted. Annalise sighed deeply, feeling faint, as Nagini approached her and shrank back into her robes. Anna, there's another snake, Harry exclaimed, alarmed. Don't worry, Harry, this one is mine. Annalise managed a faint smile before turning to Snape. Professor Snape. Before she could finish her thought, she collapsed, and Snape rushed to support her. Perhaps she had relied solely on sheer willpower to remain upright. Now that the ordeal was over, she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Potter, fetch a basilisk fawn. Snape briefly examined her, reassured that she merely needed to recover, then lifted Annalise in his arms and nodded at Harry. All right, Professor Snape. Harry, unsure why they needed a fawn, complied nonetheless, eager to escort Annalise to the hospital wing. He retrieved the sword of Gryffindor and sliced a fong from the basilisk's mouth, pocketing it before noticing the discarded sorting hat and the blood-soaked diary, which he promptly gathered as well. Let's go. Once he had finished, Snape carried Annalise out while Harry jogged to keep pace behind them. After exiting the Chamber of Secrets, Snape instructed Harry to deliver the items to the headmaster's office while he took Annalise to the hospital wing. At the entrance, Hermione saw the unconscious Annalise and tears immediately streamed down her face. Snape, seemingly oblivious, hurried past, and Hermione dared not say a word, simply following him. Inside the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey examined Annalise again, administering a restorative potion, assuring that she needed only a couple of days of rest before departing the bedside. Without rushing Snape and Hermione to leave, you keep watch over her. Snape cast a glance at Hermione, then exited. Hermione, feeling helpless, watched as Snape's figure vanished through the door, then sat on the stool beside Annalise's bed, staring blankly at her. She felt woefully inadequate, unable to assist. When Harry had brought Ginny out earlier, she had been unable to follow. Now, Ginny lay in the adjacent bed, still unconscious. Chapter 21, A Mother-Daughter Conversation. If there were to be a next time, she truly did not wish to wait helplessly again. Hermione seemed to have resolved something within herself. After a considerable time, Harry rushed in, looking disheveled. Harry, are you all right? Hermione asked with concern upon seeing his dirty appearance. I'm fine, thanks, Hermione. Harry appeared somewhat relieved. How is Annalise? Madame Pomfrey said she is a bit exhausted. Her magical energy is nearly depleted. She has been given a potion and will be observed overnight. A few days of rest should suffice. Hermione shared Annalise's condition with him, her expression betraying a sense of guilt as she looked at Harry. Harry, I think we need practical training. I no longer want to stand idly by while my friends fight without being able to contribute. I feel the same way, Hermione. Voldemort has returned. We require greater strength in battle. Harry reflected on the events in the chamber, feeling frustrated that his role had been reduced to uttering a few words in Parseltongue at the doorways. Oh my! Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Voldemort? He was in the chamber? Harry then recounted everything that had transpired in the Chamber of Secrets, including his encounter with Lucius Malfoy when he had gone to the headmaster's office. Beside Malfoy lingered the house elf Dobby, who had so audaciously intercepted his correspondence. Oh, how could he treat him so cruelly? Hermione felt a surge of indignation upon hearing Malfoy's misdeeds against Dobby. However, when Harry mentioned that a mere sock had liberated Dobby, her heart swelled with relief. Harry, your quick wit is commendable. The poor Dobby has finally attained his freedom. Furthermore, he confided in me that he was responsible for the train station closure and that rogue bludger, as he wished nothing more than to extricate me from Hogwarts, believing it would shield me from peril. Harry was astonished upon hearing Dobby's apologies, realizing that the tribulations he had endured were all orchestrated by Dobby, albeit with the intent of self-preservation, albeit through rather extreme measures. All right, children, you cannot linger here for too long, Mrs. Pomfrey admonished as she approached, her serious demeanor urging them to vacate the infirmary. When Annalise awoke, she felt utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength. as her head gradually tilted to the right. She noticed Ginny lying in the adjacent bed, and it dawned on her that she was indeed in the infirmary. She pondered with concern about Professor Snape's condition. Feeling somewhat parched, she mustered the energy to rise, retrieving the cup of water from the bedside to quench her thirst. Then, recalling that Professor Snape had sustained an injury while battling the basilisk, she couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Ah, how rare it is for Miss Anneli to remember her old professor." A familiar voice suddenly broke the silence from her left, causing Anneli to jump in surprise and glance toward the other side of the bed. In her state of weakness, she had barely managed to survey her surroundings. And with Snape clad in his customary black, he had almost vanished into the shadows. Was he trying to frighten her? "Professor Snape," she exclaimed, her weak voice tinged with an inexplicable sense of grievance. "This is a magical recovery potion. You must exercise caution in the use of your magic. Magical exhaustion can indeed lead to a catastrophic backlash." A flicker of guilt passed through Snape's eyes. He had not anticipated startling Anneli. Yet that emotion was swiftly concealed as he produced a vial of potion and placed it on her bedside. "I understand, Professor Snape." Anneli gratefully accepted it, her thoughts drifting to the realization that her magical inadequacy stemmed from insufficient practice. She resolved to dedicate more time to her studies going forward, lest she squander her magic on mere incantations. "I must take my leave," Snape declared, preparing to depart after she had consumed the potion. "Professor Snape, might you teach me the art of defense against the dark arts?" Anneli hastily inquired, fully aware that Dumbledore's numerous reservations would preclude him from instructing her. However, apart from Dumbledore, Snape was undoubtedly the most formidable in this field. "Miss Anneli, you should be acutely aware of how busy your poor old professor typically is." Snape paused, casting her a sardonic glance. "Moreover, do you not have a rather knowledgeable defense against the dark arts instructor? How could Lockhart possibly compare to you?" Upon hearing her title, Anneli felt a flicker of hope. If he were truly angry, he would undoubtedly address her as Miss Dumbledore. "I know you are the most proficient professor, Professor Snape." Anneli gazed at him with eager anticipation. "Come to the dungeons every weekend at 2 o'clock. It was unclear which of her words had pleased Snape, but he left her with that remark and exited, leaving Anneli in high spirits as she reclined back onto her bed. How splendid it would be to have the opportunity to spend more time with Snape and learn from him. Perhaps she could even procure his potions notes in advance. The following day, after class, Harry and his companions ventured to the infirmary to visit Anneli. Of course, earlier that morning, the other Weasley children had already paid their respects to her and Ginny, as Ginny had merely suffered a mental setback and recovered after a night's rest. She left with her brothers. Before departing, the Weasley siblings expressed boundless gratitude for Anneli's bravery in rescuing their little sister and bestowed upon her an array of gifts, even extending an earnest invitation for her to visit during the holidays. The mischievous twins discreetly slipped her a small pouch of their products. In response to their warmth, Anneli could only nod in agreement to their offer of a summer visit to the burrow. "Anneli, are you feeling better?" Hermione inquired as she approached the bedside, taking her hand in hers. "I am much improved. Professor Snape provided me with a magical recovery potion, and if all goes well with the checkup this afternoon, I should be discharged." Anneli smiled, reassuring Hermione not to worry too much. "Anneli, we are planning to form a study group dedicated to practicing spells. Regardless of what might transpire in the future, we can face it together. Would you care to join us?" Hermione shared their discussion from the previous day, and Anneli found their plan resonated with her own thoughts. "Of course, that sounds splendid. Let us convene in the room of requirement. I'm available before dinner every day and on Saturday mornings, provided our schedules align." She felt a twinge of annoyance. Initially, she had hoped for fewer classes with Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, allowing her to rest. Now, it seemed she could not evade it, and coordinating private studies would be challenging. "I have already mapped it out," Hermione exclaimed with excitement, pulling out a parchment detailing the second semester's schedule, every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, as well as Saturday mornings. "Naturally, on Mondays and Wednesdays, we only have a class or two, and we can meet at other times as well. I have no objections." Anneli admired Hermione's meticulous planning, but when she glanced up, she couldn't help but chuckle at Ron, who looked utterly lost, and as though he had been dragged there against his will. Once their trio had solidified their plans, they departed, mindful of the afternoon classes ahead, while Anneli awaited the conclusion of her checkup so she could return to her dormitory and rest. Soon, the infirmary fell silent, and Anneli heard Nagini's voice whispering from within her robes. "Hiss, Anneli, mother?" Since bringing Nagini back, she had seldom spoken, so Anneli was taken aback by the sudden address. "Hiss, Professor Snape as well?" Nagini had not slept the previous night and had overheard Anneli's words, sensing her unique regard for Snape. Professor Snape is indeed a remarkable individual, albeit not the most expressive. Anneli lay on her bed, gazing at the ceiling, her mind drifting through the well-known history of Professor Snape. Hiss hiss hiss. He resembles your father in some ways. Father? Anneli paused. Mother. Could you share with me tales of my father? Of course, my child. Nagini nestled against Anneli's arm in a gesture of affection. I met your father, Credence, in an orphanage in Paris. At the time, we were both timid souls, frequently bullied, and we would often hide together in corners to avoid detection. The inhabitants there held a strong disdain for wizards, and during one unfortunate incident, my blood curse transformed me into a snake. He kept my secret, shielding me until one day, while I was out completing an errand for the orphanage, I uncontrollably morphed into a snake and was captured by the ringmaster of a wizarding circus. Credence searched diligently for a long time before finally discovering me through the circus's promotional material, and he took on odd jobs there, seeking an opportunity to rescue me. Eventually, he encountered an individual who recognized the lineage of my blood curse and sought to recruit him to find others like me, promising to assist him in locating his family. This person aimed to exploit Credence in a bid against Dumbledore, unaware that Dumbledore had already uncovered his existence and tracked him down. The ambitions of this individual ultimately paled in comparison to Dumbledore's resolve, leading to his confinement in Nugamod, while Dumbledore and Aberforth escorted us back to England. Credence, having grown up in an orphanage, bore the profound psychological scars of being abandoned by his family. As a wizard of noble blood, he was never taught how to channel his magical powers, resulting in his becoming a squib. In the magical realm, a squib seldom survives past the age of 10. However, driven by the desire to find his family, he persevered and reached the age of 16. With Dumbledore's assistance, he eventually experienced the familial warmth he had yearned for, until his latent powers erupted unexpectedly. Anna, if Credence were aware of your existence, he would undoubtedly cherish you deeply, just as he longed for in his childhood. I love you both dearly. A tear glistened in Anneli's eye. She had known little of their tale, merely grasping the surface. It was only after hearing the entire story that she comprehended the multitude of trials they had endured. Mother, do you know much about that individual? She realized that the person in question was Grindelwald, and she had been contemplating seeking him out during the summer, for only he could contend with Dumbledore. After all, the ensuing years promised to be increasingly perilous. Hiss, a devil toying with human hearts, was Nagini's terse evaluation of him. Huh, Mother, I intend to seek him out this summer. Anneli could not suppress a laugh. Hiss, absolutely not. Where do you plan to go this summer? Nagini's voice coincided with another voice. Severus Snape strode in, his brow furrowed, his piercing gaze fixated upon her. Anneli had not anticipated her words being overheard. She was simply accustomed to conversing normally, relying on the bond of their contract, which allowed Nagini to comprehend her without the need for parseltongue. She resolved to amend this habit henceforth. I'm not going anywhere, Anneli stammered, swallowing nervously as she met Snape's intense stare. Do you suppose everyone's ears are stuffed with the slime of slugs? If you dare. Snape was entirely skeptical of her excuses, recalling how she had previously managed to evade the incident with the basilisk. I promise not to wander off, Professor Snape. If not, you may keep me under your watchful eye throughout the summer. Anneli sought to further placate him, saying whatever came to mind. Very well. I shall submit a request to Dumbledore, Snape replied, locking eyes with her momentarily before tossing a potion vial in her direction and using his wand to inspect her. Take this restorative potion. Once consumed, you shall be free to leave. Isn't Madame Pomfrey going to tend to me? Anneli, caught off guard, could only silently drink the potion. A few foolish Gryffindors fell victim to a prank. Madame Pomfrey is dealing with it. I'll assist you, Snape explained before departing, eager to report to Dumbledore about this reckless creature who had momentarily fancied herself a lion. After Snape left, Anneli flopped onto her bed, burying her face under the covers. Though she longed to spend more time with Snape, it did not imply that she could not pursue her own desires during the summer. After lying still for a few minutes, she reluctantly arose to tidy up. Back in her dormitory, she quickly washed up and lay back down, with Nagini emerging from her robes. Hiss, Anna, I do not advise you to take such a risk, but I genuinely have compelling reasons to meet him, Anneli replied, her voice muffled beneath the covers. Counting the days, only 2 or 3 years had passed. Judging by her diary from yesterday, Dumbledore must have begun to suspect something, and he would soon uncover the truth about the Horcruxes. The thought filled her with dread. Her proficiency in the soul-binding arts had only just reached the 3rd level. To achieve a temporary resurrection, she needed to reach full mastery, and her magical reserves needed to be substantial. She also required a considerable supply of magical growth potions, all while keeping it hidden from Snape. How daunting! Rolling about in her blankets, Anneli felt overwhelmed. A piercing cry echoed from afar, breaking through her troubled thoughts, though she remained oblivious until Nagini called out to her. Hiss! The window. Emerging from her cocoon of blankets, Anneli peered disheveled at the window, where a slender, crimson phoenix perched. Fox. No, Fox is larger, she observed, inching closer for a better look. Hiss, I recall that Credence also had a phoenix, which turned to ashes in the fire after his passing. Ah, the legends of the Dumbledore family. The realization struck Annalie, and she joyfully cradled the little phoenix from the windowsill. I now have my very own little phoenix. The tiny phoenix nuzzled her cheek affectionately. From now on, you shall be named Cece. At that moment, Annalie had never felt prouder to be a Dumbledore. In times of hardship, a phoenix would indeed come to her aid. With her new companion, Cece, pecking playfully at her fingers, she mused, well, it seems I now have 3 pets at school, though Nagini still retains her human consciousness. Her form is that of a serpent. Mother, I must visit Grandfather Aberforth. You rest in the dormitory. I shall return shortly. Filled with excitement, she quickly donned her school robes and dashed out, while Nagini settled onto the other bed for a rest. Cradling Cece close, Annalie scurried towards the headmaster's office, ensuring not to let any passing students catch a glimpse of her precious phoenix. Cockroach cluster, she recalled from her previous visit, uttering the password as the stone gargoyle shifted, revealing a spiral staircase. She eagerly ascended, but as she steadied herself at the top, a twinge of regret washed over her for having rushed. The sound of her heels scraping against the floor made her wish she could rewind a minute. However, Dumbledore had already turned to face her. Ahem, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape. Ah, little Anna, it appears you are recovering quite well. Dumbledore greeted her with a warm smile, gesturing for her to take a seat. Snape, in contrast, remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on her. Would you care for a glass of milk? Dumbledore inquired, waving his wand to summon a teapot and cup. A touch of sweetness to soothe you. What brings you to me today? Yes, Grandfather Aberforth, look. Cece. Annalie hesitated momentarily before recalling her purpose, withdrawing her hand to reveal Cece, who had been tightly nestled against her. The little phoenix finally had a chance to breathe and hopped onto the table, unfurling its slightly ruffled feathers without regard for the onlookers. By Merlin S. Beard. A little phoenix. Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, it is part of the Dumbledore family legend. A phoenix will come to your side when you are in need of help. This is a loyal phoenix, dear little Anna. Dumbledore said with a smile. Well, Professor Dumbledore, if that's the case, I will have Xena, Nagini, and Cece with me. However, I recall the enrollment notice stating otherwise. Oh, yes, dear Anna, but due to special circumstances, Nagini may be exempt. I believe you can allow Xena to return to the Crouton household. This way, communication with them will be significantly more convenient for you. Given the sudden nature of this situation, it certainly will not be recorded as a violation of regulations. Dumbledore understood her intentions. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Annalie had been contemplating this on her way, but she also wished to boast about her own newly acquired phoenix. Moreover, it should be a female phoenix. Did she not notice how Fawkes had not taken his eyes off Cece? Well, your concerns have been addressed. Now, let us discuss the news Severus just brought in. Observing her buoyant demeanor, Dumbledore blinked and deftly shifted topics. Severus mentioned you applied to study defense against the dark arts with him during the summer break? Annalie momentarily froze, for if Professor Snape had the time this semester. Well, I checked the semester plan, and the originally scheduled weekend sessions may need to be cancelled. In reality, they need not be cancelled. But he intends to finish his tasks early so he can closely supervise this adventurous little giant during the summer. But what about AFO? Annalie felt deflated, still hoping for a last-ditch effort. Oh, my dear, he should be thrilled that you are so eager to learn. During the summer, you can communicate anytime using the two-way mirror, and I shall explain the situation to the Crouton household. Dumbledore effectively blocked her path. Very well, Professor Snape. It's all over. Annalie dared not resist. I presume, dear Anna, your difficulties do not pertain to leaving alone or anything of that nature. Dumbledore glanced at Cece, who had returned to Annalie's arms. Oh, what was its name again, Cece? Dumbledore instinctively glanced at Severus, a fleeting thought flitting through his mind. Yet he could not grasp it. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape. I shall take my leave now. Nagini is still in the dormitory. Very well, dear Anna. Until we meet again. She arrived with exuberance, yet departed feeling as if she were withered wood upon barren earth. After a 2-day hiatus, Annalie felt rejuvenated. However, she was certain she had forgotten to check the date before stepping out, for otherwise, she would have chosen to linger in the dormitory for another day. The moment she crossed the threshold of the common room, she was greeted by 5 hunched little dwarfs adorned with mismatched white wings, resembling tiny sprites, occasionally fluttering them, each holding a hefty stack of letters. If only one could overlook their stern expressions. No, a surge of forgotten memories assaulted Annalie's mind. Today couldn't he possibly be Valentine's Day? She felt her blood run cold. Surely she had not fully recovered. She turned to knock on the common room door, only for one of the dwarfs to seize her robes. Miss Dumbledore, I have 3 letters for you. Never mind, you may handle it directly. Her thoughts were consumed with a desperate plea for help, as more and more individuals emerged from the common room, casting curious glances at the unfolding scene. Miss Dumbledore, my admiration and respect for you are as vast as the horizon. The dwarf paid no heed to her protests, tugging at her robes and reading from the letters, the contents rendering Anna Lee utterly petrified. All of it, petrified. She could bear it no longer, summoning her wand. She immobilized several dwarfs and stormed towards the great hall in a fury. By the time she arrived, the hall was brimming with dwarfs, while Lockhart cheerfully explained his well-meaning intentions to everyone. Professor Lockhart, intercepting letters without others' consent is exceedingly rude, and moreover, it violates Hogwarts regulations. Anna Lee was consumed with indignation towards Lockhart. If you cannot resolve this matter promptly, I shall report your actions to the Ministry of Magic. Oh, darling. There is no need for such fervor. This is merely a light-hearted gesture to foster connections among everyone. Lockhart faltered, glancing at the surrounding professors who showed no inclination to intervene and could only manage an awkward smile before casting her a self-satisfied wink. The other students were taken aback by her forthrightness, and the hall fell into a momentary hush. However, it was not long before some students began to rally behind her, particularly the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table, who even launched a few fireworks into the air until Professor McGonagall shot them a disapproving glare. I believe your actions have infringed upon my privacy, and I find it utterly distasteful. Anna Lee was nearly sickened by his wink. She had no intention of sparing him any semblance of dignity. This incompetent fool, if he were not a professor, she would have taken matters into her own hands. Professor Lockhart, if you cannot uphold students' rights to their belongings and correspondence, I shall be compelled to submit a request for a hearing to the Ministry of Magic's Legal Execution Department. By Merlin's cloak, it's not that serious, my dear. If you wish, this event can certainly be cancelled. Lockhart had not anticipated Anna Lee's impassioned confrontation before nearly the entire student body. However, not wanting the matter to escalate to the ministry, thus tarnishing his own reputation, he wisely chose to retreat. Anna Lee observed him directing the dwarfs to deliver the letters to their rightful recipients before she returned to the Ravenclaw table to resume her breakfast. Her earlier good mood had been thoroughly shattered by the morning's events. Nonetheless, her actions quickly spread throughout Hogwarts, including Harry, who had been interrupted by dwarfs delivering letters after she halted Lockhart's arrangements, expressing his sincere gratitude. He certainly did not wish to be read aloud in public regarding others' admiration for him. Students from other houses also commended her actions, particularly those from Slytherin, whose lineage primarily consisted of pureblood families accustomed to etiquette. They could hardly tolerate the violation of their correspondence, especially being read aloud in such a public setting. This was far from acceptable behavior for a young master or mistress raised in a pureblood family. After breakfast, many cast grateful glances in her direction, and occasionally, older students would pat her shoulder, offering warm smiles. Draco even shyly handed her a small box. These are cookies my mother made. They taste different from those outside. Thank you for standing up for us. Anna Lee chuckled at the proud little dragon. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. Humph. Draco's face flushed slightly, and without uttering another word, he left with Crabbe and Goyle. With no classes scheduled for the morning and no plan to practice with Hermione and the others, she decided to visit the headmaster's office. A veritable den of cockroaches. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was cheerfully indulging in his favorite sweets. Ah, little Anna, Dumbledore beamed at her. I heard of your remarkable feat during breakfast. Headmaster Dumbledore, that was due to your inability to properly manage your staff. When will you finally replace him? Anna sat with a frown upon her chair, observing him savoring a cup of tea that was nearly indistinguishable in color, wondering just how much sugar or honey he had added. Do not fret too much, dear Anna. My associates have gathered ample evidence of his misdeeds. Once the victims are assembled, he shall be dealt with. Dumbledore, in an unusually jovial mood after indulging in sugar, winked at her. Headmaster Dumbledore, I do hope that one day someone will have the sense to intervene regarding your excessive sweet indulgence. I shall take my leave now, Headmaster Dumbledore. Wait a moment. Dear Anna, if you find the time, do visit Hagrid's hut. Oh, and you may bring Harry along as well. It is thanks to your assistance that he was able to return from Azkaban so swiftly. He is eager to express his gratitude. Dumbledore called after her. I am not acting on his behalf, Headmaster Dumbledore. Anna replied, fixing her gaze upon him. Had you not sent Professor Snape, I would not have felt compelled to follow. In truth, I believe you need not be overly protective of Harry. He has borne the weight of the Chosen One since childhood, and the pressure is immense. He genuinely wishes to contribute in any way he can, yet you consistently withhold information from him. Concerning the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry could have managed quite well without my intervention. That is the truth. It should have been his triumph, though I merely sought to protect Snape. Dear Anna, while trusting friends is indeed a noble pursuit, I cannot permit Harry to undertake excessive risks. Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles, an inscrutable expression glimmering within his similarly hued eyes. All are students of Hogwarts, Headmaster. You cannot allow Professor Snape to venture into danger without limits. He has wronged no one, not even Lily Evans. Dear Anneli, it appears your feelings towards Severus have always been unique. Dumbledore stated, though his countenance remained largely unchanged. Professor Snape is a good man. He deserves it, Anneli asserted, feeling a flush creep to her cheeks. Ahem, very well. Dear Anneli, do attend to your own affairs. Dumbledore said nothing further and allowed her to depart, before pacing the confines of his office, ultimately pausing beside Fawkes Perch. Indeed, dear Fawkes, Anneli's affections for Severus seem rather complex. The Phoenix nuzzled his outstretched hand, though its response remained elusive. Perhaps with Anneli present, I can't afford to place greater trust in Severus, should their feelings align. Dumbledore murmured to himself. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Anneli settled into the room of requirement, exhaling a long breath. She had all but confessed her feelings for Snape, hoping that Dumbledore might regard him with the equality he rightfully deserved, rather than allowing him to bear the brunt of every confrontation. After all, he was the one who had been wronged by all. Chapter 23, The Study Group. Anneli understood Snape's life all too well. He had known merely 3 or 4 years of happiness since his birth. Following that brief respite came a childhood marred by domestic violence and a mother lost in her romantic escapades. The only salvation he cherished in his life, Lily Evans, was hardly worthy of the title of his cherished flower. It was because she possessed the ability to wield magic that Snape believed he had found a kindred spirit, leading him to befriend her. Yet, Evans remained untouched by the magical world, relying solely upon Snape's accounts to understand it while he offered her a singular form of treatment. Yet what did she truly offer him? Merely the most ineffectual words to deter the marauding quartet from tormenting him. She offered hollow advice, urging him not to delve into the dark arts while hoping he would distance himself from the Death Eater recruits of Slytherin. She never considered how he survived within Slytherin, nor whether he faced bullying, simply because he had never confided his struggles to her. Could she truly be oblivious? Surely she must know. As a half-blood, the difficulties he encountered in Slytherin were all too apparent from the moment he was sorted. All the purebloods shunned him, even resorting to verbal scorn. Had he not displayed his prowess in potions, Malfoy would never have sought him out, and his existence would have been even more arduous. At such a tender age, he had quarreled with the sole beacon of light in his life, yet he pressed on, compelled to seek power. Moreover, given Voldemort's undeniable charm, it was only natural that he would join the ranks of the Death Eaters. What was Evans to him? She embodied the archetype of a savior, desiring that all around her live according to her ideals, irrespective of the hardships they endured privately, as long as they appeared virtuous in her eyes. What she advocated was hardly the mark of true friendship. Real friends confront bullies with wands raised, as evidenced by Ron and Hermione. She was clearly leveraging Snape's affections for her. Anneli curled helplessly into the sofa, tears brimming in her eyes. How exhausting it must be to be a double agent. He had never known a moment of respite throughout his life. As a follower, he had relayed prophecies to Voldemort, having severed ties with Evans long before, unaware that she was among those born at the end of July. Upon discovering the truth, he had desperately attempted to intervene, casting aside all pride and humbling himself to plead with Voldemort for her safety. When he realized Voldemort's superficial promise would not shield Evans, he turned to Dumbledore. Dumbledore harbored distrust, never believing in his feelings, and had never granted him the faith he sought in return. All of this was part of Dumbledore's grand design. Driven by guilt, anguish, and profound regret, Snape endeavored to protect Harry, assisting him in confronting Voldemort. Ultimately, he met his demise at the jaws of Nagini. It is crucial to remember that he was a master potion maker, a genius unparalleled. How could he not be aware that the antidote to snake venom could grant him survival? It was evident that he did not wish to continue living. Voldemort neither employed the killing curse nor commanded Nagini to consume him. He merely instructed her to bite, and she withheld a fatal strike, provided he was adequately prepared. Had Harry not been so discerning, Snape's death would have left him surrounded solely by the malevolent Death Eaters. Painted as the traitor who vanquished the Great White Wizard, a pariah in the wizarding world. This was profoundly unjust. How could Dumbledore not perceive this? It was sheer prejudice, manipulation, and a blatant disregard for Snape's plight. He orchestrated his own death as a noble sacrifice, yet never extended trust towards Snape, which was undeniably unjust. Since he had resolved to utilize Snape, Anneli would stand by Severus's side. Having entered this world, she would not allow him to shoulder such blame. If he sought redemption, she would accompany him on that path. Wiping away her tears, Anneli fixed her fiery gaze. No matter that he was her nominal great-uncle, she would exact retribution for any mistreatment of Snape. Once Cece returned, she anticipated good news. On the very next day that Cece appeared, she entrusted it with a letter she had meticulously penned, urging it to hasten to New Cambond and deliver it into the hands of that person. In her letter, she wove together truth and fiction, foretelling Dumbledore's impending curse and demise, while expressing his long-held longing and remorse for Snape. She was certain that person would respond to her letter following its perusal. He possessed the ability to glimpse into the future, and she was undeterred by his skepticism. As long as he followed her instructions to peer into Dumbledore's future, he would witness the experiences that awaited him. Should his feelings for Dumbledore remain as steadfast as in the past, he would undoubtedly respond to her. Enli gathered her thoughts, for she still needed to advance her proficiency in the soul-siphoning arts. It was prudent to prepare for contingencies if the path ahead led to death. She could rely on her skills to revive him. In her room, she meticulously inscribed a special magical circle upon the floor. According to her family's heritage, any ability reaching the 3rd level required a dedicated magical array for further enhancement. This was likely due to the overwhelming chaos of magical energies in later generations, necessitating refinement through such arrays to avoid sluggish growth in one's abilities. She settled cross-legged at the center of the magical circle, deftly channeling her soul-siphoning technique. Long ago, while studying the history of magic and its origins, she had discerned that the primary distinction between Eastern sorcery and Western wizardry lay in their mediums. In the East, magic was often revered for its primal force, known as wandless magic, which allowed practitioners to harness their innate energy without reliance on external tools. However, frequent upheavals in the East led to the loss of many traditions, leaving only a handful of powerful factions. Fortunately, she had found that the magic learned here complemented her family's legacy perfectly. Through diligent practice, she had already begun to master some simple wandless spells that did not deplete her magical energy. Once she had made steady progress in enhancing her soul-siphoning abilities, she concluded her meditation, and the magical circle beneath her faded away. Noticing that there was still ample time before lunch, Enli retrieved her notebook, where she had meticulously recorded significant events for each academic year. Thankfully, she had long documented these memories, having prematurely concluded matters in the chamber. Her recollection of the original narrative had grown increasingly vague. It seemed that any alteration in her actions had irrevocably shifted the timeline, making the future even more enigmatic. She had initially intended to apprehend Peter early on, but reflecting on it now, she recalled how young Snape had nearly lost his life due to Sirius's prank. Perhaps it would be better to let him remain in Azkaban for a few more months. Closing her notebook, she departed from the room of requirement. Thursday afternoon, after coordinating their demands and slogans with Harry and the others, they convened for their first gathering in the room of requirement. How about this? Let us first compile a list of spells we know on parchment, then select those that none of us are familiar with to learn from one another. What do you think? Hermione distributed the prepared paper and quills to them. I'm fine with that, Enli shrugged, as she had a considerable repertoire of spells. Writing them all seemed somewhat tedious, but then she recalled a spell that could project her thoughts directly onto the parchment. Wow, that is amazing. Can I learn it? Ron exclaimed, having been deep in thought about his own spells when he witnessed Enli's display. Of course, but keep in mind that this spell extracts memories from your mind, so if you don't know it, it won't appear. Enli added. It also prevents students from retrieving their memories during exams to cheat. You can't use it on the exam paper. After all, answering requires thought, and not everyone can articulate what they remember. Otherwise, how would we explain the phenomenon of a blank mind upon entering an examination room? Oh, right, Ron replied, clearly struck by her insight as he continued to ponder what spells he could recall. Half an hour later, they arranged their parchments in a row. Goodness, Ron, why did you write so little? Hermione gasped at the sparse words on Ron's paper. I suddenly can't remember much, Ron scratched his head. Don't worry. There is still plenty of time before finals. We can not only enhance our practical skills, but also review, Enli reassured, waving her wand. Let me extract our different spells. In just half a minute, the ink on Hermione's, Harry's, and Ron's parchments vanished entirely, and Enli's paper also lost several words. Wow, you encompass the knowledge of all three of us. Hermione gasped, astonished at Enli's breadth of knowledge, which exceeded her expectations. She had always assumed Enli spent most of her time on potions. Enli, how about we follow your lead on what to learn next? Harry suggested, visibly impressed but quickly adjusting to the idea of seeking guidance from someone more skilled. I'm on board. Hermione eagerly concurred with Harry. Oh, sure. I'm good with anything, Ron shrugged, indifferent to who led the instruction. If you all have no objections, then by all means, Enli smiled, recognizing the benefit of them learning more to protect themselves. Especially Harry. It was evident that Dumbledore's instinct to shield him was misguided. True growth required facing challenges. Let us begin with defensive spells, Enli proposed, quickly transitioning into teaching mode. There are several spells effective against enemy attacks or dark magic: Stupefy, Protego, and Impedimenta, along with the Patronus charm. I'm sure Hermione is familiar with the first three. They provide excellent defense against most attacks. However, I want you to understand that aside from wizards, there exists another being we must not overlook. Enli glanced at Hermione, encouraging her to speak. The Dementors. Exactly. Hermione. Though they typically reside in Azkaban, we cannot guarantee they will never emerge, making this spell crucial. Enli then offered to demonstrate the first three spells. Hermione. Would you like to assist me in the demonstration? Enli gestured, and a dueling platform appeared in the spacious classroom. All right, Enli, Hermione replied, excited. She had learned many spells, but had rarely practiced them. Let us start with Expelliarmus, she said. They positioned themselves on the platform as Harry and Ron watched from the sidelines. Expelliarmus. Hermione cast the disarming charm at Enli, without any prior warning. Protego. The disarming spell was deflected harmlessly, and Enli signaled for Hermione to continue. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Impedimenta. The final strike of Impedimenta sent Hermione's wand flying, captivating Harry and Ron. That was so cool, Ron exclaimed, suddenly invigorated by the prospect of learning through this duel. Now, let me demonstrate the Patronus charm. First, I'll explain that this spell is primarily used to repel Dementors, as their presence can drain you of joy. Therefore, the most vital support for the Patronus' manifestation is our memories, the happiest ones. Now, take a moment to think of your most cherished memories, and, with a few flicks of her wand, she intoned, Expecto Patronum. A silvery bat erupted from the tip of her wand, soaring around the classroom before landing on her shoulder and gently brushing against her cheek before vanishing. Awesome! Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison, captivated by the spectacle. Shall we divide into groups to try this out? Let us start with the first three spells. Subsequently, Hermione partnered with Ron, while Anneli teamed up with Harry. Harry, let us commence, she said. Harry, embodying his resolute character and undoubtedly inheriting his mother's intelligence, swiftly grasped the three spells, managing to counter Anneli's disarming charm in just a few exchanges. On the other hand, Hermione was not as fortunate. Ron frequently faltered in pronunciation or the trajectory of his magic, being repeatedly knocked back. Casting a sympathetic glance at Hermione, Anneli approached Harry. Harry, you should practice these three spells whenever you can. You are mastering them quite quickly. The Room of Requirement will also conjure combat dummies. Although they are primarily for defensive purposes, later, when you learn offensive spells, you can use them against the dummies. Thank you, Anna. May I attempt the Patronus charm? Harry asked, excited to grasp the spell so swiftly and eager to continue practicing. Of course, give it a try, Anneli nodded. Harry gripped his wand and pointed it into the air, recalling the joy he experienced upon first discovering the magical world. The happiness of seeing his parents in the mirror of Ariste and the lively photographs in the album. Expecto Patronum. A wisp of white smoke emanated from his wand, failing to coalesce into a distinct form. Have I failed? Harry observed the quickly dissipating smoke, his earlier excitement dimming. Do not be disheartened, Harry. The Patronus charm requires an abundance of joyful memories and magical energy. It typically takes everyone a considerable amount of time to master. I practiced for quite a while myself. Anneli reassured him, her eyes wide with falsehood, as she had succeeded on her first attempt, having led a joy-filled life, especially during her initial encounter with Snape. I will practice diligently. Harry regained his confidence, cheering himself on. Anneli smiled and moved towards Hermione, who appeared on the verge of exasperation. Let me assist, Hermione. You can practice the Patronus charm with Harry. Hermione shot Ron a glare before joining Harry, while Anneli patiently taught him the corresponding magical trajectories for each spell. And before long, he successfully mastered one of them. At that moment, Hermione managed to summon her Patronus, which took the form of a delightful otter. Hermione's childhood had also been filled with happiness, making her success quite natural. Harry watched the otter with envy. Harry, why don't you practice with Ron? I wish to explore other spells, Anneli suggested, having noticed that Ron had nearly grasped the spell and called Harry over to join the fray, contemplating what else to teach from the parchment of spells. Chapter 24, A Letter from Mr. Bashir. Anneli and her companions continued their practice for over a month, frequently slipping into the Room of Requirement. Their elusive presence puzzled Dumbledore. Since Harry's first year, he had entrusted several portraits within the castle to keep watch over Harry's activities, and Anneli was now among them. Recently, no portrait had any idea of their endeavors, only occasionally seeing them pass by on the stairs. As not every corner of the castle was adorned with portraits, there were always hidden nooks he was unaware of. He contemplated asking Anneli, yet feared she might perceive it as surveillance, so he merely observed them at mealtimes, confirming their well-being before temporarily setting the matter aside. Just as their study group began to find its rhythm, Ron's habitual carelessness resurfaced. After a brief return to the dormitory, he lost track of Harry's footsteps and was consequently followed by the Weasley twins, who successfully infiltrated the Room of Requirement. Oh, George, look! 3 little lions, and a little eagle. We uncovered a classroom we never seen before. A clandestine rendezvous. We are not, Harry exclaimed, his face flushing crimson as he hurriedly interjected against their banter. George, Harry is being defensive, Fred remarked. Indeed, Fred, it's quite evident, they chuckled, linking arms and grinning at Harry's beet red cheeks. All right, Fred, George, we are merely a study group here, Ron interjected, unable to bear their antics any longer. By Merlin's beard, Ron is studying. How astonishing. Fred, Mother would be overjoyed. Absolutely right, George, Fred concurred. Good sirs, we are indeed studying. Should you wish to join us? You are most welcome, but please refrain from causing mischief, Annalise stated, bemused, noting the twins' uncanny talent for mischief. Very well, since the clever little eagle has spoken, George. Let us join them, Fred replied without hesitation. I have no objections, George added. Annalise shot them both an exasperated look before outlining their practice sessions. The Weasley twins, upon confirming that they were genuinely studying, were left astonished. I suspect you have mastered more spells than we have. Wouldn't you agree, upperclassmen? Annalise provocatively raised an eyebrow at them. George, she called us upperclassmen. We must showcase our talents. Fred, freeze charm. Annalise flung a spell at them, and George reacted first, darting away, leaving Fred to be struck and frozen in place. How ruthless. Annalise, George laughed maliciously, while Annalise merely smirked. We can engage in a duel with the upperclassmen to assess our recent progress, Annalise suggested to Harry and the others, then lifted the spell from Fred. The 4 of them swiftly surrounded the twins, casting various spells, and the Weasley twins quickly realized they had bitten off more than they could chew, scrambling to respond. Half an hour later, they collapsed onto the floor, wiping the sweat from their brows. George, I feel as though I might perish, Fred gasped. Me too, George echoed. What an exquisite prank, Fred agreed. After this escapade, their study group expanded from 4 to 6 members. With only a month remaining until the final examinations, Cece finally returned to the castle, arriving just as Annalise was preparing for sleep. Cece, you have finally returned. If it weren't for the innate familial bond she shared with Cece, Annalise would have suspected something had befallen her. She hastily removed the envelope and offered Cece some food, noticing she seemed to have gained a bit of weight, suggesting she had been living quite well during her absence. Once Cece was settled, Annalise finally opened the envelope in her hand. Dear Miss Annalise Dumbledore, I hope this letter finds you well. I am grateful for your correspondence and sincerely apologize for my delayed response. By the time you receive this letter, I should be on my way to England. While I am uncertain how you became aware of the matters between Al and myself, I appreciate your informing me. I have resolved my affairs here and will ensure our communications remain confidential unless Al becomes aware himself. Enclosed is a key. I hope we can meet to discuss matters further during the summer. Yours sincerely, Mr. Bashir. The letter was brief, and to avoid detection, he had refrained from mentioning either his or Dumbledore's names. After reading the letter, Annalise pulled out the key from the envelope and remarked, Indeed, it is a door key. Before wrapping it in cloth and stowing it in her satchel, Annalise gazed at Nagini, who lay peacefully asleep on the adjacent bed. It seemed that the chip she had acquired was securely in her grasp. Recently, she had noticed the scrutinizing glances from Dumbledore, yet she felt no trepidation once he arrived. Dumbledore would have little time to focus on them. Finally, she could indulge in a restful slumber. Annalise reclined and enjoyed a delightful nap. The past month had enveloped Hogwarts in a fervent atmosphere of final exam preparations, with only Annalise and Hermione appearing at ease amidst the chaos. After several days of joint revision, Hermione decided she could no longer tolerate their foolishness and ventured alone to the library. Left without Hermione's company, Annalise resigned herself to aimlessness, wandering through the castle. Hello there, Senior Dumbledore. As Annalise stood idly on the stone bridge, gazing at the sea, marveling at the rarity of such leisurely moments, a soft voice broke her reverie. She turned to see a slender girl with dark golden-brown hair and silver eyes approaching from the direction of Ravenclaw Tower. Hi there. Annalise replied amicably, though she couldn't quite place the girl. The girl, visibly delighted, stepped closer. I'm Luna Lovegood, a first year. Senior Dumbledore, I truly admire your character. Thank you. You can call me Annalise or Anna. So, she was Luna. Naturally, she was in the same year as Ginny. Senior Annalise. I've heard tales of your exploits, Luna said, leaning against the stone railing of the bridge. My exploits? Annalise replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. Had she become a legend at Hogwarts? I've heard other seniors mention you. You brewed advanced potions in your first year and bravely battled a basilisk this year. You are truly remarkable, Luna said, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. Thank you. Truly, it is the professors who deserve the credit, Annalise replied, slightly embarrassed, as she had never received such sincere praise before. Senior Annalise, you are far too modest. My father says those with true ability never need to be so humble. Luna spoke softly. Annalise regarded her and said, "Being humble is not a flaw. I prefer not to draw attention to myself unless absolutely necessary." Like in the case with Lockhart. Quite right, Luna agreed, then suddenly remembered the 2 books cradled in her arms. "Oh, I must return these to the library. Farewell, Senior Annalise. Until next time, Luna." Annalise's initial encounter with Luna left her with the impression that the girl possessed a unique spirit. After bidding Luna farewell, Annalise basked in the sunlight for a while before aimlessly wandering towards the dungeons. Upon reaching the entrance, she realized she lacked a credible excuse to visit Snape. She couldn't simply say she was bored. Pacing back and forth at the door, she contemplated whether to enter when a voice called out from behind her. "Miss Annalise, I trust you understand that this is the office of your perpetually busy old professor, not some mystical wish-granting chamber." Startled, Annalise turned to see Snape, burdened with a large stack of parchment that appeared to be assignments, gazing at her with an impassive expression. "Yes, Professor Snape," Annalise replied, her mind still catching up with the situation as her mouth spoke first. "If you believe you can forego revising those fundamental, seemingly useless, end-of-term subjects, then step inside and assist me in preparing materials." Snape opened the dungeon door and entered, with Annalise following and closing it behind her. "The pile of materials at the door needs attention. I assume you need not be instructed on how to prepare them." Snape gestured to a corner where a collection of wrapped potion ingredients lay. "Understood, Professor Snape." Annalise was well acquainted with the arrangement of items in the dungeon. She dutifully tidied the dust-laden table at the entrance, organized her tools, and perched on a small stool before the table, unwrapping a package to begin her task. As Snape graded papers, he occasionally glanced at her deft movements, then returned to his corrections, his furrowed brow remaining unchanged as his sharp quill marked scores on the parchment. Once she finished sorting the accumulated ingredients, Annalise rubbed her stiff neck and discreetly observed Snape. He was still engrossed in grading, but judging by the motion of his quill, several papers bore the mark of Gryffindor's assignments. "If you have completed your task, you might consider refraining from rudely staring at your professor as he grades." Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm, not lifting his gaze. "Professor Snape, I could assist in grading assignments as well," Annalise offered, noticing his exasperation with students' work. "Humph." Snape paused his quill and looked at her. "I see you have no desire to attend advanced classes and wish to become my potions teaching assistant directly. Is that an option?" Annalise's eyes widened in surprise, failing to catch his sarcasm. Snape suddenly felt a twinge of helplessness. Indeed, he had little power even over Dumbledore. Professor Snape, that was not my intention. I merely wished to alleviate some of your burden." Annalise belatedly grasped his meaning, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Based on your current academic progress, you could indeed be exempted from potions class," Snape sighed, observing her embarrassed demeanor. He adjusted his tone to speak to her normally. "If you do not mind, you may serve as my assistant." Aside from preparing lesson plans and potion ingredients for 7 different years, he also had to grade assignments. Not to mention the elixir of life for Old Slughorn and his own potion business, making it quite overwhelming. Annalise's prodigious talent in potions had nearly caught up with his own, leaving him with little cause for concern. "I wouldn't mind at all, Professor Snape." If she had a tail, Annalise felt she might just be wagging it with delight. "Let us commence next semester. This term is nearly over," Snape added before returning to his grading. "I will discuss this matter with Dumbledore later." "Very well, Professor Snape." Annalise felt as if she had imbibed a dose of Felix Felicis. Not only could she avoid several years of potions exams, but she would also serve as Snape's assistant. While she had no fear of examinations, every class she could spare was a boon. Speaking of which, perhaps she could also apply for exemptions from other subjects, granting her more personal time. Snape was truly her guardian angel. "Professor Snape, please don't forget to have dinner amidst your busyness. I have matters to discuss with Headmaster Dumbledore, so I'll take my leave." The thought of escaping numerous exams made it hard for her to remain still. Snape said nothing, merely waved his hand to open the dungeon door, indicating she could leave. As Annalise stepped into the headmaster's office, she found Dumbledore engrossed in reading letters, hastily concealing them upon her arrival. Little Anna, it has been too long since their study group had officially commenced. She had not visited the headmaster's office. This was her first visit in months. "Grandfather Albus, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Speak freely." "What is it?" Dumbledore replied, his eyelids twitching at her endearing address. This girl certainly knew how to curry favor. "Well, I would like to apply for an exemption from the third-year courses." Dumbledore nearly spilled his tea upon hearing the news. "What did you say?" "I have already completed the third-year curriculum. May I apply for an exemption for next year?" Professor Snape mentioned that I could assist him in potions class. Initially, Dumbledore believed that there were indeed few joint classes between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and he had contemplated making adjustments. But he was taken aback by Annalise's intention to completely forego attending classes. "I shall need to consult with the other professors regarding this matter," he replied. stroking his beard hesitantly. Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore. Please inform me as soon as you have any news. Annalise nodded, regarding the situation as merely a preliminary assessment. Akin to a grade skipping examination, something she had already experienced and felt entirely unfazed by. As she prepared to leave, she suddenly recalled something. Headmaster Dumbledore. Is Lockhart still not leaving? Oh, it will be soon. The evidence and the victims have already been sent to the Ministry of Magic. Just a couple of days after their discussion about Lockhart, the Ministry dispatched several Aurors to take him away. Although he was astonished by the sudden arrest warrant, he dared not resist. Shortly thereafter, various media outlets, including the Daily Prophet, published reports detailing Lockhart's fraudulent claims to fame and his use of memory charms on others, announcing that he had been incarcerated in Azkaban. The revelation sent shockwaves through the wizarding community, prompting even his once admiring witches to dispose of all memorabilia associated with him. Harry and his friends were fortunate enough to witness Hermione unceremoniously throw all of his books into the fireplace of the common room, after which she eagerly relayed the news to Annalise. Chapter 25, Summer Vacation. Annalise, entirely unperturbed, now awaited news from Dumbledore, hoping to ease her academic burdens for the coming school year. Without the pressure of exams, she and Hermione leisurely perused books in the library, while Harry and Ron busily transcribed assignments for their various subjects. Due to Lockhart's unexpected arrest, the end-of-term defense against the dark arts examination had been assigned to Snape, leaving them with headaches as they were clueless about what he might set for the test. Annalise, Headmaster Dumbledore has requested your presence in his office, Ginny announced breathlessly as she rushed in from outside the library. Okay. Annalise sprang to her feet, asking Hermione to return her books on her behalf. This summons must surely indicate news regarding her exemption. She hurried to the headmaster's office, completely unprepared for the sight of so many individuals gathered there. As she scanned the room, she realized that it was filled with professors, including her proud head of house, Professor Flitwick, who regarded her with a beaming expression. Greetings, Headmaster Dumbledore, esteemed professors. She greeted them warmly, albeit somewhat nervously. Annalise, regarding your request for an exemption from third-year courses, I have conferred with the professors, and they all acknowledge your capabilities. You may proceed as long as you can pass the third-year examination, Dumbledore explained, clarifying the reason for their assembly. I have no issues with that, Professor Dumbledore, Annalise affirmed with a nod of understanding. The examination is scheduled for this weekend, in the dueling club classroom. Dumbledore tapped the table with his fingers. However, currently, there is a vacancy in the defense against the dark arts position. So you cannot be exempt from that course just yet. You will need to wait for the new professor next year to evaluate you. Understood, Headmaster Dumbledore. That meant she would only need to attend one class next year, which was acceptable to Annalise. After the arrangements were made, several professors advised her to prepare diligently before departing, with Snape being the first to leave, as her potions grades had always been exemplary, and he had much work to attend to. On the weekend, Annalise arrived early at the classroom. The first to arrive was Professor McGonagall, who requested that she transform her desk into an animal and then make the animal dance. This task seemed more akin to fourth-year material rather than third year. Yet Annalise had no doubts and proceeded to transform the desk into a black dog, which then danced the tango upon the floor. Professor McGonagall watched her with delight. Annalise, your transfiguration skills are remarkable. You might even qualify for exemption from the fourth-year course. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Your aptitude for transfiguration is quite impressive. If you have an interest in becoming an animagus, feel free to seek me out in your fourth year. I will, Professor McGonagall. Annalise held great admiration for her. Yet no one in the school, aside from Snape, knew of her heritage. The curse within her remained unresolved. So she thought it best to steer clear of animagus transformation for now. After Professor McGonagall's departure, Professor Flitwick entered. Oh, Miss Annalise, the charms class is also practical. As long as you can engage in a few exchanges with me, it will be quite simple. You needn't be overly anxious. Professor Flitwick took his place on the dueling platform, signaling her to stand in the corresponding position. The third-year charms curriculum was indeed relatively straightforward and did not involve nonverbal spells. Professor Flitwick cast several binding spells at her, all of which she successfully blocked. This study group is not in vain. Real dueling is markedly different from practice with dummies. By Merlin, splendid work, Miss Annalise. If this weren't an examination, I would be tempted to award Ravenclaw an additional 20 points. Flitwick's eyes sparkled with admiration. Having such a talented student in his house was simply marvelous. Thank you, Professor Flitwick, Annalise responded politely. Following this, the professors of herbology, potions, history of magic, and other subjects came to assess her, each affirming her abilities as they departed. After the examinations concluded, it was time for dinner. Annalise was informed by the last professor that she was to visit the headmaster's office after the meal. During dinner, Dumbledore was conspicuously absent from the Great Hall, while the other professors regarded her with affectionate smiles. In this era, outstanding students often received special attention and affection from their professors. Annalise hastily consumed a few bites, feeling satisfied, and left the hall. Although she felt confident about her performance, she was still anxious about the final results. Dumbledore anticipated her eagerness and had prepared the exemption paperwork to present to her, accompanied by a transcript filled entirely with OS. Dear Annalise, due to your successful acquisition of exemption from third-year courses, you will be exempt from all examinations and assignments this term, aside from the defense against the dark arts examination and holiday assignments. That's marvelous, Headmaster Dumbledore, Annalise exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement. With just 2 weeks until the holiday, you must promise me to stay at Severus's home and avoid wandering off alone. Dumbledore peered at her through his half-moon spectacles, sensing her special connection to Snape and allowing himself a measure of leniency, believing that the deeper their bond, the more manageable it would be. I will, Headmaster Dumbledore. Annalise's excitement surged. Indeed, she would be going to Severus's home, which meant they would essentially be cohabitating. Dumbledore then handed her another form, the permit for Hogsmeade, already signed by Aberforth. Since you will not be home for the summer, I took the liberty of obtaining Aberforth's signature in advance. Dumbledore sighed. Trust me, had it not been for the fact that you can visit Hogsmeade on weekends, Aberforth would never have consented to your absence during the summer. That is because Aberforth cannot bear to part with me. Annalise, with a hint of playful defiance, lifted her delicate face, fully aware of his intentions to use her as a means to manipulate Snape. Although she was willingly participating, it did not imply that she would not later discreetly inform Albus of his actions. She had meticulously devised a series of plans, the first of which would catch him off guard. Annalise calculated her strategy in her mind. As the examination period drew near, time seemed to fly by. Once the tests were completed, the students finally exhaled in relief, momentarily forgetting about their grades, and hurriedly packed their belongings to return home for a delightful long holiday. As for house points, with Dumbledore's presence, who could rival Gryffindor? However, since the basilisk was her last challenge to overcome, Ravenclaw remained in second place. Annalise typically traveled light, with just a single trunk containing her change of clothes, while her other belongings were stowed in her shoulder bag. She planned to depart later with Snape through the fireplace in the dungeon, so she informed Hermione and the others that she would not be taking the train. Her friends politely refrained from probing further. After escorting them to the train in Hogsmeade, she returned to the castle. Just before they boarded, the twins had secretly gifted her a larger bag than before, heavy with contents. For convenience, their rewards were distributed by semester, and she certainly did not lack for funds. Upon returning to the castle, she retrieved her trunk from the dormitory. Soon, Cece perched on her shoulder, while Nagini quietly coiled around her arm. Recently, Nagini had been conscious for only brief periods, often appearing to be in a state of amnesia, so Annalise chose not to disturb her. Once everything was in order, she made her way to the dungeon to find Snape. With all the students gone, she felt at ease within the castle. After successfully knocking on the dungeon door, Snape had already been seated at his desk, awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing her, he rose to connect with the fireplace. He stepped in first, uttering Spider Alley, and Annalise promptly followed suit. As she emerged from the fireplace, her face bore a smudge of soot, while Cece sneezed several times from her shoulder. Snape led her upstairs, where 3 doors awaited them. The left door was firmly shut, the middle door ajar, revealing glimpses of a lavatory. Snape paused at the right door, gesturing to her. This is your room. The adjoining door leads to the lavatory. Unless absolutely necessary, do not knock on my door. I do not provide meals. If you wish to eat, you may go to the kitchen, and should you require more provisions, inform me. Most importantly, you are not permitted to leave the house alone. At this last word, Snape fixed his gaze upon her. Of course, Professor Snape, Annalise replied, blinking her striking blue eyes at him. Your holiday itinerary is as follows. I have matters to attend to for the first week, so focus on completing your holiday assignments, and I shall instruct you during the remaining time. Snape handed her a piece of paper and retreated to his room, the door slamming shut behind him. Annalise stifled a giggle and entered the room he had prepared for her. The furnishings were simple, a large bed in a soft green hue, a desk with a chair, a wardrobe, and an entire wall lined with books, predominantly on potions. The room appeared to be a study repurposed, but the bed was comparable in size to those in the dormitory, perhaps even larger. Annalise adored her new living space. She quickly arranged her favorite bedding, placed her clothes in the wardrobe, and decorated the room with items she had prepared in advance. By the bedside, she fashioned a cozy nook for Nagini, gently placing the sleeping serpent onto the soft cushion. Once Cece entered, it stood by the window, requiring little attention, as it would naturally come to her side when it was time to sleep. It was a delightful little haven. After tidying up, Annalise collapsed onto the soft bed. Initially, she intended to rest briefly, but, For reasons unknown, she fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken long after dinner time, having been roused by hunger. Cautiously, she opened her door to find the outside cloaked in darkness, with only a faint glow seeping from the crack beneath Snape's door. Dimly lit candles adorned the wall by the staircase, barely illuminating her path. She pursed her lips, surmising that Professor Snape had likely not eaten either, for she had heard not a whisper. With this thought, she descended the stairs, feeling her way toward the kitchen. Upon turning on the kitchen light, she noted the abundance of cooking utensils, albeit somewhat worn from years of use. Annalise rummaged through the ingredients, retrieving slices of toast and some vegetables to craft a few sandwiches, and warmed 2 cups of milk. After enjoying her portion at the dining table and tidying up, she prepared a tray with Snape's meal and ascended the stairs, gently placing it beside his door. Regardless of whether he chose to eat or at what time, she had left it there, and he would likely partake in it upon noticing. Stifling a yawn, Annalise gathered her toiletries and fresh clothes to head to the lavatory. Observing the sparse assortment of toiletries, she whimsically organized both their items, creating an illusion of a young couple cohabitating. Unable to suppress a giddy smile, she quickly washed up and returned to her room. Hearing a noise at the door, Snape emerged to investigate. Upon opening the door, he discovered the tray of food resting by the entrance. He picked it up, noting the warmth of the meal, and a smirk flickered at the corners of his mouth before he retreated back to his room. Frequently, while brewing potions, he would lose track of time regarding meals. After settling Annalise in the afternoon, he had made several trips outside his room, but since he had not heard anything from her, he had thought little of it, focusing entirely on his potion work until just moments ago when he heard a sound. After enjoying the dinner that Annalise had prepared, he cleaned the tray and returned to the kitchen. Once inside, he detected a faint fragrance and noticed a few additional items on the shelf, mingling with his own, adding a semblance of life to the house. After a quick wash, he returned to his room. Following a restful night, Annalise awoke early, and upon exiting her room, saw that Snape's tray was gone, indicating he had finished his meal, which filled her with joy as she set about preparing breakfast. She excelled at whipping up simple Chinese breakfasts, and the kitchen supplies were more than adequate. She cooked a pot of vegetable and chicken porridge and stir-fried some shredded potatoes to accompany it. Once the table was set, she brewed a cup of coffee, as milk aided her sleep at night, but in the morning, she required a pick-me-up. After preparing everything, she paused outside Snape's door, contemplating whether to leave the tray at the entrance as she had the night before or to knock. Just then, the lavatory door swung open. Hearing the noise, Annalise looked over to see Snape emerging in a bathrobe, his hair still damp, exposing a broad expanse of skin across his chest. Perhaps due to a lack of sunlight, his skin appeared somewhat pale, yet faintly revealed the outline of well-defined abs. It was a striking sight, reminiscent of a handsome man emerging from a bath. "Annalise," Snape exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by her presence, only to find her gaze fixed unabashedly upon his chest. He quickly tightened his robe's sash, irritation flashing in his eyes as he snapped, "How dare you? My apologies, Professor Snape. I, came to invite you for breakfast." Annalise was abruptly brought back to her senses, her cheeks flushing crimson as she recalled what she had just witnessed. Stammering slightly, she offered an explanation before hastily descending the stairs. Severus Snape, furrowing his brow, returned to his room, donning his attire with meticulous care before making his way to the living room. Annalise sat primly at the dining table, awaiting his arrival. As he took his seat and began to eat his porridge, she followed suit. Throughout the meal, she stole glances at Snape's expression, discernibly pleased with the repast, which lifted her spirits further. Although neither spoke, the atmosphere was imbued with warmth. The breakfast portions were perfectly adequate, and upon finishing, Snape waved his wand to magically clear the table, sparing Annalise from the chore of washing up. "You needn't prepare anything for me. My schedule is rather unpredictable," Snape remarked without a hint of emotion. "That's quite all right. I'll leave it at the door," Annalise replied dismissively, concerned for Snape's well-being, knowing that his relentless potion brewing could take a toll on his health. Snape regarded her, seemingly poised to speak, but ultimately retreated to his room in silence. Annalise, obediently, returned to her quarters to complete her solitary assignment for the defense against the dark arts class during the holiday. She planned to observe Snape's routine over the next few days, attempting to depart unnoticed while he slept. For several days, Snape remained confined to his room except for meals and personal hygiene, with the light in his chamber extinguishing only in the early hours of the morning. Thus, on the 6th day, Annalise began to catch up on her sleep, preparing to leave that night. After the light in Snape's room finally vanished, she set up several silencing and concealment charms at the door. She had practiced these incantations without a wand for quite some time last semester. Once everything was in place, she retrieved her wrapped key from her bag, gripping it tightly. In an instant, she felt a tug at her navel, and she vanished from her spot in a whirl of motion. Just as she disappeared, a loud bang emanated from Snape's door, and he stormed into her room. Fury etched across his features. He found the space empty save for a bewildered phoenix perched by the window. Annalise Dumbledore. Snape bellowed her name through gritted teeth. Chapter 26. An official introduction. After a dizzying swirl, Annalise found herself landing steadily on a wooden floor. I presume you are Annalise. A voice resonated from behind her before she could respond. She turned to behold a man with golden hair and mismatched eyes standing before her. Mr. Grindelwald. You appear younger than I had anticipated, she remarked. Call me Gellert, he replied, his demeanor cheerful as he conjured a teapot to pour them both a cup of tea. Annalise surveyed her surroundings, noting the exquisite decor. This is Godric's Hollow, right next to my aunt's residence. In a state of mind from long ago, he explained. And Annalise politely complimented the medieval aesthetic. Thank you, please have a seat. Given our age and relation, we are akin to elder and younger. There's no need for formality, Grindelwald said gracefully, settling into a sofa to savor his tea. Of course, Grandfather Gellert, Annalise replied naturally, taking a seat opposite him and sipping her tea. Oh, did you not bring your little phoenix with you? Grindelwald recalled, mentioning the adorable creature that his subordinates adored. Indeed. Thank you for your prior attentiveness to her, Annalise mused, realizing why her phoenix had returned home looking plumper than before. Upon receiving your letter, I was astonished. I hadn't anticipated you being Aurelius's daughter. Until last year, I couldn't have imagined it, he continued, with the conversation veering into familiar territory. Annalise opted for directness. Let us discuss the future in detail. That is precisely what I wish to inquire about. I believe the Dumbledore family lacks foresight. Grindelwald straightened, fixing his gaze upon her. That matters not. Everyone harbors their own secrets. I do not wish to deceive you. And I hope you will refrain from probing, so long as our objectives align. Annalise frowned, disinclined to weave one lie after another. Especially in the presence of the first Dark Lord. Having seen what you mentioned, I have indeed gleaned some insights through my abilities. I simply wish to ask, 3 years hence, will Albus truly? Grindelwald's fists clenched involuntarily. Yes, including you. Within a year of your departure, Albus will also leave us, Annalise replied candidly. His demise was predictable. Voldemort lacked the capacity to kill him, merely boasting of having vanquished the great Dumbledore, leading Grindelwald to believe that his beloved was dead, and thus willingly accepting death. So, how should we prevent this from occurring? Grindelwald appeared to deduce his own mortality. Voldemort has split his soul into Horcruxes. One of them is the Gaunt family's ring, which bears a resurrection stone cursed to bring death to anyone who wears it within a year. Thus, Albus would don the ring to rid himself of that Horcrux? Grindelwald's expression grew complex. Wearing another man's ring? Primarily, it is the resurrection stone. It tempts its possessor with visions of their loved ones, promising that donning it will bring them back. Grindelwald comprehended instantly, sighing in realization of his own indebtedness. Albus should now be beginning to suspect the Horcruxes. This year, we have already dealt with one. Annalise pondered what she could divulge. Yes, there is another. It seems to have been swapped and is not in its original location, a place filled with dark spirits that can weaken and torment the mind. We must avoid that location. She relayed these crucial points to Grindelwald. Very well, I shall find a way to be near him. That is the only path to interrupting him, is it not? Grindelwald mused, stroking his fingers in contemplation. In fact, there is an excellent opportunity now, Annalise interjected. Our school's defense against the dark arts professor position is vacant. You could apply, albeit under a different identity. That is indeed a splendid idea, Grindelwald considered, his mismatched eyes glimmering with potential. I trust you will manage to catch Albus's attention within a year. Annalise took another sip of tea before continuing, observing the gradual flush on Grindelwald's face before it quickly faded. Such youth, and yet I wonder where you gleaned such insights? Grindelwald shot her a knowing glance. Aware that it likely pertained to her secret. Love knows no bounds of age or gender, Annalise replied, offering an awkward smile. Have you imposed a deadline upon me? 1 year? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. Not a deadline per se. It is merely that Voldemort desires this position upon his graduation. However, Albus fears he seeks to recruit. Thus he has denied him, leading to a curse upon the position. Since then, professors have left within a year for various reasons. So, let us engage for a year. Surely, further methods to infiltrate the school will present themselves thereafter. Once you've won over old Dumbledore, 1T access be a trivial matter? Grindelwald nodded in agreement, showing no objections to the plan. Ah, Grandfather Gellert, it would be prudent for us to keep our conversation from Grandfather Albus. I have not disclosed any of this to him, and should you choose to inform him, kindly refrain from mentioning my name. Consider it a gesture of gratitude for bringing you two together. Annalise clasped her hands in a gesture of farewell. Please, Dumbledore is far more formidable than Grindelwald. He possesses a cunning intellect. Rest assured, I shall uphold my promise of confidentiality, replied Grindelwald without a moment's hesitation. Haha, I hope you find happiness soon. With her objective achieved, Anali beamed foolishly. The two continued to converse about Dumbledore for a while longer before Anali glanced out the window, realizing it was time to depart. It's getting late. You should rest early. We will see each other at school. Very well, Grindelwald nodded, and Anali took the door key, returning to her room in Spinner's End. Before she could steady herself, she found Severus Snape standing at her door, his expression dark. A sudden thought struck her. This is bad. Well, look who we have here. Miss Dumbledore, who promised not to leave alone but sneaks out in the dead of night. Snape remarked, his eyes narrowed in sarcasm as he appraised her. Professor Snape, what are you doing in my room? Anali's mind went blank, unsure of how to wriggle out of this predicament. My quarters do not permit apparition or the use of door keys. While I am unaware of where you procured a key that breaches my enchantments, the moment you used it, I was instantly alerted. Snape was on the brink of exasperation. He had barely settled down when the key usage alarm sounded, and by the time he arrived at Anali's room, she was already gone. I apologize, Professor Snape. She struggled to find a plausible explanation, knowing that revealing anything about Grindelwald would only infuriate him further. Speak. Provide me with a reasonable explanation. Snape's eyes blazed with intensity, fixated on her. I cannot divulge that information at this moment, Professor Snape. After a moment's contemplation, Anali could only shake her head in refusal. Even Dumbledore would be in the same position. It seems you are eager to experience Veritaserum. Just a single drop will suffice. Snape clenched his fists and approached her, his towering figure nearly enveloping her, dark circles under his eyes hinting at his fatigue. Anali felt a pang of guilt and sympathy. It seemed Snape had not slept since her departure. Professor Snape, I know you are concerned for my well-being. Rest assured, this situation will not repeat itself. If it does, you may brew me into a potion. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward and embraced Snape, burying her face in his chest, her voice muffled. Snape was momentarily taken aback by her sudden embrace, the scent of her youth enveloping him. He quickly pushed her away. Should there be a next time? You shall vacate Spinner's End. He then slammed her door shut and departed. Anali was not disheartened by his rejection. Snape's unwillingness to deny his concern for her was a positive sign. After all, feelings often develop over time, and she was in no rush. Snape was, by nature, a hard-hearted yet naive soul, and although she was merely a year his junior, her physical form was that of a 12-year-old. She had every intention of simmering him slowly. After a night of tossing and turning, Anali hastily washed up and fell asleep, only to awaken in the afternoon, observing the stillness from the opposite door. She prepared a simple meal in the kitchen. After dining, she left a portion at the door and returned to her room, where she spotted Sheena's silhouette. Hey, Sheena. Long time no see. Anali embraced Sheena, oblivious to the reproach in her eyes. After taking the letter from her, she offered her some food. Unfolding the letter, she discovered it was from Aunt Molly, explaining that their family had been unexpectedly summoned to Egypt to see their eldest son, and thus could not invite her for the holidays. The letter included some small gifts as an apology. Anali had already been informed and felt no disappointment. Although she was curious about the peculiarities of Egypt, she knew there would be another opportunity. Swiftly, she retrieved paper and pen to respond to Molly, soothing Sheena before letting her go. The following day, in accordance with the curriculum schedule, Anali awaited Snape on the first floor after breakfast. As the final examination for the defense against the dark arts was set by Snape, he had been keeping a close eye on her progress. Consequently, he tailored her lessons to align with those of the 4th and 5th years, much like her schooling, occasionally assigning her essays to ensure her complete comprehension. Snape did not inquire further about that night's events. He had considered much, and since she harbored many unspeakable matters, he resolved to train her rigorously to prevent any future incidents that might attract Dumbledore's attention. After all, she was not particularly significant to him, was she? He cared too much for her, considering the circumstances. With this in mind, Snape's expectations grew increasingly stringent, and throughout the summer, Anali felt as though she were the subject of his personal vendetta. The volume of essays she penned over the 2 months far exceeded that of all her prior courses combined, and Snape, somehow acquiring a wand, even engaged her in practical dueling. His strikes were unyielding, and she often found herself on the floor in disarray. Snape, you insufferable man. Anali had cursed him in her mind more than once during this period. On her birthday, she received gifts from her friends and the Crouch family, as well as from Dumbledore and Aberforth. It wasn't until Snape noticed the incessant owls arriving that he realized it was her birthday. He remarked, albeit begrudgingly, that she could have a bottle of Felix Felicis that evening, given that she had gifted him 2 sets of toiletries after sending him a snakeskin for Christmas. It was only when the school's owl delivered her list of required supplies for the upcoming term that Snape officially concluded his summer training regimen. You have 1 hour to procure everything you need, he stated as he escorted her to Diagon Alley, where he waited outside while she shopped. Reminiscent of his role as her guide during her first year, she considered it a pleasant outing. All she required was the textbook for defense against the dark arts and some potion ingredients before returning with Snape to Spinner's End. For the next few days, focus on your studies. Do not disturb me unless necessary. With only 10 days until the start of term, Snape needed to prepare lessons, marking an end to their instructional time together. Anali spent her days indulging in leisure, reading, and snacking, thoroughly enjoying her respite. She wished this idyllic lifestyle could last indefinitely. These were the days she had longed for, but alas, in the blink of an eye, the first day of school arrived. To avoid encountering other students, Snape took her back to Hogwarts early. After transporting her trunk from the cellar to her dormitory, she proceeded to the Great Hall. A new year meant new students, and she could not afford to be tardy. By the time she arrived, students were already filtering into the hall. She selected a seat in the middle of the Ravenclaw table, and soon, she noticed Hermione and Ron assisting Harry into the hall, drawing the attention of many curious onlookers. What is happening? Anali was momentarily perplexed by the situation and decided to inquire after the sorting ceremony concluded. The sorting ceremony swiftly came to an end, and Dumbledore stood to introduce the new faculty members. Welcome, new students. Additionally, I would like to introduce this year's Professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts, Professor Gapsgrain. At the professor's podium, a young man with golden hair and black eyes rose gracefully to greet the assembly, receiving a warm applause from his fellow students. Alongside him stood Professor Remus Lupin, who would teach the 5th and 7th years, while another pale-faced, slender man nodded to the students. Annalise observed this unfamiliar visage below, pondering how convincingly Grindelwald had assumed his role. Our magical creatures course welcomed the esteemed Rubeus Hagrid as the new professor, succeeding Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, who had retired due to health reasons. The applause erupted once more, particularly crisp from the trio of Harry, Hermione, and Ron. In a side note from Severus Snape's perspective during his second year, he mused, without a guardian, she dares to venture alone into Diagon Alley? One cannot deny her prodigious talent in potions, which is indeed hard to overlook. Wait, did I actually consent to her joining my advanced seminar? Have I been infected by a troll's folly? Look, she is bound to revel in her triumph. I knew it. A Dumbledore could never remain placid within the confines of the school. Behold, the open chamber of secrets, the heir of Slytherin. Foolish Gryffindors. The sorting hat must have erred in placing her. How else could she so eagerly come forth to clarify matters? Look at Dumbledore, so biased, perpetually shielding Potter. Yet I must concede, her critique of that buffoon Lockhart was entirely accurate. Dumbledore actually appointed such a fool as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? Truly, he is losing his faculties. This little troll has an endearing quality. How could I think so? She suddenly mentioned the basilisk. Could there truly be a serpent that has lived for millennia? Does she possess some knowledge, or has she merely read it in books? I must keep a close watch on her. This little troll draped in lion's skin never fails to astonish me. Beyond potions, she has even undertaken self-study in charms. The spells she used to save Potter are typically taught only in 4th year. This must be why Dumbledore has gone to such lengths to ensure she befriends Potter and his Gryffindor companions, a great savior and his allies, bolstered by a formidable support system. Lockhart, that charlatan, boasts daily of his prowess. I am eager to see what he can impart to these little trolls. It is hardly impressive. Why is Annalise Dumbledore casting that look at me? Does she not realize that staring at others is exceedingly rude? Damn it, I am a professor, not her family doctor. This old bee, lounging in a jar of honey, cannot comprehend the plight of a busy professor? If he continues this indulgence, one day not even the healthiest of dental potions will save his teeth. Oh, I nearly forgot today is Christmas. These useless trinkets, what are those families thinking? Oh, they might have some utility. The Galleons could procure a fair amount of potion ingredients. A gift from that little troll? Surely she hasn't sent another bottle of shampoo? If so, I must deduct 50 points from Ravenclaw. This boundary-less little troll. What is this? Annalise Dumbledore. I knew it. An unruly troll. Her every utterance is deliberate. Where did she procure such a fresh snake shed? This basilisk has lived for at least a millennium. I must inform Dumbledore. He ought to manage this wretched, snot-brained troll. She dares to wander off alone. Stan, that loathsome, hideous creature has designs on the little troll. This scoundrel must pay a price. I recall I still have confiscated Weasley prank items here. Annalise Dumbledore. Is she a serpentess essence? Has she discovered a millennium-old basilisk, now venturing forth to seek another serpent? No. How does she converse with snakes? Nagini? She is indeed parcel-tongue, just like that other one, truly. No. She is a victim of the blood curse, a pitiable child. I should not feel sympathy for her. An individual exploring the chamber alone. A mindless fool. Is Hogwarts truly becoming untenable with yet another incident? Look at the smugness of that old bee. That potion was brewed by Annalise herself. What is there to be proud of? Very well, the The poor potions professor cannot seem to catch a break. I am off to address that basilisk. And this old bee has brought me 2 jars of oil. Has he lost his mind? Foolish Potter. If he were alive, I would bind his wand to his hand. What does Annalise Dumbledore intend to do? That is the Dark Lord. Though merely 16, he remains perilous. This basilisk is proving far more formidable than I anticipated. What is Annalise planning? That serpent is about to strike her. I should never have agreed to bring her along. No, Annalise. I knew this little troll's head must have been knocked. Her first thought upon waking is not to be grateful for her limbs, but to seek me? Truly, she is insufferably arrogant. Is she attempting to pull the wool over my eyes again? I must keep my eyes on her. Should she escape once more, I would be burdened with the task of locating her. I cannot afford to waste time on her. Binding her under my very nose would be more appropriate. Annalise's prowess in potions is indeed commendable. Perhaps I should consider her assistance to alleviate my workload? Since she derives such joy from organizing materials, I shall benevolently acquiesce. Annalise, this ignorant troll, does she not understand the propriety of not staring at a male's physique? I am her professor. Having a little troll at home might not be so bad. At least her skills are impressive. I just knew it. Annalise will never learn to be compliant. Where did she acquire the key to bypass my enchantments? Very well, Annalise, since you cannot learn to behave, I shall make you work until you must comply. If you possess the energy to seek escape, it must be due to my insufficiently rigorous training and workload. Chapter 27. Defense Against the Dark Arts. Observing Hagrid's somewhat bashful demeanor, Harry and the others applauded vigorously to show their support. Gapes sat beside Dumbledore, occasionally exchanging a word. Yet Dumbledore appeared so warm and affable that he likely did not recognize him. Annalise found amusement in this scene before beginning to enjoy her dinner. After the feast concluded, Dumbledore solemnly addressed the students about the Ministry's decision to station Dementors at Hogwarts, cautioning those without signed permissions not to leave the school grounds. As the crowd dispersed, Annalise caught Hermione at the end of the Gryffindor line. Anna, you hardly communicated with us over the summer. Hermione retorted, her frustration evident as she questioned her. I spent most of the summer practicing, scarcely finding time to spare. Annalise felt a twinge of guilt. After enduring torment during the day, she collapsed into bed, utterly devoid of energy to contemplate writing to them. Only on her birthday, when she received gifts, did she manage to take a moment to express her gratitude. Wasn't that for the sake of our study group? Suddenly, she conceived a plausible excuse to placate Hermione. She couldn't possibly divulge that she had spent a summer with Snape and had been thoroughly beaten. All right, I shall temporarily forgive you. Hermione reluctantly accepted this explanation and began recounting their encounter with the Dementors on the train. Fortunately, you taught us the Patronus charm last semester. Harry nearly fainted, claiming he heard his mother scream. Although he still struggles to summon a complete Patronus, it proves somewhat useful. Hermione's excitement surged as she continued. Moreover, Professor Lupin was in our carriage at the time, swiftly stabilizing the situation. It was primarily due to Sirius Black's escape that the Dementors were dispatched in search of someone. This semester, we must master more spells. I truly fear he might be targeting Harry. Hermione spoke fervently, glancing around the nearly empty corridor, prompting them to hastily conclude their conversation and return to their dormitories. In her dormitory, Annalise examined her schedule for the semester. Aside from the weekly defense against the dark arts class, she had 1 or 2 potions classes every day. She hadn't had the chance to mention it earlier. But tomorrow she would have the opportunity to startle them. She wondered what their expressions would be upon seeing her at the podium. The thought amused her. The following day, she meticulously avoided any encounters with Harry and the others, quietly waiting for them in the potions classroom. Fortunately, after enduring 2 years of Snape's verbal onslaught, they had learned to arrive early. Annalise. Ron was the first to spot her seated at the side of the podium, exclaiming in surprise. Don't shout, Ron. The class is about to start. Are you hallucinating? Harry was engrossed in arranging his materials, not bothering to look up. No, just look. How is Annal with us for potions? She's sitting by the podium. Hermione followed Ron's pointing finger. It really is Annal. Goodness, she didn't even tell me. Shut up, came a cold voice from the doorway. Snape had arrived, eyeing the trio who stood out like sore thumbs. They quickly took their seats as Snape strode to the podium, glancing at the well-behaved Annalise before announcing, from this academic year onward, Annalise Dumbledore will serve as my teaching assistant for potions. As your unfortunate professor cannot always be present to prevent your cauldrons from exploding or to rescue your sluggish classmates. Hermione and the others stared at her in disbelief, and she offered them a smile. Now, can anyone tell me the effects of the calming draft? Hermione raised her hand, while the others flipped through their books. Draco merely cast a brief glance at Annalise before returning to his work. Annalise. Snape disregarded Hermione's raised hand and turned to Annalise. It is primarily used to soothe and alleviate feelings of agitation and anxiety. If the ingredients are overused, the drinker may fall into a deep slumber. Professor. Very well. Snape surveyed the classroom, and the students, familiar with his demeanor, hastily took out their papers to jot down notes. He then displayed the calming draft's recipe on the blackboard. Today's lesson will focus on brewing the calming draft. You may gather your materials. Working in pairs, each group sent someone to collect the corresponding ingredients. As Snape observed them beginning their potion making, he descended from the podium to patrol, and Anneli followed suit. She wandered around, noting how adeptly everyone handled the various ingredients, and quietly made her way over to Harry and the others. At that moment, Ron and Harry were crushing moonstone, while Hermione and her roommate had already commenced the second step of stirring. Half of the moonstone needed to be boiled for 8 minutes before stirring. Anneli watched as Ron prepared to stir the moonstone and quickly intervened. "Oh, I almost missed that. Thank you, Annel." Ron hastily set aside his stirring rod to time the process, while Snape, observing from a distance, clearly heard her words. He had no expectations for Gryffindor's foolish lion. They were in their 3rd year, yet still made such basic mistakes. As the class progressed, most students gradually wrapped up their work. The preparation of the calming draft was relatively straightforward, and nothing significant occurred. However, Anneli remained concerned about Ron. Harry was responsible for gathering the ingredients, while Ron, the scatterbrain, was in charge of brewing, which was quite perilous. She couldn't fathom what they were thinking. "Hey, Ron, remember to add the Wiggenweld essence at the end, not the Wiggenweld syrup." She had to remind Ron once more that he was about to use the wrong item. Class would soon be over, and if he failed, he would likely be punished with an essay, not to mention Snape would deduct points from him. Upon hearing her reminder, Ron scrambled to find the Wiggenweld essence, and with Harry's assistance, poured the correct essence into the small silver cauldron, then adjusted the heat to simmer slowly. The entire potions class maintained a calm atmosphere, with Snape remaining silent, apart from Anneli's occasional reminders. After all the calming drafts were submitted, the students finally breathed a sigh of relief as they exited the potions classroom. Harry and his group were the last to turn in their assignments, and Anneli stood behind Snape, winking at them. It appeared they would not receive a failing grade for this class. Thank goodness. If it weren't for Anneli, we'd probably be facing another 20-foot essay. Once they had distanced themselves from the classroom, Ron finally spoke up. Today, Snape was like a different person. It was the first time he didn't lose his temper in class. "Did you notice how he didn't come over to our side at all?" Hermione hesitated to directly challenge him. As long as their foolishness didn't come to Snape's attention, his mood would remain stable. "Aren't we waiting for Annel?" Harry asked as they neared the corner. "Annel probably has other matters to attend to. After all, a teaching assistant has many responsibilities." "Oh, right. I almost forgot she became a teaching assistant. She is only in her 3rd year, just like us." Annel was able to brew the calming draft in her 1st year. "You've even consumed it before." Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance, exasperated. "If you ask me, you all need to be more attentive in class. Otherwise, if Annel keeps helping you, I worry that Professor Snape might reprimand her." Yes, we will be mindful," Ron quickly agreed, while Harry remained silent, sharing the same concern about not burdening Annel. "Let us hurry. The next class is Defense Against the Dark Arts." In the potions classroom, Snape addressed Anneli. "I assume you are not my teaching assistant here solely to instruct Potter and Weasley." After Anneli tidied the classroom, she prepared to leave, intending to check on the boggart. Unexpectedly, Snape called out to her. "Yes, Professor, I will be more attentive moving forward." Her assurances had long ceased to faze Snape, and upon hearing her somewhat evasive response, he impatiently urged her to depart. When Anneli arrived, she coincidentally caught sight of Snape in his female guise. Her expression soured as she stood at the entrance, suddenly feeling disinclined to enter. Recently, the details of the original text had begun to fade from her mind, replaced by her current memories. Witnessing Lupin treat Neville in such a manner towards Snape left her feeling quite irate. Today, the students from all colleges in the 3rd year gathered for a joint class. Since he had played a prank on Snape, she decided to give him a fright in return. Anneliese quietly formed her place in line, and as she approached Harry, she noticed his hands trembling with anxiety. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Professor, I arrived a bit late. Harry isn't feeling well. May I step in?" Upon hearing her words, Harry felt an unexpected wave of relief wash over him. "Oh, of course, I was just about to ask Harry if he needed a moment to rest." Lupin, too, sensed Harry's tension and worried about his condition, particularly concerned about the potential appearance of a Dementor or Voldemort in the classroom. Naturally, he welcomed Annaliese's willingness to help. Anneliese picked up her wand and approached the wardrobe. Once Lupin confirmed her readiness, he opened the wardrobe. Truthfully, she was curious about what she now feared, especially since she had already located Nagini and altered Snape's fate. The boggart morphed in midair, revealing a graveyard where a shadowy figure stood with its back to her. Yet, she recognized Snape instantly. The gravestone bore the name Lily. How absurd. The scene abruptly transformed into a full moon. Lupin, who had intended to comfort Anneliese, cast her a complex glance. Annalise, however, had abandoned her initial thoughts and disregarded the confusion of her classmates, moving to the back of the line. Annalise, what was that just now? Harry asked as he stood beside her. He hadn't seen the name on the gravestone, but the silhouette felt eerily familiar. It's nothing. Just a rather unpleasant memory. Annalise gazed into Harry's emerald green eyes, her mouth betraying her thoughts before her mind could catch up. Well, if you're feeling down, I can be your most devoted listener, Harry offered, suspecting it might relate to her deceased loved ones, a pain he could deeply empathize with. Thank you, Harry. Annalise managed a faint smile, lowering her gaze as she reflected on the earlier scene. It became clear that what she truly feared was Snape's unwavering resolve. His words, always, had once touched her as an outsider, but now, having encountered him, she felt as though she had become part of the story, which made her heart ache. Initially, she had viewed herself from a godlike perspective, akin to a devoted fan of Snape. But it was only just now that she realized she had genuinely developed feelings for the complicated man. She feared that if she pursued him and he remained steadfastly unchanged. Recalling every moment they had shared, she hurriedly left after class without a word. She had never felt such an urgent desire to be with Snape. With no other classes for the day, she had ample reason to linger in the dungeon. Standing at the entrance, she took a few deep breaths, feeling she was finally in the right mindset before entering. The materials piled at the door were intended for tomorrow's lessons. Snape, hearing her arrival, continued arranging his work without pause. Annalise silently donned her gloves and began her tasks, the sounds of her potion preparations mingling with Snape's pages turning and grating. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Snape lifted his gaze from the mound of assignments to observe Annalise. She had never been this quiet before. What had transpired today? After a moment's hesitation, Snape chose to remain silent and continued grading. Once Annalise had organized the pile at the entrance, Snape noticed her movements ceased. You can head back to rest once you're ready. I can assist with the assignments, Professor. Annalise approached his desk, where 2 stacks of parchment lay, one tall and one short. Take the shorter stack and compile the scores and roster. Snape levitated the smaller pile to her desk. Understood. Annalise sorted the assignments, extracting a fresh piece of parchment to begin her record keeping. She only completed her task halfway through dinner. Professor Snape, it's time for dinner. She reminded him, aware that it was no longer summer, and she could serve him a meal. Snape paused, setting down his quill, and tapped his wand on the desk twice, summoning 2 plates of steak, a cup of coffee, and a glass of milk. In the future, you can eat down here when busy. If you prefer the Great Hall, that's fine too. Let's eat down here. Annalise suddenly felt her spirits lift. Dining face-to-face with the professor was a privilege not afforded in the hall. Noticing the shift in Annalise's mood, Snape felt an inexplicable sense of relief, baffled by the sudden fluctuations in women's emotions. After dinner, she continued to assist with assignments, working until curfew. Thumbs up, I'll walk you back. Snape nearly forgot that it was no longer summer when Annalise stayed at his home. Ravenclaw Tower was quite distant. Thank you, Professor. Annalise organized her assignments and followed Snape as they walked back in silence, quietly observing his figure ahead. Oh, Professor Snape, are you still working so late? A voice, somewhat unfamiliar, called out as they reached the first floor of the castle, causing Snape to halt. Gaius approached from the direction of the Great Hall and called out to him. Professor Gaius, Snape replied coolly. Because I was working late. Professor Snape is escorting me back to my dormitory to avoid being mistaken for a night wanderer, Annalise chimed in from behind Snape. I've heard of you, Miss Annalise. Gaius smiled upon seeing her. I was informed by Headmaster Dumbledore that you intend to apply for an exemption from this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Professor Snape, if you don't mind, may I escort Miss Annalise back to her dormitory? I was just about to discuss the exemption with her. Gaius turned to Snape. Thank you very much, Professor Gaius. Snape accepted the suggestion with his usual stoicism, turning sharply to leave. Annalise made a face at his retreating figure, feeling awkward about criticizing Grindelwald in the presence of Gaius. Annalise, let us go? Gaius gently patted her head, signaling her to lead the way, as he was still unfamiliar with the castle and had only ventured out tonight due to his patrol assignment. Professor, does Headmaster Dumbledore expect you to assess my exemption? Annalise asked as she guided him. Indeed, since I am now responsible for the upper year courses. I heard you spent the entire summer at Professor Snape's home studying defense against the dark arts. I thought I might make the assessment a bit more challenging. You won't mind, will you? Gaius teased, his smile seeming to see through her. Professor Gaius, I'm still just a child. Please, have mercy. Annalise felt exasperated. Grindelwald's personality was truly infuriating. He wouldn't plan to give her a task that would require her to flee from fire, would he? Ha ha ha. Annalise, you are quite amusing. No wonder Dumbledore adores you. Though she didn't actually roll her eyes, her tone pleased Gaius, who chuckled and ruffled her hair. Professor Gaius, I advise you against being so familiar with a student you've just met. Annalise tidied her disheveled hair, grateful to Professor Gapes for escorting her home. All right, I'm back. Thank you, Professor. Good night, she said, urging Gapes to leave quickly, not wanting to explain to other students why a new professor was so familiar with her. Good night, Anneli. Gapes smiled as he bid her farewell. After she had answered her questions and retreated to the common room, a shadowy figure appeared in the corner not far away. The following day, Anneli confirmed the examination schedule with Dumbledore. It was set for the weekend, during which Gapes would assess her. However, Gapes insisted that after passing, she must attend weekly reinforcement sessions every Thursday afternoon. The pretext was his admiration for this talented student. Dumbledore considered it beneficial for Anneli to learn a bit more about self-protection, especially since Gapes seemed quite reliable at present. Upon hearing this news, Snape's expression momentarily froze. Consequently, on every Thursday when Anneli was absent, the students in potions class were indiscriminately assaulted by venomous potions, leaving the bewildered young wizards treading cautiously. But that is a tale for another time. Nearly a week into the new term, Anneli grew increasingly concerned about Nagini, who had not initiated a conversation with her for over 2 months. Whenever she attempted to speak, responses were scarce. In her recollection, Nagini was on the verge of fully transforming into a snake by now. After bringing Nagini back, she had not tended to her well, aside from providing meals. She had been preoccupied with her own affairs, leaving little room for interaction. As time passed, Nagini's periods of consciousness dwindled, and she mostly existed as an ordinary little snake, rendering conversation nearly impossible. Now, with the passage of time, Nagini's awareness had not surfaced for nearly 3 months. Anneli could only keep her close, hoping for a moment when she might regain consciousness to converse. She confided in Dumbledore about her concerns, but he had no solutions, as the blood curse remained unbroken to this day. In his view, according to Nagini's notes, as long as Nagini was alive, there was no immediate danger of Anneli's blood curse manifesting. Unfortunately, they had yet to ascertain the exact location of her family within the beautiful country, as the original notes had been hastily recorded and lacked specific addresses. Professor Gapes, do you have a moment? Anneli resolved to seek assistance from Grindelwald. Just as she exited a potions class with Snape, she encountered Gapes, who had also finished his lesson. After a quick farewell to Snape, she hurried to catch up with Gapes. Of course, Anneli, come to my office, he responded with a smile, noticing Snape turning to glance at them. After exchanging a meaningful look, he placed a hand on Anneli's shoulder and led her to his office. Anneli was completely oblivious to Snape's gaze. Anneli, is there something you wish to discuss? Gapes inquired lazily, reclining on the sofa once they were inside. I would like to inquire about the blood curse. You must know about Nagini's condition. After all, they had both been part of his camp previously, and he should be well versed in Nagini's blood curse. The blood curse, yes. I once assisted her in locating her family. Gapes recalled, struggling to remember the visage of that girl, which had become somewhat hazy over time. Do you know where our family's graveyard is located? Anneli asked, genuinely fearful that Nagini would be lost to her snake form. Dumbledore's envoy from the previous year had returned with no news. She thought of how Grindelwald had once sought her family to win them over. I remember she was an Asian immigrant to America, but became separated from her parents, eventually being trafficked to France. After one escape, she ended up in an orphanage and then encountered your father. Grindelwald recounted the details on Earth during his investigation, information that Nagini had never shared with her. By the time we traced her lineage, her family had already fallen into ruin, and their graveyard is located in a rural suburb of the beautiful country's west. My associates have set up wards there, primarily to deter muggles. You know, some muggles tend to engage in grave robbing. Anneli frowned. The distance to the beautiful country was considerable, and they couldn't directly use a portkey or apparate. She would have to request Grindelwald's assistance in locating it. Previously, when Nagini was still conscious, she had left a note stating that there was a way to completely lift the blood curse within her family. But they needed to find the family graveyard first. If you know the address of the graveyard, could you assist me in finding any clues? Currently, Principal Dumbledore has been unable to confirm the location, and Nagini's conscious moments are growing shorter. Anneli tightened her robe. Feeling a sense of helplessness despite her diligent studies over the past 2 years, this ancient curse remained unresolved. I will arrange for someone to investigate the location. I will inform you when I have news, Grindelwald replied, feeling a sense of obligation to assist the last descendant of a family he had once exploited to confront Dumbledore. After all, there was still a blood connection, and he had someone to pursue as well. Thank you. Anneli bowed her head in gratitude. No need for thanks. As an elder, I must do something for the younger generation. Ahem, you still have to get past Aberforth, Gapes added, somewhat shyly. Understood, I will certainly assist you. Anneli suddenly wore a knowing smile, secretly relishing the situation. A weight lifted slightly from her heart, and for several consecutive days, her mood improved considerably. She finally regained her spirits, a change that did not go unnoticed by someone, resulting in an even lower pressure. In the room of requirement, during the new semester, They adjusted their gathering times, and upon entering the room after class, Anneli overheard Ron arguing with Hermione, while Harry sat beside them, utterly unable to mediate. "If Scabbers gets hurt, I will ensure it accompanies him in death," Ron exclaimed. "Ron, that's an excessive thing to say. Crookshanks simply possesses the natural instincts of a cat." Hermione retorted. "What happened?" Anneli inquired, observing the tense atmosphere. "Anneli, you must adjudicate. Scabbers has been with us for quite some time and has always been well behaved. Hermione clearly knows he is timid, yet brought a cat to school this year. And yesterday, Crookshanks would not let go of Scabbers," Ron lamented to Anneli. "He's a cat. Catching mice is simply in a cat's nature," Hermione interjected, unable to restrain her defense of Crookshanks. "You know that cats catch mice. Why did you bring him here?" Ron's face flushed with anger as he comforted Scabbers in his hands. "If I do not take him, he will be euthanized. I am saving a life." Ron had been quarreling with Hermione for several days, and now he was utterly unyielding. All right, I understand. I have a solution, Ron. It just depends on whether you are willing to part with him," Anneli said, finally grasping why Harry was covering his ears nearby. "What are you planning?" Ron eyed her suspiciously. "During this time, I can take care of Scabbers for you, allowing Hermione to temporarily restrain Crookshanks. How does that sound?" "But Scabbers has never been apart from me for long. He is too timid." "If not, then you take Crookshanks away," Ron hesitated. "On what grounds?" "I will not allow Crookshanks to leave my side." Hermione vehemently disagreed upon hearing this. If anyone were to depart, it should be Scabbers. Crookshanks, who was typically quite docile, would suddenly become frantic in Scabbers' presence, and it was not Crookshanks' fault. "Ron, I happen to have some healing potions I've been developing that I can test on Scabbers. Rest assured, they are highly effective." Anneli sought to persuade him to take Scabbers. "Oh, fine. But you must treat him kindly. He is rather old now." Ron had great faith in Anneli's healing potions, especially since he lacked the funds for Scabbers' treatment. He placed Scabbers into a pet carrier and handed it to Anneli. "Don't worry." With the matter resolved, Hermione lost her desire to argue further, and Harry finally lowered his hands from his ears. Seeing him like that, Hermione shot him a fierce glare. Anneli set the carrier on a nearby table and inquired, "By the way, haven't Fred and George come today?" "Oh, they've been busy concocting new pranks, claiming they can turn someone into a canary, and they've developed quite an admiration for the new Professor Grubbly-Plank, nearly becoming his fervent fans." Ron shared the latest gossip with her. "Could you call them for me? I have something to ask." "All right." Although Ron was somewhat reluctant to seek out Fred and George, he felt compelled since Anneli had done him such a significant favor. "Anneli, you didn't tell us you exempted yourself from all classes." As soon as Ron left, Hermione pounced on her. "Stop it, I'm sorry." Anneli dodged Hermione's playful swipes and retreated to a safe distance. "I had to apply for exemption to serve as Professor Snape's assistant. I simply don't have enough time. You always keep us in the dark about your increasing prowess." Although Hermione pretended to scold her, her eyes sparkled with admiration for Anneli's courage and skills. Harry, standing nearby, wholeheartedly agreed. Having witnessed Anneli's involvement in both of their academic years, he felt that Snape had been targeting Gryffindor, and he held no absolute animosity towards him. Thus, he had no qualms about Anneli becoming a potions teaching assistant. "Anneli, you must teach us more things in the future. Rest assured, I will impart everything I know." Anneli confidently assured them. "I hear the esteemed assistant is looking for us. We rushed over as soon as we heard." They could not afford to be tardy. The trio had barely chatted when familiar banter echoed from the doorway. "You've finally arrived, follow me." Anneli led them to an empty classroom. "There's no one else here. Let us skip the pleasantries. I know you have a map. Could you lend it to me for a while? We're heading to Hogsmeade this weekend, and I need to obtain it before they do, or else Harry will discover that Scabbers is Peter Merlin's vault." "How did you know?" the twins exclaimed in unison. "A secret that cannot be divulged. Please lend it to me." Anneli pleaded with them. "Since you are so earnest, we must acquiesce to your request." They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Fred produced a stack of parchment and handed it to her. "So, you know how to use it?" "Of course, thank you immensely. I shall return it promptly." Anneli accepted it with a smile. "By the way, upon reflection, aside from the initial funding I provided, I don't believe I've contributed much further, so from now on, just give me a 20% share. As you are the ones putting in the effort. That simply won't do. It's a matter of principle, boss lady. Without your 200 galleons, we wouldn't have earned so much." "Indeed. Yet you have contributed more." Anneli felt a touch embarrassed, as they had indeed given her a substantial share previously, nearly returning her initial investment. "So we've received 60%. A highly profitable venture. Then I shall add a bit more investment. So you have greater funds for your endeavors and can develop even more pranks." Anneli produced a bag of galleons for them. "How did you know we needed this?" "A timely benefactor, boss lady." They accepted it without hesitation, for developing new products was indeed costly. "All right, farewell, gentlemen." Anneli waved them goodbye. The first step was complete. Now it was time for Professor Gape's entrance. Chapter 29. The Awkward Severus. Actually, I have one class I didn't T-exempt, but I have an exam this weekend. So I plan to speak with the professor, and I might need to leave early. With this matter weighing on her mind, Anneli knew that Professor Gabe's class was likely concluding soon, prompting her to flash a charming smile at Hermione. She had given them advance notice. All right, I understand. Off you go. Hermione comprehended her busy schedule, recognizing that even without classes, shadowing Snape daily was quite taxing. What exemption? Ron was oblivious to what Anneli had said until she had already departed. Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically. Anneli applied for exemption from all classes last semester. What? So she doesn't have to attend classes. Ron was astonished. Was there such a benefit? He wanted to apply as well. You need to pass at least 4 subjects at 4th year level in advance. Hermione saw through his intentions, her words striking at the heart of his desires. I didn't say anything. Ron promptly fell silent. Anneli had already taken the mouse carrier to Professor Gabe's office. She had considered whether to seek out Snape, but she feared that Peter might see Snape and attempt a frantic escape. Moreover, given Snape's past actions, she worried he might simply cast Avada Kedavra on him. Eager to swiftly resolve the Peter predicament and liberate Harry from his plight, Anneli cheerfully bounced into Professor Gabe's office and stepped inside. A cloak vanished around the corner behind her. Professor Gabe, I present you with an opportunity to meet your dear owl. Upon entering, Anneli thrust the mouse carrier toward Professor Gabe, nearly prompting a kiss between Scabbers and Gabe through the bars. Do behave yourself, Anneli. You're nearly pressing it against my face. Professor Gabe exclaimed, clearly startled. Oh, my apologies, Professor. Anneli cast a listening charm on the carrier. I have something remarkable to show you. She unfurled the map before Professor Gabe's desk. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. You certainly haven't been up to anything good, Gabe thought to himself. The map gradually revealed the entirety of the castle, with each individual's name and precise location detailed. Anneli successfully located their position in the defense against the dark arts professoress office. The names of both Gabe and Anneli appeared, alongside Peter Pettigrew's name, as Nagini. Under the blood curse, was merely an ordinary snake and thus did not display a name. When Gabe observed a third name appearing in the room belonging to the two of them, he instantly turned to Anneli, as if seeking confirmation. The prank is complete. Anneli pointed to the map to explain further. You must have heard about the fall of the Dark Lord 22 years ago. The ministry reported that Sirius Black, who was the secret keeper, pursued his friend Peter Pettigrew after the murder of the Potters and blew up an entire street of muggles, nearly exposing the wizarding world. Peter Pettigrew was left with but half a toe after the explosion, and the Ministry of Magic posthumously awarded him the second-class Merlin Award. Curiously, I stumbled upon his name on this map, despite this rat purportedly having lived with the Weasley family for over a dozen years, a lifespan most extraordinary for a rodent. I surmise there exists a clandestine secret within this matter. This, dear Professor Gaius, is the gift I have prepared for you. The colorless vial contains Veritaserum, while the other holds a restorative potion that can revert an animagus to their human form. Simply present them to Headmaster Dumbledore. He will undoubtedly know how to proceed, provided you ensure he does not escape. Gaius instantly grasped Anneli's intention, and a smile reached his eyes. Your cleverness reminds me of Credence. Thank you, Gaius, eschewing any pretense, gathered the mouse cage and the map potions and departed. Perhaps you might take a glance into the drawer on the left side of the headmaster's office. There may be a delightful surprise within, Anneli remarked from behind him. During her last visit to the headmaster's office, she had caught a glimpse of a photograph of 2 individuals hastily concealed by Dumbledore. A mere guess would suffice to discern its significance. She had not anticipated that events would unfold so smoothly. It seemed that within a fortnight, Harry would finally have family. Yet, if Sirius dared to confront Snape with his usual bravado, she would settle both old and new scores. In a buoyant mood, Anneli diligently processed materials in the cellar. Her efficiency markedly heightened. Upon completion, she did not wait for Snape to assign her the task of recording and grading assignments. The lively scene of her bustling about was enough to make Snape's brow furrow in irritation. Are you particularly pleased? Anneli, humming a cheerful tune as she recorded scores, was taken aback by Snape's sudden inquiry from behind her. I simply find myself in good spirits. She turned to meet his gaze, which was as dark and profound as ever, and though his expression was not the usual cold mask, it was hardly inviting. Professor Snape, is something amiss? Snape, at a loss for words, lowered his head to continue grading. Anneli stared at him in bewilderment at his sudden silence, even devoid of his usual venom. Focus on your work, Snape muttered, not lifting his gaze. Very well, Professor. Completely oblivious to his mood, Anneli resumed organizing her lists while pondering what might have transpired with Snape. By the time they completed their tasks, night had fallen, and Snape escorted her back to the dormitory. To her surprise, they encountered Gaius, who was on his night patrol. What a coincidence, Professor Snape. Upon seeing Gaius, Anneli felt a wave of confusion. Wasn't every professor on a 12-day rotation? Why was he here? Although Snape remained silent, she felt compelled to greet him. Good evening, Professor Gaius. Good evening, Enli. Thank you for your gift. Gaius winked at her before continuing his patrol route. Since encountering Gaius, Enli sensed that Snape had quickened his pace, forcing her to jog to keep up. What a peculiar shift in mood. Upon reaching the entrance to the common room, Snape turned on his heel and departed without a moment's pause. Professor Snape, Enli called after him, perplexed as to why he was in such a hurry when their work was complete. Later, as she lay in bed after washing up, Enli reflected on the day's events. Snape's emotional fluctuations were unlike his usual demeanor, almost as if he were competing with someone. Gaius, ever the enigmatic figure, tossed the map into his drawer and retired for the night. From that evening onward, Enli felt an inexplicable tension whenever she found herself alone with Snape. As if the atmosphere had grown heavy, she refrained from provoking his ire, opting for silence. Yet the pressure only seemed to intensify, leaving her utterly bewildered. The exemption exam for defense against the dark arts was successfully passed, allowing her to join Hermione and Ron on weekend excursions to Hogsmeade. While Harry remained in Professor Lupin's office for heart-to-heart discussions due to his lack of a signed permission slip. Alfie, this is my friend Hermione and Ron. They are both from Gryffindor. Hermione, Ron, this is my grandfather, Aberforth, the owner of the Hogshead Inn. The first thing Enli did upon arriving in Hogsmeade was to take Hermione and Ron to the Hogshead, formally introducing them to Aberforth. As his granddaughter rarely brought friends home, Aberforth made an effort to temper his demeanor. Oh, hello, children. What would you like to drink? You are welcome to visit. If not for the slight stiffness in Aberforth's smile, Ron would have readily accepted him as a kindly old man. Alfie, could we have a butterbeer each? We'll head upstairs to play for a while. Noticing Aberforth's discomfort, Enli made the choice for them. No problem, Anna. Aberforth cheerfully went to prepare the drinks, while Enli led her friends upstairs to a small private room, then returned to help Aberforth carry the butterbeers. After setting down the drinks, Aberforth cast a wary glance at Ron and pulled Enli aside. Anna, is this boy your boyfriend? No. Alfie, I don't have a boyfriend. Yes, just a friend. Enli was taken aback. Was Aberforth so anxious about her that he assumed any male companion was her boyfriend? Not. That is good to hear. The lad seems rather simple-minded, not worthy of my clever Anna. Aberforth's satisfied grin widened at her answer. I shan't interrupt your conversation. Feel free to wander a bit. Thank you, Alfie. Enli embraced Aberforth, watching him as he attended to other patrons. Upon returning to the small room, Enli found Ron had already consumed half of his butterbeer. She had not mentioned Aberforth's surname, which Ron overlooked, but astute Hermione would not let such a detail escape her notice. Anna, I can't shake the feeling that Mr. Aberforth looks quite familiar. Hermione narrowed her eyes, regarding her as if expecting a confession. Familiar? In what way? Ron, having gulped his drink too swiftly, was now befuddled, unconsciously echoing her question. Ahem, it's just as you think. Let us not state it outright. I'd rather not attract undue attention. Enli chuckled awkwardly. Congratulations on finding your family, Anna. We are genuinely happy for you, Hermione exclaimed, suddenly beaming and raising her glass. Yes, congratulations, Ron echoed, lifting his glass. But before the girls could toast, he had already taken a swig, oblivious to their previous conversation. Sharing a knowing glance, the two girls sipped their butterbeers and engaged in conversation, leaving Ron to recover from his hasty drinking in solitude. Upon returning to the castle, Harry learned of Annalie's reunion with her family and, without a second thought, sincerely wished her well. He then recounted his conversations with Professor Lupin and his ongoing struggles with his elusive Patronus. Don't worry, Harry. Remember, a powerful wizard doesn't need to master countless spells. Having a few effective ones suffices. After offering examples, Enli continued, consider Voldemort. Oh, pardon me, Ron. The Dark Lord excels in the 3 unforgivable curses. Before she could utter Voldemort's name, Ron's expression had already grown stiff, prompting Enli to hastily change her words. The original Dark Lord, Grindelwald, was particularly adept at the art of fire magic, a spell of remarkable potency. And you, Harry, possess your own formidable incantations. Have you not noticed? Enli smiled as she reminded him. Your disarming charm is quite powerful. I still recall how you sent Ron flying each time last semester. Oh, Merlin's beard. Must we revisit my embarrassing moments? Ron grimaced in distress. All right, let us be more cautious next time, Enli replied with a dismissive chuckle. It had been 2 weeks since Enli handed over Peter Pettigrew to Gapes, and yet there had been no whispers of a vindication for Sirius. She even began to suspect that Peter might have escaped once more. Enli, summon Potter. We need him in the headmaster's office, she mused, just as she encountered Gapes on the staircase. Of course, I'll be right there, Enli replied, proceeding to the Great Hall. Knowing that Harry would likely still be at lunch. Harry, I need to speak with you. Enli quickly spotted Harry's table and tugged him towards the exit. What's the matter? Harry inquired as he followed her. Professor Dumbledore has summoned you to the headmaster's office. I'm not entirely sure why. Enli felt a surge of excitement. Surely this commotion signified a breakthrough regarding Sirius, though the papers had yet to clear his name. Upon ascending the spiral staircase, they found themselves before Dumbledore, along with Professors Gapes, Snape, Lupin, and a rather disheveled man with unkempt black hair. Professor Dumbledore, you called for me? Harry asked. Ah, yes, Harry, your timing is impeccable. I wish to introduce you to someone, Dumbledore responded, stepping closer and resting a hand on Harry's shoulder. Enli noticed Gape's smile visibly fade. Goodness, light a candle for Harry. Dumbledore mourns for you, she thought to herself. Following Dumbledore's lead, Harry approached the untidy man, perplexed by the man's unstable demeanor and trembling body, though he bore a faint resemblance to someone he knew. Harry, this is Sirius Black, wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years due to Peter Pettigrew's treachery. He has now been exonerated, and, my child, he is your godfather. Dumbledore elucidated the events of the past. So I have family. Harry stammered, momentarily taken aback. Harry, my godson, we are indeed the closest of kin, Sirius exclaimed, arms wide open, and without hesitation, Harry embraced him wholeheartedly. Well, that is touching, Snape remarked coldly, observing their affectionate reunion. Do refrain from such sarcasm, Severus. How moving, Dumbledore replied, patting away non-existent tears with his robes. Snape merely twitched his lips in silence, while Enli exchanged glances with Gapes, silently imploring him to intervene. Gapes returned her look, indicating that he could not do anything about it. As Snape witnessed their interaction, his concealed hand clenched into a fist. Tomorrow, the Ministry will officially announce Sirius's innocence, and Peter has already been taken back by the Ministry, where he will face legal repercussions, Dumbledore informed them, sharing the latest developments amidst their joyous expressions. Professor Dumbledore, does this mean I can spend my holidays with Sirius? Harry inquired eagerly, his excitement palpable, while Sirius also looked at Dumbledore with anticipation. Certainly, however, due to the protective enchantments left by your mother, you must return home for a week each year. The rest of the time is yours to arrange as you wish. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, Harry exclaimed. You should extend your gratitude to Professor Gapes. He was the one who first noticed Peter's odd behavior and administered the truth serum, Dumbledore remarked, turning his gaze to Gapes. As a member of this institution, it is my duty, Professor Dumbledore, Gapes replied with a gentlemanly smile, while Enli regarded him disdainfully, thinking that such praise was hardly substantial. Well then, the touching reunion has concluded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Snape declared, unable to endure the sentimentality any longer. Ah, the little toad. I doubt you will ever experience such joy, he added sarcastically. Sirius could no longer tolerate Snape's derision and retorted sharply, while Enli rolled her eyes, raising her wand to cast a silent spell upon him. Suddenly rendered speechless, Sirius flailed about in confusion. Harry, witnessing Annalie's intervention, found it mildly amusing. Dumbledore cast a glance at Enli before lifting the spell from Sirius. What on earth was that for? Sirius shouted, pointing at her. I will not permit you to speak disrespectfully to my professor. Is that difficult to comprehend? Enli retorted, her wand still raised, signaling her readiness to act again. Very well. Sirius, you should spend some quality time catching up with Harry and then return to tidy up. The place has been neglected for too long, Lupin interjected, blocking Sirius's path as he prepared to continue his tirade. Ever since the last incident involving the boggart transforming into a moon, he had sensed that this girl possessed an uncanny knowledge, bordering on the sinister. Indeed, you're right, Remus, Sirius acknowledged, his focus shifting back to the prospect of returning home with Harry. Snape, still processing the events, found himself being led away from the headmaster's office by Enli. If it weren't for his desire to alleviate some of his burdens, she would not have hastily resolved the matter concerning Peter. Truly, thoughtless individuals were the most exasperating. Enli, she muttered to herself, her frustration mounting as she walked ahead, momentarily forgetting that she was still holding Snape's wrist. Upon realizing it, she quickly withdrew her hand. My apologies, Professor Snape. Ah, so now you believe you can challenge someone at will? Snape quipped, intending to counsel her against such impulsiveness. But his words dripped with sarcasm instead. He was the one who was rude first. Enli retorted, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped upon. This is none of your concern, Enli. No, he means to imply that he hopes she won't become a target for future grievances, as that black dog harbors grudges. Snape's eyes began to take on a hollow expression as he unconsciously activated his mental barriers. Fine, I suppose I was meddling, Professor Snape. The pent-up grievances surged within her. And Enli, oblivious to his expression, resolved to initiate a silent standoff with Snape. She no longer wished to converse with him and swiftly retreated to her dormitory. Snape, having opened his mouth as if to call after her, ultimately fell silent. What you fail to cherish, others will. Gapes appeared behind Snape. The latter halted, choosing not to respond to Gape's remark, and departed instead. Determined to temporarily disregard Snape, Enlai approached her daily routine with robotic precision, reminding her classmates as necessary while maintaining a warm demeanor towards others. Yet, once class concluded and her peers departed, her expression would turn vacant. She would tidy the classroom before leaving without a word. In the dungeons, she remained silent, processing materials, recording grades, occasionally grading assignments before departing, even skipping meals in the dungeons. Severus Snape felt as though something was lodged within his heart. This prolonged Cold War continued until Christmas, when the castle was adorned with a myriad of decorations in preparation for the forthcoming Yule Ball, and the faces of the young witches and wizards radiated with joy each day. 2 weeks prior to the festive occasion, some students had already begun to seek out dance partners. Harry and Ron belatedly realized that as third years, they would require partners if they wished to attend the ball. Harry's immediate thought was to invite Annalise, yet he feared rejection, for the attendees were typically those who harbored mutual affections. "Hey, haven't you found a partner yet? If you don't act fast, all the girls will be taken," the Weasley twins mocked as they observed Harry and Ron fidgeting by the fireplace. "Oh, Fred, don't mess with my hair," Ron exclaimed, swatting at Fred's playful hand. "Hey, Ron, that's George. I'm Fred," came the retort. "Apologies, Fred, George, just stop it," Ron replied, directing his frustration at Fred. "P.S. pulling your leg. I am indeed Fred," Fred quipped, flicking Ron's forehead before sauntering over to the other side of the sofa, prompting an irritated glare from Ron. "We really don't know any girls," Harry lamented, throwing his hands up in exasperation. "Have you found anyone?" "Of course, we're aiming for the most beautiful girls in the entire school," they replied in unison. "Indeed." The Patil sisters, another set of twins in the school. 2 pairs of identical partners, Fred added with a mischievous grin. "Brilliant, George," Fred echoed, as the twins high-fived. Ron was flabbergasted. He had never imagined Harry had feelings for Annalise. "Go on, Harry, or Annalise will be swept away," they warned. We've heard numerous people are keen to ask her out. She's quite the sought-after young lady. Who wouldn't fancy a charming assistant who can enhance their reputation? Once again, they began their banter, prompting Harry to excuse himself from the common room. Just as Ron attempted to follow, the Weasley twins intercepted him. "Hey, Harry, why are you all alone?" Harry himself was uncertain of his destination, but he fortuitously encountered Annalise as she exited her care of magical creatures class on the 3rd floor. Annalise Harry's cheeks flushed once more. "Your face is quite red. Harry, did you just run?" Annalise inquired, eyeing him curiously. Yes," Harry stammered, unsure of how to begin. "What's the matter? Do you have something to say?" she pressed, noticing his hesitation. "Annalise, do you have a partner for the Yule Ball?" Harry summoned his courage, glancing around to ensure they were alone. "A partner? I don't yet," Annalise replied, recalling the imminent holiday. She hadn't planned to attend, having been preoccupied with her studies and the ongoing Cold War with her friends. "Then, might I invite you to be my partner?" Harry asked, his gaze hopeful. "Oh, I'm not very good at dancing, Harry," Annalise frowned slightly, feeling conflicted about disappointing him. "But if you don't mind, no, I don't mind. In fact, I'm not very skilled either," Harry responded, stuttering as he feared she might decline. Annalise thought that accompanying Harry was preferable to being with a stranger, completely oblivious to his true feelings. "Ah, youth is such a splendid thing, is it not, Severus?" Unbeknownst to them, Dumbledore and Snape had quietly appeared behind, having witnessed the entire exchange. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," Snape said, turning in another direction. Truly, Potter is just like his father, preoccupied with romantic pursuits at such a tender age. Snape perceived the emotions in Harry's eyes. Harry Potter had affections for Annalise. How dare he? Snape was uncertain of the source of his anger. In potions class, he deducted 20 points from Harry, his frustration evident. After class, Ron couldn't stop grumbling. He has lost it. 20 points in one class. Professor Snape was indeed behaving unusually today. Hermione, typically his defender, found it impossible to excuse his conduct. Even though he was a professor, I was merely observing the color changes, and he accused me of daydreaming, deducting 2 points, Harry lamented, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. The most embarrassing part was that Annalise had witnessed his blunders in class. "Professor Snape, I feel you've been rather targeting Harry today." Annalise couldn't hold back her defense of Harry as she watched him exit, dejected. Moreover, she believed Harry had done nothing wrong. When she spoke up, Snape mistakenly thought the dismal atmosphere might finally lift, only to realize she was standing up for that Potter. "Miss Annalise, shielding a friend incurs a deduction of 2 points for Ravenclaw," he stated coldly. "Then I shouldn't have bothered to come and speak with you," Annalise retorted angrily, tossing her assignment onto his desk before storming out. Several lingering Gryffindors witnessed the scene and quickly spread the word outside. Initially, It circulated that Annalise inquired about Harry's excessive point deductions, but it morphed into Annalise confronting Professor Snape on Harry's behalf. The most outrageous version concluded that Harry and Annalise were romantically involved, and Snape, displeased with their closeness, was deducting points out of jealousy. Annalise, in her righteous indignation, nearly confronted Snape physically. Given Snape's notorious reputation for being greasy, sinister, and temperamental, many young witches and wizards encouraged Harry to pursue a relationship with Annalise, urging him not to fear Snape. Initially, Harry and his circle were unaware of the rumor, puzzled by the encouraging and sympathetic glances they received. After learning the truth, Harry sought out Annalise in the room of requirement. "Annalise, have you heard the recent rumors?" "Rumors? What rumors?" she replied, engrossed in brewing potions. As she had depleted several ingredients, Harry relayed the various versions, and Annalise couldn't help but laugh incredulously. "What nonsense. That's all just hearsay. Don't believe it. There's nothing to it." She would never admit to throwing a tantrum over her assignment and promptly denied everything. "They even say Snape likes me. Such vivid imaginations." She scoffed. "If only he did, but it's always been one-sided on my part." "Ah, well, that's a relief," Harry replied, unable to articulate his complex emotions, feeling rather conflicted. It is quite perplexing how the happenings within the school managed to reach Sirius, who has commenced an incessant barrage of letters to Harry, urging him to pursue Annalise and ensure that she becomes his girlfriend. He has even sent an array of books on wooing women. During breakfast, Harry was quite literally bombarded by these volumes, and Ron was not spared either, as Sirius inundated him with letters imploring him to assist Harry in courting Annalise. Oh, and I mustn't forget to mention that after the Ministry of Magic cleared Sirius of his wrongful accusations, he expressed his remorse for Ron's loss of his pet by gifting him a small owl, humorously named Pig due to its roundness. The two were thus struck by a deluge of books, drawing the attention of the entire school, while Draco and his two lackeys erupted into raucous laughter. Annalise, engrossed in her studies, had little opportunity to encounter Draco, and thus conflicts were rare. Nevertheless, Draco continued to take delight in mocking Harry whenever he made a mistake. Such is the inexplicable nature of fate. However, Annalise found herself swayed by the rumors circulating. Despite her awareness of their falsehood, she could not help but secretly observe Snape. It must be noted, his expression management is quite impeccable. Even when confronted with these tales, he remained as if oblivious. She discerned nothing amiss. At the Christmas ball, Annalise astonishingly donned a form-fitting gown. Due to her growth over the past few years, the dress she had purchased a month prior was now several centimeters shorter, revealing her delicate, alabaster ankles. The soft blue gown accentuated her waist perfectly, and had it not been for the ball, she likely would have kept her school robes on. Pressed for time, she did not purchase another dress, simply pairing it with a modest heel and preparing to depart, having left Nagini in her dormitory. Fortified with several protective charms, the Great Hall had been enchanted with an extension charm, accommodating a multitude of guests. Upon her arrival, though her attire was simple, she attracted many admiring glances. Harry, spurred on by Ron, descended the stairs to greet Annalise. As she placed her hand in his, she gracefully descended the staircase. The two, neither of whom were particularly adept at dancing, fumbled through a dance before retreating to a corner, where they remained silent about attempting another. While Harry went to fetch drinks for them, Annalise inadvertently caught sight of a pair of eyes observing her from a distant corner. Upon locking eyes with those deep, enigmatic orbs, Annalise felt her heart race. The owner of those eyes, realizing she had spotted him, hastily fled through a back exit. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I just remembered something urgent. I may need to step away for a moment." Annalise wished to pursue him, but could only hastily acknowledge Harry as he approached. She hurried in the direction of the dungeons, guessing he must be returning there. Deduct 10 points and leave quickly. After a brief chase, she heard familiar voices. A man and a woman, hurriedly rushing past her, oblivious to her presence. Annalise rolled her eyes. "You're deducting points for a couple on a Christmas date, and they haven't even complained about you interrupting their romance." Professor Snape. This location was indeed exceedingly tranquil, as he observed her approach through the dim candlelight. He momentarily froze before attempting to depart. Annalise called out to him, halting his steps, though he did not turn around. "Professor Snape, why were you lurking in the corner just now?" His ears, concealed within his long hair, flushed a deep crimson as he turned to face her. "I was merely checking the security situation." He would never admit that witnessing Potter wrap his arms around her waist while they danced had nearly driven him to madness. The emotions that had tormented him for so long suddenly crystallized in that moment. Chapter 31, Christmas Special with Sweetness. Annalise approached him, gazing directly into his hollow eyes. Her heart aching slightly, he was employing the mind-blocking charm once again. A quivering sprig of green caught her attention, and her eyes widened in surprise. It was mistletoe. Who would place mistletoe in such a secluded spot? The sight of the fleeing couple flashed through her mind, and she felt a surge of frustration. Snape, following her gaze, also noticed the mistletoe above them. When their eyes met again, Anneli perceived the panic, joy, and trepidation within Snape's gaze. Taking a deep breath to muster her courage, she recalled the tradition that one must kiss beneath the mistletoe to avoid misfortune. She was determined to avert any ill fate. "Excuse me, Professor." Seizing the moment while Snape was still taken aback, she stood on her toes and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning her soft form against him. Snape instinctively encircled her waist, the warmth of his body seeping through the fabric into his palms. Anneli boldly urged him to lower his head, her tender lips brushing against his slightly cool ones. Snape felt an explosion of sensation in his mind, unconsciously moving his lips. Just as Anneli intended to pull away after a fleeting touch, Snape's arm suddenly tightened around her, his other hand pressing against the back of her head. Startled, she opened her mouth to speak, but what began as a gentle touch quickly morphed into a fervent kiss, the essence of masculinity enveloping her as he dominated the moment. Breathless and slightly dazed, Anneli clung to him. After what felt like an eternity, he released her. And Snape rasped her name. Snape, her lips were once again captured. And after a considerable time, Snape let go of her slightly swollen lips, holding her close as they both took the opportunity to catch their breath. Anneli gasped softly, unable to see his expression as she was pressed against him. Swallowing hard, she cautiously wrapped her arms around his waist. Severus, she felt his body stiffen for a brief moment before his grip tightened around her waist. "I'm sorry," and Anneli was momentarily taken aback. Sorry? She could distinctly sense his emotional turmoil. What was he apologizing for? "I'm sorry for only now realizing my feelings for you." During moments of solitude, he often reflected on all the instances they had shared, her every smile and frown. Yet, when they were alone, her cool demeanor compelled him to retreat into his shell once more. He found her playful sulking endearing, but then he heard the rumors circulating throughout the school. He could not help but deride himself. Indeed, who would fall for a greasy, repulsive bat like him? Especially when compared to the great savior, radiant, brave, upright, and kind. He dared not breach that barrier, even though he felt she might perceive him differently. Whenever he contemplated speaking, he recalled that day when she defended him, only for his thoughtless words to drive her away in anger. He withdrew further until just moments ago, when he saw the mistletoe, and his girl approached him to kiss him, the emotions he had suppressed for so long bursting forth like a broken dam. "So do you like me?" Anneli's eyes sparkled with joy, her voice trembling slightly. "I like you," and the moment the words left his lips, Snape felt an unprecedented lightness wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, the once bothersome giant creature that Dumbledore had cast into his life gradually seeped into his existence, occupying his thoughts more and more. "I like you too, Severus." Anneli felt as if she were drifting in a dream. The two embraced for a moment, only to part as the sounds of commotion reached their ears from a distance. "I wish to go to the cellar." Anneli slipped her small hand into his palm, her face alight with joy, eager to be a little more daring now that they had openly expressed their feelings. "Very well," as he gazed at her slightly swollen lips. Severus's expression darkened, and he took her hand, leading her to his office. Anneli watched as he opened the cellar door, a place filled with myriad memories, each visit marked by different identities and varying emotions. Following him inside, Severus awkwardly pulled out his chair, uncertain of what to do. He had never been in a romantic relationship before. Severus. She could finally call him that, and Anneli leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Oh, I want kisses, hugs." And to be lifted high. The person she had cherished for so long finally reciprocated her feelings. He liked her too. "I'm sorry, Anna. I wasn't trying to say that about you back then." Severus held her to prevent her from falling, yet the intimacy of the gesture sent a tremor through his heart. "I know, but you must promise not to say such things to me again, or you might find yourself without a partner." Anneli pouted in mock admonition. "I won't again." Severus smirked, meeting her gaze with calmness, while Anneli's eyes shimmered with excitement as she leaned in for a kiss, then shyly buried her face in the crook of his neck. "Heh." Severus's deep voice let out a soft laugh. "Don't laugh at me." Anneli playfully punched his shoulder. "All right, I will heed your wishes." Severus embraced her, his mind consumed with a singular desire to cherish her endlessly. "Severus, when did you start liking me?" Anneli's breath brushed against his neck through the fabric of his clothing, causing him to shiver gently, his cheeks tinged with a blush as he answered honestly. "I don't even know." Anneli chuckled at his response, realizing he must have liked her for a long time, albeit slowly. "Anna, you truly must accept me as I am." Severus was reluctant to shatter the moment's beauty, yet he bore a heavy secret that he could not keep from her. It would be unfair, even if she were to find it repulsive, despicable. "Severus, I do not wish to hear you speak ill of yourself, even if you believe it to be true." Anneli sat on his lap, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "If there is something you wish to tell me, do so now, but do not hide it from me." Anneli was aware of his thoughts and yearned to know if he would conceal the truth. "When I was young, I met Lily, Potter's mother. I regarded her as the light of my heart, my salvation, but I harmed her. She died before my eyes, and Dumbledore could not save her. I should not have uttered that word to her. It was all my fault." Severus recounted his life experiences to Anneli, revealing everything, including his association with the Death Eaters, his past feelings for Lily, and his current quest for redemption. He shared it all openly, bowing his head, unable to meet her gaze. "I understand." Anneli's tone remained steady, yet it felt like a knife plunging deep into Severus's heart. He knew that once she learned of his past, how many would still harbor affection for him. "Then, will you promise to love only me and forget about Lily? If you wish to protect Harry, I can assist. But you must vow to tell me everything that troubles you, to refrain from brooding alone. All right?" Anneli cupped his face, compelling him to meet her gaze. And upon seeing the hurt in his eyes, her own heart ached. You don't mind my past?" "I do not mind your past, Severus. It is merely that. What matters is whether you stand by my side." Anneli took his hand, intertwining their fingers, sealing their promise. Once made, it cannot be changed. "Agreed." Severus held her tightly, a single tear slipping down his cheek and mingling with his dark hair. "Then this year, I shall not give you any other gifts. After all, you have received such a grand present from me." Anneli attempted to lighten the mood by kissing his chin. Very well. However, he had already prepared a gift for her, hoping that after presenting it, she would continue to interact with him as she always had. "But I want your gift. Can I choose?" "It is all yours." Severus lightly brushed her eyes with his fingers. Anneli emerged from his embrace and rummaged through his bookshelf, searching for the potions book containing his original spells. She had scoured every book in her summer room without success, knowing it must be at school. Her possessiveness over his belongings mirrored his own, unwilling to share them with anyone, not even Harry. "What do you desire?" Severus asked, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he watched her search the shelves. "I want your 6th-year potions book," Anneli replied as she continued her search. "Here." Severus bent down to open a small chest behind him, filled with his own potions books and notes from his student days. He precisely selected the 6th-year textbook and handed it to her. Anneli flipped through the front page. "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." "This is the one," Anneli exclaimed, her expression radiating joy. Severus felt a tinge of embarrassment at her reaction to the inscription. "All of these will now belong to me." Anneli closed the book and, pointing at the chest, proclaimed playfully, as if she were a pampered kitten, "They are all yours." Severus reiterated, relishing in the act of indulging her. This time, he would never let go, no matter what. Anneli nodded in satisfaction, placing the book into her satchel before producing a small lock to secure the chest once more. "In the future, you are forbidden to open this without my permission. Now, for the obedient Severus, a kiss." Anneli returned to his embrace, offering her lips. For a moment, the cellar office was enveloped in silence, the only sound being the gentle trickle of water, until, after a while, Severus released Anneli, whose gaze was still hazy. "It is quite late, Anna. I do not wish to leave." Like any young girl newly in love, Anneli was reluctant to part from Severus. "Be good." Severus's voice was slightly hoarse as he brushed his fingers over her lips, struggling to suppress his inner impulses. He interlaced his fingers with hers, escorting her back to the common room door. "Good night, Severus. See you tomorrow." "Good night, Anna." Anneli reluctantly bid him farewell as she returned to her dormitory. She spotted Nagini, who had turned toward the door upon hearing the noise, and her cheeks flushed as she tentatively called out, "Mother." "Hiss." "Anna." Her tone was weary. "Mother, are you awake?" Anneli rushed over, elated. "Hiss, how long have I slept?" "Almost 5 months." "Hiss, Anna, I can feel myself slipping into unconsciousness. Next time, I may not awaken." "No, Mother, someone has already gone to the family graveyard to search for clues. They recently reported they have found some leads and will return soon." "Mother, I want to tell you that I am in a relationship. I truly hope you can watch me grow up and eventually get married." Annalise cradled Nagini. "Hiss, is that the professor?" She mused. Annalise nodded. "How do you know?" "Hiss, you treat him differently than others." "Hiss, I'll do my best to hold on, Anna. Mother will always be with you." "All right," Annalise replied, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. That night, Annalise's slumber was restless. Her dreams oscillated between a blissful life with Snape and visions of Nagini. The following day, she was too preoccupied to unwrap her friend's gifts. Upon waking, she found that Nagini had transformed back into an ordinary little snake, prompting her to seek out Professor Gaius. "Professor Gaius." She rapped on his door. "Annalise, so early?" Gaius, clad in a rather familiar and flamboyant robe, answered the door. "I wanted to inquire when the items from America would arrive. Nagini's condition is somewhat concerning." "Oh, they should be able to bring the items to Hogsmeade after Christmas. I'll arrange for them to come over the weekend. You choose a location." The Hog's Head. In her view, The Hog's Head was the safest option. If they arrived, she could go directly there, and she would notify Aberforth in advance. Very well. Gaius yawned, fixing his gaze on her for a moment. Why are you looking at me like that? Annalise felt uneasy under his scrutiny. Let me remind you, Annalise. You are still underage. If you wish to keep someone out of Azkaban, you must learn restraint, Gaius remarked with a mischievous glint. What did you see? Annalise's face flushed crimson. Oh, you might have forgotten that I possess a map. You must return it to me. Annalise sighed in relief, requesting the map from him as she still needed to return it to the twins. All right. Pity me, a lonely elder, having to reclaim a little trinket. Gaius retrieved the map from his drawer, casting a spell to duplicate it right before her eyes before handing her the original. How is this possible? This map cannot be copied. Annalise gazed at the identical map, astonished that its functionality remained intact. Indeed, the creator was quite meticulous. However, certain restrictions hold little power before those of considerable magical prowess, Gaius said with a proud smile. I hope you will refrain from constantly watching me and tend to your own matters. Annalise took the map, uninterested in his self-aggrandizement, deciding it would be better to seek out Severus. TSK, such a lack of respect for the elderly. I have contributed significantly. Gaius murmured as he observed the door close behind her. Chapter 32, The Sensitive Hermione. After much anticipation, the holiday saw most students returning home. The Crutton family had ventured to America to visit Krell, who was said to be in a stable relationship with a girlfriend, prompting the parents to seize the opportunity to meet their future daughter-in-law. Annalise prepared an additional Christmas gift, a finely tailored gown that could adapt to the wearer's form with minimal alteration, ensuring that only the most discerning would suspect anything amiss. Upon receiving the dress, her soon-to-be sister-in-law reciprocated with a handmade treat and gift entrusted to the Cruttons for delivery. Having finished unwrapping her gifts, Annalise glanced at the clock, eager to find Severus for breakfast. Skillfully, she opened the cellar door, having been granted access by Snape the previous night. She anticipated finding a professor who had toiled through the night, yet to her surprise, the office was empty, save for some sounds emanating from the inner chamber. The professor's offices at the school were divided into outer and inner rooms. The outer section served as a workspace, while the inner chamber housed a bedroom and washroom. She gently pushed open the ajar door, revealing a space adorned in deep green and gold, perfectly embodying Slytherin's colors. The room was sparse, featuring a grand four-poster bed, a row of wardrobes, and a set of tables and chairs. The bedclothes appeared relatively neat, with only one side showing signs of having been occupied. Yet no one lay there at present. A muffled groan came from the adjacent washroom, followed by the sound of running water and rustling. Annalise's feet felt rooted to the ground as her eyes fixated on the washroom door. In that moment, she wished fervently for the gift of X-ray vision. Why couldn't the door be transparent? Creaking, the door swung open, revealing Severus, clad only in a towel, as he emerged, drying his hair. He halted abruptly upon noticing Annalise at the threshold, gazing at him unabashedly. Anna. Snape looked down at his pale form in a flurry of confusion. Having long concealed himself beneath layers of clothing, fearing Annalise might find him unappealing. Unbeknownst to him, Annalise was on the verge of rushing forward. Severus. I'm waiting outside for you. She turned away, anxious that her presence might startle him, whom Snape began to dress as she exited, closing the door with a hint of shyness. Annalise settled into his usual chair. Good morning, Severus. Good morning. Snape regarded her face, which was maturing beautifully, and gently kissed her forehead. I came to join you for breakfast, Severus. Annalise offered him her seat, then drew her own small chair closer to watch him. Snape chuckled softly, tapping his wand against the table, and two sumptuous meals appeared before them. The young couple relished their meal, enveloped in a sweetness that lingered even in their silence, simply enjoying each other's company. After finishing, Snape tapped the table again, clearing away the dishes. Severus, would you accompany me to Hogsmeade the weekend after Christmas? Even during his student years, Snape rarely visited Hogsmeade, aside from Lily. He had never been invited by anyone else, nor did he desire company. He then recalled Aberforth, the irritable owner of the Hog's Head. Are you planning to introduce him to your parents? Snape's ears grew warm. Recently, Nagini's condition has worsened. I've enlisted someone to search for clues at my maternal family's graveyard, and they will likely arrive the weekend after Christmas. I wanted to see if you would join me. Annalise blurted out, realizing too late that she may have overstepped. Annalise. Snape's expression shifted instantly. You have been secretly. No, I didn't seek anyone out myself. It was Professor Gaius who was assisting me. Annalise's voice dwindled, her explanations becoming increasingly muddled as she averted her gaze from Snape's intense scrutiny. How dare you? Is your mind cluttered with nonsense? Or have you been bewitched by a mandrake's cry? You sought help from a complete stranger? Snape's temper flared. Annalise's eyes darted as she pondered how to salvage the situation. Annalise, do not attempt to deceive me. Snape's gaze pierced through her, and she surrendered, realizing that love could cloud one's judgment. All right, I will tell you everything. Annalise ceased to resist, bowing her head and closing her eyes as she recounted everything from her connection to Grindelwald to his alias, Gaius Gran. She omitted the details she shared with Gaius regarding Dumbledore, only mentioning that Gaius was acquainted with her father. She understood she could not disclose everything. Yet withholding information was equally untenable. Snape was a master of legilimency, and she believed it better to come clean rather than risk losing everything. She discreetly glanced at his hand resting on the armrest as she spoke, noticing the increasingly prominent veins as her words progressed. Well, after she finished speaking, a prolonged silence enveloped the office, until Severus Snape's teeth ground together audibly. This was it. She had driven him to the brink of madness. That was the first Dark Lord, Annalise Dumbledore. I am aware of his secret. He would not harm me. Annalise cautiously observed his expression. A secret? What secret could he possibly grant you? Snape was utterly unconvinced. After all, he had served under Voldemort and understood just how terrifying a Dark Lord could be. He would either torment or eliminate anyone privy to his secrets. He was the lover of Albus in his youth. Annalise stated this matter-of-factly, already envisioning Snape's reaction. Who? Snape questioned if he had misheard. Whose name had he just caught? You mustn't speak of this, and besides, he has yet to recognize Professor Gaius. Annalise pretended to appear guilty, for she had bestowed a rather substantial gift upon Snape, as long as Headmaster Dumbledore remained oblivious to Gaius's identity. Snape could enjoy the spectacle for as long as it lasted. Snape surprisingly felt a sense of delight. It turned out the great Dumbledore had such a past. With the infamous Dark Lord, he had subdued himself. Severus, Annalise moved closer to him, pitifully grasping his hand. From now on, if anything happens, you must tell me. Do not leave me in worry. Snape, unable to bear her expression, pulled her into his embrace. It won't happen again. She nuzzled against his chin, her hand brushing through his still damp hair, her thoughts drifting to the muffled sound she had first heard. Flushing, she quickly shook her head to dispel the notion. Feeling her movements eliciting a ticklish sensation, Snape inquired, "What's wrong?" Nothing at all. She had already said too much. Any further comments might provoke Severus. What did you promise me earlier? Snape lowered his gaze to meet hers. You assured me you wouldn't get angry. I am not angry. Snape narrowed his eyes, wondering what else she had done. Well, when I first entered your bedroom, what were you doing in the washroom? Snape's face flushed crimson. You promised you wouldn't be angry. He remained silent, and Annalise, fearing he was upset, shifted to see his face, but Snape restrained her. I am not angry. His voice took on a deeper tone. However, you haven't, he answered. Before she could finish her sentence, Annalise's chin was lifted, silencing her with a kiss. Annalise felt a wave of shyness wash over her at the sound she produced. Be good, do you still want to know? The Severus who had experienced love seemed like a different person entirely. Annalise found herself utterly overwhelmed. No, I don't want to know. Annalise's mind was too consumed to think of anything else. I'll accompany you to Hogsmeade. Snape tousled her hair. Annalise nodded. The state of a girl lost in love was unmistakable. Despite Annalise's efforts to contain her emotions, they shone through her eyes. That's enough for today. Annalise concluded their study session, feeling fatigued as she collapsed onto the sofa. Ron and Harry hurried to the Quidditch pitch for practice. Knowing Annalise had little interest in it, and thus refrained from calling her. Anna, are you in love? Hermione sat beside her, eyeing her suspiciously. Hermione had noticed Annalise's recent exuberance, often finding her lost in silly smiles. Annalise was taken aback. Was it that obvious? If you could just change that habit of nervously darting your eyes, I might actually believe you. All right, I am indeed in love. Annalise was genuinely impressed by Hermione's intuition. Quickly tell me, who is it? Which house, what year? How long have you been together? Hermione's curiosity was insatiable. The four of them were always together. How had Annalise managed to meet someone else without them knowing? Well, he is from Slytherin. But I can't disclose who just yet. She wasn't lying. Snape was indeed from Slytherin, merely serving as its head. Very well. Hermione observed her evasiveness, deciding to keep a close watch, for Annalise was innocent and kind, and she needed protection from any unscrupulous boys. By the way, do you want to tell Harry about your relationship? Hermione hesitated, asking her, just say it. There's nothing wrong with sharing, is there? Except for the part about it being Snape, that's not something to disclose just yet. Oh my, Anna, please don't tell me you're unaware. Hermione's eyes widened as she realized Annalise's nonchalant demeanor. Aware of what? Annalise looked at her in confusion. Harry, don't you know he likes you? Hermione's eyes bulged, astonished that Annalise, who spent every day with them, could be so oblivious. How had she even come to terms with her feelings for her boyfriend? What? Annalise was taken aback. How could that be? Merlin's beard. I thought Harry was being quite obvious. I heard he invited you to dance at Christmas. Hermione had been home for the holidays. So much of what she knew came from Ron. Yes, but wasn't he that just to fill the numbers? We only danced once. And then I went to find Severus. Generally, boys ask girls they fancy to dance. Hermione found herself exasperated by Annalise's logic. But we're so close. I thought he was too shy to ask anyone else. Annalise shrugged innocently. Since you're sure you don't like Harry, perhaps it's best to act as if you don't know about this and share your relationship news, allowing Harry to prepare himself psychologically. Hermione sighed. She dreaded situations like this among friends, fearing it would jeopardize their bond. So how should I approach it? Feeling awkward, Annalise was uncertain how to face Harry next. Goodness. If Severus found out, he might deduct 100 points from Gryffindor without hesitation. Just pretend you're unaware. Make it as believable as possible. I'll find a moment to speak with them when I return to the common room. Hermione didn't dare let her speak, fearing the potential awkwardness. Thank you, my dear Hermione. Annalise embraced her, only to be pushed away in mock disdain. Annalise, you've become so sentimental since falling in love. I'm dying to know who he is. Perhaps I'll introduce you someday, but not just yet. Annalise chuckled, deftly shifting the topic. On the weekend, Annalise, Hermione, and the others lined up to prepare for their trip to Hogsmeade. Due to Sirius's presence, Dumbledore permitted him to sign the guardian consent form for Harry. Yet Sirius had been preoccupied with tidying up his home and had only just sent the form 2 days prior. At this moment, Harry stood in line. A gloomy expression on his face. He had overheard Hermione inadvertently revealing that Annalise had a boyfriend. Annalise cast a quick glance at Harry, daring not to look too long. Fearful of giving herself away, especially with Severus watching her closely. She had arranged to meet Severus at the Hogshead Inn, hoping to avoid being seen by others. Upon arriving in Hogsmeade, she separated from Harry and the others, citing that Albus had matters to discuss with her. Harry, feeling awkward and upset, decided to accompany Hermione and the others to a different location to distract himself. Annalise pushed open the door to the Hogshead, only to find the usual lively atmosphere replaced by an unusual stillness, with only 4 individuals present, among whom were Severus and Goyle. Albus greeted her warmly. He had received prior notice, and thus the closed sign was displayed outside. After exchanging a brief embrace with Albus, Annalise joined him at the table. Are we waiting for anyone else? She inquired, glancing at the silent man and woman seated beside Goyle. Dear Annalise, such significant matters, and you did not think to inform me? A sudden sound heralded the arrival of Albus Dumbledore, accompanied by Fawkes, at the Hogshead. Ah, Grandfather Albus. Forgive her, she truly did not remember, Annalise said, her eyes wide. Look, you even summoned Severus. Dumbledore felt a twinge of surprise upon seeing Severus, who had been called by Goyle. Curiosity blossomed within him regarding how Annalise had formed such a close relationship with Goyle, enough for her to confide in him about such secretive matters. Now that everyone is here, let us engage in a formal discussion, he proposed. Chapter 33, The Family Secret. Goyle gestured for the 2 individuals beside him to present their items. The short-haired woman retrieved a chest from a magical bag, which notably lacked a lock. Atop the chest lay a smooth, rounded stone. Once the items were secured, the 2 departed, leaving the remaining group to continue their conversation. This chest was discovered in the tomb of your family's last patriarch, Goyle explained, meeting the inquisitive gazes of those present. Do not misunderstand. We employed special methods to uncover the fact that there were 2 patriarchal tombs. Utilizing Muggle detection devices, we identified one as a standard burial site, while the other was empty, containing only this chest. The other tombs were largely unremarkable, prompting my friends to bring this chest for examination. They had examined the chest and found no malicious curses or dark magic within, yet it was devoid of locks or keys, leaving its contents a mystery. Albus inspected the chest closely, remarking, an exceedingly ancient artifact. The only striking feature is this stone. I surmise it may be related to bloodline testing. Annalise, perhaps you could try dripping a drop or 2 of blood upon it. Very well, Annalise replied. Her curiosity piqued as she drew her wand across her fingertip, allowing several drops of blood to fall onto the stone. Instantly, the stone absorbed all the blood, and the chest began to unfurl, segment by segment. Moments later, the top of the chest vanished, revealing its contents before all present, a notebook and a stone that resembled a divination tool. Annalise was the first to retrieve the 2 items, after which Severus took the chest and set it aside, prompting Albus to cast a sidelong glance at him. Annalise opened the notebook, where the cover bore the inscription Family History. Within its pages were records detailing the family's migrations, the origins of the curse, and the attempts made by generations of family members to break the blood curse. The final page documented the method for breaking the blood curse, accompanied by a separately torn sheet of paper. With a soft thud, the notebook slipped from Annalise's grasp and fell onto the table as she finished reading the last word. Annalise, what troubles you? Albus inquired, noticing her startled expression as he approached to comfort her. Tears streamed down Annalie's cheeks, large as peas. Albus flipped to the last page of the notebook for a closer look, with Goyle leaning in as well. Silence enveloped them as they absorbed the gravity of the findings. Indeed, the notebook provided a resolution, one that could potentially eradicate the family curse, yet the implications were unbearable. Albus, what does it say? Annalie, overwhelmed by sorrow, continued to weep, prompting Albus's temper to rise at the silence surrounding him. To end the curse, one must utilize a curse-breaking potion combined with a catalyst. Taken continuously for a month, Albus succinctly articulated the method. Is there no potion recipe included? Severus interjected, confident in his ability to brew potions. Observing the reactions of the three, Severus discerned that the issue lay not with the recipe itself, but with the catalyst. That paper contains the recipe. The challenge lies in the catalyst. Albus pointed to the sheet beside him with a sigh. Severus unfolded the paper, noting that while the required potions were rare, they were not unattainable. With sufficient incentives, the Malfoy family could provide them. What catalyst is required? Severus asked. Daily, one must extract a drop of heart's blood from the individual afflicted by the maternal blood curse and incorporate it into the potion. A few drops may be manageable, but daily extraction for an entire month would result in death. Heart's blood is the most difficult to replenish. Continuous extraction would drain her life, Albus explained. The notebook further detailed that this recipe had been confirmed with the original caster of the curse, but no one had succeeded in breaking it due to three essential conditions. First, both the matriarch and her descendants must coexist and remain together. Second, there must be an adequate supply of potions for successful brewing. Third, the descendants must reach the age of 10. The reason for the failure thus far lies in the fact that the cursed individual often loses awareness and uncontrollably departs before the child can mature, Albus elucidated. Thus, even with a method in hand, they found themselves unable to lift the curse from Nagini. Their immediate concern was whether Annalie could accept that Nagini might perish in her attempt to save her. Annalie gradually ceased her sobbing. The news had come as a shock, leaving her momentarily speechless. As her thoughts began to coalesce, a glimmer of hope emerged. There was still a way, a solution to resurrect Nagini after her demise, provided she swiftly enhanced her soul-binding abilities. Annalie's current level was at 4, hindered by a lack of opportunities for practice. She needed to hone her skills on deceased animals, experiencing the cycles of magical exhaustion and renewal to elevate her capabilities more rapidly. Simply sitting within a magical circle would yield painfully slow progress. Thus, she resolved to venture into the Forbidden Forest for further practice. I do not wish to consider that method for the time being, she declared. The four present observed her state and refrained from offering counsel. After all, none could accept a solution that equated to a life for a life. Very well. Let us set this matter aside for now, Albus acknowledged, recognizing that this was not the moment to dismiss Annalie's request, while planning to begin gathering the necessary potions. Annalie, do not despair, child. There will surely be other solutions. We shall continue to search, Albus reassured her, though his attempts at comfort were clumsy as he awkwardly patted her back. Annalie responded, her voice thick with tears. Severus observed the tender exchange between Albus and Annalie with an inscrutable expression. Let us return to the school, little Annalie. You need to rest, he suggested. Then, Albus, I shall see you next week, Annalie replied, gathering her composure, her eyes still red as she bid farewell to Albus. See you next week, Anna. Aberforth watched them leave with a heavy heart. Upon returning to the castle, Dumbledore instructed Snape to escort Annalie back to her dormitory, while he invited Gupus to join him for a cup of tea in the headmaster's office. I wish to go to the cellar, Professor Snape. Annalie does not wish to be alone at this moment. Very well. Snape found it impossible to refuse, seeing the pitiful state of the girl, and he too was concerned about her being alone. After arriving in the cellar, Annalie, having wept for a time, began to feel drowsy. Snape allowed her to rest in the room while he attended to the potions outside. As he analyzed the potion's ingredients, he recalled some materials he had previously collected, while others would require him to contact Malfoy. If he could not find them, he would have to ask Dumbledore for assistance. Fortunately, none of the ingredients were extinct. He feared that once the potion was prepared, he would feel inadequate. He had been powerless during Lily's ordeal, and now it seemed he remained similarly helpless. Snape sank down beside the cabinet of curiosities, cradling his knees, his gaze hollow. Severus. Annalie lay tossing and turning on Snape's bed, unable to find sleep, yearning to be in the same space as him. To her surprise, upon emerging, she found Snape despondently curled in the corner, a pang of pain striking her heart. She began to blame herself. She should not have involved Snape at such an early stage. At the very least, she ought to have resolved the family curse instead of dragging him into her own suffering. She knew all too well that Snape was haunted by the fear of losing a loved one once again, a loss he felt powerless to prevent. Severus, I'm sorry. Anneli knelt beside him, resting her hand on his knee. Snape shook his head, drawing her into his embrace, murmuring, I will find a way, I assure you. Severus, do not be afraid. The worst that could happen is that we protect Nagini. Do you remember? She previously sealed the curse within me using forbidden magic. As long as she exists, I shall be unharmed. Anneli clutched his robe, comforting him. There were matters regarding the soul bond that she could not yet disclose, as this newfound ability was inexplicable to her. In the days following, Anneli began preparing for her nocturnal expedition into the Forbidden Forest. Professor Gupus, could you kindly lend me the map? Anneli approached Gupus after class, following him to his office. Certainly, a simple charm would facilitate our endeavors, would it not? Gupus did not inquire further, intending to make a copy of the map, but Anneli stopped him. Professor, I shall only borrow it for a short while. After a moment's hesitation, he handed her the map directly. Anneli accepted it, and exchanged a few pleasantries before departing. She had previously arranged to borrow the twins' copy, ensuring that no one would discover her night excursions. Her plan was to first circle the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest for a couple of nights before gradually venturing deeper. Anna, Buckbeak is to be executed. Buckbeak. Hermione and the others found Anneli to deliver this distressing news. She recalled that this was the hippogriff they had previously mentioned. Due to Draco's insult during their first lesson, Buckbeak had injured him, resulting in Hagrid's suspension. Now, with the Malfoy family's interference, the Ministry of Magic had issued an execution order. When Anneli saw this as an opportunity, if this event were irreversible, she could attempt to save it using her soul bond ability. The execution was scheduled for the evening 3 days hence, at Hagrid's hut. We are on our way to Hagrid's. Will you join us? Very well. Anneli followed them to Hagrid's, where Buckbeak was tethered outside, and Hagrid was inside, weeping uncontrollably. Hagrid, this is not your fault. It is Malfoy's exaggeration that has led to this. But I cannot save him. He is still just a child. Harry tried to console Hagrid, who was inconsolable, responding through his sobs. They even demanded I witness the execution. It is too cruel, unforgivable. Hagrid, I believe they cannot treat a magical creature with such brutality. If the execution is unavoidable, at the very least, it should be a dignified passing. You are right. Thank you, Anneli. Perhaps we could suggest the use of a potion, so that Buckbeak does not suffer. Anneli noted that the execution notice specified a beheading, which meant she could only save a life that was fundamentally intact. Oh, those fools at the Ministry. They would never waste a potion on a magical creature. Hagrid let out another anguished wail. What if we provided one? I mean, I can offer a vial. Hermione and the others looked at her in surprise. I recall a potion akin to a Muggle euthanasia, which would cause minimal suffering. Thank you, Anneli. I will write to the Ministry at once. They cannot be so cruel. With Anneli's persuasion proving effective, she felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the Ministry would likely not oppose a more convenient and humane solution that spared them from witnessing bloodshed. On the day of the execution, they were hesitant to watch. Even though the Ministry had agreed to use the potion for a humane euthanasia, they had meticulously checked the potion provided to prevent any foul play. Anneli stood on a hillside with Harry and the others, gazing towards Hagrid's hut. A sharp, piercing sound erupted. Hagrid's cries indicated that Buckbeak had likely met his fate. After the Ministry officials departed, they accompanied Hagrid to lay Buckbeak to rest in a desolate area on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, mourning for a while. Anneli committed the location to memory. Later that night, she successfully used the disillusionment charm to leave the castle, arriving precisely at the small mound. Employing a digging spell, she carefully parted the soft earth, revealing Buckbeak's lifeless body. Anneli bowed her head in respect, murmuring, Forgive me, Buckbeak. I shall save you. She leaped into the pit, ensuring there were no anomalies in the surroundings, then began channeling the magic needed to activate the soul bond, continuously infusing Buckbeak with energy. Feeling her own magical reserves depleting, Anneli retrieved a vial of magical replenishment potion, consuming several over the course of her task. Just as she prepared to drink another, Buckbeak's body stirred. Anneli halted the flow of energy, anxiously watching. After a tense moment, Buckbeak wobbled to its feet, recognizing Anneli. It tilted its head curiously. Anneli bowed once more, and after receiving a nod in return, she tossed it some food, patiently waiting for it to finish before leading it behind Hagrid's hut. She gently tethered Buckbeak to the railing beside the small dwelling. Having completed her task, Anneli waved goodbye and used the disillusionment charm to return to her dormitory. At that moment, as she successfully revived Buckbeak, her soul bond proficiency reached level 5, indeed a faster progression than merely honing her magical abilities alone. However, the consumption was substantial, 8 vials of replenishment potion. Had it not been for the ability to restore her magic, she would not have been able to sustain the effort needed to bring Buckbeak back to life. As her soul reaping level ascends, she will reduce her intake of potions, consequently prolonging the time in which she can resurrect the deceased. The magical energy required to revive an animal differs significantly from that needed to restore a human life. This principle has been repeatedly emphasized within her family's teachings. One must not overestimate their abilities by saving animals and presume they can do the same for humans. Life and death are inherently bound by fate, and forcibly reversing the cycle of life can inflict harm upon the user. Should her soul-reaping level fail to reach 10, she must absolutely refrain from using it on humans. It is akin to an exchange. The cost of reviving an animal is the depletion of magical energy, which she can replenish with potions, whereas bringing a human back to life necessitates the expenditure of life force, which cannot be mitigated by any means. Only upon reaching level 10 will the user be granted protection. Achieving this level not only allows for the restoration of lost lives, but is paramount in safeguarding the user as well. After her first successful attempt, Anneli lay exhausted in bed, sleeping until noon the following day. Thankfully, she had no classes, or else Snape would have undoubtedly come searching for her due to her prolonged absence. Each night, Anneli donned her full gear to wander the Forbidden Forest, aware that it was inhabited by sentient beings, lest they alert Dumbledore to her activities. Following the revival of Buckbeak, Hagrid, upon encountering him the next day, believed he was dreaming. When they arrived, Anneli feigned shock alongside the others and advised Hagrid to send Buckbeak away, lest Draco discover him and the Ministry of Magic unjustly accuse them. Harry and his friends unanimously suspected that Anneli had tampered with the potion. Although the Ministry found no evidence to support their claims, Anneli remained silent as they deliberated, exuding an air of mystery. But she firmly insisted that this matter must remain undisclosed, particularly to Hagrid, who agreed to keep it secret. Ron contacted his brother Charlie Weasley, who was raising dragons in Romania, and received a letter confirming that a friend would come to retrieve Buckbeak at midnight on a specified day. After hiding Buckbeak in the Forbidden Forest for several days, Hagrid reluctantly sent him away on the agreed day, in gratitude providing Anneli with an abundance of his homegrown vegetables and homemade meals. Chapter 34. The Disguise is Lost. Subsequently, during her explorations of the Forbidden Forest, Anneli only managed to save a few wild rabbits still warm with life. Professor Gaius specifically awaited her outside the potion classroom. Since their last encounter at the Leaky Cauldron, he sensed that Snape had uncovered his identity, prompting him to approach Anneli openly. "Professor Gaius, would you come with me?" Anneli, puzzled, greeted Snape before following him, who exhibited no prior hostility, as their interests diverged. "Professor, do you require my assistance? Please clarify what you do in the Forbidden Forest every day. You've been following me." Anneli felt a shiver run down her spine. How could he know? Gaius opened his desk drawer and retrieved a stack of parchment. "The Marauder's Map. You possess a copy." Anneli took a step back, her expression grave. Initially, she had merely wished to test if a replica could be created, but she had tucked it away and forgotten about it. "I have yet to disclose this matter to Albus or Snape. Are you threatening me?" Anneli felt a surge of anger, realizing she had been outmaneuvered. Grindelwald truly was a wily fox. "Do not be upset, Anneli. My concerns are genuine. You must understand. If you require assistance, you can confide in me. I am not Albus." Gaius had come to regard her as a younger relative. He was aware of the dangers lurking within the Forbidden Forest and recognized that venturing there alone at night was exceedingly perilous. "Thank you, Professor Gaius. Rest assured, I will be fine." She recognized her own excessive caution. It seemed Gaius had simply discerned her movements through the map. Still, she was reluctant to share that information with him. "Very well, Anneli. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me." Seeing her unwillingness to divulge, Gaius refrained from pressuring her, offering a few parting words before allowing her to leave. Upon returning to her dormitory, Anneli sighed. For the time being, the Forbidden Forest was off limits, and she had encountered no animals that required saving. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Cece preening her feathers, and a sudden inspiration struck her. After coaxing Cece with affection and confirming that she could utilize her phoenix abilities to transport Anneli away from Hogwarts, she planted a fervent kiss on Cece. She had always thought it was splendid how Fawkes had appeared alongside Dumbledore, feigning a bout of female discomfort. Anneli requested a leave of absence from Snape, skipping class, and strategically choosing a time when the Crouch family would be away to have Cece take her back to their home. Upon opening her eyes to her room, she found it as she had left it, devoid of dust, indicating that Selena kept it tidy. It had been over a year since her last visit, and Anneli nostalgically surveyed her small room. For so long, their communication had been limited to letters, yet the Crouches were remarkably understanding. Though she had been absent, Selena always prepared 2 or 3 outfits for her in the wardrobe, ensuring she had clothing suitable for her return. Anneli changed into a mundane outfit from the Muggle world, allowing Cece and Hina to remain together, and once she confirmed that the coast was clear, she ventured outside. She visited a hair salon to have her hair trimmed, and while no one was paying attention, she discreetly took a portion of hair from the wig display. made from the hair of others. She had no concerns about acquiring a fake wig, as such items were not prevalent during this time. While squeezing onto the subway, she also casually snagged a few strands. Successfully back at the Crouch residence, Annalise fed the two little ones before consuming a vial of age potion and a concoction infused with the hair. After donning an inconspicuous black robe, she instructed Cece to take her to a secluded corner of Diagon Alley. Annalise instructed Cece to hide, assuring her that she would contact her through their bond once her business was concluded, and then she entered Gringotts. "Hello, I wish to rent a shop in Diagon Alley." Gringotts offered a wide array of services, accommodating anything that could generate profit. "Greetings, madam, please follow me." A female goblin escorted her to an empty waiting room. "I am Clara. You may express any requirements regarding the shop. The space need not be large. I wish to rent it for 6 months, paying rent monthly." "Very well, madam. I have 3 shops that meet your criteria, 2 located at the southeast and northwest corners of Diagon Alley, and 1 at the intersection of Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley. The shop in Diagon Alley is priced higher due to its safety, while the one at the intersection has been in use for an extended period, leading to a mixed clientele, thus lowering the price. I will take the one at the intersection. I will not provide identification. You may charge me at the Diagon Alley rate. Additionally, I can pay 2 months' rent in advance along with a 20% commission. If that is unacceptable, then there is little more to discuss." Annalise presented herself assertively. Goblins were motivated by profit, and as long as the money was sufficient, they cared little for other matters. The shop had been vacant for some time, possibly concealing some secrets, but she did not intend to reside there. She merely required a front. "Your request can certainly be accommodated, madam." Clara hesitated for a moment, ultimately acquiescing to Annalise's request within her realm of authority, swiftly processing the rental paperwork, albeit under a fictitious name. Subsequently, Clara escorted her to familiarize herself with the surroundings, bowed gracefully, and departed. Annalise then produced the unclaimed wand that Snape had given her over the summer, tidying up the shop front before hanging a rather deceptive sign that read, "Do you care about your pets at home? Do you have companions you wish to keep by your side? If your beloved pet meets an untimely demise, please visit our establishment within 3 days. We will restore it to health. Just 3 days, and we shall return your cherished companion in good health. Our shop is open to take orders every Monday and Thursday from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. for any type of pet, only for 10 galleons, with honesty guaranteed." After setting up the sign, Annalise left, intending to return at the appropriate time. On Monday, after consuming a potion and an aging elixir, Annalise donned a black wizarding robe and arrived at the shop. "Are you the owner?" Shortly after her entrance, a burly man walked in, exclaiming, "I heard you can revive animals that have died within 3 days. My snake passed away yesterday. Let us see what you can do. This shop only revives pets that have died under unusual circumstances. What was the cause of its death?" Annalise inquired, altering her voice with a potion. "It was bitten during a fight with my other snake. Please pay a deposit of 3 galleons. You may collect it in 3 days. Payment is no issue. But let me make myself clear. If you dare to deceive me, I will ensure you never show your face here again." The man flashed a menacing smile. She dismissed further conversation, as she was not particularly invested in the trifling amount. The man placed the snake's cage on the table and tossed down 3 galleons. Upon his departure, Annalise handed him a counterfeit-proof receipt, explaining that only the receipt would be honored for pet retrieval, regardless of the individual. Annalise waited a while, confirming that no one else would come, before locking the shop. She was aware that being newly opened and with such an extraordinary sign, skepticism would prevail, and it was inevitable that someone would come to scout. The snake's demise was not necessarily due to a fight. It could have been killed for testing purposes. She fortified the shop with protective charms before retreating to the back room. An hour later, she observed the snake regaining consciousness in its cage and placed it on a shelf. Turning around, she followed Cece as they vanished from the room. Word of her success in reviving a snake spread rapidly through Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, and soon, each time she opened her doors, patrons awaited her to restore their beloved pets. With each lively creature returned to its owner, her reputation within the wizarding community soared. At the school, upon learning of this development, Dumbledore pondered deeply. Could this individual solely revive animals, or was it merely a temporary ability? Initially, upon hearing the news, Dumbledore's first thought was of Nagini's potential salvation. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that before Nagini fully transformed into a snake, she was technically still a human. If Annalise could save her, it would be fortunate. If not, she would likely bear a lifetime of guilt. Nonetheless, whether she could or could not, he felt compelled to meet her, for Voldemort still lurked in the shadows, and the existence of someone like her posed a significant risk. Annalise was well aware that she would attract Dumbledore's attention. Once her shop was on solid footing, she hired an employee to manage the daily operations, only visiting during quiet hours, either in the morning or late at night, to treat the pets. Little did she know, in addition to those observing her shop, Snape and Goyle were also keeping tabs on her. She primarily took precautions against Goyle, timing her visits to coincide with his classes or breaks. Otherwise, her disappearance from the map would be glaringly obvious. As a result, Dumbledore's repeated visits only found him confronted by an uninformed employee. Other factions attempted to probe her operations as well, but returned empty-handed for the same reason. After 2 months, Anali's experience had accumulated to the point where she had reached level 8. Each day, various animals were delivered to her, some genuinely beloved pets. For what noble family does not own a dozen or more? The Malfoy family, for instance, maintained a veritable menagerie and dragon sanctuary. Others clearly seemed to be experimental subjects for family potions, as some magical creatures possessed traits unlike ordinary animals. Reviving them was certainly more economical than purchasing new ones, requiring only 10 galleons for treatment, while the cost of acquisition was far greater. Had she not publicly declared that she only accepted animals at her shop, many would have sought her services at home. Moreover, the shop's limited space could not accommodate larger pets. Anali set aside funds for her employee to pay 2 months' rent at Gringotts, announcing that she would consistently accept deceased animals every 3 days. Given her current rate of progression, she anticipated reaching maximum level soon. Satisfied, she observed her wrist, where her level was now displayed. Indeed, this method was quite effective. However, she knew that once Voldemort truly returned, she would need to hide, for she would undoubtedly be among his first targets. It was well known that Voldemort harbored a profound fear of death. Just as her soul-sucking level approached 9, an unexpected incident occurred. On a weekend, the school was hosting a Quidditch match, and despite her initial reluctance, Anali was dragged along by Hermione, as she had not spent much time with them lately. She was indeed busy, and also wished to avoid Harry. Today was the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. You should go cheer for Harry, right? Don't worry. I've been observing him while you were away. He is doing much better now. Hermione whispered the last part into her ear. Anali sighed and reluctantly agreed, recalling that the last Quidditch match had been quite thrilling. However, now that she had captured what she needed, she felt it was time to let go, and hopefully, nothing untoward would occur. Yet, as fate would have it, calamity struck. As Harry and Cedric pursued the golden snitch, the sky suddenly darkened ominously, with countless cloaked figures swooping down. Dementors, someone shouted, and chaos erupted throughout the stadium. Snape, seated amongst the faculty, cast a quick glance towards Anali, only to find her absent. He hurriedly began searching for her. Anali instinctively grabbed Hermione and Ron and fled, intending to locate Harry. They had not spent time together recently, and she had not inquired whether he had practiced his Patronus charm. Under such sudden pressure, he might struggle to react appropriately. Anali. She led Hermione and Ron towards a safer area with professors and dashed towards the field, having spotted Harry plummeting from the sky. Reduce impact. Wingardium Leviosa. Anali cast several spells, gently guiding Harry to the ground just as she reached him, only to find the Dementors charging towards her. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. A voice behind her echoed her incantation. A silver bat and a white cat soared forth, colliding with the oncoming Dementors. Those closest were dispersed, while others, witnessing the spectacle, fled in terror. Anali. She spun around to see Snape storming toward her, his face a mask of fury. Professor Snape. If she did not misjudge, his Patronus was a large white cat. His Patronus had changed. Come with me. Snape pulled her up from the ground, using the levitation charm to lift Harry into the air. I will settle this with you later. Snape shot her a glare, and she, feeling guilty, lowered her head and followed him to the hospital wing. Watching Madame Pomfrey examine Harry, Hermione, Ron, and several members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team trailed behind them. Anali. Come with me. Snape's face was grim, and the others dared not speak as they watched them leave. In the cellar. I'm sorry, Severus. It was truly an unforeseen circumstance. With so many teachers at the school, it hardly falls upon a third-year student to take the lead. So many Dementors. And if even one had approached you. Snape could scarcely imagine the scene, while Anali urgently clutched his arm and shook it back and forth. I was wrong. Truly wrong. I won't dare again, Severus. Cast your Patronus once more. Snape lowered his eyelids, observing her intently, and Anali, intent on placating him, had no choice but to comply. With a flick of her wand, a bat materialized before them. Very good, Anali. Thinking he was praising her, she looked up to show off, only to realize Snape's expression had darkened further. Severus? Is there something from first year you wish to explain? Snape was now quite tempted to pry open her enormous troll-like head to see what was truly inside. In her first year, she had done nothing but brew potions and practice spells, etc. Her pupils dilated slightly. It seems you recall. Snape did not miss a single change in her expression. Anali indicated her desire to cry, wondering if this was the year of shedding scales. I'm losing my marbles. Chapter 35, A Violent Confrontation. Anneli. Snape sighed. If there's anything else you haven't told me, you might as well say it all at once instead of constantly testing your poor professor's patience. But I can't tell you yet. Anneli mumbled. Anneli. Snape was too close for her to be discreet. Stop always being so fierce with me. Anneli pushed him into a chair, striking a pose as she perched on him. I'm sorry, Severus, but there are indeed things I cannot tell you yet. Can you please wait for me? I promise I will tell you. The next moment, she pouted and hugged him. But I swear there will be no danger. If there is, I will inform you immediately, I promise. Anneli made a gesture of swearing. You're impossible. Snape closed his eyes, trying to calm his emotions. It was he who had given Anneli increasingly bold incentives. Severus, I just saw your Patronus. Once the crisis had passed, Anneli poked his cheek while nestled in his embrace, grinning somewhat mischievously. Why is it a large white cat? It's because of you. You often act like a little cat seeking affection. Snape shot her an exasperated look. I have no need for affection. Do you have another dog? Anneli retorted defiantly. Where would I get another dog? You alone are enough for me. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a bit of a headache. Humph, Anneli huffed playfully, leaning in to kiss the corner of his lips. The sensation at his lips made Snape's Adam's apple involuntarily bob. Little pixie. Snape lowered his head to kiss her. And after a long moment, he released her, having successfully placated her, and Anneli obediently let him hold her. Severus, when you have time, teach me how to brew the youth potion, okay? What? Do you think I'm getting old? Snape cast her a dangerously sidelong glance. Not at all. A man blooms at 31. Besides, you look quite handsome. I plan to make it for Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. The two old codgers being all lovey-dovey seems a bit odd. They should be younger and more pleasing to the eye. Snape was speechless. Was he truly getting old? He felt as though he could hardly keep pace with her thought process. At the dinner, Dumbledore announced that due to a mass escape of prisoners from Azkaban, the Ministry of Magic had hastily arranged for Dementors to capture them, and the Dementors at the school had followed one of the escapees here. The school had already activated its protective barriers, preventing the Dementors from entering, and students were warned not to wander alone. Other young witches and wizards had received letters from home, advising them not to roam about. As they left the Great Hall, Gaius specifically reminded her not to venture into the Forbidden Forest again. Should he catch her there, he would inform Dumbledore. In any case, she had no need to go, and she readily agreed, relieved to discover that she could not be found on the map in the dormitory. She was no longer afraid of him. Thus, under strict vigilance, Anneli was still able to sneak off to the shop. As soon as she sensed that she needed just 4 or 5 more to reach the maximum level, she decided to pull an all-nighter in the store, reviving all remaining pets. She then placed a sign indicating the shop was closed behind the bar, leaving her wages and a letter before departing. In the letter, she informed the staff that they could close the shop today. Originally, the staff was just a part-timer who was reluctant to come, but Anneli had offered a generous sum, and they had agreed beforehand that the shop might close at any time. Therefore, upon seeing the letter, the staff was not overly surprised. After sending off all the animals that needed to go, they took the money Anneli had provided and hung the notice on the door. The mysterious shop opening and closing once again caused a stir in the wizarding community. Many speculated whether the owner had been captured, especially since the mass escape from Azkaban had occurred not long before. After learning of this news, Dumbledore paced in his office all night. Though he often did so, this time he was genuinely anxious, having consumed not a single ounce of sugar. If the rumors were true, and the owner had been captured by Death Eaters, it was likely to resurrect Voldemort, placing him in an almost unbeatable position. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware, Anneli lay on her dormitory bed, feeling a sense of relief. With only potion-making and waiting for Nagini's next awakening left to occupy her. With Dementors lurking outside, the young witches and wizards adhered to a more regimented schedule, promptly attending meals, classes, and returning to the common room. Later, Anneli visited Harry, who had suffered due to the sudden appearance of the Dementors, resulting in Hufflepuff winning the match, and his broomstick had been ruined by the Whomping Willow. Harry felt a bit unlucky, as the girl he liked had quietly entered a relationship. Although he had moved on, he soon found himself missing the golden snitch during the Quidditch match. And Professor McGonagall's gift of a Firebolt 2000 had also been destroyed. Understanding what Harry had been through, Sirius quickly applied to Dumbledore to serve as Lupin's unpaid assistant and even mailed Harry a crossbow. Having experienced the pain brought by Dementors, he wished to protect Harry. Dumbledore, of course, agreed to his request, as having another person to protect Harry was certainly desirable. Harry was elated to know that Sirius would accompany him throughout the entire term, and he received the new crossbow with delight. However, he was taken aback when Sirius's first question upon arrival was whether he had won Anneli's affection. Harry, believe me, if you persistently pursue her, there will come a day when Anneli will be with you. Your father did just that to win Lily. After class, Sirius accompanied Harry all the way to the Gryffindor common room. Sirius, Anneli already has a boyfriend, Harry exasperatedly reiterated. However, it seemed as though Sirius was impervious to this information. Harry, your reasoning is flawed. Even if one is in a relationship, breakups can and do occur. It's not as if they are married. Besides, you have never even pursued her before. She remains oblivious. If you were to cast aside your pride and make your intentions known, she would undoubtedly reciprocate your feelings. Harry, unwilling to entertain the conversation any longer, felt a burning curiosity about the identity of the boy, yet he firmly believed it would be inappropriate to intrude upon Annalie's relationship. Sirius, I am heading back to the dormitory. He bid farewell and slipped through the entrance, leaving Sirius to stifle his frustrations and seek out Lupin. Why can't Harry pursue his affections with the same fervor as James did? Sirius lamented. And you, Harry, I find your perspective rather peculiar, Lupin interjected, handing Sirius a cup of water. What do you mean? Sirius inquired. You and Annalie clashed on your first meeting, yet you still encourage Harry to pursue her. Are you hoping she will affectionately call you godfather as well? Lupin shook his head in resignation. Remus, I've gathered some insights about Annalie. Her academic prowess is impressive, and her practical skills are formidable. Harry has mentioned that she has been privately tutoring them throughout the year. Don't you think their dynamic resembles that of James and Lily? Moreover, with Harry harboring feelings for her, let us not forget how we supported James in our school days. Yet, you must also recall how fiercely Annalie defended Snape, Lupin reminded him. What of it? Lily similarly protected Snape, and in the end, it was James who won her heart, Sirius retorted dismissively. I believe Annalie is far from an ordinary witch, and she already has a boyfriend. Harry has given up. You should refrain from pursuing her. Remus, your argument is flawed. I have been at school for several days now and have yet to hear a whisper about Annalie's boyfriend. Whether he truly exists is still uncertain. Perhaps she is merely trying to avoid receiving love letters from others, Sirius countered, his disdain for Snape evident. Though Snape's appearance had improved considerably over the past 2 decades, his demeanor was still intolerable to Sirius, who relished in witnessing Snape's vexation while remaining powerless against it. Thus, he was determined to unite Harry and Annalie. Enough. I cannot reason with you. I will advise you one last time. Tread carefully, lest you provoke Annalie's ire, Lupin observed, recognizing the futility of their discussion and resigning himself to allow time to reveal the consequences of Sirius's obstinacy. Upon returning to the common room, Harry conveyed Sirius's remarks to Hermione and Ron. Harry, do you still have feelings for Annalie? Hermione finally broached the question. I have come to realize that I was not courageous enough before. However, Annalie is involved with someone else, and I should not interfere. Being friends is also quite wonderful. It is best that you feel this way, as Sirius does not truly understand Annalie. You should heed my advice. Otherwise, future encounters with her may become quite awkward. Hermione reassured him. You are absolutely right, Hermione, Harry nodded, before he and Ron returned to their dormitory. Meanwhile, Hermione set out to find Annalie. Having long suspected that Annalie had been avoiding them, she felt it was time to inform Annalie that the coast was clear. Hey, Annalie. I was just about to look for you. Hermione, aware of Annalie's class schedule, made her way to the classroom where a 5th-year potions lesson was taking place, just in time to see Annalie emerging. Hi, Hermione, what's up? Sirius has been goading Harry to publicly pursue you, Hermione confided, expressing her frustration with Sirius's antics. He has gone a bit overboard. Harry has already stated he considers you a friend, and you have a boyfriend. Yet, he still encourages Harry to wait for you to break up with him. I suspect he may have lost his sanity after spending a decade in Azkaban. I concur, Annalie replied, her expression unyielding as she noticed the tall, slender figure of Sirius stealthily approaching them. He must be out of his mind, right? Hermione began, but paused as she sensed Annalie's demeanor shift. Turning, she spotted Sirius attempting to greet them with a sheepish grin. Hi, what a coincidence, Annalie, he stammered, his facade faltering under Annalie's glare. Annalie, fueled by the indignation she had felt at Hermione's description of Sirius, wasted no time and unleashed a spell upon him, while Sirius, anticipating her reaction, hastily dodged. My goodness, Annalie, he is a teaching assistant. You cannot. Hermione interjected, attempting to restrain Annalie. Attacking a professor is against school rules. I am also a teaching assistant, Annalie retorted defiantly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Besides, he has shown disrespect toward the professor. Their confrontation escalated into a duel within the corridor, with neither side clearly gaining the upper hand. Other young witches and wizards gathered to witness the spectacle, gasping in astonishment at the unfolding duel. Cease this at once. No magic is permitted in the corridor, Filch shouted, struggling to push through the crowd, while nearby portraits hurried to inform Dumbledore of the commotion. Upon hearing of the altercation between Annalie and Sirius, Harry rushed to the scene, arriving simultaneously with Dumbledore, who was followed closely by Snape. As Dumbledore approached, the students instinctively parted to allow him passage. Annalie, Sirius, cease this at once. Follow me to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore commanded, casting several spells to halt their conflict before surveying the onlookers. You may disperse now. As the crowd dissipated, Harry and Hermione trailed behind Dumbledore, who led them to his office, while the remaining students discussed the duel as they exited the corridor. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore took his seat, while Snape stood beside him, scowling at the irate Anneli, and the 4 students lined up before Dumbledore. Anneli, what transpired? Why were you fighting in the corridor? Dumbledore inquired, his gaze fixed upon Anneli, presuming that she had instigated the encounter with Sirius. Headmaster Dumbledore, I did not wish to fight, Sirius interjected, sensing Dumbledore's bias. I was merely attempting to explain. Well, after all these years, have you yet to learn to listen to others? Snape interjected sarcastically, convinced that Sirius had provoked the situation. Silence. You, who hide behind women, are no better than a coward. Caught off guard by Snape's retort, Sirius found himself petrified in place. Anneli, unable to tolerate Sirius's insolence directed at Snape, could no longer hold her composure. Anneli, Dumbledore chided gently, he is a teaching assistant. You cannot act impulsively against him. I am also a teaching assistant, Headmaster Dumbledore, and he has shown blatant disrespect. Anneli shot back, her eyes glistening with indignation. Now tell me, why did we end up in a fight? Observing the tears welling in Annali's eyes, Dumbledore felt compelled to redirect the conversation. As for Sirius, it was perhaps best to leave him in his petrified state. His emotions were far from stable. He had been probing others about my affairs and inciting them to undermine my boyfriend, seeking to create a scandal that would force us apart. An outrageous affront. Upon finishing her words, Anneli bit her lip to stifle her tears, deliberately omitting Harry's name. Snape tightened his grip on his wand, his expression darkening. Had a murderess gaze the power to kill, Sirius would have been shattered into pieces by now. Boyfriend? Anneli, when did you acquire a boyfriend? Chapter 36, Meeting the Parents. Dumbledore's attention was entirely fixated on Annali's romantic entanglement. I have had one for quite some time. Anneli quickly glanced at the now softened expression of Snape. It was indeed audacious for a teaching assistant to meddle in the romantic lives of students. He surely harbored a grudge against me for my previous silent disregard. Anneli felt utterly wronged, while Hermione promptly embraced her in comfort. Harry's countenance was equally troubled. He had not anticipated that Sirius would cause such a stir before Anneli. Dumbledore, you must intervene in this matter, Snape insisted, seeking to compel him to take action. Anneli, have Sirius compensate you. I assure you, he will no longer intrude upon your affairs. Dumbledore felt a headache coming on. He had not expected this student to be so audacious. If Aberforth were to learn of this, let alone Annali's boyfriend, he would surely face a verbal onslaught. I desire none of his possessions. I demand an apology from him to Professor Snape. Anneli asserted defiantly. Dumbledore nodded in reluctant concession, lifting the petrification curse from Sirius. Sirius, what you did was wrong. You heard that you must apologize, and then cease these antics. Dumbledore, there is no boy in the school more exceptional than Harry. And Annali's so-called boyfriend has never shown himself. He certainly cannot compare to Harry. Sirius, now released from his curse, argued, though he quickly changed his tune upon noticing Annali's impending reaction. Harry, hearing his name, exchanged an awkward glance with Annali, continually signaling Sirius to cease his comments. Why do you insist on knowing who my boyfriend is? If I tell you, in my eyes, he is the most outstanding in the entire school. Annali retorted angrily. Then why does he not dare to let others know? He hasn't even come to our defense despite our situation. He is simply a coward. Sirius childishly quipped back. Amused by the absurdity, Annali shot him a glare. Oh, you wish to know? You want to know how exceptional he is? Listen closely. He graduated with all O's on his NEWT exams, is the youngest professor in Hogwarts history, and the youngest potions master as well. He is also the youngest headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen. You do not even measure up to a single strand of his hair, you great black dog. As her words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the headmaster's office. The youngest headmaster? Potions master. All eyes turned incredulously towards Snape, who stood beside Dumbledore, his expression inscrutable, though the color in his ears betrayed his heightened temperature. Annali. Dumbledore had suspected something, but had not anticipated their relationship to progress so swiftly. Indeed, my boyfriend is Severus, Annali boldly declared, eliciting a slight smile from Snape. They had never explicitly discussed the need for public acknowledgement. It was merely Annali's belief that their romance need not be broadcasted. Little did she know there was someone oblivious to this understanding. Had she known his character, it would have been better to let him remain hidden. Furthermore, his lack of emotional intelligence was evident, despite her careful avoidance of Harry's name. He had inadvertently sold her out. Stunned into silence, Sirius was envious of Snape's fortune. Sirius, apologized to Severus, Annali commanded, hands on her hips. I am sorry. Sirius unconsciously blurted, then abruptly realized what he had said, still too astonished to comprehend Annali's words. I do not wish to hear of you undermining my relationship at school again. Black, assistant. Snape smoothly interjected. If there is nothing else, I shall take my potions assistant and take my leave, Headmaster Dumbledore. Without waiting for a response, Snape approached Anali, taking her hand as they exited. Anali, are you really with Professor Snape? Harry and Hermione struggled to process this shocking revelation. Hermione had scrutinized every Slytherin, even Draco. And now it made sense why she had remarked on the lack of suitable candidates. It was Severus all along. They truly spent an inordinate amount of time together. Harry approached Sirius. Sirius, I told you, Anali and I are merely friends. Sirius weakly nodded, regretting not heeding Remus's advice. Very well, children, you may take your leave. Dumbledore gently dismissed them, feeling the need to collect himself. Then he faced Aberforth, as his beloved 13-year-old granddaughter was now entangled with a professor 20 years her senior. Strictly speaking, Anali was 33, yet her physical and mental state remained that of a 13-year-old. Though such relationships were not uncommon in the wizarding world, they were not deemed entirely acceptable in Aberforth's eyes. On the way back to the dungeon, victorious, Anali was overjoyed, and Snape regarded her with an unusually tender expression. Young witches and wizards they encountered were astonished at Snape's demeanor, believing him to be impersonated by someone under the influence of a polyjuice potion. Severus, am I not incredibly remarkable? Upon returning to the dungeon, Anali looked at him expectantly, as if awaiting praise. Yes, you are indeed remarkable. Her unwavering defense of him in the headmaster's office made him feel as if he were enveloped in a warm spring. He had never experienced such unconditional protection. Snape embraced her, resting his chin atop her head. Then I desire kisses, hugs, and to be lifted high. Since becoming involved with Snape, Anali found herself unable to resist clinging to him whenever they were alone. Kisses and hugs, I understand, but what does lift high mean? Snape inquired. One hand sliding under her arm, while the other lifted her, as if she were a child, seating her upon his arm. Then their lips met. This kiss was fervent and unlike any gentle one before, leaving Anali feeling as though she might be consumed. Is this what you meant? Snape asked, releasing her just as she struggled for breath, cradling her in his arms. Yes, this will suffice, Anali blushed, gasping for fresh air. Severus, since it is now public, would you accompany me to meet Aberforth this weekend? Anali asked hesitantly, aware that Aberforth was usually quite amiable with her. But she knew she was the only one who received such treatment. Very well, Snape nodded. Rest assured, I shall protect you. Anali vowed earnestly. I believe you. This weekend. Severus Snape and Anali stood at the entrance of the Hogshead Inn, with Anali holding his hand, aware that his palm was clammy with sweat. Do not be anxious. Severus. Anali pushed open the heavy door of the inn, and since they had arrived early, the interior was still empty. Albus, I'm back, she called out, though she did not see Albus Dumbledore's figure. Anali, you're back so early today? Albus hurriedly emerged from the storage room behind the bar upon hearing her voice. Today, I wish to introduce someone to you. Anali shyly glanced sideways at the stern-faced Snape. A person? You mean Severus? I am acquainted with him. Albus was quick to react to the family details, just as he had been when he discovered the truth about his brother, Aberforth, and that rogue. Anali, what do you mean by introducing? Albus, I like Severus. We are together now, and he is my boyfriend. Anali placed their entwined hands on the bar. Her cheeks flushed with youthful shyness. Oh dear, it feels so embarrassing to say such things so directly to family. Severus. Aberforth could not contain his outburst. You beast. Anali is only 13. Much like Dumbledore, Aberforth could hardly accept that his granddaughter was already dating at such a tender age. Mr. Aberforth, I assure you that my intentions toward Anali are sincere. Though nervous and ashamed, Snape resolved to stand up and accept his responsibilities as a man. I promise to protect Anali. Understanding Aberforth's concerns, he felt compelled to offer this assurance with conviction. Come upstairs with me, lad. Anali, you stay down here. It was rare for Aberforth to treat Anali so sternly, and she could only nod reluctantly at Snape's glance. After a little over half an hour, as patrons began to trickle into the inn, Aberforth and Snape finally descended. Aberforth, he exclaimed, it's truly difficult to keep a young lady. You two should hurry and leave. I don't want to see you here. Aberforth returned to the bar, his face a mask of impatience, urging them to depart. Can I stay for a butterbeer? Anali pouted at him. I will not permit you to drink in the company of other men, Anali. Aberforth shot her a stern look. Ron, am I not a man? All right, I shall really leave now, Aberforth. Hurry up. Given that only a select few were privy to their relationship, Anali was reluctant to be the subject of gossip, so after leaving the Hog's Head, she led Snape toward the Shrieking Shack, a place generally devoid of visitors. Severus, what did you and Aberforth discuss? Anali was curious about their conversation, as Aberforth's tone had clearly indicated his approval, yet she had not yet had the opportunity to inform Dumbledore of it. You will find out in due time, Anali. Snape, feeling somewhat bashful, turned his gaze toward the nearby house. Just moments ago, Aberforth had given him a stern warning upstairs, insisting that he must refrain from any impropriety until Anneli reached adulthood, among other things. Though a bit older, he certainly did not consider himself a brute. Severus, you're blushing. Anneli, noticing him evade her inquiries, gently brushed aside his long hair, revealing his ears, which were crimson as if they might bleed. What did you two discuss? She asked, convinced it could not have been a wholesome topic, or else Severus's ears would not be so flushed. It's evened out. Anneli. Snape grasped her hand as she toyed with his hair. What do you mean by evened out? We both harbor secrets from one another, thus it is even. He spoke with a hint of implication. Humph. Anneli sensed his cunning side returning, implying they ought to either reveal their concealed matters or keep silent altogether. I will tell you in time. Snape chuckled as he pinched her cheek affectionately. Very well. Anneli pouted unhappily, kicking a small stone beneath her feet. Snape took her hand and strolled nearby, savoring the rare moment of tranquility. Although many feared the legends surrounding the Shrieking Shack, she found it to be an excellent spot for a date. After all, it was merely an ordinary house that had fallen into disrepair over the years. Anneli looked around and, indeed, saw that no one dared to approach, not even a shadow was in sight. What are you looking at? Snape inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. Severus, there's no one else here. Anneli grinned mischievously. Snape did not grasp her meaning, but in the next moment, he felt a familiar sensation upon his lips. I wish to kiss you, Anneli smiled, pressing her lips against his. Snape encircled her waist and drew her behind the house, showering her with fervent kisses that enveloped her entirely. He intended to let her know that one should not tease a man so easily. My lips feel swollen. After a while, Snape still did not release her, and Anneli struggled to create distance, looking at him with feigned distress. You started it, Anneli. Snape's voice, low and resonant, lingered in her ears. It's your fault for being so delectable, Severus. Anneli playfully teased him, undeterred by any lesson. Snape did not grant her another moment to catch her breath, leaning in once more. As they queued to return, Anneli, feeling vexed, covered her mouth with a scarf, improvising a makeshift mask. Anneli, what's wrong? Hermione asked, noticing her unusual appearance. I encountered something that made me a bit allergic. Anneli fabricated a quick excuse. Oh. Many flowers have bloomed lately. One must be cautious, Hermione nodded, believing her explanation. Dreadful Severus. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore called for Severus, wishing to discuss the potion for counteracting the curse, but upon noticing Snape's swollen lip, he inquired, Oh, what happened to your mouth? Dumbledore summoned Snape to his office, where, in addition to Dumbledore, Gaius lounged comfortably on the sofa. As Dumbledore spoke with Snape, he inadvertently caught sight of Snape's injured lip. Gaius, upon hearing Dumbledore's question, glanced at Snape's mouth and smirked slyly. Ahem, it's nothing. I've gathered most of the ingredients. There are still 2 or 3 that I need to collect, and Malfoy is still searching for them. Snape awkwardly avoided the subject of his injury and shifted the conversation to potions. That's good to hear, Dumbledore affirmed, nodding. I fear I will need to trouble you to prepare a month's supply. I will have another conversation with young Anneli. It is my duty, Dumbledore. Snape felt that stating this was somewhat redundant. Of course, you would be delighted to assist with this task, Severus. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with amusement as he recalled their relationship, smiling at him. If there's nothing else, I shall return to the dungeons. It seems you have matters to discuss with Professor Granger. Snape, unusually unperturbed by Dumbledore's jest, replied with an undertone of significance. Dumbledore watched him leave, then cast a glance at Gaius, his smile fading. I believe you still have lesson preparations to attend to. Do not be so aloof, Albus. I have been quite helpful to you, have I not? Gaius rose and approached him, casually waving his wand, causing a cloth to obscure all the portraits in the headmaster's office. After all these years, have you become so naive, Albus? Can you guess why Snape's mouth is like that? Gapes placed a hand on Dumbledore's shoulder. Chapter 37, Warmth. Hey, Anna. I've been meaning to come find you these past few days. Following the main group back to the castle, the 4 of them reconvened in an empty classroom, and Harry awkwardly took a seat in front of her. I want to apologize on behalf of Sirius, Anna. He misunderstood our relationship, having heard too many rumors around the castle, and it caused you trouble. I'm truly sorry. Harry produced several boxes. These are also gifts of apology from Sirius, who asked me to pass them on to you. It's all right, Harry. This isn't your fault. After all, we are friends, aren't we? Anneli bore no ill will towards Harry. Matters of the heart are not his fault, and he had done nothing wrong. It was entirely Sirius's doing, being so irresponsible at his age. You needn't worry. As long as he no longer targets Severus, I won't engage in further conflict with him. Just convey that to him. There's no need for these. She pushed the boxes back towards Harry. All right, Anna, I'll make sure to have a word with Sirius. Seeing her firm stance, Harry reluctantly put the items away, relieved that it hadn't affected their friendship. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked you yet. Harry, how's your Patronus charm coming along? The Patronus charm? I've succeeded, Anna. Harry recalled the incident where he had fallen while being startled by a Dementor. Quidditch doesn't allow wand usage. As you know, they appeared far too suddenly last time. Yes, but please try not to let go of your wand in the future. Annalise nodded, then turned to the two beside her. You both, too, should never let your wands stray from your sides. Oh, Anna, you're starting to sound more and more like a professor. Hermione teased with a smile after being schooled by her seriousness. Was all Annalise could muster in response. By the way, Anna, my mother wrote to invite you all to stay at the Burrow this summer. You've saved us several times, and she insists on thanking you. Ron suddenly recalled his mother's instructions. She wants to know when you all are free. Oh, I'm available anytime. My parents are usually quite busy during the summer. So I have ample time, Hermione replied. Except for the first week. Ron, I have to return to the Dursleys for a week. Once I'm at Sirius's, I'll be free. Harry had some time constraints. At the Dursleys, he couldn't even leave his room for meals if possible. All right, I'll inform my mom, and once you go to Sirius's, send me a letter, and I'll confirm the time for you. How does that sound? Ron said understandingly. Last summer, he had called Harry, but for some reason, he had said something wrong and was harshly scolded by the Dursleys before the call was cut off, and thereafter no one picked up when he called again. Well, I might not be too certain either. I need to return to my home in Cun for a bit. After all, I haven't been back in a year, and I need to spend some time with Alfie. Annalise felt uncertain about her whereabouts, as she seemed to have a lot of places to run to. How about this? Ron, once you finalize the time, send a letter to the Hog's Head Inn. Alfie can reach me there. No problem, Anna. Merlin's Inc. I haven't done the divination homework. Ron suddenly pounded the table in frustration. I haven't written it either, Ron. Harry realized, reminded by him, that he too had not completed it. It's agonizing. I've concocted over 10 different ways to die in my mind. I truly don't know how to write it. Hermione, have you finished yours? I just applied to Professor McGonagall last Friday to drop the course, Ron. Hermione's expression soured at the mention of divination. I advise you not to take that course. It's a pure waste of time. What happened? They all appeared quite distressed, especially Hermione, who had always respected professors. Annalise asked, puzzled. I've never seen a professor predict her students' bizarre deaths in class. It's utterly outrageous. Compared to her, Professor Snape seems 100 times more congenial. Oh, pardon me, Anna. That's not what I meant. After speaking, Hermione realized her words had been ill-conceived. It's fine, Hermione. Severus's temperament is just that way. Deep down, he's a good person, merely lacking in expression. Annalise shook her head, dismissing the matter. Snape's tongue was indeed sharp. If she didn't genuinely like him, she would be quite incensed. Oh no. To Ron, it seemed Annalise was flaunting her affections, and he wore a pained expression. I need to get back to my homework. I just thought of another way to die. I'm off too. See you later, Hermione, Anna. Harry followed suit, wishing to avoid this overly romantic topic. Haha, I bet, Anna. Ron must think you're showing off your love. Once they left, Hermione chuckled. I wasn't. She insisted earnestly on the matter. By the way, Anna, you don't need to keep your face wrapped up anymore, do you? Hermione pointed at the scarf that had been wrapped around her face, which Harry and Ron had hesitated to inquire about. I think it's still better to keep it wrapped, Annalise replied, uncertain if the swelling had subsided. Anna, you didn't go on a date with Professor Snape today, did you? Hermione asked teasingly, having never seen her show any signs of allergies before. And they had just roamed Hogsmeade without encountering Annalise, except at the Hog's Head Inn. Annalise felt they were being overly sensitive. The topic was too embarrassing. Cough. I should go prepare the materials for next week's classes, Hermione. Bye. Annalise opted to make a hasty exit. Hermione watched her flee with a knowing look. In the dungeon, Annalise stormed into the office, tossing her scarf aside. Snape was stirring a liquid in a cauldron, facing a row of 5 cauldrons. It's all your fault. Stupid Severus. After finishing his stirring and placing the cauldron over the fire, Snape turned to her, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her slightly reddened lips. Haven't you already retaliated? Dumbledore asked me what was going on. He truly lacks perception. Annalise scoffed, then gazed mournfully at his visibly prominent injury. Did you not know to use a healing salve before seeing him, Professor Snape? I'm more concerned about a certain little cat getting angry, Snape remarked, his implication causing Annalise's anger to dissipate instantly. Does it hurt? Snape smirked, kissing her at the corner of her lips. It doesn't hurt anymore. Caught off guard, Annalise's face flushed crimson. I feel like I've corrupted you. As long as you like it, Snape replied nonchalantly. Since they had become involved, he had noticed that this girl either craved his body or occasionally desired kisses and hugs. As long as no one was around, he was more than willing to indulge her. What potion are you brewing? Annalise leaned closer to him, watching as he added ingredients to the cauldron. This potion seemed unfamiliar to her. It's a counter-curse potion, Snape revealed after a moment's silence, subtly observing her expression. To his surprise, Annalai showed little reaction upon hearing it. Have you gathered all the ingredients? There are still a few items that are insufficient, and I am still searching for more. For now, we can prepare enough for half a month. Do you need my assistance? Do not fret, Anna, I can manage everything. Severus remains slightly concerned about her emotional state and decides to handle all preparations himself. Annalai appreciates his attentive care for her feelings, yet she intends to conceal the matter of the Dementors until Nagini awakens. During this time, I shall assist with the assignments. Annalai places the stack of ungraded work in her small desk at the corner. The room is enveloped in tranquility. Chapter 38, Meeting the Parents 2. Summer Vacation. Annalai returned to the Croton home with Severus. Of course, she did not forewarn her parents about bringing her boyfriend, as she was uncertain of how the Crotons would react. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Annalai rang the doorbell, with Severus trailing behind her, carrying her suitcase. Anna. Selina was the first to hear her voice and hurried from the inner room to open the door. You silly girl, you have a key and still knock. Selina chided playfully. Hee. Let me see, you've grown taller, a fine young lady indeed. Selina scrutinized her from head to toe, after more than a year apart. Annalai had sprouted significantly, now standing at approximately 165 centimeters, gracefully poised. My dear, why are you two chatting at the door? I see we have a guest. Matt emerged from the back to draw their attention. Ahem, it is a pleasure to see you again, sir, madam. Severus inexplicably sensed Matt's unfriendly demeanor. Mom and Dad. This is Severus Snape, our potions professor at school. Of course, we met briefly 2 years ago, Professor Snape. Matt replied stiffly, forcing a smile, his palpable resistance leaving Selina, who remained blissfully unaware, confused. After all, this was their daughter's teacher. Why such an attitude? Anna, Professor Snape, please come in and have a chat. Selina welcomed them inside. As they entered the parlor, it retained the same ambience as their first meeting. Annalai could already feel her father's watchful gaze upon her. Mom, Dad, I actually brought Severus back because there is something I wish to discuss. Still immersed in the joy of reunion, Selina had yet to sense the tension thickening in the air. What is it, Anna? Selina gazed at her tenderly, oblivious to Annalai's intimate address. Well, we are together now. He is my boyfriend, and I wanted to bring him to meet you. Upon uttering these words, Annalai observed her father's expression morphing into one that could barely be described as anything but fury. I disapprove, Matt exclaimed, rising in agitation. He had known from the moment he laid eyes on the cautious man standing behind his daughter that this would not end well. His gaze had never strayed from Annalai, and the emotions within his eyes were painfully clear. The demeanor he exhibited in their presence mirrored that of his first visit to his own in-laws. This man was undoubtedly up to no good. He recalled last summer, when Annalai had stayed at his home for 2 months under the pretext of studying. Although today's youth are often more mature than their predecessors, he could not fathom entrusting his 13 or 14-year-old daughter to another man. Calm down, Matt. Selina finally grasped the gravity of the situation, yet her husband's fervor was excessive, hindering any fruitful dialogue. Dad, please don't be angry. Severus treats me well. I assure you. Annalai had not anticipated her father's reaction to be so intense. Anna, you are still young. You do not understand. How could a professor engage with his student? Matt was clearly agitated, his words tumbling out incoherently. It is not as you think, Dad. Let us sit down and discuss this calmly, shall we? Annalai wished to prevent her father from uttering anything that might hurt Severus. She glanced at Severus, who sat on the sofa, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. Matt, you must remain composed. Selina pulled him aside and whispered in his ear, Anna likes him, regardless. We must communicate calmly, and above all, we should not break Anna's heart. Heeding her counsel, Matt took several deep breaths to calm himself. And when he returned to the sofa, although his expression remained grim, he refrained from further comments. Mr. and Mrs. Croton, I realize that you may not readily accept this situation. Initially, I contemplated whether I should delay bringing Anna back, but we collectively deemed it vital, as Anna's family, that I show you the respect you deserve. Severus had mentally prepared for this encounter, despite passing Albus's scrutiny with ease. He understood that it was due to Albus's unwavering affection for Anna, treating her with an almost doting care. He had sternly warned himself that if he did not possess such a deep understanding of Albus over the years, he could not guarantee compliance with all of Albus's wishes. Indeed, Albus might react similarly to the Crotons. Unlike Albus, Anna had been raised with great care by the Croton family, having lived together for over a decade. Even without blood ties, their bond remained unscathed. Thus, he was thoroughly prepared to confront this reality, determined to persuade them to entrust Anna to his care. I, Severus Snape, am 33 years old, an orphan, currently serving as the potions professor at Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin House. My employment is stable, I possess no vices, and prior to meeting Anna, I had no romantic experiences. After 20 years in the wizarding world, I own a modest home and a vault. I am willing to transfer all my possessions to Anna's name to demonstrate my sincerity. Severus recognized that the Croton couple, being muggles, might not fully grasp the intricacies of the wizarding world, so he had familiarized himself with the expectations placed upon suitors during engagements in the muggle realm. As he spoke, Annalai was taken aback, realizing that these were all matters he had concealed from her. For muggles, the well-being of their daughter hinged upon the presence of a stable home and income, as well as the assurance that their daughter would not suffer. Severus laid his entire foundation before them, an overt display of sincerity that left them at a loss for words. Moreover, his uncomplicated family structure bore no generational conflicts. And if one listened closely, it was as though he nearly hinted at becoming a son-in-law. Dad, Mom, Severus is truly wonderful, and in fact, wizards have long lifespans. Some young wizards begin dating as early as their first or second year. Annalai interjected, touched, eager to support him. Anna, your father and I are merely concerned that you might face hardship, and you are still quite young. Selena spoke first, affectionately stroking Annalai's hair. Though you say this, Mr. Snape, promises can sometimes be rather unreliable. Matt softened his tone, recognizing Severus's earnestness, yet still harboring reservations regarding Annalai. We can establish an unbreakable vow, sir. This is a contract in the wizarding world, wherein the one who makes the vow must uphold it, or face death should they breach it. We may have Annalai serve as the witness. Severus, without any hesitation, elucidated the nature of the unbreakable vow, leaving Annalai utterly astonished as she gazed at him. The Cretans, upon witnessing Annalai's expression, comprehended the gravity of the situation. What are we to do? If, as you assert, an oath exists between us, only then can I truly believe that you will always treat Annalai with kindness. Matt pressed on, given that this vow is indeed in existence. He felt compelled to see it through. Annalai, still young, might stubbornly pursue love regardless of his interference, but Severus, as an adult, should fully understand the weight of his choices. Since he proposed this, he must adhere to his word. Dad, Annalai, taken aback by the seriousness of their intent to enter into an unbreakable vow, looked incredulously at Matt. She could certainly appreciate her father's desire to protect her. Just follow my lead, Severus instructed, rising to extend his right arm to Matt. After Matt mirrored the gesture, Severus grasped his forearm and gestured for him to do the same. Once Annalai recited the incantation, you may present me with 3 requests. Annabelle. Severus handed her his wand. His eyes filled with affection and nodded resolutely. Annalai took a deep breath, knowing that without this vow, her family would remain unsettled. She also believed that, regardless of the circumstances, they would remain together. Annalai seized the wand and directed it at their clasped arms, intoning the spell, unbreakable vow. As her words faded, a slender, brilliant flame erupted from the wand, coiling around their interlocked hands like a hot, crimson thread. Mr. Severus Snape, do you vow to share all your honor and wealth with Annalai Dumbledore? I do. Will you respect and protect Annalai Dumbledore under all circumstances? I do. Will you love and cherish Annalai Dumbledore until death do you part? I do. Severus answered each request promptly, and as the final I do resonated, the radiant glow dissipated, leaving both individuals with a newfound sense of connection. Celia regarded Severus with a notably softened gaze. Come, dear, prepare some lunch. I wish to enjoy a drink with Professor Snape. It is my honor, Mr. Cretan. Following the oath, Matt transformed, reverting to his usual warm demeanor, inviting Celia to prepare additional fare. Observing Severus, who was blissfully unaware and had readily agreed, Annalai wore an expression that conveyed her mixed feelings. Matt possessed quite a robust tolerance for alcohol. He had been honing his drinking skills since his elder brother, Krill, reached the legal drinking age. Whenever Krill returned from university, their first order of business was a spirited contest of libations, often resulting in both being thoroughly intoxicated. Yet, had she ever inquired about Severus's capacity for drink? She wondered if he could withstand her father's tests. Chapter 39, The Birthday Gathering. Annalai assisted Celia in the kitchen as they prepared lunch, while Severus engaged in conversation with Matt in the living room. He patiently answered Matt's curious inquiries about the wizarding world, occasionally glancing toward the kitchen. Noticing Severus's distracted demeanor, Matt felt a sense of understanding, but believed certain matters warranted a fatherly warning. Severus, I trust you understand that Annalai is still quite young, as an adult. There are matters you must handle with care. Of course, Mr. Cretan, the wizarding world has its own laws. According to the Minor Wizard Protection Act, any misconduct involving underage wizards could result in imprisonment in Azkaban. Azkaban, that is our prison, where the oversight is a most terrifying affair. Severus, fully aware of Matt's implications, articulated his commitment to ensuring no harm would befall Annalai. Hearing this, Matt's concerns eased considerably, as it appeared that the scenarios he dreaded were unlikely to materialize. With his anxieties alleviated, Matt engaged in a lively drinking session with Severus during lunch. In truth, Severus, who merely indulged in an occasional glass of wine at school, found himself overwhelmed by Matt's relentless onslaught of drinks. As the occasion progressed, he relied more on instinct than conscious thought to keep drinking. Anneli, with a knowing expression, intervened when Severus could no longer handle the alcohol. Dad, Severus is intoxicated. Perhaps you should drink on your own. Initially, she had disapproved of such excessive drinking, but Severus had discreetly squeezed her hand under the table, prompting her to allow the two to indulge. Now that Severus was clearly unable to continue, she felt it was time to intervene. The room upstairs hasn't been tidied yet. I'll assist Severus in resting in my chamber, Anneli declared, guiding the swaying Severus upstairs. As she watched their figures vanish at the top of the staircase, Matt finished his last glass of wine. All right, Matt, you should feel at ease now. I believe Severus is a good lad. He will take care of Anneli, Celia consoled, recognizing Matt's disheartened expression. She understood the sentiment of an old father. When Matt first sought her hand, her own father had been even more formidable. Alas, we are not wizards, unable to protect Anneli in that realm. Yet, since he can accomplish these things, I find no reason for concern. Although Matt felt a tinge of disappointment, he also found solace in the situation. In the room, Anneli removed Severus's outer robe and hung it on a coat rack before urging him to recline on her bed. Fortunately, their beds were spacious. For with Severus's imposing height nearing 6 feet 3 inches, he would have otherwise been forced to curl up. Observing the inebriated Severus sprawled upon her bed, Anneli placed a vial of antidote on the nearby dresser and descended to prepare congee for him. They had been preoccupied with drinking and had consumed nothing. Had she not ensured Severus maintained a regular diet over the past year, his stomach would surely not have tolerated it. By the time she returned downstairs, the Cretans had already retired to their quarters. She quickly cooked a small pot of congee and ascended once more. Upon entering her room, she discovered that the antidote had been consumed, and Severus had shifted to a seated position on the bed, his hand caressing a picture frame that had originally adorned her bedside, an image from when she was 7 or 8 years old. Severus, eat some congee slowly, Anneli urged. Her cheeks flushed as she snatched the frame from his grasp and offered him the bowl, still somewhat dulled by the remnants of his inebriation. Severus nodded and mechanically consumed the congee. Would you like to rest for a while? This is what happens when Dad drinks. You should not heed his advice in the future, Anneli remarked with a hint of concern as she took the bowl and spoon from him. I am fine, Anneli, Severus replied, shaking his head. Those things you mentioned today, you have never spoken of before. Reflecting on his behavior upon entering, Anneli shot him a disapproving glance. How to earn the affection of a beloved child from their parents is my responsibility. You merely need to be obedient. Severus grasped her hand, intertwining their fingers, and brought it to his lips for a gentle kiss. I am more than willing to do this. Anneli felt her face grow warm, surprised by Severus's display of affection. From now on, I simply need to wait for you to grow up, Miss Anneli, Severus declared, his gaze brimming with affection. As a tender atmosphere enveloped them, Anneli knelt upon his lap, lowering her head to kiss him, savoring the mingling scents of rich red wine, the bitterness of potions, and a hint of congee emanating from him. Severus Snape's hand caressed her smooth waist, only to withdraw swiftly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Anna, I have no desire to enter Azkaban just yet. However, I long to be closer to you. Anna's cheeks flushed with a sense of injustice, prompting Snape to sigh and once more envelop her in his embrace, planting a gentle kiss upon her lips. With thoughts of the potion he intended to brew for Anna still lingering in his mind, Snape bid her farewell after dinner and departed. As per their prior arrangement, Anna planned to stay at home for a while before returning to the Leaky Cauldron. It was during her 20-day sojourn at home that a letter from Aberforth's owl, Mumu, arrived for her. Dear Anna, on the 31st of this month, Sirius intends to host a birthday celebration for me, and I would be delighted if you could join us. Aunt Molly has insisted on hosting it at the Burrow, given their ample yard where we can frolic freely. If your schedule permits, I warmly invite you to my birthday gathering. Yours, Harry Potter. A formal invitation. Harry's first birthday celebration. Anna would not miss it for the world. She hastily penned a reply for Mumu, ensuring to reward the owl with a treat. Gently stroking the feathers of Cece, she resolved to have Cece accompany her to the event. As she rummaged through her satchel, she realized she needed to prepare some gifts. Though it appeared that potions would be her most abundant offering, she found a few empty gift boxes and wrapping paper at home, meticulously packing her presents. After a few more days at home, on the 31st, Anna reluctantly bid farewell to the Cruttons and vanished before their eyes, following Cece to the Burrow. Upon arrival with a sudden thud, Anna and Cece landed on a vast expanse of grass, where a crooked house stood not far away. The commotion drew the attention of its inhabitants. Hey Ron, Anna called out brightly as she approached the house, spotting the familiar red-haired figure of Ron. Anna. Ron waved enthusiastically before turning back to the house, shouting, Harry, Hermione, Anna's here. Oh, Anna, it's been ages. Hermione exclaimed, rushing over to embrace her. I arrived yesterday. Goodness, that bus nearly knocked me out. It was certainly a harrowing experience, but at least you can go anywhere you wish. Anna nodded in agreement. Recalling how Hermione had inquired about the best way to arrive after receiving Harry's letter, given that they both resided in the Muggle world, Anna had recommended the wizarding bus, cautioning her to hold on tight to the handrails. Hey, Anna, I'm thrilled you could make it. Harry joined them, followed by a slightly awkward Sirius. My dear, how wonderful to see you again. Upon entering, Molly greeted Anna with a warm embrace. Hello, Aunt Molly, Anna replied courteously. Molly gave her a fond look before bustling off to the kitchen. Happy birthday, Harry. Here is my gift for you. Anna produced a beautifully wrapped box from her satchel. Oh, thank you, Anna. Honestly, just having you here makes me happy. Harry received the gift with genuine joy. You can open it now, Harry. Seeing his hesitation, Anna encouraged him, and the others gathered around, including the Weasley twins who had just descended the stairs. A Felix Felicis. This is incredibly generous, Anna. Chapter 40. A sleepover at midnight. As Harry unveiled the gift, he discovered a card nestled alongside a small vial labeled Felix Felicis. Merlin's beard. I received a vial of Felix Felicis. The most splendid gift. Let me think, what did Ron give you? His treasured baseball. Hermione presented an entire set of Quidditch gear. Oh, let us not pity poor Ron for lacking funds, the twins chimed in unison, as Ron's face turned crimson, nearly matching his hair. Don't be so harsh, gentlemen. I, too, struggled to conceive a better gift. Potions are my forte, Anna interjected, coming to Ron's defense. Oh, that's just how they are. Thank you, Anna. Ron shot a glare at the twins, unable to best them in their banter. Don't fret. Aunt Molly organizing this birthday gathering is already a splendid gift. Harry carefully tucked the Felix Felicis away, supporting Ron in turn. The twins exchanged knowing shrugs. All right then, if the birthday boy insists. The birthday feast was set for the evening, as Mr. Weasley was still at the ministry. In the afternoon, the children played outside. The boys practicing Quidditch while the girls huddled together whispering secrets. Percy sat at the door with a book, occasionally glancing up at the rambunctious boys. Really? Snape has truly sworn an unbreakable vow. Indeed, he is the best. To their surprise, Professor Snape's sense of responsibility sparked admiration among the three girls in the corner, leading to light-hearted discussions about their preferences and partners. Naturally, Anna could not escape the topic of her relationship with Snape, sharing a brief account of their meeting with her parents. Hermione and Ginny, upon hearing this, gasped in disbelief, their voices rising until Anna reminded them to lower their volume. The thought of that day always filled Anna with joy. I wish I could have such a wonderful boyfriend, Ginny remarked, casting a glance toward Harry. Anna, noticing this, teased her, don't worry, Harry will surely recognize your merits. Anna. Ginny blushed, playfully tussling with her, while Hermione watched with a grin. Hermione, what about you? Do you have anyone in mind? Ginny turned to her after their playful exchange. Hermione shrugged helplessly. You must realize that Anna is always so ahead of me. I'm merely trying to keep up, and there hasn't been anyone suitable to approach. Hermione, you should carve out some time for yourself. Perhaps love will find you. Anna said with a mysterious smile, knowing that someone special was about to appear before her. Mr. Weasley returned home early, and a long table was laid out in the yard, adorned with a sumptuous dinner and a colossal cream cake waiting indoors for dessert. After the birthday wishes were exchanged, everyone joyfully conversed and feasted, while the boys, still buzzing from their Quidditch practice, could hardly contain their excitement over the game. Oh, by the way, the International Quidditch Cup is set to commence next month. The ministry is currently compiling the list to reserve tents, and we all received excellent tickets with ample seating. Listening to their Quidditch discussions, Mr. Weasley suddenly remembered something and addressed the children. Goodness, is that true? We can attend in person? Dad, I want to go. I want to go too. This is fantastic. The boys erupted with excitement, even Sirius showing a hint of exhilaration, having not experienced Quidditch in quite some time. Anna, however, was less enthusiastic. She thought to herself that she would rather accompany Snape to Spinner's End. Furthermore, her notes indicated a multitude of significant events occurring this year, and the Quidditch match seemed somewhat chaotic, though it would likely be without peril. Thus, she did not harbor excessive concern for them. In fact, it could serve as an opportunity for Harry to hone his skills, for he was indeed one of the Horcruxes, and one day he would need to confront Voldemort alone, enduring the curse of Avada Kedavra. However, she was entirely unwilling to expose herself to the gaze of those Death Eaters. She had no desire to become a champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Instead, she preferred to gather the remaining Horcruxes. Nevertheless, Annalise did not wish to dampen the spirits of the gathering. After the festivities concluded, she discreetly approached Mr. Weasley to express her gratitude and to lament her inability to attend due to other commitments. As she departed, she surreptitiously slipped some potions to Hermione and Ginny, claiming they were her latest concoction for healing, meant for their protection. Although the danger was minimal, she still harbored concerns about their safety. Given the limited accommodations at the Burrow, aside from Hermione being able to share a room with Ginny, Annalise and her companions had no intention of staying the night. Sirius had taken Harry and disapparated away, while Annalise departed with her familiar, Cece. After Annalise left, Mr. Weasley murmured to himself, "Was that a phoenix? Am I not mistaken? Dumbledore?" Cece always returned home after escorting Annalise to her destination, reappearing only when needed. Thus, it was only moments ago that everyone laid eyes on Cece once more. When Cece reappeared with Annalise, they found themselves at the entrance of Spinner's End, Snape's residence. The hour was indeed late, and she had no intention of visiting the Hog's Head, as it would mean troubling Aberforth for assistance. Besides, Snape would still be awake at this hour, making it more practical for her to come directly. Annalise quietly opened the front door, which was illuminated dimly by a few flickering candles, barely allowing her to discern the furnishings within. With Cece perched on her shoulder, she ascended the stairs with her suitcase in tow. Creak. Unbeknownst to her, Annalise stepped upon a loose floorboard, the sound echoing loudly in the stillness of the room. Only a few steps from the second floor, Snape's door opened silently, revealing a shadow that swiftly emerged. "Who? Annalise?" Snape exclaimed in surprise, gazing at her as she clutched her suitcase. "Severus, I've come to stay the night," she replied. Interlude. Snape's perspective in third year. Damn it. What is up with Potter and Weasley? They're in their third year and still can't comprehend a simple recipe? How frustrating that Annalise has to remind them about such an elementary potion. Never mind. A bunch of foolish Gryffindors only serve to irritate me. Annalise, when she is angry, is rather endearing. What am I thinking? Am I losing my mind? Why does it seem as if she is upset after just one lesson? What reason do I have to concern myself with her? Forget it. I have a mountain of assignments to tackle. Yet, how is it that a simple meal could suddenly uplift my spirits? Those little trolls are indeed perplexing. The new defense against the dark arts professor seems to be particularly attentive to Annalise. After all, she is working late for me, and I must ensure her safe return. Another professor like Lockhart, without a sense of propriety, relying on their charm, treating a young lady like that upon their first meeting. Does he have some ulterior motive? I must keep an eye on this professor. Dumbledore has truly lost his wits. A Death Eater, an imbecile, and now a werewolf and a pervert this semester? Why is Annalise so close to Granger? Does she really look so eager and happy upon seeing him? How dare he? Such a light-hearted girl. This dim-witted troll. Hasn't she noticed Granger's intentions? Why is she so close to him? Is her sudden change in mood because of him? She even went so far as to gift him something, just like that disgusting Lockhart. Huh, a truth serum. I am not one of those dim-witted trolls caught up in fantasies. The only one capable of producing a truth serum in this school is Annalise. She actually gave him such a precious potion. Very well, that foolish dog. I wish I could cast a silent curse on him. Doesn't she care for Granger? Why help me then? No, that is not what I mean. Yes, a greasy, venomous snake, only ever inflicting harm on those around him. She hasn't spoken to me in ages. If not for my assistant, she would likely not wish to see me at all. Potter, how could he harbor such feelings for her? She did not refuse him. What does Dumbledore mean by this? Is he trying to pair his savior with Annalise? No, I will not allow it. Damn Potter, why does he always target those I care about? What was I just thinking? Care about? I care for her. For Annalise? When did that happen? Damn Potter, he is actually holding Annalise. Can he even dance? Annalise is nearly dizzy from his spinning. No, she has seen me. Mistletoe? Its legend states that those standing beneath it must kiss. It was those two Gryffindors earlier. Damn it. If I were to act on it, Annalise, what would she do? Is she going to kiss me? I don't want to let you go, Annalise. My Annalise. So, we do have mutual feelings. How wonderful. So this is what it feels like to be liked. Annalise, I adore you. Thank you for not judging my past. Everything I have is yours. Annalise Dumbledore. That Granger is actually the Dark Lord, Grindelwald. How dare she seek him out alone? No wonder she could break through the barriers I set. Damn it. I can't bring myself to reprimand her. She is risking her life to save Potter. That Patronus form looks so familiar. Damn it. She did that for me in her first year. Is her mind filled with love potions? It's hard to scold her. Little sprite. That foolish dog, encouraging Potter to pursue my girl. I long to cast a curse on him. Well done, Annalise. No one shall take you from me, not anyone. I've heard that muggles place great importance on the male status. What do I have? A house. A vault of riches. And my vow. One day, I will not be able to restrain myself. Chapter 41. Goodness, I've made something of myself. Annalise beamed with a smile. Snape took the suitcase from her, turned on the light in the adjacent room, and tidied up the space before turning back to her. You've come quite late? Aunt Molly invited us to the burrow for a visit. Aberforth should be resting by now, so I came to find you. The mention of Harry's birthday was best left unspoken for Snape, so Annalise glossed over it. Have you had dinner, Severus? She quickly changed the topic, not allowing him time to ponder. I have eaten. Snape averted his gaze from her. You're lying. I know it. You surely didn't eat properly while I was away. Annalise hastened down the stairs to the kitchen, with Snape following closely behind. Annalise rummaged through the ingredients. The night had deepened, and she could not indulge in heavy, indigestible fare, so she settled on preparing a simple porridge accompanied by some side dishes. Severus leaned against the doorframe, observing her as she busied herself with the cooking. What are you staring at? Hurry and bring the dishes to the dining table, she said, casting him a disapproving glare. Obediently, Severus retrieved the now slightly cooled dishes and set them outside, while Annalise emerged with a bowl of porridge. Eat quickly, she urged, placing the bowl before him. Haven't you been resting well lately? As Severus ate, Annalise scrutinized him closely, having not seen him for a month. She noticed the pronounced dark circles under his eyes and the oily sheen of his hair, clear indicators that he had not been taking proper care of himself. Don't you dare lie to me, she insisted. I just stayed up a bit late, he confessed, swallowing the words he almost let slip. The potion work isn't urgent. Severus, your health is paramount. Once he finished his meal and tidied up, Annalise urged him upstairs, insisting he go to his room to wash up and rest. She stood guard at the door, watching him emerge from the washroom, then saw him lie down in bed, warning him that he must sleep immediately. After extinguishing his light, she too went to freshen up and retire for the night. The next morning, Annalise had breakfast ready and knocked on his door. Good morning, Severus. He opened the door, his hair tousled and appearing as if he had just awakened. His robe hung loosely on him, a clear indication of his slumber. Good morning, Annalise, he replied, leaning down to place a soft kiss on her forehead. I've made breakfast. You should hurry and wash up. Annalise's gaze lingered on his exposed skin, her hands itching to reach out. Do you want to touch? Severus whispered in her ear, fully aware of how she fixated on him whenever he revealed a bit of skin. Is it permissible? Annalise's words tumbled out before her mind could catch up. It's all yours, he smiled, observing the mixture of desire and shyness in her demeanor. With his permission granted, Annalise boldly pushed aside his already loose robe, revealing his sculpted abdomen before her eyes, and she poked it lightly. It's firm. My goodness, I've made progress. I've touched Severus's abs. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Just a poke? You could do more. Severus's deep, melodic voice lingered in her ears. Without hesitation, Annalise pressed her entire hand against his abdomen, exploring with fervor. Severus let out a muffled groan, surprised by her boldness. Severus. Annalise suddenly realized the audacity of her actions, meeting his gaze and noticing the slight redness at the corners of his eyes. He turned, pinning her against the door. Annalise, he murmured, capturing her lips with his, trailing kisses along her earlobe, neck, and collarbone. Unable to contain herself, Annalise let out a soft moan. Severus paused, his lips lingering on hers before he reluctantly pulled away, saying, Next time, I won't allow you such liberties. Annalise felt her face flush crimson as she darted past him, racing down the stairs. Throughout breakfast, she couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. Are you staying here until school starts? Severus inquired, noticing her anxious demeanor. I plan to spend a week with Aberforth before classes commence. Very well, he replied, understanding that they had ample time ahead of them. While I'm away, make sure to eat on time, rest early, and be cautious. I might just appear unexpectedly. Annalise cautioned him before departing. Understood, Severus nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the Hogshead Inn, Annalise spent her days assisting Aberforth, and her presence seemingly softened his demeanor, much to the patron's delight. As the week before school drew to a close, she bid farewell to Aberforth before being collected by Severus, who insisted on brewing potions alone. Thus, Annalise prepared their meals and observed as Severus filled his notebooks with notes, and soon, the day of school arrived. They arrived early to set down their belongings, and Annalise awaited Harry and the others in the Great Hall. She found herself regretting her choice of Ravenclaw. Had she known she could not escape Dumbledore's arrangements, she might have opted for Gryffindor from the start. As her coursework increased, opportunities to see them became scarce. As if sensing her thoughts, Hermione was the first of the trio to arrive at the Great Hall, quickly taking a seat behind Annalise since the long tables for the two houses were adjacent, thus reserving spots for Harry and Ron. Hi, Hermione. You finally made it, Annalise exclaimed, joyfully embracing her. You won't believe it. They began to converse as they sat at their respective tables. We went to the Quidditch World Cup and encountered a horde of Death Eaters. I heard some of them were escaped convicts from Azkaban. Thank goodness you weren't there. Oh, by the way, thank you for the potions, Annalise, when Harry was attacked. Having your potions saved him from a terrible ordeal. Hermione leaned in to share the month's happenings, her tone imbued with admiration. The Quidditch World Cup was phenomenal. You must join us next time. Krum was absolutely incredible, and Harry and Ron idolize him. He truly is the finest seeker. Annalise listened intently. You won't believe it. During the opening, Harry and Ron were completely captivated by the villa. Had the performance not ended swiftly, they might have jumped right into the pitch. No, Hermione. That's too much. You can't mock us like that. Ron and Harry arrived just in time to overhear the embarrassing tale of their enchantment by the villa. Don't worry, Ron. It's their gift. There's nothing shameful about it. Many people react that way, Annalise reassured him. Let us not dwell on it. Fred and George have been teasing us for days, and they're hardly any better off themselves, Ron said, settling next to Hermione, with Harry following suit. Just then, Dumbledore tapped his goblet to get everyone's attention. The New Year's sorting ceremony commenced swiftly, and once all the seats at the long tables were filled, Dumbledore spoke again. Due to some changes in faculty, I must inform you that Professor Lupin will be stepping down from his position as the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher for the lower grades due to health reasons. Professor Grubbly-Plank will be taking over the newly established elective course in alchemy for students in years 5 through 7. The course schedules should have been distributed to you during the holidays. Now, for this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, we will have. Before he could finish his sentence, the doors of the Great Hall swung open with a resounding crash, startling Filch, who had been standing at the entrance holding Mrs. Norris. Oh, Alastair, why have you arrived in such a manner? A stout figure limped into the hall, visibly damp from the rain outside, and approached Dumbledore with an indifferent expression, causing the young witches and wizards around to gasp at his appearance. Beneath his thick, deep gray hair, his face bore the marks of countless battles, evoking the essence of ancient, decayed wood. A substantial piece of flesh was missing from his nose. One of his eyes was small and black, appearing quite ordinary, while the other was large, round, and strikingly bright blue, incessantly darting about in its socket. Many young wizards who met the gaze of that eye were too frightened to look again. Observers noted his gait. One of his legs was a wooden prosthetic, causing him to walk with a slight limp. As he ascended to the podium, Dumbledore resumed his introduction. This is Alastair Moody, who once excelled as an Auror in the Ministry of Magic. This year, he will serve as your professor for defense against the dark arts. Upon hearing his name, several historically aware young wizards began to murmur amongst themselves, particularly the descendants of the previous generation of Death Eaters, who were all too familiar with the name Alastair Moody. Furthermore, Dumbledore raised his voice once more, aiming to recapture the attention of the young wizards. This year, I regret to inform you that, due to special circumstances, we will not be holding the Quidditch Cup. No, you cannot take this away from us. It's impossible. We refuse to accept this. The protests erupted from every corner of the hall, as students from each house expressed their outrage, not wanting to graduate with such disappointment. Among the loudest were the Weasley twins, causing quite a commotion. Silence, Dumbledore commanded, pointing his wand at his throat. This year, we will introduce a new competition, hosted right here at Hogwarts. This thrilling and perilous event has been on hiatus for quite some time, but after discussions among the Ministry of Magic from various countries, we aim to foster friendly exchanges among magical schools. Yes, I believe some astute young wizards may have already guessed. Dumbledore paused, surveying the attentive faces of the children. Indeed, this year we will be hosting the Triwizard Tournament, a tradition that has been established for over 7 centuries. The participating schools are Hogwarts, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and Durmstrang Institute. Upon the utterance of Triwizard Tournament, the hall erupted into a cacophony even louder than the earlier protests about the cancellation of the Quidditch Cup. Dumbledore had to rise once more, amplifying his voice to regain order. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the hall, abruptly silencing the chatter of the young wizards, who looked up in alarm. As did the professors. Oh, thank you, Alastair. Much appreciated. Dumbledore glanced at the scattered candles above, then at Moody, whose expression was less than pleased, indicating that he could take a seat at the professor's table. Annalise had been observing him carefully since his entrance, watching as he struggled to sit down, then withdrew a flask from his robes and took a sip, continuing to gaze impassively at the young wizards below. Moody's display caused many to hesitate before speaking freely. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was introducing some basics about the Triwizard Tournament. I understand your excitement. However, all schools and the Ministry of Magic have unanimously agreed to impose an age limit on this year's competitors. Only students who are 17 years of age or older may participate. Bosh! The Weasley brothers shouted in frustration from below. Dumbledore cast them a fleeting glance but chose to ignore their outburst, while Professor Grubbly-Plank narrowed her eyes at them. Now, we shall welcome the competitors from 2 of the schools to meet you all. First, from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. A group of vibrant young ladies entered the hall and began to dance gracefully, surrounded by fluttering butterflies, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Following them was a towering woman. And now, from Durmstrang Institute. As the Beauxbatons students retreated to the empty long table, a line of boys marched in, standing in formation as if in a ceremonial parade. Victor Crumb led the front, prompting enthusiastic cheers from the Quidditch enthusiasts. They bowed elegantly to the audience, and at the back of the line was a middle-aged man. Upon his arrival, Snape's eyes flickered with disdain. Please take your seats. Starting tomorrow, we will place the Goblet of Fire in the hall, and the registration period will last for 1 week. Each student wishing to compete must write their name and school on a piece of parchment and toss it into the goblet like this. Dumbledore placed a somewhat rough-hewn goblet on a pedestal, taking a blank piece of parchment and shaking it before the crowd before tossing it into the Goblet of Fire, which instantly engulfed it in blue and white flames. At the feast 1 week from now, the goblet will select the 3 champions who meet the criteria. I must remind everyone present of the dangers associated with the Triwizard Tournament. It was suspended for many years due to the high number of casualties. Therefore, I urge you to think carefully before entering. With that, Dumbledore concluded his remarks and returned to his seat, where Grubbly Plank promptly provided him with a plate of food. The hall buzzed with young wizards discussing the Triwizard Tournament while dining. Annalise gazed anxiously at the professor's table, where Dumbledore wore a cheerful expression as he conversed with Grubbly Plank, while Snape remained composed, quietly eating from his plate. Chapter 42, The Disrobing of Ingredients. After the feast, the young wizards dispersed, and Annalise, evading the crowd, cast a disillusionment charm on herself and made her way toward the headmaster's office. Enough, Gaius, you should return to your own office now. Albus, don't burn bridges. We owe our successful acquisition of this to me. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Annalise overheard their conversation. Oh, it seems I'm not arriving at the best time? She interjected mischievously. Ah, little Annalise, you're here. Of course not. You are always welcome, Dumbledore said, his previous irritation dissipating as he smiled warmly at her, pouring her a glass of milk. Curfew is approaching. Do you have something to discuss, little Annalise? After taking a seat, she glanced at Gaius, who was fiddling with a pitch-black ring adorned with a sparkling stone. Annalise instinctively looked at Dumbledore's hands resting on the table, which appeared unharmed and without any traces of injury. Oh, I came to inquire about Professor Gaius's new course. I wonder if I might attend the alchemy class. I'm quite interested in it. This is Grindelwald's alchemy instruction. It's something that ordinary people cannot learn, she thought, this being a mere pretext, as her true intention was to confirm the matter of Horcruxes, as Dumbledore's hands had been nearly invisible amidst the crowd in the hall. If it's you, my dear, then of course it's no problem. Gaius, without waiting for Dumbledore's response, shot Annalise a knowing glance and readily agreed. Gapus, one must tread cautiously in this matter. After all, little Anna has only just entered the 4th grade. Dumbledore cast a disapproving glance at him, revealing a hint of concern regarding the closeness between Gapus and Annalise, especially since no one was privy to his true identity. Had it not been for the events of the summer, he would have firmly insisted on Gapus's departure from Hogwarts, for he should have long returned to Numengard. Please, Grandpa Albus, Annalise implored, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Very well, you leave me no choice, Dumbledore conceded, though he felt compelled to issue a discreet warning. Do not overstep the boundaries of your studies. Of course, Grandpa Albus. Annalise interpreted this as a caution against reckless practice in alchemy, while in reality, Dumbledore was warning Gapus to refrain from any mischief. Professor Gapus, do you have a moment? There are some matters I wish to discuss with you, Annalise inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Certainly, Anna. The curfew is approaching, and I shall escort you back. Gapus replied, noticing Annalise's subtle gesture toward the ring on his hand, to which he readily acquiesced. Professor Gapus, I am delighted to see you return safely, but I trust that object remains intact? On their way back, they made an effort to avoid areas adorned with portraits, casting protective enchantments against eavesdropping. Indeed, acquiring this item was perilous. That estate exuded an unsettling aura, as if it were cursed, Gapus recounted, involuntarily recalling the eerie mansion he and Dumbledore had visited over the summer. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere had grown increasingly peculiar. They had navigated several traps laid for intruders and ultimately discovered the ring within the dilapidated abode. At that moment, Dumbledore had seemed almost entranced, fervently shouting for Anna to wear the ring. Had Gapus not intervened in time, the consequences could have been dire. Upon their return, Dumbledore had exhausted numerous methods to destroy it, seeking to prevent further temptation. Thus it was temporarily entrusted to Gapus for safekeeping. You might consider employing the fire protection charm. If that proves ineffective, I could venture into the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk venom and fangs previously proved useful, and I could procure some, Gapus suggested. It has been a year. I hope some venom remains. In any case, the fangs have certainly absorbed the venom's essence, and at the very least, We still have the teeth. You are not mistaken. AL's methods are rather conventional. Feel free to try mine. Gapus agreed to explore this approach. For safety's sake, it is best you attempt this while in the company of Headmaster Dumbledore. Do not undertake it alone. Anneli reminded him, considering his excited demeanor, hoping he would not rush into action upon returning. Indeed, by the way, Anna, if you have an interest in alchemy, I can teach you something unique. After all, at school, I am constrained to impart only the rudimentary knowledge dictated by Al. I believe you would relish the opportunity to learn more. Absolutely, that would be splendid. Anneli's eyes sparkled with delight, feeling incredibly fortunate. This meant she could explore the possibility of crafting defensive artifacts. It seemed the Weasley twins would soon be capable of creating defensive items, and if she began her studies early, they could potentially produce them even sooner. Gapus affectionately tapped her forehead with his wand, and Anneli felt a surge of alchemical knowledge flood her mind. Do not resist. This is merely the foundational segment. Return after a good night's sleep, and you should find an opportunity to experiment tomorrow. Should you have any queries, do not hesitate to seek me out. I trust you will have ample time this year, especially considering you have passed the exemption exams for your other courses, have you not? Gapus gently ruffled her hair. Yes, Professor Gapus. Well then, good night. Anneli felt a dullness in her mind, lacking the energy to protest his affectionate gesture, and hastily bid him farewell before retreating to her dormitory. She entirely forgot to remind him to keep a distance from the newly arrived Moody. Upon returning to her dormitory, Anneli collapsed onto her bed, while Nagini, in her ordinary state, slithered from her arm into her little nook. The following midday, Anneli finally awoke, feeling her head still somewhat heavy. Yet her spirits were markedly improved. Perhaps the sheer volume of information had overwhelmed her body. After retrieving a restorative potion from her satchel and consuming it, she dispelled the lingering lethargy. Having slept until noon, she realized she was famished. Anneli patted her stomach, freshened up, and allowed Nagini to coil around her arm before venturing outside. As she took her seat in the great hall, she noticed that Hermione and the others had already finished their meals and approached her eagerly. What is the matter? Anneli asked, placing a pie on her tray and sipping a glass of lemonade, her pace leisurely as she observed their peculiar expressions. Look at Neville, Ron whispered, gesturing towards the Gryffindor table with a thumbs up. Following his direction, Anneli beheld Neville, appearing as though he had been struck by a curse, his head drooping, pallid complexion, and vacant gaze fixed upon his plate. This morning, our first class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and you won't believe it, Professor Moody actually taught us. Hermione leaned closer and, in a hushed tone, added, the unforgivable curse. He demonstrated with a spider in class, and it deeply unsettled Neville. Although Moody promptly took him to the hospital wing, judging by his current state, recovery will not be swift. Harry regarded Neville with sympathy, acutely aware of the trauma stemming from Neville's parents, who had succumbed to the torturous effects of a dark curse and remained in St. Mungo's, still unwell. The events of the class had undoubtedly stirred painful memories. Take my advice, Anneli said quietly after finishing her lunch and wiping her mouth. I suggest you exercise caution around Moody. There is something peculiar about his aura. You know I am quite adept at potions, and he carries a strong scent of them. Yet it is disordered and indistinct. Therefore, aside from class, I recommend you keep your distance, especially you, Harry. The trio nodded in agreement. Having developed an instinctive trust in Anneli's words throughout the years, I must attend to materials for potions class this afternoon, and you should adequately prepare for your OWLs. You wouldn't want to scramble at the last minute next year, would you? Anneli observed their attentive expressions and prepared to take her leave. Oh no. ISNT, there's still 2 years left? Time is of the essence, Ron. I recall you had 4 subjects last semester that were merely passing grades, Anneli remarked, shooting a glance at the groaning Ron. To be frank, I am only at ease with Hermione. If you two cannot achieve satisfactory grades this semester, I fear the OWLs next year will be quite the challenge. Hermione beamed at Anneli's acknowledgement of her academic prowess, rallying alongside her in solidarity against their peers. If you all manage to pass your courses this year, I believe I shall reward you with some unique gifts, Anneli declared with a playful smile, observing the 2 boys who had lowered their heads in shame over their studies. What gifts? Harry and Ron looked up at her in curiosity. This year, I shall embark on a journey of alchemical study alongside the 5th graders, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I anticipate concocting some rather intriguing creations. Should my interests wane regarding the alchemical artifacts, I can still brew potions of your desire. Hermione gazed at Anneliese with envy. Truth be told, she too harbored a yearning to learn. How splendid. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, each sensing the mutual eagerness reflected in the other's eyes. Let us hasten to our studies. With exuberant spirits, they dashed out of the great hall, neglecting to wait for Hermione. The motivational charm evidently worked wonders on them. Anneliese cast a series of playful glances at Hermione, who responded with a light-hearted jab to her shoulder. I shall prepare a potion for you as well, Hermione. You are unlike these two rascals. Thank you, Annalise. Hermione was genuinely touched and embraced her, while Annalise shyly rubbed her nose. I must take my leave now. You can often bring them to the library, where the ambience is far more conducive to study. Farewell, Anna. After exchanging farewells, they parted ways. Annalise made her way to the dungeon, nearly forgetting the significant task she had at hand. Upon pushing open the heavy door to the dungeon, she greeted Snape and adeptly attended to the potions, only approaching him once her work was complete. Severus, I wish to see your collection of ingredients. It resides in the cabinet beside the bedroom. Snape continued brewing the final batches of the counter-curse potion, having only gathered all necessary materials from Lucius just yesterday. Delivered through Draco. Without any interruption, he informed her of the collection room's location. Annalise refrained from disturbing him and reached the bedroom door, where a towering cabinet stood, filled with an array of commonplace ingredients. She opened the cabinet door and began to extract various ingredients, muttering to herself, 12 lacewing flies, aged for 21 days? I shall take them all. Coarse antimony, all of it. 7 leeches with mouthparts? I shall take 4. The liquid grass, harvested during the full moon, seems useful for other purposes. I shall keep half. Ammonium chloride powder, seemingly infrequently used, all of it. Grass leaf powder, unicorn horn powder, saltpeter, mercury, iron filings. Half of each. Dried African tree snake skin? I shall take it all. What are you doing? Annalise was so engrossed in her search for ingredients that she failed to notice Snape had approached her silently, observing as she filled her satchel with the materials. Just as she closed the cabinet, she heard Snape's inquiry from behind, causing her to startle and turn. Are you preparing for the polyjuice potion? Snape deduced her intentions from the names of the ingredients she had mentioned. Not exactly. I have my reasons, which I shall share with you later. Annalise pondered briefly, deciding to obfuscate the truth. By the way, I believe there is no course on the polyjuice potion this semester, is there? She hadn't yet perused his curriculum for the term. None. Though he did not comprehend her intentions, Snape answered her queries without hesitation. Rest assured, Severus. I am not engaging in anything else. Annalise was aware that Severus harbored concerns regarding her dabbling in perilous affairs. Should anything arise, remember to seek me out. Snape scrutinized her with a hint of skepticism, yet since she was so brazenly pilfering ingredients in his presence, it was unlikely she was involved in anything excessively hazardous. Of course, my esteemed professor. Annalise smiled and tiptoed to plant a kiss on his cheek, a gesture of reassurance. The remaining counter-curse potions would be ready in a month. Has Nagini yet awakened? Snape took her hand and led her to the recently brewed potions. Not yet. Annalise lowered her gaze and shook her head. She firmly believed that Nagini would awaken once more, as she had promised to hold on for her last time. I understand your sorrow, Anna. I shall remain by your side as you wait. Snape, filled with tenderness, embraced her gently, cradling her head. Recently, due to the Triwizard Tournament, the school has been rather chaotic. Do your utmost to avoid encounters with the other two schools. The pair shared a quiet embrace for a moment, before Snape recalled something and spoke again. Yes, I am aware. Aside from your company, I will remain in the dormitory as much as possible. Dumbledore mentioned that Gape is to teach you alchemy. Should you wish to learn, you may do so diligently, for his expertise in this field is unmatched. Save for Nicholas Flamel. Very well. Annalise was surprised to hear him speak so highly of someone, affirming that despite his acerbic tongue, he was fair-minded at heart. Chapter 43, The Alchemical Device. Behold, what we have created. Undoubtedly the greatest prank ever conceived. The aging potion. We have adjusted the formula, passing countless tests. That day, while enjoying lunch, the Weasley twins made a flamboyant entrance from the Great Hall, enthusiastically announcing their nearly week-long endeavor. Just in time. Indeed, the deadline for registration is tomorrow. A crowd of young witches and wizards gathered around, as Fred and George exchanged a conspiratorial glance before dramatically downing the potion as if toasting. After consuming it, they approached the goblet of fire, tossing in slips of parchment bearing their names and school simultaneously. It worked. Splendid. Before George could finish his sentence, the goblet erupted with blue and white flames, propelling them out of its vicinity and crashing onto the floor of the hall. In that instant, all onlookers witnessed their hair and beards grow uncontrollably, transforming them into elderly gentlemen by the time they stood again. The surrounding young wizards erupted into laughter. Good heavens. You've turned into an old man, Fred. You're an old man too, George. It must be your potion that's faulty. You must have overlooked something. The two exchanged glances and soon found themselves grappling with each other. Enough, lads. Given the explicit prohibition against participants under 17, safeguards against the aging potion are undoubtedly in place. Harry and Ron managed to separate the bickering brothers, while Hermione watched with amusement at their disgruntled expressions. You ought to visit Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, or you'll be enduring this appearance in class for quite some time." Hermione had intended to warn them as soon as they entered boasting, but Annalise's alchemical antics had piqued her interest. Fred and George could only grumble as they departed, and the crowd of spectators dispersed. "I suspected their recent secrecy pertained to the aging potion," Ron remarked, settling down with a pout. "Speaking of which, this is rather amusing." Harry admired their ingenuity. They consistently managed to concoct fascinating creations. In the East, some individuals grow at an accelerated rate, appearing as tall as those aged 17 or 18 by the age of 10, while others possess a skill in bone reading, easily discerning one's true age. The Goblet of Fire can automatically recognize age, likely serving a similar function, and as you observed, the slips of parchment tossed within were rejected for failing to meet the criteria. Thus, aside from those with formidable magical prowess, no one can deceive the Goblet of Fire. Not a single individual has succeeded in their attempts over the past week. Annali was recounting the selection process of the Goblet of Fire to them, intending to remind them that during their student days, none of them could deceive the rules of the competition. Eastern mysticism, a term that sounded enchanting, caught Ron and Harry off guard as it was the first time they had heard about it, leaving their faces awash with astonishment. "Well, I've finished my meal and must take my leave. See you tomorrow." Over the past week, she had absorbed all the knowledge that Gape had imparted to her, and now it was time to seek out both gentlemen for a little experimentation. Annali bid them farewell and headed to the hospital wing to find the twins. "You two must refrain from being mischievous next time. Every year before Christmas, you manage to deplete my entire stock." Upon her arrival at the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey was chastising them. "We'll be more careful next time, Madame Pomfrey. We promise." "You always say that," she replied with a disapproving glance, ushering them away. "Hello, gentlemen." As soon as the twins stepped outside, they were greeted by the beaming Annali. "What a coincidence, Madame Boss. Hey, you're not here to check on us, are you?" "Indeed. I've come specifically to find you. Let us proceed to the room of requirement." Annali waved her hand, beckoning them to follow. "Do you have any new ideas for pranks lately?" "Of course. You asked at just the right moment, Madame Boss. We are planning to open a shop. During our summer break, we stocked up on every kind of prank. If we had a storefront, it would surely be a hit." The twins placed their hands on Annali's shoulders, animatedly recounting their entire inventory of prank products. "Do you have enough funds for the shop? If not, I can help." Their plans for the store had accelerated quite a bit, but it remained uncertain whether they could cover the expenses after investing their money in product development. "I must say, George, the Madame Boss always knows how to exploit our weaknesses." "Indeed, Fred. How else could she be called the Madame Boss?" "All right, this should suffice for your initial needs. If you encounter difficulties in selecting a location, feel free to consult me." Annali pulled out a bag of galleons and handed it to George on her right. "I believe, in addition to prank products, we could diversify our offerings." Fred and George exchanged puzzled glances as Annali retrieved a notebook from her bag upon entering the room of requirement. "These are my notes on alchemy. I have studied and found that integrating alchemical artifacts with various spells could yield intriguing results. Many pureblood families possess life-preserving alchemical items. We could mimic that and create smaller offensive and defensive types, which would surely be quite popular." Annali pushed the notebook in front of them and then produced a simple ring she had crafted during her experiments. "Take a look at this." She pressed a protrusion on the ring, and the twins could hear nothing. "What is this?" "A sound-blocking device." "Precisely, and due to the absence of defensive depletion, it can be used 5 times once fully charged with magic." Annali handed them the ring to examine, watching them with a hint of regret as she remarked, "However, the only flaw is that it requires manual activation by pressing the protrusion. It cannot release spells autonomously. It would be fantastic if it could detect eavesdroppers and activate the shielding automatically. This is simply brilliant. An excellent idea." The twins felt as though they had been introduced to a new realm of possibilities. "We should try it as well. After all, we are also attending Professor Gape's classes. I recently conceived another idea for experimentation, so we can continue our research here together. If you encounter any questions, we can discuss them." Annali desired precisely this outcome and then established a password for their room. She planned to create a defensive alchemical item for her third project, believing in the necessity of protection. Chapter 44. The fourth champion. The following day, after the banquet concluded, everyone remained in the Great Hall, eagerly awaiting Dumbledore to announce the names of the 3 champions. At that moment, Dumbledore, along with Olam Maxime, Igor Karkaroff, and a host of professors, stood beside the Goblet of Fire. Now was the time to unveil the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore noticed the excitement among the young wizards and waved his hand, lifting all the enchantments from the goblet. All eyes were fixated on the goblet's transformation. The first champion. The blue and white flames of the goblet flickered and expelled the parchment. From Durmstrang Institute, Victor Krum. The students from Durmstrang erupted into applause as Krum, upon hearing his name, ascended the stage, performed a knightly bow, and followed Dumbledore's direction through a small door and exited. The second champion. The goblet again emitted a parchment, which Dumbledore glanced at after retrieving it. From Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, Fleur Delacour. Almost all the gentlemen in the hall applauded, and Fleur, her cheeks slightly flushed, gracefully stepped onto the stage, shook Dumbledore's hand, and departed. Now, for the final champion. Next came the internal selection from Hogwarts, and many who had registered held their breath in anticipation. From Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. A cheer erupted throughout the hall, with no objections to the chosen names. Cedric confidently approached, shook Dumbledore's hand with gentlemanly grace, and politely exited. Now that all 3 champions have been selected, we will. Dumbledore was just about to announce the official commencement of the tournament when, unexpectedly, the Goblet of Fire underwent another transformation, similar to when the previous names had appeared. Dumbledore furrowed his brow and caught the paper spat out by the goblet. The young wizards in the audience began to murmur, speculating about the unexpected turn of events. Harry Potter. Dumbledore stared at the name, momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend how Harry's name could appear. Impossible. He is only 14. This is cheating. Potter cannot participate. The Great Hall erupted in chaos. When Harry heard his name, he was still quietly discussing Hagrid's recent changes with Ron, suddenly taken aback. Hey, mate, you've been chosen too. Ron, equally perplexed, called out to him. No way. I didn't enter. Harry exclaimed. Don't panic, Harry, go speak with Professor Dumbledore, Hermione said, patting him on the shoulder. Her face pale. She had been researching the Triwizard Tournament in the library and was aware that historically, this competition often resulted in fatalities, far from being a benign contest. Go on, Harry, Professor Dumbledore is calling for you. Anneli nodded at him and slipped a vial of Veritaserum into his hand. This is Veritaserum, Harry. Once you use this, they will believe you and uncover who is behind this. Harry, feeling bewildered, tightly gripped the potion vial as he made his way to the stage, sensing the unusual gazes of his fellow students along the way. Professor Dumbledore, I did not enter, please believe me. Harry ascended the stage, somewhat anxious as he began to explain himself to Dumbledore. How treacherous, how shameless, thought Karkaroff, who approached with the intent to restrain him, only to be thwarted by Dumbledore's intervention. Harry, are you certain? Dumbledore inquired. No, not here. Let us speak in a more private setting. Just as Dumbledore was about to pose another question, he surveyed the expressions of those gathered and decided that a change of venue was prudent. No, Headmaster. I believe this is the right place. I can prove that I did not do this. I have been with my friends the entire time and have never approached the Goblet of Fire. This is Veritaserum, Headmaster. I am willing to demonstrate publicly. Harry momentarily panicked, but then recalled the potion in his hand, presenting it to Dumbledore. He understood that the gravity of the situation could have far-reaching consequences, yet he felt compelled to take action. Severus, Dumbledore called, summoning Snape to his side. Harry's resolute demeanor gradually quelled the murmurs among the young witches and wizards in attendance, who now watched in rapt silence. No issue. It is indeed Veritaserum, Snape declared, shaking the vial, removing the cork to inspect its contents before returning it to Dumbledore. Karkaroff remained visibly irate nearby. Very well, let him drink it. Let us ascertain whether any foul play has occurred. Dumbledore ignored Karkaroff's outburst and nodded at Harry, who, without hesitation, consumed the potion. Snape, his expression as impassive as ever, stood before him and inquired, Potter, did you attempt to place your name in the Goblet of Fire? I did not, Professor. Did you solicit anyone else to assist you in entering? I did not. Were you aware that you would become a champion? I had no idea this would transpire. His responses flowed effortlessly, and under the scrutiny of all present, skepticism began to dissipate. Headmaster Dumbledore, I did not enter. And this is now proven. May I refrain from participating? Harry asked, his brow furrowed with unease as he regarded the serious expression on Dumbledore's face. I fear that is not possible, Harry. Dumbledore shook his head. Once selected by the Goblet of Fire, one is compelled to compete until the end, unless met with death. Harry's complexion paled immediately. They had been studying in the library, thoroughly absorbing Hermione's critiques of the tournament, and he now felt a profound trepidation. Do not worry, Harry. Please go with the others to the office and wait for a moment, Dumbledore reassured, gently patting his shoulder and guiding him through a small door. Left with no choice, Harry departed. This is utterly unbelievable, Ron exclaimed, watching events unfold in disbelief. Let us wait for Harry. He must be terrified. Annalise observed as the professors began to disperse the crowd and joined Hermione and the others at the corner of the office door. This is simply amazing. Harry is only 14 and already participating in the Triwizard Tournament. A brief silence fell among the trio until Ron blurted out this statement. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance and smacked his arm. Ouch, Hermione. What was that for? Shoo, keep your voice down. Hermione immediately covered his mouth. casting a nervous glance at the closed office door. Are you daft? The Triwizard Tournament can be lethal. How is that cool? Oh, I forgot. My apologies, Ron replied, slowly recalling Hermione's earlier explanations, which now prompted genuine concern for Harry's predicament. By Merlin's beard, who could possibly wish to harm Harry in such a manner? Honestly, it's astounding that you could even consider that, Hermione retorted, her frustration palpable as she struggled to engage him in conversation.